Chapter 1. And that's just the big, out-of-control truck you were talking about. In the middle of the hard and cold steel prison, Lu Xian woke up from his iron bed, his whole body aching. Looking around at the unfamiliar sights and this unfamiliar outfit, he was a bit bewildered. Wasn't I on the rescue table? It's just an out-of-control truck. I should still be able to rescue it. At this moment, a tidal wave of memories flooded his mind. After a short period of dizziness and starry eyes, Lu Xian quickly figured out the current situation. This planet was called Earthstar, and was barely different from Earth. 50 years ago, the secret realm descended, the demons invaded, and the people were devastated. Humans also awakened their supernatural abilities to fend off the demonic foreigners, and gradually took back control of most of the Earth star. During this process, countless powerful people rose, and organizations of all sizes emerged. The Sprouts was one of them. There was a small difference between this organization and the others. They didn't treat people as human beings. Their predecessors lost their homes due to the invasion of demons, and were forced to wander around. When they came across the members of the Sprouts who were out to catch people, after being captured, they were thrown into the First Order Mystic Realm zombie town like everyone else, and were asked to survive for 10 days. His predecessor was quite lucky, hiding for 9 days, until the 10th day when he was evacuated by a zombie bite. After he came back, he was locked up in a cell by the new buds, presumably to wait for him to become completely sick, and then use the opportunity to study the zombies. Lu Xian had also just crossed into this shell with the same name just as his predecessor had just died. So watery. Where's Goldfinger? Save it. He couldn't help but call out in his mind. At this time, a line of text appeared in front of his eyes. Congratulations! The Immortal World Survival System you purchased with your life has arrived. The system will issue survival points based on your survival, and survival points can be used to purchase props from the system store. You have been bitten by a corpse and survived. Survival points plus 10. You are in the prison of the Devil's Gate and you are safe and sound. Survival points plus 2. You are in. Lu Xian looked puzzled. Immortal survival system? No dude, this is clearly the end times. You've come to the wrong place. Wait a minute. Lu Xian suddenly understood. The zombies in Zombie Town were treated by the system as zombies in the immortal world. Sprout Cell was treated by the system as a devil sect prison. The more he read on, the more surprised he was instead. This Fury system, no. This bullish system was fantastic. Immortal worlds things in this post-apocalyptic world is not a descending blow. Numerical crushing? Other people awakened supernormal abilities. He directly cultivated immortality. His mind moved, and the store interface appeared in front of him. Current survival points, 12. Chi refining stage treasure chest, 10 survival points. Just enough money to open one single draw one shot into the soul. Lu Xian mumbled a few times and opened the first Chi refining stage treasure chest in his life. Opening a Chi refining stage treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining a small ball of spiritual liquid. A massive liquid that resembled green jade was peacefully suspended in the space of his consciousness. Upon a closer look, more detailed information surfaced. Small cluster spiritual liquid, a small cluster of liquid made from the liquefaction of spiritual chi, suitable for chi refinement stage cultivators and mortals to consume, capable of both boosting one's body's spiritual energy as well as healing injuries. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Although he hadn't been able to open any divine weapons or heaven-defying techniques, this stuff was not bad at all. His entire body was aching right now, and there was still residual poison from the zombies gnawing. The spiritual liquid was just the right thing to mend his frail body. With a thought, he took out the spirit liquid from his consciousness space and drank it in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, the coolness went straight from his throat to his limbs. Wherever he passed, the fiery pain in his body immediately disappeared. What replaced it was an unspeakable relief. He looked down and saw that the wounds on his body were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they had actually healed. What a descending blow. Lu Xian lamented in his heart. In this world, there were supernaturals who could create healing potions. However, this kind of potion that could heal most of the injuries after drinking it was simply not something that an ordinary person like him could afford to drink. However, in his immortal world survival system, it was just a random single shot. He rolled out of bed and looked out through the iron railing. Outside, there was a man standing guard with his back against the iron gate, his posture meticulous. A hint of harlotry in the corner of his mouth was close to dragging to the ground. Lu Xian dryly coughed a few times, but the guy was too serious about standing guard, not listening to anything outside his ears. With a helpless smile, he gestured and kicked his foot directly on the iron door. Bam! The huge commotion startled this guard-standing brother so much that he almost didn't jump up. His mouth staggered as he called out, "The zombies are rushing out! Run!" Lu Xian sneered. "It's me! Open the door!" Brother standing guard came back to his senses, fixed his eyes on Lu Xian, and couldn't help but round his eyes. "That's a zombie virus. You actually carried it off without getting sick? I can't just open the door casually. Wait, I'll go call Brother Wei over. Standing guard brother scattered his legs and ran away. A few moments later, several people rushed over after hearing the inquiry. The leader was a stout man. It was Wei Shang, the alien who managed their newcomers. Wei Shang was surprised to see that Lu Xian had really woken up. You actually resisted the zombie virus? It couldn't be that you've awakened your psychic ability, right? Saying that, he reached out towards the person behind him. Bring over an alien ability stone. The hand handed over a thumb-sized white crystal. Wei Shang grabbed Lu Xian's finger and pressed it onto the alien energy stone. The alien energy stone glowed with a shimmering light, but did not light up completely. Wei Shang's eyes lit up. You kid, you're really worth something. You already have energy in your body, but it's not much yet. Not enough to manifest supernormal abilities. Lu Xian pondered in his heart, guessing that perhaps it was the small clusters of spiritual liquid that played a role. However, on his face, he looked like he didn't know anything. Maybe it's just luck. Wei Shang thought for a moment. However, there might still be a virus left in your body. Lock it up for 3 days first. Make sure there are no problems before releasing it. He threw a wooden sign to the brother standing guard next to him. You'll take this sign to the kitchen to receive food and drinks from now on. We can't neglect our brothers these days. Brother Wei, don't worry if I stand guard. Brother standing guard bellowed with great spirit. Wei Shang quickly left. Standing guard brother smiled fawningly. Brother Lu, in the future, when you become an official member, mention me by the way. These people Wei Shang brought with him also looked at Lu Xian with envious eyes. Having supernormal abilities and not having them was the difference between clouds and mud. From now on, Lu Xian might be an official member of the new sprout, and his treatment would be better, and they would still be the bottom tier miscellaneous workers. Unfortunately, not everyone can awaken their psychic abilities. The average probability is about 30%. That is, 1 out of 3 people. If they encountered a life and death crisis, the probability of awakening would be even higher. This is exactly why Xin Bud threw them into the zombie town after capturing them. The rest of them gathered around Lu Xian for a while, expressing the idea of Big Brother take me, and they all dispersed separately. They were all ordinary people who hadn't been able to awaken their powers, and their tasks were quite heavy. Cleaning, organizing warehouses, irrigating plants, sharpening weapons, and so on all needed to be done by them, the cattle and horses. Other than the time to sleep at night, there were pitifully few free moments. I'm hungry. Bring some food, Lu Xian called out. Brother standing guard nodded his head and immediately brought food and drink. Then without saying a word he began to stand guard again in earnest in his dreams. Lu Xian looked into the bowl. Inside were several large pieces of red roasted meat that were red and oily and resembled amber. The bowl was also doused with a large spoonful of soup, moistening most of the rice. He was a bit emotional. Detecting some supernormal abilities, the treatment was immediately better. In the memory of his predecessor, the newcomers ate very ordinary food, only rice and small pickles. In the small pickles, there was not even minced meat. Taking a bite of the braised pork, Lu Xian continued to check the system. He realized that the party had swiped out many more messages. You escaped in one piece from the siege of as many as 10 devil sect cultivators. Survival points plus 20. You designed so that the devil sect had to provide aromatic culinary delicacies. Survival points plus 3. Lu Xian had a hard time reading it. The text description is so grand, but also strange. Embarrassed Lu. The first day of traveling through the Earth Star passed quickly, and he fell into a deep sleep amidst the sleepiness. Chapter 2, Lu Xian, a native of Taisha's southern 5 base cities. The next day, Lu Xian hadn't even woken up yet when he was disoriented and heard the sound of arguing coming from outside. The quarrels grew louder and louder, and he woke up. Looking out through the iron railing, it seemed that someone was being stopped at the door by Wei Shang and his men. The brother standing guard on the side also stretched his neck to look out. Hey, what's going on outside? Lu Xian asked. Standing guard brother scratched his head. Didn't you get infected with the zombie virus fast lesion before? Someone is very eager to study zombies, especially looking for way to say hello to want you. After saying this, he lowered his voice and said, it seems like he paid a deposit long ago. Lu Xian smacked his lips. Hopefully, Wei Shang had sold him out long ago, only to hear Wei Shang's low voice from the doorway. No, Lu Xian already has energy in his body. He can't give you another zombie to study. Immediately after that rang out a slightly husky woman's voice. Then it's even more worth studying. Either you give him to me, either that, or return the alien energy stone to me. Wei Shang was instantly in a bit of a dilemma. To those of them who were exalted, the exalted energy stone could help them boost the energy in their bodies. Even for them, exotic energy stones were quite rare. The alien energy stones traded for from the other party were of high quality, and he had absorbed them long ago. The woman sneered. Get lost. She reached out and pushed. Wei Shang actually failed to stop her. allowing the woman to walk in. Lu Xian also got a good look at the woman as a result. She had short shoulder-length black hair and wore old-fashioned round black-framed glasses. She was clad in a whitewashed loose physician's coat, and her feet stepped on a pair of black thick-soled cowhide boots. The eyes are stern, and the movements are capable. It looked like it was not something to be messed with. The capable woman looked Lu Xian up and down for a few moments, somewhat surprised. "He's quite handsome," Wei Sheng said in a deep voice. "Surname Yi, no matter what, the person cannot be handed over to you." The woman surnamed Ji sneered. "Fine, let's fight then." She reached out and grabbed. A fountain pen appeared in her hand, and an ancient book suddenly floated in front of her. On April 4th of the 54th year of the new calendar, Wei Sheng, a member of the New Shoots organization, was confronting Yi Yuqiu when he suddenly felt an itch in his throat. His pharyngitis broke out, and it was so severe that he almost coughed out his lungs. The last word had only just fallen. Wei Sheng began to cough violently. It was as if he was going to cough out his lungs altogether, kind of coughing. Wei Sheng's tears and snot all fell together as he pointed at Yi Yuqiu and cursed. "You, cough, you this, cough, crazy woman, really do it." The surrounding people looked dumbfounded. Lu Xian was also quite surprised. He had thought that the supernormal abilities here were the very clicked ones of controlling the elements, having great strength, and so on. "Sister, you came up with a right small book curse. It's a bit powerful." "Enough." At this time, a chilling voice came from outside. "All brothers and sisters of New Sprout, no infighting. Yi Yuqiu, withdraw your psychic ability. This is the chief's intention." Immediately afterward, a puppet slowly walked in. On its face was an angry expression. The puppet walked in a naive manner, as if it would fall over in the next second. Yet no one dared to laugh. This was because everyone knew that this was the emissary of the New Sprout chief walking outside. Yi Yuqiu snorted coldly and put away his brush and ancient book. Only then did Wei Sheng feel that the incomparable itching sensation in his throat finally slowly disappeared. The way he looked at Yi Yuqiu was extraordinarily scornful. He bowed towards the outside. "Many thanks to the chief." The angry expression on the puppet's face suddenly turned into a smile. "The two of you each take a step back. Yi Yuqiu just wants to study zombies transformed from people. In that case, take this Lu Xian back to study for 2 days. When the time is up, return it to Wei Sheng. This matter ends here." After saying that, the puppet turned around and left. Wei Sheng clenched his fists. "Yi Yuqiu, don't get someone killed. He has the potential to become an alien." Yi Yuqiu impatiently said, "I know his value better than you. Get lost." She reached out and pushed, flicking Wei Sheng out of the way with one hand, and then came straight to the iron railing. With a twist of her hand, she actually twisted the iron lock on the spot. Yi Yuqiu calmly said, "Come with me. The food is manageable." Wei Sheng watched the two of them leave, his cheeks biting and bulging. "Crazy woman, you wait for me." A few moments later, Lu Xian followed Yi Yuqiu and arrived at another iron room. It was much larger and filled with experimental equipment such as crucibles, beakers, and test tubes. All of the equipment were meticulously placed in their places without any semblance of misplacing them. Obviously, the laboratory rules and regulations were strictly adhered to. Lu Xian felt as if he had returned to the afternoon when he was severely reprimanded by his chemistry teacher and asked to memorize the lab precautions. Yi Yuqiu pointed to the stool next to him. "Sit down." As soon as Lu Xian sat down, Yi Yuqiu looked straight at him and slowly said, "Lu Xian, a native of the southern 5th base city of Taixia. After the southern 5th base city was overrun by demons, he was displaced and fled to his homeland, and on the way, he happened to encounter the New Sprout absorbing newcomers, and took the initiative to join them." Lu Xian nodded. Taixia was the country he was from. South 5th base city, as the name suggested, was the 5th base city in the south of Taixia. This was exactly his past record. It had been registered as early as when he arrived at New Sprout. Yi Yuqiu smiled. "Not right. How come I asked from other stragglers that you had also appeared at the alien authority in South 5th base city, and talked and laughed with the authority's operations captain?" Lu Xian was puzzled. "There is such a thing? You guys are looking at it wrong. I'm a commoner who doesn't even have any supernatural abilities. How can I be worthy of talking and laughing with the authority operation captain?" After the secret realm descended and the demonic invasion, all the old governing bodies of the countries had collapsed. The Alien Energy Management Bureau, or the Bureau for short, was precisely the most powerful management organization that Taixia's alien energizers had re-established from the ruins. Yi Yuqiu slammed his palm on the table and said word for word, "Don't pretend. An undercover agent sent by the authority. You were ordered to lurk in Sprout. Isn't that why you wanted to steal information about Sprout?" After saying that, Yi Yuqiu forced him a point closer. The distance between the two was so close that Lu Xian could see the tiny fuzz on the other party's face. Those stern eyes were staring him dead in the eye, as if they were trying to discern a few moments of evasion in them. Lu Xian shook his head. "Big sister, I really am just an ordinary person. I came to New Sprout just to survive and make a living. After all, if I'm alone in the middle of nowhere, 90% of me might be buried in the mouths of beasts, and another 10% might be buried in the mouths of many beasts. Yi Yuqiu coldly said, "You saw how I dealt with Wei Sheng just now. His special ability is self-healing. This is just a violent cough. Tell all you know while you can. Otherwise, you are really going to cough your lungs out." Saying that, she held a pen in her left hand and a book in her right hand, her eyes showing a cold light. The threatening intent in her tone was self-evident. Chapter 3, Inferior Magical Artifact, White Bone Spear. Lu Xian stared at her for a long time and suddenly smiled, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. "I don't have supernatural powers, but I'm not stupid. You were able to deal with Wei Sheng because he did have pharyngitis, but I don't have pharyngitis. If I'm not wrong, it's impossible for your supernormal ability to be targetless, but rather, it must utilize a disease or wound on the opponent's body in order to be truly effective." Yi Yuqiu still looked at him, her face unchanged. After a while, she suddenly spread a smile and patted his shoulder. "It's fine, just teasing you. You know what? I'm also from Taisha's southern 5 base cities, and you're considered an old hometown. The authority has been trying to subvert New Sprout, so we had to be a bit cautious." After saying that, she escaped a wooden tag from the pocket of her white coat. "This is my wooden tag, which allows me to enjoy the highest level of treatment in the cafeteria. It just so happens that it's time for mealtime, so go ahead and eat." Lu Xian's eyes lit up as he took the wooden tag and left. "Good." Looking at Lu Xian as he left, Yi Yuqiu's eyes remained without ripples. Only after Lu Xian's back had completely left did a wooden puppet come out from behind the cabinet. "See the problem?" Yi Yuqiu's brows were furrowed. "This person is bold and meticulous. If he can awaken his supernatural abilities, he must be a makeable talent. I can't see a problem with his identity for now. Further observation is needed." The puppet nodded. "Good, then continue to observe. Time will prove everything. I'll go report to the chief." After saying that, he turned around and left. Yi Yuqiu looked at the puppet's back, her brows frowning slightly, thinking, "Having me personally torture Lu Xian, it seems that the chief still suspects my identity." She lowered her eyes and looked at the information on Lu Xian in her hand. "This Lu Xian, is he from the authority or not?" On the other side, Lu Xian arrived at the cafeteria and joyfully made his way to window number 1, striking a beautiful meal with the highest treatment. While eating, his mind flashed through the images in the laboratory just now. Yi Yuqiu was actually right. The predecessor was really an undercover agent of the authority, deliberately pretending to be a displaced civilian just to blend into the New Sprout and spy on the news. But before he could go undercover, the South 5th base city was attacked by demons. His undercover agent's top line was also cut off. Moreover, he and Yi Yuqiu weren't the only 2 people in the lab just now. There was a third person. You were unharmed under the torture of the vicious female cultivator. Survival points plus 20. You didn't show any sign of weakness under the secret spying of the wood puppet. Survival points plus 23. You ate in the Devil's Sect cafeteria in front of more than a dozen Devil's Sect cultivators in a dignified manner. Plus 14 survival points. Wood puppet. If he wasn't wrong, it should be the wooden puppet that had stopped the conflict between Yi Yuqiu and Wei Sheng earlier. It was recognized by the system as a wooden puppet refined by a cultivator with spirit wood. This place, it's really something. Lu Xian took a big bite of his meal while calculating his next plan. With the high walls and iron nets all around the new buds, it was almost impossible to escape unless one flew out or learned to make holes. In other words, he had to stay here and build up his strength. As long as he was strong enough, there was also the possibility of escaping, taking out all the people who had discovered him. How was that not a successful escape? The immortal survival system was what he relied on. 2 days passed by in a flash. Lu Xian stayed in Yi Yuqiu's laboratory for the past 2 days. This woman's research on him was nothing more than drawing some blood for a blood test, or she would have him lift weights, run and throw to test his physical fitness. Overall, very idle. With nothing to do, he stared at the information refreshed by the system and pored over it. He realized that while he stayed here, he would add 1 to 2 survival points every so often. However, as time passed, the addition became slower and slower. After 3 days, his survival points had reached a staggering 444 points, 10 points for a blind box. That's a full 44 draws. Lu Xian rubbed his fists together. No matter what era it was, opening a blind box always caused people to secrete large amounts of dopamine. This feeling of desperately wanting to ship but never being able to ask for it really screamed out. He had already single drawn a few times before, but they were all small clusters of spirit liquid. He took the opportunity to drink it while he had nothing else to do. Every time he drank it, he felt that his body had become another point stronger. But he didn't have a clue as to how much stronger it was, because he saw his information panel. It didn't change much either. Name, Lu Xian. Realm, mortal. So, this time, he simply saved it and didn't move. just waiting for it to open all at once. Open! Lu Xian chanted silently. 44 qi refining stage treasure chests were opened at the same time. Countless white, blue, purple, and gold rays of light flashed at the same time, almost blinding him. When he came back to his senses, a shimmering object had already appeared in his consciousness space. A text message also floated before his eyes. Congratulations on obtaining White Bone Spear *1, Qi Nourishing Pill *2, Poison Dispelling Pill *2, Rejuvenation Pill *1, Water Purification Talisman *2, Stone Skin Talisman *4, Small Cluster of Spiritual Liquid *14, and Spiritual Rice *18. The items, one by one, had been arranged and completed in order of preciousness. Lu Xian approached one by one to check them out. At once, he understood their general utility. Spirit rice, a grain was the size of a fist, and a few grains of spirit rice could serve as a meal. Moreover, this spirit rice was rich in spiritual qi, and when cooked and consumed, it could strengthen the body. Over time, the qi in blood would become more vigorous. Water Purification Talisman, put into the sewage will soon make it clear as before. Stone Skin Talisman, when attached to the body, it can harden the skin and make it look like a rock. Qi Nourishing Pill, used by qi refining stage cultivators to quickly raise their realm. Exorcism Pill, can get rid of most common toxins. Rejuvenation Pill, can directly heal bright wounds and dark diseases. As for the White Bone Spear, it was a lower grade magic weapon, sturdy and sharp, harder than steel, and could be driven by a qi refining stage cultivator. Magical weapons, pills, talismans, this is all complete. It's a pity that we're still missing a technique. Lu Xian smacked his lips with some regret. More than 40 draws hadn't produced a merit technique, so it seemed that the burst rate was really low. However, it didn't matter. Thousands of gold were scattered and returned. As long as he was still alive, survival points would keep appearing. Sooner or later, he would be able to produce a merit law. At this time, footsteps sounded outside. The visitor was none other than Wei Shang. He smiled at Lu Xian and turned to Yi Yuqiu. I'll take him away, Yi Yuqiu said without lifting her head. Take him away. Wei Shang sighed in relief. This woman's supernatural ability was indefensible. He was not easy to deal with. It was good that she didn't continue to trouble him. He turned to Lu Xian and smiled. Brother Lu Xian, congratulations on surviving 3 days. Stretch out your hand. I'll measure your energy again. Lu Xian cooperatively reached out and pressed his hand on the alien energy stone. This time, the alien energy stone glowed with more light, but it still didn't light up completely. Wei Shang was a bit sorry. Brother Lu Xian, you have the potential to awaken your supernormal abilities, but the energy in your body is still too little. If you were to follow the normal situation, you might still need more than 10 years to truly awaken your supernormal abilities. But Sprout can't wait that long. I'll give you 2 choices. First, rest for a few days before entering Zombie Town. Lu Xian was puzzled. And the second? Wei Shang said smilingly. Enter Zombie Town now. Lu Xian, go now. Wei Shang stretched out his hand. It just so happens that I'm going to take a group of newcomers in now, so you can join them. Follow me. Lu Xian followed behind Wei Shang and walked out of the lab. The duo descended 4 flights of stairs and eventually arrived in front of a plain room door. Chapter 4, We're not right for each other. I like long legs. On the door of the room was a myriad of bright red marks scraped by fingers. Every one of them was in the wood, and looked extraordinarily oozing. Next to the door, there were a dozen or so ragbags piled up, which seemed to contain something. To the left and right of the door, there was a sturdy man each. They had a similar aura to Wei Shang, but looked weaker than Wei Shang. Apparently, they were also exalts. Brother Wei. Both of them nodded towards Wei Shang. Lu Xian looked around. There were 9 other newcomers waiting here as well, each of them shivering with fear still lingering in the bottom of their eyes. Unsurprisingly, they were newcomers who had just been captured. The man on the left noticed Lu Xian. Brother Wei, is this the one with psychic abilities? Wei Shang nodded. There is, but not much. There's another zombie town to enter. The man on the left flashed a smile towards Lu Xian. Do well, brother Lu Xian. The man on the right also nodded towards Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian noticed that the man's eyes were a little evasive, not daring to meet his gaze. The way these people treated him surprised the 9 newcomers, who all looked at him a few more times. Envy flashed unanimously under their eyes. Even if they only had a little energy, the probability of awakening an alien ability was higher than them. In their opinion, Lu Xian was almost considered an internalized quasi-alien. Wei Shang pointed to the ragbags. Here are the supplies for the first 2 days. There's water, compressed cookies, and a knife. 1 for each person. Bring them all. The 10 people, including Lu Xian, had already understood the status quo, and none of them spoke more nonsense. Picking up the ragbags and carrying them on their backs, Wei Shang casually said, Open the door. I'll send them in. The two men nodded their heads, and both of them pressed on the door handle at the same time, their arms manna, and violently opened the door. After opening the door, it was not a room, but a curtain of light. Above the curtain of light, the scene of a dilapidated town surrounded by a lush forest emerged. On the deserted streets, a walking corpse marched aimlessly. The slightest movement was enough to trigger these bloodthirsty shells without souls. Wei Shang looked around and said indifferently, "Inside is the First Order Mystic Realm zombie town. Through the curtain of light is a brick house in the center of the town. This brick house has been fortified into a stronghold by our people. I'll be waiting for you guys at the stronghold. After 10 days, those who survive can leave with me, and those who have awakened their psychic abilities, regardless of what they have awakened, can become full members of the Sprouts. Do you all understand?" Everyone nodded their heads. Wei Xing took the lead and was the first to walk into the light screen. "Follow." Lu Xian took a deep breath and was the first to follow. The rest of them hesitated for a moment and followed. The door to the room reclosed, and the two men closed their eyes to fake sleep, still guarding the doorway. Lu Xian didn't feel any discomfort and easily passed through the curtain of light, arriving at this First Order Mystic Realm. Although his predecessor had already been here once, it was the first time for him as a traveler. He looked behind him, where there was a wooden door, but it was already closed. Wei Shang lay down on the sofa next to it in a big horse, picking up a magazine with a sexy girl painted on the cover and flipping through it casually. The rest of them didn't dare to make any movements and stood still. A long-haired woman approached Lu Xian and whispered, "Lu Xian, my name is Zhou Rou. Lu Xian glanced at her, as well as the two men behind her who had taken a step forward. "We don't fit. I like long legs." Zhou Rou completely did not expect it to unfold like this. Her complexion stuttered, but she quickly hid a smile. "You're very humorous," she continued. "The secret realm is very dangerous. We should cooperate. I've already called 2 of my friends. There's strength in numbers." Lu Xian nodded smilingly. "Of course, but I have a few small problems." Zhou Rou didn't expect him to agree so painfully and was a little surprised. Nodding her head to signal him to speak, Lu Xian casually said, "Who will scout the way? Who will be the rear guard? How will the food and fresh water be distributed? How will the loot be distributed? What if someone gets injured? What if someone is surrounded by zombies? Save them or give up?" This series of questions were like a series of cannonballs hitting Zhou Rou's face. It instantly silenced this beautiful woman. Lu Xian saw that she didn't say a word and shrugged. "It seems like you didn't consider these questions. Then it's better to rely on your own abilities." He had the assistance of the system. One more person would be more of a liability instead. Besides, he had long since seen this woman's mind. Those 2 men were obviously pulled by her to act as escorts. He was precisely the third one chosen by this woman. The secret territory was full of dangers, and he did not intend to risk his life in such a way. At this time, Wei Shang reached out and drew out the dagger at his waist, tossing it up and down in his hand, and without lifting his head, he said, 10 seconds, if you're still not on your way, I'll personally send you all on your way." Everyone's eyelids jumped. This going on the road is not his going on the road. It was better to leave first. Lu Xian was the first to push out the door and quickly disappeared. Zhou Rou, under the protection of 2 men one in front of the other, went out the door and then headed in another direction. The rest of the people did not dare to be slow and also left. Lu Xian pushed the door and came out onto the street, immediately moving silently against the wall. In no time, he arrived at the hiding place in his predecessor's memory. It was a small convenience store. The boss's wife was still sticking to her post. She just wasn't in the best of health and was missing a head. Sauce and purple liquids were spread all over the counter, and quite a bit of broken meat and bones were scattered about. The blood had dried up, and the fishy odor went straight to the nose. Lu Xian lightly smoothed out 2 bottles of Coca-Cola and followed the stairs to the upstairs of the convenience store. The second floor was where the owner's wife and her son lived. The son was lying on the bed, sitting on the chair, glued to the window, and everywhere. Lu Xian followed the small ladder on the second floor and climbed straight to the third floor. The third floor was a small attic. This was where the predecessor hid, quite safely, and hid some drinks and snacks, even a bottle of Red Star Ergwotu. It was presumably the private stash of the boss's son. Only then did Lu Xian have time to check the information in front of him. "You have been escorted by a demonic cultivator to a demonic cave infested with shadowy corpses, and have remained safe and sound. Survival points +2. You have successfully found a safe hiding place in the Devil's Cave. Survival points +10. You have found some spirit food in spirit liquid. Survival points +3. Lu Xian was puzzled. It seemed that all actions that contributed to survival provided survival points. In that case, being a zombie hunter should also provide survival points, and perhaps quite a lot of them. However, before hunting zombies, he still planned to drill this white bone spear first. Otherwise, without familiarizing himself with the weapon at all, he might not be a zombie hunter, but a zombie hunter. With a thought, he took out the white bone spear from his consciousness space. Consciousness space, only allowed out and not in. In other words, if it was taken out, it could not be put back in. That was why he didn't take it out until now. He weighed the white bone spear. It was about 1 meter 6, and its body was snow white. Clutched in his hand, it was as light as nothing, but when he reached out and poked it, he was able to poke a wooden cabinet through. Cement walls can also poke out a deep pit, simply like poking tofu. Chapter 5. Congratulations on winning the white cut chicken. A mere lower grade magic weapon is this powerful. What's more for a higher grade magic weapon? Lu Xian was very happy, and took out the seriousness of being broken 3 high and bound to turn the tables, and kept practicing poking attacks. After practicing for a while, eating some cookies and drinking some spirit liquid to recover his strength, he secretly observed the nearby situation through the window. Eventually, he locked onto a single zombie wandering nearby. Lu Xian tied the white bone spear behind his back with a rope to ensure that he could immediately access it once he reached back and grabbed it. Before he gingerly made his way to the first floor of the convenience store, he purposely circled around and came behind the zombie. While the other party didn't react, he reached out with a spear. Put! The white bone spear broke through the skull. The zombie collapsed in response, and actually died on the spot. Such a crisp and clean kill caused Lu Xian to freeze for a moment. He weighed the white bone spear in his hand, and his sense of security increased. You have killed another corpse in seconds. Survival points plus 14. Next, Lu Xian continued to seek out those fallen zombies and hunted them down one by one. He knew that although he had the ability to kill zombies in seconds, something could happen if he fell into a siege of multiple zombies. Since this was the case, until he had the means to stabilize a one-on-many, it was more prudent to look for the zombies that had fallen alone. That night, Lu Xian returned to the convenience store attic without incident. During this time, there were a few minor mishaps. For example, while hunting a zombie, he startled the zombies hiding nearby, but it was all resolved without any danger. He flipped through the system information and realized that he had hunted and killed a total of 12 zombies. Each zombie provided him with survival points ranging from 10 to 15 points. Plus, being in the secret realm of this zombie town, the survival points would automatically increase every once in a while. In one day, the survival points had reached a whopping 256 points. The speed of accumulating survival points here was far too fast. Although his body was a bit tired, after drinking a large mouthful of spiritual liquid, the soreness of his muscles quickly disappeared without a trace. Thinking of this, he instantly and happily set up a pressure cooker and took out a dozen grains of spiritual rice and threw them in. The spiritual rice that came out of the blind box was raw and couldn't be eaten directly. This pressure cooker was a brand new pot that he had shunted from the nearby electrical appliance store. It was just right for cooking rice. Before cooking the rice, he purposely blindfolded the windows of the attic. This way, the outside couldn't see the firelight inside. While cooking, he didn't forget to open the blind box, opening the Chi refining stage treasure box. Congratulations on obtaining white cut chicken *1. White cut chicken, spirit food, cooked with the thigh meat of a white-tailed chicken as the main ingredient. It contains spiritual energy, is tender and light, and tastes even better with the sauce. White cut chicken, is it also the same as spirit rice? Spirit chicken only found in the immortal realm? Lu Xian was skeptical for a while, so he casually took a washed plate and removed the white-cut chicken from his consciousness space. As expected, a strange fragrance immediately hit his nose. Fixing his eyes on it, the tender chicken meat was right before his eyes. Lu Xian couldn't help but get his fingers tingling. Good. It's really worthy of being a survival system. It's really everything. Not long after, the spiritual rice had also boiled, and with the spiritual rice, Lu Xian immediately feasted on it. A mouthful of sauce-soaked chicken mixed with rice was swallowed down his throat, through the esophagus, and into his stomach. The feeling of filling his stomach was involuntarily joyful. It was also at the same time that he was enjoying the food. A woman's miserable scream suddenly resounded outside. Listening to the voice, it was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be that Zhou Rou. Lu Xian's eating movement lurched, shook his head, and resumed eating. Dead people. It couldn't be more normal. The previous batch of newcomers who entered the zombie town with their predecessors, only 2 of them had survived past 10 days, including the predecessor who was chewed on by a zombie. Half of these newcomers were lucky to survive. He didn't intend to save anyone either. As the saying goes, if you want to save someone, save yourself first. Without strong to bursting strength but want to go to save people, but may let himself in danger. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps sounded outside. A man's voice followed closely. Hurry up, I'll stop them. Thank you, big brother, the woman said in surprise. Thump thump thump. It sounded like the sound of a steel pipe hitting a head, but under the silent night, such a sound was obviously even more piercing. Lu Xian lifted up a corner of the curtain and saw that there were already quite a few zombies who were all attracted to it. He shook his head. These two were hopeless. As expected, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen zombies were surrounding them from all directions. The space for the two was getting smaller and smaller. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, Jo-Ro was so terrified that she actually erupted with a huge force and pushed the man out. According to reason, the strength of an adult woman is not enough to push an adult man out a few meters, but the woman pushed the man out more than 10 meters, and even the several zombies behind her were also smashed out. The man smashed into the wall, and opened his mouth to spray out a large mouthful of blood. Looking horrified, the surrounding zombies had already climbed up again and surrounded him. "Help me!" the man screamed with strong support. Jo-Ro was incomparably terrified, took two not-so-long legs and turned around to run, and her speed was surprisingly fast. In a moment, there was no trace. Immediately after, there was the man's screams that ended abruptly, as well as the numbing sound of chewing. Lu Xian looked at Jo-Ro's distant figure and pondered, was that a supernatural ability? It looks like it's of the strength department? This Jo-Ro was lucky. It seemed that he would have to deal with this person in the future. He redrew the curtains and continued to feast. Time passed in a flash. 7 days soon passed. Lu Xian stabbed a zombie on the spot with an isolated spear. You killed a zombie in seconds. Survival points plus 13. He reached out and pulled, and the white bone spear was instantly pulled back by the rope. This rope was also something he had opened from opening a blind box. The name was bark rope. Although the name was mediocre, both the hardness and toughness far exceeded that of an ordinary hemp rope. He then tied it to the end of the white bone spear. In this way, the thrown spear could immediately be retrieved through the bark rope. He nodded his head in satisfaction. This handful of spear throwing techniques was considered a bit of a level. With this thought in his heart, he opened a blind box in the meantime, opening a chi refining stage treasure box. Congratulations on obtaining the rejuvenation elixir *1. Lu Xian smacked his lips. Unfortunately, still not out of the technique. Luck is so bad. At this time, he suddenly realized that the zombie that he had killed in seconds seemed to have something flashing in his body. He squatted down to take a look, and there was an irregular red crystal in his head. Could this be an alteration stone? He was somewhat surprised. Whether an alien was strong or weak was closely related to the energy in his body. If they wanted to continue to improve, they would need to utilize the power of the alien energy stone. There were only two sources of exotic energy stones. One, naturally generated within the secret area. The second is the formation of cohesion within magical creatures. The lower the level of the secret realm, the lower the probability of naturally generating a vein of exotic stones. Like the zombie town, such a first-order secret realm is almost impossible to appear veins. As for the generation of magical objects, it was also quite rare. Zombies were only first-order magical creatures. The probability of an exotic stone being born within them was about 1%. I didn't expect that I would actually stumble upon one. Lu Xian revealed a smile and casually tore off a piece of clothing from the zombie's body, taking out the blood-stained crystal and wiping it clean in the process. You have foraged a rare corpse inner Dan. Survival points plus 21. Chapter 6 Go for it, big brother who can stab people. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Corpse inner Dan? I had seen it before when I read immortal cultivation novels, saying that evil things like corpse and ghosts would form something similar to a demonic beast's inner elixir in their bodies. It was equivalent to the power core of a corpse. This alien energy stone is indeed the core of the zombie's power as well. It was reasonable for the system to explain it this way. He couldn't use this alien energy stone, but he could use it to trade. He put away the alien energy stone. The corners of his mouth rose. Do I count this as eating 2 fish in one? Whenever one obtained an alien energy stone, one would first be able to obtain survival points, which could be used to exchange for chi refining stage treasure chests, and later on, one could also obtain resources from the rest of the exalted abilities through trading and other means. Thinking of this, Lu Xian was inwardly joyful, humming a small song as he continued to hunt zombies. Time soon came to the 8th day. That morning, Lu Xian rolled over and woke up, and after a slight wash, he then checked the system message. You have survived unharmed for a day in the shadowy zombie-infested Devil's Cave. Survival points plus 4. Current survival points, 720. Lu Xian rubbed his fists together. This was 72 draws. It's time to ship out. Everything I, Lu Xian, have gained today was earned with my hands, with my tireless efforts. 72 chi refining stage treasure chests. Open them for me. Golden light flourished before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 72 chi refining stage treasure chests opened at the same time. In between the many white and blue lights, a golden light suddenly appeared. Congratulations on obtaining Withered Bone Scripture *1, Shen Iron Shield *1, Small Thunder Talisman *1, Chi Nourishing Pill *4, Rejuvenation Pill *4, Poison Dispelling Pill *5, Stone Skin Talisman *3, Divine Walking Talisman *2, Small cluster of spiritual liquid * 25. Spiritual rice * 26. Lu Xian's eyes lit up and he immediately checked the details. Withered bone scripture, qi refining stage technique. Mainly cultivates the white bone Dao, supplemented by the blood Dao. Xian iron shield, lower grade magic weapon. Taking 100 pieces of Xian iron and crafting it into a small shield, it will defend itself against attacks. Small thunder talisman, a top grade talisman of the qi refining stage. When injected with mana, it can strike a thunderbolt. Divine walking talisman, a lower grade talisman at the qi refining stage. Injecting mana and attaching it to your legs will enable you to move forward at high speed. Lu Xian was slightly pleased. This time it was really a shipment. With the Gongfu, he would be able to raise his realm and no longer be a mere mortal. With the Xian iron shield, a defensive magic weapon, he would be able to fight one against many instead of having to sneak around the back every time. There was also the small thunder talisman. It was a qi refining stage upper grade talisman. But the ones he had gotten before were all qi refining stage lower grade talismans. Its power was certainly strong, and to him nowadays, it was completely considered a powerful base card. Without saying a word, Lu Xian returned to the convenience store and immediately began to cultivate his Gongfu. The moment he took out the withered bone scripture, the Gongfu transformed into golden scriptures and disappeared into his mind. In other words, there was no need to comprehend it. Everything was already clear to him. He only needed to cultivate step by step. After accumulating so many qi-nourishing pills, it's finally useful. Lu Xian slapped down a qi-nourishing pill and immediately began to run his Gongfu. A day later, he violently sensed that there were many more energy particles wandering around in the seemingly empty air. These particles were invisible and untouchable, but he immediately realized that this was foreign energy. The small mass of spiritual liquid also contained a huge amount of energy, but it was spiritual qi. Lu Xian's cursory perception quickly revealed that the essence of supernatural energy was weaker than spiritual qi. As a rule, cultivators need to absorb heaven and earth's spiritual qi to raise their realm. But there's only alien energy here, no aura. Lu Xian frowned. Although these foreign energy can be absorbed as well, it's much less efficient than aura. He shook his head. Immediately, he took out a small ball of spiritual liquid and poured it into his mouth as if he was drinking water. The small mass of spiritual liquid was full of spiritual qi. Using it to act as heaven and earth's spiritual qi was completely reasonable. As a large amount of spiritual liquid entered his body, the surging medicinal power brought about by the qi-nourishing pill began to take effect. Lu Xian felt that his entire body began to undergo strange changes. Boom! A crisp sound that was only at the soul level suddenly rang out. Lu Xian reopened his eyes and realized that his connection with the world seemed to have become even closer. With ease, he could sense the foreign energy particles in heaven and earth. He opened the system panel. Name, Lu Xian. Realm, first level of qi refining. The corners of his mouth instantly rose. It's done. It was finally done. Finally no longer a mortal, but a cultivator seeking immortality. However, I also have to pretend that I've awakened supernormal abilities. What kind of supernormal ability should I pretend to have? Thinking of this, Lu Xian had a bit of a headache again. Thinking about it, he thought of the white bone spear at hand. Within the withered bone scripture, there was the method of refining the white bone spear. It was also possible to refine white bones in order to repair and even enhance the white bone spear. In other words, this lower grade artifact could be continuously upgraded to a mid-grade, upper grade, or even extreme grade artifact. Even further, metamorphosing into a spirit weapon used by foundation establishment stage cultivators. As for whether or not the supernormal ability is a physical object, whether or not it will arouse the curiosity of others, this was even less of a concern. The supernormal abilities awakened in humans can be described as anything but strange. Some people had infinite strength, some people were incredibly fast, and some people had extremely high endurance. Some people call for the wind and rain, some people scatter beans to become soldiers, and some people plant willows to become shade. Others awaken old ancestors as guardian spirits. Some, however, were able to contract magical creatures for my use. After all, the Earth-star drastic change has already passed 50 years. All sorts of strange and bizarre supernormal capabilities have long been known, not to mention the distant ones. Yi Yucho's supernormal ability was not just manifesting that book and pen out of thin air. It was also reasonable for Lu Xian to use the white bone spear as an alien ability. As long as he could show great strength, outsiders would make up their own minds. Just in time, while there's still time, continue hunting zombies and grow the white bone spear. Lu Xian cooked a pot of spiritual rice and ate it with the white chopped chicken. After resting slightly for a while and noticing that his physical strength had recovered to its peak, he once again lifted his spear and went out. Poof! As he stabbed the head of the zombie in front of him with a white bone spear, the Xian iron shield appeared on its own, blocking the dirty claws of the zombie behind him. Lu Xian turned back without saying a word and stabbed through its head as well. You survived the siege of the two nether zombies unharmed. instead killing them in seconds. Survival points plus 31. He looked at the system message and nodded slightly. Now it seemed that the evaluation criteria for survival points was obvious. The number of enemies, the speed of killing enemies, and one's own damage were all measuring sticks for how many survival points there were. In the future, it would definitely also be related to the quality of enemies. However, he had only encountered ordinary zombies nowadays, and he hadn't encountered any high-level zombies. Lu Xian looked at the two zombies on the ground, stabbed his white bone spear into them, and mouthed a spell. Suddenly, all the bones of the zombies were absorbed by the white bone spear. Next, he did as he had done, and absorbed the other skeleton cleanly as well. The two zombies were already wrinkled at this point, all because there were no bones in their bodies to support them. Lu Xian picked up the white bone spear and observed it carefully. It has indeed gotten a bit bigger, thicker and harder. I just don't know how many more skeletons I need to devour to advance to a mid-grade magic weapon. Way to go, big brother who can stab people. Chapter 7, Speak with Evidence. The 9th day after entering the First Order Mystic Realm Zombie Town, Lu Xian carried his white bone spear in his right hand and nibbled on a red apple in his left hand as he idly traveled through the streets. Occasionally, when he met a zombie pouncing, he would spear it without saying a word. With his current strength, even if he encountered 3 zombies pouncing at the same time, he could still deal with it calmly. If he utilized the stone skin talisman, he could even make his body look like a rock. Even if he faced a dozen zombies, he would be able to remain unharmed. If a zombie really bites up, it will first have to collapse its own big teeth. How come the closer we get to the east of the town, the more zombies there are? As Lu Xian walked along, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The number of zombies seemed to have gotten larger, and some extraordinarily difficult individuals began to appear among them as well. Some were slightly larger, some were incredibly agile, and some were even able to tame zombie dogs for their own use. Although these zombies were still killed by him in a second with a single spear, compared to ordinary zombies, the threat was already a lot greater. At this time, he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps coming from the front. Fixing his eyes, he saw that it was Zhou Rou and one of her escorts. Zhou Rou was also a little surprised to see Lu Xian, obviously not expecting a chance encounter in this situation. She quickly noticed that Lu Xian was different from when she first met him. His entire aura seemed to have changed drastically from the inside out. She also noticed the white spear that Lu Xian was carrying in his hand. That spear looked sharp and sharp. It was by no means polished using existing materials. Zhou Rou hurriedly reminded Lu Xian, "Don't go forward. That direction is dangerous. There are 4 zombie dogs." Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. 4 zombie dogs? Zhou Rou nodded her head before lamenting. "We also found a natural vein of exotic stones there, but before we could get close, we encountered those zombie dogs and had to flee." Lu Xian, would you like to join us? Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Natural alien energy stone veins? This was good stuff. However, the possibility of this woman swindling him could not be ruled out. Join you guys? Of course. Lu Xian revealed a smile. Zhou Rou was a little surprised, not expecting the other party to be so nice. "You've awakened your supernormal abilities?" she guessed. Lu Xian weighed the white bone spear in his hand. "Sort of." The eyes of the man next to him changed, both in awe and envy. Lu Xian smiled and said, "So you guys have to listen to me." Zhou and the men all nodded. Lu Xian smiled faintly. "Later on, you guys go up and attract the zombie dogs, and I'll take advantage of the chaos to collect the exotic energy stones. With such a weekly cycle, we'll definitely be able to finish digging up the alien energy stones." Zhou Rou, man. Zhou Rou laughed dryly. "That's not too good. We're all ordinary people. We haven't awakened our supernormal abilities yet." Lu Xian frowned. "I've awakened my supernormal abilities. How can I be allowed to attract demons?" This sentence immediately choked Zhou Rou. "Does awakening your supernormal abilities make you a Tenryu man who doesn't touch the water of Yanchun with all his fingers?" But she could only say this in her heart, and on the surface, she just laughed dryly a few times. "We are willing to listen to you, but you can't let us go to our deaths. How about a different idea?" Lu Xian pointed behind them. "Then you guys go that way." Zhou Rou was puzzled. Lu Xian casually said, "That exotic stone vein belongs to me. You guys go as far away as you can and don't come and get in the way." The man's face was unsightly as he angrily said, "You." Zhou Rou hurriedly pulled him back and looked at Lu Xian. "Lu Xian, this isn't good. Are you?" Lu Xian raised his white bone spear and pointed it at the two men's noses. "Still not leaving?" Both of them felt a bone-chilling chill and subconsciously retreated a few steps back. In the end, they could only retreat under Lu Xian's cold eyes. Lu Xian snorted and hurried straight ahead. This Zhou Rou, who had obviously awakened her powers, was still pretending to be an ordinary person. Why? Of course it was deliberately concealed. If he wasn't wrong, there were definitely more than 4 zombie dogs near that alien energy stone vein. Zhou Rou had deliberately swindled him, presumably to let him fight those demons to a defeat. At that time, she would then show up to take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, he had already discovered that this person had supernatural abilities. Naturally, he would not be easily deceived. On the other side, Zhou and the man climbed up a small 3-story building and looked at Lu Xian's departing figure from afar. This Lu, so arrogant. The man clenched his fists. Zhou smiled. He's only arrogant if he's going to deal with those demons alone. Just wait, we'll go over later when they are both defeated. At that time, without the threat of the demons, we can still safely collect the vein. The man's eyes lit up. Good, Xiao Rou, you're so smart. Don't worry, when I've awakened my powers, I'll protect you. Zhou covered her mouth and smiled. Thank you, big brother Zhang. I believe that you will be able to awaken your supernatural ability. Just this? Just this? Lu Xian couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the 7 zombie dogs that had fallen to the ground. One would have thought how strong it was. Once the stone skin talisman was applied, there was no need for defense at all. 1 spear at a time. 7 spears were given to all of them. You survived the 7 demonic beasts unharmed and killed them back. Survival points plus 21. Lu Xian looked towards the other side. As expected, he found a broken vein of exotic stones. Exotic stone veins could not be considered metal veins in the true sense of the word. They could appear anywhere within the secret territory. In buildings, at the bottom of water pools, on top of mountains, are all possible, but they all look similar. It was like a twisted glowing crystal tree. At this moment, what Lu Xian saw in his eyes was just such a crystal tree with twisted and sinuous branches. It was almost like the arm of a dying person reaching out from the ground as he struggled. There were already quite a few shattered exotic stones underneath the crystal tree. Lu Xian casually picked them up and stuffed them into the hiking bag behind him. The hiking bag had been casually picked up from a roadside store and had a large capacity. You have discovered a small spirit stone vein of high purity. Survival points plus 23. Lu Xian casually stabbed a spear on the surface of the crystal tree. Bam! The alien stones, on the other hand, shattered even more. A moment later, he had packed the entire crystal tree into his hiking bag. Roughly estimated, it had to weigh 60 pounds. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already reached the first level of qi refining and his body had been cleansed by a small mass of spiritual liquid many times, he really wouldn't be able to move quickly with such a heavy mountaineering bag on his back. On his side, he was just about to leave when Zhou and the 2 of them arrived together. The 2 looked at the 7 zombie dogs on the ground, as well as the already empty vein of exotic energy stones, and coincidentally stared with rounded eyes. Yo, you guys are here? Lu Xian said smilingly. Zhou pointed at the corpse of a zombie dog on the ground. You did this? Lu Xian shook his head. It wasn't me. They were already lying when I came here. He lamented. I don't know what kind of good guy killed these zombie dogs and floated away. So it's cheap for me. Zhou, guess what I believe? What about the alien stone vein? The man said with some reluctance. Lu Xian shook his head. I don't know. I guess it was taken away by that big good guy too. The man pointed to the bulging hiking bag behind him. Was it taken by you? Lu Xian was so angry that he was shaking. Speak with evidence. Which eye of yours saw me take the exotic energy stone? The heavens can tell. I've got all the food and drink in here. Do you want me to open it for you? The man's lips hemmed and hawed, as if he really wanted to take a look. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he caught a glimpse of the bloodstained, sharp bone spear, and immediately shrunk his neck. Zhou also sighed, and the 2 of them did not say anything more, but could only leave. Chapter 8, you observed the fierce battle between the demon cultivator and the giant Yin corpse. Day 10. Lu Xian carried his hiking bag and slowly arrived in front of the new sprout stronghold in the center of the town. This stronghold was made of red bricks, and was very different from the other buildings in the town. There were also sandbags piled up around the stronghold, just to ward off possible attacks from the zombies. Lu Xian estimated that all the secret realms occupied by forces might have such an outpost stronghold to facilitate management. Lu Xian knocked on the door. A man opened the door to the room. Not Wei Shang, but one of the 9 newcomers. Apparently Lu Xian wasn't the first one to return. He walked into the house. He saw Wei Shang still sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. There were also 2 men sitting against the wall, seemingly still having palpitations. When Wei Shang saw that it was him, he instantly smiled and got up. I knew you could come back alive. Awakened your supernormal abilities? Lu Xian weighed the white bone spear in his hand and nodded. Sort of. Wei Shang glanced at the white bone spear. The ability to manifest physical objects? It looks like bones. An alien energy weapon that can grow continuously? Could it be by absorbing bones? Lu Xian nodded. Wei Shang was pleasantly surprised. Good, brother Lu Xian. You're exactly the talent that Sprout needs. Isn't this zombie town a secret realm tailor-made for you? The other 2 men in the room also looked enviously at Lu Xian. He had indeed awakened his powers. From now on it was an official member of the Sprouts. On the other hand, although they had survived for 10 days, they still hadn't awakened their supernormal abilities. In the future, they would probably only be able to work in New Sprout as the lowest level cattle and horses. Brother Wei, I'm considered an official member of New Sprout? Lu Xian asked with a smile. Wei Shang nodded. Of course it counts. Lu Xian smiled and said, then all my harvests within the secret territory will go to me? Wei Shang nodded. Of course. Thud. The heavy hiking bag smashed on the ground, causing the ground to shake. Wei Shang, brother Lu Xian, what have you packed here? Lu Xian said smilingly, it's all exotic stones. He opened his backpack, and Wei Shang glanced inside, immediately gulped, and his eyes changed as he looked at Lu Xian. Brother, I see that your ability is not bone spear, but fighting monsters is bound to drop ability stones, right? Although these are all first-order exotic energy stones, the quantity is just too much. Lu Xian shook his head. I discovered a vein of exotic energy stones. What? Wei Shang was shocked. Lu Xian then told the details of the sight he had seen. If he didn't say it, Zhou Rou and the others would also say it. It would be better to say it in advance and sell Wei Shang a favor. In the future, he would be an official member of the Sprouts, and would have to deal with people like Wei Shang and Yi Yuqiu. The more Wei Shang listened, the more he was surprised. Good. The district's first-order mystic realm has actually seen a vein of exotic stones. Brother Lu Xian, do you know what this means? This first-order mystic realm will most likely be promoted to a second-order mystic realm. Have you ever encountered a second-order zombie? Lu Xian shook his head, but suddenly seemed to remember something. The number of zombies in the east of Jindong is increasing. Wei Shang's eyes lit up. It seems that my guess was right. This secret realm has changed. It may have expanded a circle towards the east of the town, and along with that, the length of time has also gotten longer. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and thought, the secret realm, as the most mysterious thing, had naturally aroused everyone's interest for a long time. When mankind awakened their supernormal abilities and gradually took back control of the Earth star, those powerful people immediately began their research on the secret realm. Soon they summarized part of the law. The secret realm was, in fact, a fragment of time and space. Once the time came, it would reincarnate and return to the very beginning. The shortest duration of the secret realm was a few days, while the longer ones were never-ending. For example, the secret realm Kunlun ruins held by the authority has not been reincarnated so far. Once the rotation time of the secret realm becomes longer, the area becomes bigger, or high-level demons appear. It means that the secret realm is about to be upgraded. Of course, there had been counterexamples that did not fit this law, but the counterexamples were only a very few. Most secret realms followed these laws. Wei Shang was about to push out the door and go to the east of the town to check the situation. Then he saw Zhou Rou running wildly, with the remnants of panic on her face. Brother Wei, a zombie. Very strong zombies. Wei Shang looked back and immediately saw a huge zombie that looked like an iron tower rushing across the road. All of the cars on the road that were scrapped were instantly smashed apart. Even a bus was knocked over. Wei Shang put on a pair of steel-cast gloves, rubbed his casserole-sized fists, and hemmed and hawed. Hide inside. Leave this zombie to me. Zhou Rou entered the stronghold in a flash. Seeing Lu Xian also there, his face was a little less natural, obviously remembering yesterday's not-so-pleasant experience. However, she still nodded kindly towards him. Lu Xian sized her up for a few moments. Where is that man? Zhou Rou lamented. He was too reckless and fell into the zombie encirclement. I had the heart to do nothing. Lu Xian said indifferently. You didn't have a heart a long time ago. Zhou Rou's face was still filled with a bright smile, as if she couldn't understand his words. Lu Xian looked out the window. Wei Shang had already fought with the huge zombie. What surprised him was that Wei Shang actually didn't fall behind. Instead, he quickly took the initiative and suppressed the giant zombie. A moment later, the giant zombie roared angrily and fell to the sky, never rising again. Wei Shang smashed the zombie's head open with an iron fist, and after picking at it for a while, he sighed helplessly and turned around to leave. A system message brushed before Lu Xian's eyes. You have observed the fierce battle between the demon cultivator and the giantine corpse, and if you have come to an understanding, survival points plus 19. This counts? He was dumbfounded. While losing his laughter, his mind had a measure of Wei Shang's strength. That giant zombie should be a second-order zombie. If Wei Shang was able to suppress the giant zombie, the odds were that he was also a second-order alien. Wei Shang casually wiped off the bloodstains on his body and scanned the circle. 4 survived. Not bad. Lu Xian has awakened his psychic ability. What about you, Zhou Rou? Did you also awaken your supernormal abilities? When Zhou Rou ran towards the stronghold just now, her speed was clearly not normal. He could tell. Zhou Rou saw a steel pipe in the corner of the house, picked it up, and her seemingly slender arms snapped. In an instant, it was kneaded into a ball. Immediately, she smiled and said, I'm lucky, I've also awakened my supernormal abilities. Wei Shang nodded in surprise. Good. 2 alien abilities. Heaven's help for the new sprout. He laughed out loud. Come with me. It's time to go back and report to the chief. He knocked on the door of the room, and seconds later, the door opened from the other side. Wei Shang was the first to walk in, and the rest of the group filed in. After everyone had left the zombie town, the door to the room closed heavily again. The man on the left curiously said, Brother Wei, quite a lot survived this time. Wei Shang laughed out loud. 4 survived, and 2 more awakened their supernormal abilities. On top of that, I have heavenly good news to report to the chief. Ma Wei, go arrange quarters for Lu Xian and Zhou Rou. Good. The man on the left nodded. Chapter 9. What are you talking about? Tell me too? Not a moment later, Lu Xian was then placed in a brand new room. The things in the room were simple. A bed, a nightstand, a table and chairs, and a separate bathroom. This place was more than double the size of his former dormitory. Moreover, he had previously been crammed into a room with 10 other people. Now he was living in a single room. You have become an official disciple of the Devil's Gate, and have successfully gone undercover in the Devil's Gate. With plus 25 survival points, you are safe and sound in an environment where the Devil Sect has enemies everywhere. Survival points plus 4. Lu Xian's heart sighed with emotion. Finally, he had truly become a new sprout. However, the matter of him being an undercover agent of the authority was still extraordinarily crucial. Once it was exposed, it would definitely kill him. With South 5th Base City gone and my handler gone, the authority will most likely not be in contact with me anymore. Right now, we can only take one step at a time. Lu Xian shook his head, but was not discouraged. He had always been an optimistic person. What's more, he still had a treasure like the immortal survival system. Maybe in 3 years and 3 years, by the time the authority reconnected with him, he would have already blended in as the leader of the New Buds, the highest floor of New Sprout. This was the room where the chief lived. However, the arrangement in the room was very simple. Other than a mahogany table and chairs and a huge fish tank, there was nothing. At this moment, Wei Shang stood in front of the long mahogany table, respectfully bowing his head, and behind the mahogany long table was a tall, robust old man with a head of white hair. The old man was wearing an old-fashioned suit and gold monocle glasses. Although his beard and hair were white, he gave off a feeling of non-angry authority. He was the leader of the new sprouts. Wei Shang respectfully said, Chief, this is the situation in the zombie town. The chief nodded slightly. Not bad. 4 survived, and 2 others have awakened their supernormal abilities. As for the zombie town, if it's really going to be promoted to the second-order secret realm, then there will be more and more second-order magical creatures. After a while, you lead people to go in and check again. Yes, Wei Shang nodded. That Lu Xian. According to reports from the people below, there might be a bit of a problem. The chief continued. Wei Shang froze, and a fierce light immediately flashed under his eyes. Is he really an undercover agent sent by the authority? Then take him. Immediately, he compared a palm knife gesture. The chief smiled. There's no need. There's no definite evidence. What's more, even if he's an undercover agent, he's still working for my new buds now. A shifter is not a cat or dog that can be found anywhere. It's good to keep him. Wei Shang nodded. Understood. The chief turned away and rubbed his temples. Wei Shang noticed the sadness between the chief's brows and immediately said, Chief, I would like to share your worries. The chief laughed lightly. It's nothing. The Blood Ant Gang is just deliberately stirring up conflicts and wants to go to war with us. After all, it's not the first time the Blood Ant Gang has coveted the secret realm under our control. Wei Shang snorted coldly. The ridiculous Blood Ant Gang is only occupying a mere second-order secret realm, the Blood Ant Nest, and they're trying to challenge us. They don't understand at all that New Sprout is not a short-sighted gang like the Blood Ant Gang. We are an organization with lofty ambitions. His body stood straight. Whenever the chief orders an attack on the Blood Ant Gang, I, Wei Shang, am standing by. The chief smiled. Very well, go down. When the time is right, I will order the move. Understood. It was already a month later. On this day, Lu Xian leaned under the shade of a tree to avoid the sun, and in the process, he picked up a military water bottle and filled his mouth with water. Instead, his eyes were looking at the dilapidated and deserted city in the distance with a somewhat saddened expression. As an official member of the Sprouts, he was finally able to get out of the Sprouts base without being held in the dark underground every day. His job was to patrol around the base with his 3 men. The purpose of the patrols was to expel the bloodthirsty demons, and also to warn the people from the Blood Ant Gang next door not to casually cross the border. However, the recent past had been quite restful, and it was only then that he was able to lean back under the shade of a tree to escape the scorching sunlight. He didn't know the name of the deserted city in the distance. It was one of the cities that had been destroyed by the demonic plague 50 years ago. The great land of Tai Xia was full of such dilapidated and deserted cities. Those were also the nests where many demonic creatures survived. The entire Earth star was filled with secret realms. Some secret realms were discovered and controlled by humans. Some secret realms were left open, and a large number of magical creatures continued to emerge from them. This also created a terrifying wilderness environment. In this vast wilderness, you can never know if you will encounter the powerful demons roaming around. You have traveled through a wilderness infested with demonic beasts, yet you have always been safe and sound. Survival points +3. Lu Xian casually glanced at the panel. Name, Lu Xian. Realm, 3rd level of Qi refining. With the help of the large amount of resources brought about by the constant opening of the blind boxes, he had successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refining. After this month of fumbling around, he had roughly understood how his realm and the alien ability system should be measured. The cultivator realm was divided into 3 major realms: Qi refining, pulse condensation, and foundation establishment. Each major realm was divided into 9 minor realms. The alien energy system, on the other hand, was rather simple: 1st order alien, 2nd order alien, 3rd order alien, and so on. Each order is also divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. The 1st level of Qi refining is equivalent to a 1st order lower level aberration. The 2nd level of Qi refining was equivalent to a 1st order intermediate alien. Lu Xian was now at the 3rd level of Qi refining, which was roughly equivalent to a 1st rank upper level alien. If he elevated to the 4th level of Qi refinement, it would be equivalent to a 2nd order lower level alien, and so on. He waved the white bone spear in his hand and revealed a hint of a smile. In comparison, the white bone spear only needed to devour skeletons, so it was a swift upgrade. It was now a top-grade artifact, and I was afraid that it was close to being an extreme artifact. At this time, footsteps came from not far away. A henchman came with quick steps. Brother Lu, Brother Wei asked you to go back. The door to the zombie town can be opened. It's rumored that there might be quite a few 2nd-order zombies appearing. Lu Xian was instantly energized. If he wanted to accumulate survival points, patrolling outside was far better than hunting zombies within Zombie Town. Within this month, he had brought 2 groups of newcomers into Zombie Town and earned quite a few survival points. However, the Zombie Town showed signs of reincarnation 10 days ago. Sprout had to close the entrance and wait quietly. He had long been waiting to enter Zombie Town again. Now it was finally reopened. A few moments later, at the entrance room door of the Zombie Town, 9 exalts, including Wei Shang and Lu Xian, had assembled. On top of that, there were a dozen or so ordinary people that were smoothly brought in to see if they could awaken their psychic abilities. Some were captured and some took the initiative to ask for help. Among the Xenos, other than Wei Shang, a 2nd-rank Xenos, the rest were all 1st rank. However, Ultrons of the same rank were generally stronger than demons. After all, they came with a powerful talent. Lu Xian swept a glance and realized that Zhou Rou was among them. At this moment, she was talking to the man next to her with her ear attached, obviously having a close relationship. Lu Xian patted over without any sense of boundaries. What are you talking about? Tell me about it too? Chapter 10, Where's the 2nd order zombie? Why isn't it here yet? The man turned his head and subconsciously took a few steps back, not quite smiling naturally. My name is Niu Su. I've met before. Lu Xian nodded thoughtfully. The 2 times he had entered Zombie Town before, this person was here guarding the gate. He remembered that the way this person looked at him was not quite natural. Zhou Rou also seemed to have forgotten her previous unpleasantness as she smiled and said, Lu Xian, it's highly likely that we'll have to deal with 2nd-order zombies this time around when we go in, and since you've always been a loner, we won't be teaming up with you. Lu Xian smiled and said, if you're not teaming up with me, is there something you're carrying behind my back? Can it be that you guys are undercover agents of the authority? After saying this, Zhou Rou and Niu Su both turned pale. This black pot of yours is too big. We can't afford to carry it. The rest of the people also cast their eyes over when they heard the word undercover. Niu Su immediately said, what nonsense. Zhou Rou also let out a dry laugh. Lu Xian, that's not something you can say. Wei Shang coughed lightly. Brother Lu Xian, don't question others casually. Lu Xian smiled. I'm also thinking about the new buds. Wei Shang did not say anything more and reached out to open the door to the room. He nodded. Gentlemen, follow. Spinning around, he was the first to step into it. The rest followed closely behind. Zombie Town, New Sprout Stronghold. Lu Xian surveyed the house, realizing that it seemed to have undergone an expansion, and had even become a bit larger. Wei Shang looked around the crowd and said in a deep voice, we have quite a few tasks this time. First, after the Zombie Town reincarnation, the number of demons has returned to its highest level. We need to hunt a large number of demonic creatures to ensure that their numbers are reduced to a safe level. Second, explore towards the east of the town to detect the number of 2nd-order magical creatures and draw a new map. Third, search for possible veins of exotic stones and collect them. The chief has given me full authority over this task of exploring the zombie town. I'll assign the tasks below. Lu Xian, Zhou Rou, and Niu Su, The 3 of you will hunt zombies and search for possible alien energy stone veins along the way. The remaining 5 of you will travel with me to the east of the town for mission 2. As soon as the words fell, Lu Xian raised his hand. Brother Wei, I'm going to Jindong. These words were heard with surprise from the crowd. There were quite a few second-order demons in Jindong. Traveling to Jindong was obviously much riskier. You actually took the initiative to ask to go to Jindong? Wei Shang was also surprised. Brother Lu Xian, are you sure? You've not long awakened your psychic abilities, and you're still at the lower first rank, so I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with second-rank zombies alone. Lu Xian nodded his head and said with great righteousness, it's incumbent to work for the Sprouts. How can I shy away from battle? Wei Shang nodded with emotion. Good. Then, Ma Wei, you switch with Lu Xian. Yes, Ma Wei was downcast a moment ago, but now he was suddenly happy. Not having to risk his life to Jindong was simply great. You have gained the trust of the demonic cultivators by taking the initiative to request a more treacherous mission. Survival points +9. Wei Shang added. Good. Everyone pass your powers to each other, so you can communicate when the time comes. Zhou Ro was the first to speak. I'm body reinforcement, strong and fast runner. Niu Su, morphing metal, but right now can only coalesce metal no bigger than a fist. Ma Wei, alien energy shield, using the alien energy in my body to form a shield out of thin air. The rest of the people also spoke in succession. Some people's ears were strengthened so that they could feel the vibrations of the alien energy from far away, using it to circumvent the demons. Some people spewed flames from their mouths. The temperature wasn't high, but it was enough to boil water and roast meat. Lu Xian realized that those who had awakened their body enhancements were the majority. From this, it could be seen that most of the people who awakened their supernatural abilities were perhaps body enhanced. When it was his turn, he waved the white bone spear in his hand and revealed a harmless smile. Abnormal bone spear, both melee and long range. Wei Shang nodded. Good, then let's go. Lu Xian carried the white bone spear upside down and walked on the dead silent streets. In front of him were Wei Shang and the other exalts. His task was to guard the rear, preventing the demons from sneaking in from the back. Looking forward, the sound of rushing water came from behind the forest that surrounded the town. It was clearly a large, gentle river. There was also a bustling harbor as far as the eye could see. Clearly, this secret realm had indeed been promoted to the second stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for a new range to appear. Where are the second-order zombies? Why aren't they here yet? Lu Xian was a little confused. Right at this moment, one of the people in the front team suddenly whispered, 800 meters to the northeast. There are alien energy vibrations, probably a huge-sized second-order zombie. After saying that, he immediately said, 1,000 meters to the east. A large number of alien energy vibrations, multiple second-order zombie clusters. As soon as the words left his mouth, his face changed slightly. 500 meters due east. Alien energy vibrations. They're coming towards us. Lu Xian took one more look at this person. It was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. When he had mutually reported his foreign energy earlier, this person's foreign energy was precisely the binaural enhancement, which allowed him to hear the vibrations of the foreign energy in the distance. Wei Shang also changed his face. Immediately retreat into the nearby houses. With those words, he headed into the nearby house without saying a word. He was a second-order alien, and he had no problem fighting a second-order demonic creature alone. But now it was a group of second-order demons. It was better to avoid them. Seeing that Wei Shang could only hide, the rest of them hurriedly split up and hid as well. Lu Xian did the same. With a few leaps, he hid in a flower store. The flowers in the flower store had long since wilted, emitting an unpleasant odor. It was this kind of odor that he wanted. One that could mask his human scent. Rumble, rumble. Heavy footsteps immediately came. Through the broken glass on the ground, Lu Xian saw a full 6 huge figures walking in succession. They were all over 2 meters in size, their bodies bloated and swollen, resembling the view of giants soaked in water. Lu Xian realized that they even lowered their heads to sniff furiously, as if they had sensed something. Moreover, the 6 zombies were spread out in 3 directions, appearing to be very organized. It couldn't be that someone was maneuvering behind the scenes, could it? Lu Xian's heart flashed with this alarming thought. Clang! The fat and thick giant hand of a second-order zombie slammed down. It smashed the window glass to smithereens in an instant. A figure was viciously knocked out and landed on the street, spraying blood furiously. Lu Xian fixed his eyes on the middle-aged man whose special ability was binaural enhancement, seemingly surnamed Li. No, no. The middle-aged man looked at the second-order zombie that opened its mouth wide. His pupils narrowed and his fear went to the extreme. He exerted all his strength and did a flip, barely dodging the zombie's large mouth, then immediately fled towards Wei Shang's direction. Brother Wei, save me! Save me! Wei Shang cursed the fool and angrily shouted, spread out and escape. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran. Lu Xian glanced regretfully at the middle-aged man and immediately darted in the opposite direction. The middle-aged man stood dumbfounded at the spot as he looked at the scattered and fleeing Xenos. Wasn't it said that the new Sprouts Ultrans were all brothers and sisters? Why don't they save me? The next moment, the giant mouth descended from the sky, directly devouring the upper half of his body. Chapter 11. Congratulations on obtaining the concealment technique. Lu Xian leaped, his stance athletic as he traveled through the deserted and dilapidated streets. The white bone spear in his hand broke through the air, easily stabbing the zombies that rushed out from both sides of the street. You escaped unharmed from the attacks of 3 powerful zombies and drifted away. Survival points plus 22. You easily killed 1 zombie in seconds. Survival points plus 14. Lu Xian caught a glimpse of a nearby building out of the corner of his eye, and immediately rushed there at a fast pace. In no time, he killed from the bottom of the building to the rooftop before stopping. This building was the tallest building in the neighborhood and had a good view. He had just looked at the harbor from afar and seemed to see something, and he wanted to confirm his suspicions. On the ground, the 3 second-order zombies scattered in all directions, chasing after the rest of the exalted. However, these people all reacted quickly and dispersed in time and were not caught up. Looking from the direction the second-order zombies came from, he could see that on the flat highway, there were quite a few zombies that had heard the commotion here and rushed in unison. However, there were also quite a few zombies standing in place, not moving at all. It was like guards. Lu Xian rubbed his chin and thought, there is something in that harbor that can control these zombies? His heart was suddenly interested. More than 50 years had passed since the descent of the secret realm, and many former powerhouses had long since summarized the laws of the secret realm. He had worked for the authority before, so he naturally knew these laws even better. Regardless of the secret realm, there was almost always a unique treasure. The form of the relic was strange and varied. It might be a weapon of infinite power. Perhaps it was a set of armor that could not be broken by swords or spears. Or it could be a fruit that could greatly enhance the quality of one's body after eating it. Lu Xian had once heard that there was a secret realm in Taixia called the 8 Desolate Plains. There was a young man who defeated the demon lord of the 8 deserted plains and finally obtained a divine sword called Prairie Blaze after a long and difficult journey. That young man had become the strongest man in Taixia, and it was this man who had single-handedly built the Taixia authority out of the ruins. In Lu Xian's opinion, there might be a demon lord in that harbor as well. It might have a relic inside of it. This thing must not fall into the hands of the new sprout. Otherwise it would not be a capital enemy. Mostly, he felt that the new bud was too evil. It wasn't that he wanted it. Well, definitely not. I'm afraid that the strength of the Lord of Demons is quite strong. I'm currently at the 3rd level of Qi refining, which is only equivalent to a first-order upper-level exalt, so I'm afraid that I'm looking for death if I rush over there so boldly. Lu Xian pressed down his inner thoughts and casually took out a Qi-nourishing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. By the way, he opened the blind box, opening the Qi refining stage treasure box. Congratulations on obtaining the Stone Skin Talisman *1. He smacked his lips and smiled helplessly. The previous month he had opened a great Qi-nourishing Dan, the grade of which had reached the upper grade of the Qi refining stage, and the medicinal power of one was worth 10 Qi-nourishing Dan. The key was that refining it was not much slower than the Qi-nourishing Dan. It was that great Qi-nourishing Dan that helped him to rapidly increase his realm and enter the 3rd level of Qi refining. Unfortunately, the burst rate of the great Qi-nourishing Dan was really low. He would open a few blind boxes to try his hand at idleness, but never produced a second great Qi-nurturing Dan, opening a Qi refining stage treasure box. Congratulations on obtaining the concealment technique *1. Concealment technique, Qi refining stage secret technique. Conceal your breath and hide your tracks, turning invisible. Lu Xian immediately became interested. This was a good thing. From the description, not only could it hide the breath, it could also conceal the body. Wasn't this stealth? Thinking of this, he immediately took the concealment technique out of his consciousness space. The golden text quickly disappeared into his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had learned all the essence of the concealment technique. Lu Xian took a deep breath, urged his mana, and silently recited the mantra. Transform into invisibility. Concealment art. In a matter of moments, his figure became void of form. Within seconds, Hera vanished into nothingness. He tried swaying in front of the zombies, even singing and dancing the Iron Mountain leaning. The zombies did not react. It was as if there was only a cloud of air in front of them. The first-order zombies are completely undetectable. I just don't know if the second-order zombies are aware of it. Lu Xian immediately decided to practice with the second-order zombies first. Zhang Hong hid in the corner of the clothing store and shivered. In order not to be detected by the second-order zombie, he even grabbed a handful of fishy pus from the dead zombie on the side of the road and smeared it on himself. He also felt disgusting, but if he wanted to survive, he had to do it. He was just an ordinary person before, and the first time he entered the zombie town, he relied on this trick to fool the near zombies and successfully survived until the 10th day. Boom, boom. Heavy footsteps came from outside. Each one shook his heart. Second-order zombies were too terrifying. He was only a first-order lower-level alien. He didn't even dare to touch the other party. Roar! He suddenly heard the angry roar of a second-order zombie. His heart trembled even more. Which unlucky person had angered this second-order zombie? Don't be me. Just don't be me. Boom! A dull collapsing sound came. Then everything fell silent. The heavy footsteps of the second-order zombie also disappeared. Zhang Hong was astonished. According to reason, the sound of footsteps should disappear from near and far. It was impossible for them to disappear out of thin air, unless the zombie had grown a pair of wings out of nowhere. However, he felt that the possibility of the zombie growing wings out of thin air was obviously a little bit low. After waiting for a while, Zhang Hong raised his head tremblingly and peeked out the window. A hill-like body came into view. However, it collapsed to the ground without moving. He looked stunned and reacted. This terrifying second-order zombie dead. Who had done it? Who killed it? Zhang Hong was at a loss. Among the exalts who had entered the zombie town this time, Wei Shang was the only one with second-order strength. However, he remembered that Wei Shang ran away in another direction. Who actually killed this second-order zombie? While Zhang Hong was bewildered, Lu Xian revealed a knowing smile. Everything had gone smoothly. It was worthy of being a secret method of the immortal realm. The concealment technique could indeed easily deceive second-order demons. He looked in the direction of the harbor from afar. Then next, it was time to attack the yellow dragon directly. The process of sneaking into the harbor could not be said to be a 9 deaths and 1 life. It could only be said to be a straight path. After all, Lu Xian almost walked in brightly with his concealment technique on. The system message was refreshing in front of his eyes almost every second. You passed through the corpses and came out unscathed. Survival points plus 31. You dodged a corpse. Survival points plus 13. You moved quickly through the horde without attracting the attention of any of the corpses. Survival points plus 22. You moved through a cave of zombies without breaking a sweat. Plus 3 survival points. It took him a total of 1.5 hours until he bypassed the crowd of zombies and found a small building with a better line of sight to stay in for the time being. However, within this hour and a half, he had gained over 1,000 survival points. Lu Xian didn't waste any time, casually drinking a ball of spiritual liquid to restore his strength, and then he immediately checked the situation in the vicinity. He realized that the vast majority of zombies seemed to have emerged from an abandoned warehouse. It was highly likely that a demon lord was inhabiting there. Chapter 12, Let them fend for themselves. In the middle of a supermarket, Wei Sheng's face was grim as he surveyed the converging exalts. Zhang Hong, you're the only one who came back. Where are the rest? Zhang Hong sighed. Old Li. I watched him get the upper half of his body eaten by a second-stage zombie. Old Zhao. He was chased by a second-order zombie, ran east and west, accidentally rushed into the zombie herd, and his person was also lost. Xiao Huang. Wei Sheng's face became even more ugly. Xiao Huang is also dead? Zhang Hong shook his head. That's not true. Wei Sheng was instantly relieved. How was he going to explain to the chief when so many exalts died at once? Luckily, Xiao Huang didn't die, but he was bitten by a zombie a few times and was on the verge of becoming diseased, so I gave him a hard time. Wei Sheng, can you finish your sentence in one breath? Zhang Hong scratched his head. Wei Sheng, where's Lu Xian? Zhang Hong shook his head. Didn't see him. When Old Li had his upper body eaten by the second-order zombie, he saw as if he ran in the direction close to the harbor. Wei Sheng's heart thumped. That's definitely over. The closer to the harbor, the more zombies there are. He ran that way. Isn't he looking for death? Zhang Hong shrugged his shoulders. That can't be helped. Who made him panic? Wei Sheng felt doubly sorry. Lu Xian's alien ability is good. It's a buildable talent. I didn't expect to die just like this. Zhang Hong quickly said, Brother Wei, what should we do now? Wei Sheng had a headache. Let's withdraw first. Who would have expected that there would be so many second-order zombies? And I'm afraid there are even stronger demons there at the harbor. Zhang Heng's heart was shocked. You mean, third order? Wei Sheng shook his head. That's not true. Secret realm advancement never goes up one step at a time. It won't happen overnight. I mean, there are too many zombies there, and it's like they are consciously guarding there. There's either a second-order mutated zombie with higher intelligence or a corpse mother there. Zhang Hong instantly shivered. Regardless of whether it was a mutated zombie or a corpse mother, both were too terrifying. If they weren't stopped, I'm afraid that they would most likely take over the entire zombie town, or even find the door to the Earth Star and break out of the secret realm. Wei Sheng said in a deep voice, Let's go. First go call the members of the town and exit the secret realm. If it's not possible, we'll have to ask the chief to transfer the rest of the second-order aberrations over to help. Zhang Hong nodded repeatedly. Harbor. Lu Xian bypassed the zombies guarding the entrance and easily entered the interior of the abandoned warehouse. What met his eyes was a throne made of coral, and sitting on that throne, straddling a large horse, was a tall and robust zombie. It was more than twice the size of an ordinary zombie. Its entire body was covered in fine bone armor. On the elbows and knees, there were even sharp bone spikes. However, what surprised Lu Xian was that its body was plastered with beautiful shells and glittering fish scales. It was as if it had taken these as decorations. Next to its coral throne, there was also a huge axe, obviously its weapon. In front of it, there was clearly a huge map. The map had the directions of the town and the harbor marked in detail. There were also quite a few red forks marked on it. This zombie roared in a low voice, and the zombies below it roared in response, coming out in droves. Lu Xian looked surprised. He did not expect that he had guessed wrong. The one encamped in the harbor was not a corpse mother, but a mutated zombie with a high level of intelligence. The magical creatures within the secret territory had a low probability of mutating, and there were many directions of mutation. There are not only higher, stronger and bigger, there are also lower, weaker and smaller. As for magic creatures that awaken high intelligence, it was even rarer. But every highly intelligent demon will set off a bloody storm. There were quite a few such cases in the memories of his predecessor. However, what was the meaning of that map? Why were there many red crosses on it? Lu Xian carefully observed that map and realized that those red forks were almost all in this big river, and it was spread all up and down the great river. After a brief moment of thought, he suddenly had a guess. They were looking for something, but what exactly they were looking for, they couldn't guess just by guessing. This mutated zombie always has many zombies arching around it. Being alone is rare. How am I going to deal with it? Lu Xian pondered. After thinking about it for a while, he planned to press on and observe this mutated zombie for the time being. On the other side, Wei Shang and Zhang Hong found the Zhou Rou trio. Zhou Rou's trio's mission was originally to hunt zombies in the town and to look for the alien energy stone vein. They're all dead? Zhou Rou's face changed slightly in shock after hearing Wei Shang's words. Niu Su and Ma Wei, on the other hand, felt doubly lucky in their hearts. Fortunately, I didn't follow Wei Shang to the harbor. Ma Wei's heart was even more furious. It's a good thing that Lu Xian didn't care about himself and had to go to the harbor to take a risk. Otherwise, I would be the one to die. Wei Shang sighed. Let's go. Their deaths can't be worthless. Immediately withdraw from this secret realm. We must prepare more fully. At the very least, it will take 3 second-order alterans. Zhou Rou suddenly said, Brother Wei, there are still quite a few newcomers here. Do we not care about them? Wei Shang frowned for a while before shaking his head. Let them fend for themselves. Hurry up. I have to report this matter to the chief immediately. Zhou Rou and the three of them immediately followed Wei Shang and immediately withdrew. Zhou Rou was the last one to step through the door. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance back in the direction of the harbor. Was Lu Xian really dead? There was some skepticism in her heart. That youth did not look like anyone else, and had always given her an extraordinarily peculiar feeling. In the middle of the room on the highest floor of the new sprout, Wei Shang, Chief, this is the situation. 4 first-order exalts were killed in this battle. The loss is quite heavy. My subordinate has failed in his duties. Please punish me. After saying that, he bowed deeply, his expression incomparably ashamed. The chief had his hands behind his back and turned his back to him, not knowing what he was thinking. Only after a moment did he say, This secret realm is not too ordinary. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that so many second-order demons would pop up all at once? Wei Shang's face was ashamed. The chief reached out and pressed the button on the table, saying into the intercom, Yi Yuqiu and He Peng, come to my office. Soon, the two figures joined hands. Yi Yuqiu was the person in charge of the new Sprout laboratory, still wearing that white lab coat, and rushed here in a flurry. He Peng, on the other hand, was a young man with a dry and thin figure and a somewhat gloomy face. Old Wei, I heard that you seem to have suffered heavy losses? He Peng consoled. It's fine. First-order aberrants are all over the place. It's good that you're fine. After saying that, he even patted his shoulder. Wei Shang's heart warmed. Thank you. No thanks. Just remember to return the 51st order alien stones you owe me. Wei Shang, when did it become 50 pieces? It's obviously $30. He Peng laughingly said. Interest. The chief coughed lightly. Getting down to business. Wei Shang, tell them about the secret realm. Wei Shang nodded and told them one by one. Yi Yuqiu and He Peng's expressions gradually became grave. Chapter 13, Little Thunder Charm. Go! Yi Yuqiu solemnly said. This secret realm is not quite the same. Second-order magical creatures have appeared in large numbers and will most likely continue to advance. Chief, I suggest transferring the rest of the second-order aberrations over as well, and fully excavate the secrets of this secret realm. He Peng also nodded. Seconded. The chieftain pondered for a second time and shook his head. There aren't enough manpower. Quite a few manpower are exploring another secret realm right now, and they can't spare any time for the time being. There are also some on defense against the Blood Ant Gang. You three, you're the second-rank alien who are available right now. However, I can provide you with some additional support. He smiled. The three of you, each of you can obtain a piece of alien ability equipment. All three of them brightened up. Alien energy equipment. That is, equipment forged by mixing in alien energy stones. The power far exceeded that of ordinary weapons. No one could ever have too much of this stuff. The chief revealed a warm smile. Go on. Go discuss a countermeasure. Yes. The three nodded in unison and immediately turned to leave. The chief looked out of the window, overwhelmed with emotion. This day has finally arrived. Exactly as the prophet predicted. This first order mystic realm looks ordinary, but it is extraordinary. It's just that I don't know if I'll be able to find that thing. Secret realm, harbor. It was now 3 days later. Lu Xian woke up from his tightly wrapped sleeping bag. There was also a Simmons mattress underneath him, so it wasn't too hard. He stretched and rolled over to get up, taking out mineral water. He casually washed his face and drank a ball of spiritual liquid, suddenly feeling 100 times more energized. This was the rooftop of the small building next to the abandoned warehouse. Standing here, one could easily overlook the situation near the warehouse. After casting the concealment technique, he was never discovered by the zombies when he stayed here. In these 3 days, he did discover the pattern of that mutated zombie. Whenever the zombie under his hand brought back news, it would jump into the river and personally look for something, but every time, it returned without any success. When it was furious, it would go to the forest to the west of the harbor to find that nest of wild wolves to vent its anger. The unlucky wolves were beaten up by the mutated zombies every time, but strangely enough, they didn't run. This was also a rare moment for the mutant zombie to be alone. At this moment, a system message suddenly popped up in front of him. You slept soundly for a night near a powerful zombie. Such a strong mind is admirable. Survival points plus 21. You hid in a demonic cave filled with corpses with your concealment technique. Always safe and sound. Survival points plus 6. While observing the situation nearby, he didn't forget to open the blind box. It was idle anyway. Daily routine single draw. Open. Opening the Chi refining stage treasure box. Congratulations on obtaining white chicken *1. Open again. The Chi refining stage treasure chest is being opened. Congratulations. You've won the white chicken *1. Can you give something else? Open again. The Chi refining stage chest is being opened. Congratulations on obtaining beef and sauce *1. Well, at least it's not a white chicken. Lu Xian casually took out the soy sauce beef and gnawed on it with his mouth open. However, anything drawn from the Chi refining stage treasure chest, even if it was just spirit food, contained a lot of spiritual Chi. By eating more spirit food, his physical quality would gradually become stronger. Open it again. I don't believe it. Opening the Chi refining stage treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the great Chi nourishing pill *1. Lu Xian was first stunned, then revealed a joyful expression. After many days, it had finally shipped. With this great Chi nourishing Dan, he should be able to advance to the 4th level of Chi refining. The mana of a cultivator at the 4th level of Chi refining was 5 times that of a cultivator at the 3rd level of Chi refining. His physical qualities would also be further strengthened. Moreover, the 4th level of Chi refinement would then be almost equivalent to a 2nd order lower level exalt. This meant that the biggest worry in his heart also disappeared. With his strength, he was strong enough to match this mutated zombie. Lu Xian immediately took out the great Chi nourishing pill and immediately began to refine it. 2 days later, Lu Xian's mana broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the 4th level of Chi refining. Without saying a word, he immediately put on his white bone spear and headed straight for the forest on the west side of the harbor. Now was not the time for the mutated zombies to come over and vent their anger. He had enough time to lay traps. That's right, even with enough strength, he didn't plan to go up and fight hard. Why did he have to rush up and fight hard in the first place when he could sneak up and ambush and poison and smother them? It was noon. A furious roar came from the direction of the harbor. Immediately after that, the sound of the ground shaking came straight towards the forest. Obviously, the mutated zombie was still returning without any success. It was coming to find this nest of wild wolves to vent its anger again. Lu Xian had also now understood why the nest of wild wolves didn't run away. It was because there were also quite a few zombies roaming around the wolf den. Once they escaped, they would be discovered immediately. Not far away, there was a wolf corpse hanging from a utility pole. That was clearly the downfall of running away. To run was to die. Not to run was to be treated like a sandbag. To die now or to die later. Even if they were wild wolves with low spiritual intelligence, they still had a number in their hearts. Boom! A burly figure came with a robust step and ran wildly on the forest road leading to the wolf den. Then fell into the trap laid by Lu Xian. The 3 ground-stabbing talismans affixed to the ground instantly erupted with sharp ground stabs. The mutant zombie sensed the danger and tensed its muscles, forcing it to dodge. Even so, it was still viciously stabbed in the thigh by one of the ground thorns. Before it could react, the 2 fireball talismans affixed to the tree trunk next to it immediately blasted out powerful flames. The high-temperature flames immediately burned its head and face, wailing endlessly. The nearby zombies heard the commotion and rushed over. Lu Xian, who had been waiting here for a long time, knew that he couldn't afford to delay, so he activated the divine walking talisman on his leg and rushed up in an arrow step. His speed was astonishingly fast. The sharp white bone spear stabbed straight to the head. He had been hunting zombies these days, and the white bone spear had devoured a large number of zombie skeletons, and had already reached the rank of a top-grade magic weapon. The magic weapon was divided into 4 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Generally speaking, upper-grade magic weapons were used by cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels of chi refining. The 7th and 8th level of chi refining, on the other hand, corresponded to a 3rd-order exalt. In other words, this white bone spear of his was sharp enough to injure a 3rd-order alien. As long as he stabbed it, this mutant zombie would be injured if not killed. However, at the critical moment, the mutant zombie roared furiously, its body swelled up, and its alien energy boiled. He was actually forcibly twisting his body against the burning of the 2 fireballs on the left and right. Lu Xian's spear failed to penetrate his head, only stabbing his ear along with half of his cheek. Immediately afterward, the mutated zombie grabbed the white bone spear and pulled back violently. A huge force suddenly erupted. It was actually trying to pull Lu Xian over as well. Lu Xian frowned slightly and directly let go. The mutant zombie also did not expect that this human would actually give up his weapon without hesitation, and could not help but freeze for a moment. I didn't want to use this undercard, but I didn't expect you to be so difficult. Lu Xian raised his right hand, and in his palm was a talisman that entwined thunder light. Small thunder talisman. Go! Chapter 14 Relic. Deep Sea Pearl. Boom! The thunder shot out. The powerful kinetic energy and heat energy directly blasted the mutant zombie far away, smashing a few big trees before stopping. The mutant zombie collapsed on the ground, smoke rising from its body, and half of its body was directly burned to ashes under the thunder. The unpleasant stench of burning protein lingered at the tip of his nose. Lu Xian reached out and pulled, clutching the white bone spear in his palm. He bullied his way forward and stabbed the spear several times in a row to prevent fraud. You have killed a powerful corpse unharmed. Survival points plus 32. Lu Xian sighed in relief, grabbing the remaining half of the mutated zombie's body with one hand and running wildly, rushing to disappear before the ordinary zombies gathered. Lu Xian was on the rooftop of the small building. Lu Xian looked at the 2 things in front of him, pondering. One was a hard and tough vertebrae. The second was a fist-sized crystalline bead. This was exactly what he had gotten from that mutated zombie. Most of that mutated zombie's body had been shattered by the small thunder talisman. However, this vertebrae was like jade, unharmed and clearly extraordinary. As for this crystalline bead, he had dug it out of its chest cavity. These 2 things, could they be the relics of this secret realm? But how should I use them? Lu Xian was a little puzzled. At this moment, several system messages appeared before his eyes. You have discovered the heavenly material treasure White Jade Corpse Bone. Survival points plus 11. The current heavenly material treasure has an extremely high fit with the white bone spear. Will you refine it into the white bone spear? Refining requires 100 survival points. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Refining? There was still this function? He immediately nodded. Refining in progress. Refining successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Jade Bone Spear. Lu Xian took out the Jade Bone Spear from his consciousness space after the enhancement. Immediately, he felt that it had undergone a huge change. Its thickness, length, and hardness had all increased a great deal from before. The surface was even more pearly. It didn't feel like a lightweight bone, but rather somewhat like jade. No wonder it was called the Jade Bone Spear. Overjoyed, Lu Xian turned his sight to the fist-sized aquamarine bead. He reached out to touch the bead, wanting to pick it up and take a good look at it. However, at this moment, a thick vapor suddenly surfaced and abruptly engulfed his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was suspended in a deep, cold sea. Many large or small black shadows swam past him, bringing up a stream of water. At this time, the sea blue light suddenly came from behind him. These large and small black shadows were originally swimming comfortably, but at this moment, as if frightened, they flicked their tails and disappeared. He subconsciously looked back. It was an infinitely large orb, round and full, crystal clear, emitting a gentle aquamarine treasure light. It was as if it was the only light in this deep sea. However, after it slowly turned, Lu Xian suddenly saw its other side, a half-closed huge eyeball embedded in the center. Billions of wrists and feet as if the air to prostrate clustered around the huge eye. Outside the wrists and feet is a large number of rotting white flesh and blood, as if the drowned man's swollen bubbling giant view. A dying, faint voice suddenly sounded in Lu Xian's ears. Asylum seeker, save me. Lu Xian was about to speak when his consciousness seemed to be pulled by a huge gravitational force and returned to his body in the blink of an eye. The huge swollen eyeballs, the billions of pale wrist feet, and the deep, cold, deep sea. all disappeared without a trace. However, the tip of his nose seemed to still be haunted by the scent of the deep sea. Lu Xian's expression was solemn. What exactly did he just see? What did that huge figure of the deep sea call him? The asylum seeker? Lu Xian's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. This deep sea bead was ironically a relic, and this should be the singularity of the relic, but it was possible that only he could see it. As for the so-called save me, he completely scoffed. The other party's form looked like an evil god. Save? He was afraid that if he saved him, he would lose his own life. Besides, he didn't know how to save him. It was better to take a step forward and see what happens. You have discovered the rare treasure deep sea pearl. Survival points plus 441. Currently the heavenly treasures have an extremely high degree of fit with storage bags and other space magic weapons. Currently does not possess a space magic weapon. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. He understood. This deep sea bead, inside, seemed to be a space of its own. This was what made it fit extremely well with storage bags and other space magic weapons. However, he had yet to open any of the storage bags so far. This would be difficult to do. The shipment rate of this thing was also quite low. One could only hope for the future. However, before there was a space spell, it seemed that he could also use this deep sea bead. He once again reached out and pressed his hand on the surface of the deep sea bead. This time, the consciousness was not pulled into that deep sea again, but quickly sensed a small space. There was only one thing in it, a glittering crystal coral. Its branches were twisted and indistinguishable, yet it had a strange beauty. In particular, the crystal was almost mesmerizing. Lu Xian was shocked in his heart. A vein of exotic stones? He had categorically not expected that there was actually an exotic energy stone vein of its own at the head of this place, and the purity seemed to be quite high. It was much higher than those exotic energy stones he had gotten in the zombie town. Although the shape wasn't quite the same, it should be a second-order exotic energy stone. Even if he couldn't use it himself, it could be used as currency to trade with other Alterans. First and second-order Alterans would not refuse such a trade. However, there was a problem of how to take out these second-order alien stones for a reasonable reason. You have discovered a renewable vein of spirit stones of quite high purity. Survival points plus 22. Lu Xian sensed that something was wrong. Renewable? Could it be that? He took a deep breath and harvested all the exotic stones from this crystal tree, a full 36 pieces. Then he realized, a small crystal coral had actually appeared in the spot. Although it was still very small, there was no doubt that as time passed, it would gradually grow and even mature completely. By then, it would be another 36 second-order exotic energy stones. Lu Xian revealed a smile. This time, he had really picked up a treasure, the deep sea pearl. In the water, Lu Xian suddenly thought of the mutated zombie that had been fishing for something in the water all along, but had never returned without success. I'm afraid that there's something else in the water of this secret realm. The preparations for the reconquest of the zombie town's secret realm lasted for a full 5 days. When the new sprouts of psychics once again stood in front of the secret realm's door, they were already well-equipped and hesitant. There were Wei Shang, Yi Yuqiu, and He Peng among the second-order Alterans alone. The first-order adepts included 20 people, including Zhou Rou, Zhang Heng, Niu Su, and Ma Wei. It could be described as a rather luxurious lineup. Wei Shang patted the steel armor on his body, listening to the pleasant sound of gold and iron, revealing a hint of a smile. This alien equipment is really good. What about yours? He Peng raised his hand. In his hand was an oak staff with an alien energy stone the size of a pigeon's egg embedded at the top. Lightning flowed inside this ability stone, a rare third-order lightning ability stone. The majority of super-normalcy stones had no attributes. Those with attributes were worth more, and lightning abnormal energy stones, as a kind of abnormal energy stone that was much more difficult to mine, naturally had to be even more expensive. He revealed a smile. This lightning staff can enhance my lightning ability. The range is farther and more powerful. Yi Yuqiu glanced at him and gently rubbed the ring on his thumb. This was exactly the supernatural equipment the chief had promised, a finger ring that could release a shield. She was in need of such a means of defense. He Peng lamented in a low voice. That Iron City secret realm is really good. It seems to be able to produce a steady stream of all sorts of alien ability equipment. It would be great if we could go in there one day. Wei Shang nodded his head. Most of the second-ranked Alterans other than us are raiding that secret realm. It's only a matter of time before we go in. Yi Yuqiu listened to their conversation, pondering. There was more than one base of activity for the Sprouts, and there was more than one secret realm in their grasp. However, those of them who had joined New Sprout not long ago were not yet able to gain full trust. They could only stay in this base for the time being. Even Wei Shang and He Peng were the same. Only after gaining the trust of the chief could they go to other bases and enter other secret realms to serve the organization. While Zhou Rou and the others listened to their conversation, their expressions revealed envy. Alien ability equipment. They, the first-ranked Alterans, didn't even have a single piece. Wei Shang glanced backward and smiled. Don't worry brothers and sisters, as long as one is loyal to the organization, everyone will be able to obtain alien equipment. He then said, everyone is here, right? The crowd nodded. All here. Wei Shang nodded heavily. Then let's set off. Eradicate all those second-order demons, and reclaim the secret realm that belongs to us. To the new sprouts. Chapter 15. Your luck is too good to be true. The early morning mist enveloped the harbor. The large harbor was filled with zombies wandering aimlessly. After the death of the mutated zombies, they were equivalent to losing their backbone and reverted back to their previous state. Bloodthirsty, brutal, and irrational. Waves rose from the calm surface of the river. A few seconds later, a figure emerged from the water and climbed onto the shore cursing. No wonder that mutated zombie curses every time it goes into the water. I'd do the same if I were him. Nothing. Lu Xian looked helpless. After finishing off the mutated zombie, this was his third day in the harbor. He had gone down to the river many times during the 3 days, and had even searched at the bottom of the river for a long time. However, he had never found any clues either. What exactly was at the bottom of the river that was worth the mutated zombies searching for so repeatedly? Lu Xian sighed and casually took off the diving suit on his body. This is? He noticed something stuck to the wetsuit. It looked like water plants. No, there's nothing like this in freshwater. This is from the sea. Lu Xian snapped his eyes to the large, gentle river and looked all the way south along the direction of the river. He couldn't see anything. It was covered by the mists there. It was also the border of the secret realm. Walking in the mist was risky. It was possible to get completely lost and never come out. It was possible to walk for a long time, go around in circles, and return the same way. There was also the possibility of encountering an undetectable demonic creature and being killed instantly. In any case, Lu Xian would not rashly attempt to enter the mists. He stood up, pondering. After a little thought, he felt a pain in his brain. He simply sat down and started a pot to cook. He had made a whole pot of spirit rice before going down to the water. It must have been cooked by now. He came to a room by the river. These days, he had to go into the water every day. So for the sake of convenience, he brought his starting things here. Other than that, that pressure cooker worked quite well. It would be hard to find another one that was as good. As expected, the room was filled with the smell of rice. He was about to unplug the pressure relief valve of the pressure cooker to discharge the hot steam. Suddenly, he heard the sound of screams coming from far away. He looked in that direction and immediately noticed a figure running in panic. He frowned slightly. Those people from Weisheng hadn't come back to the harbor, presumably withdrawing from the secret realm to bring help. But there were still some newcomers left behind to fend for themselves. I didn't expect that there were actually newcomers who had slipped from the town to this side of the harbor. The guts were quite fat. He casually lifted up his white bone spear and cast his concealment technique to rush over towards where the sound came from. It wouldn't matter if this guy didn't run this way, but in this situation, he couldn't just ignore it. It wouldn't be good if he lured too many zombies over. He had picked up a lot of potato chips and happy water along the way, and had stocked them in the house. If there were too many walkers, he'd have to run. It was kind of a shame to just give up on so much happiness. Then he saw a one-man tall fat monster sprayed water arrows from its mouth and instantly pierced through the unlucky man's chest. The unlucky guy screamed miserably and fell on his back, not breathing on the spot. Only then did Lu Xian see what the monster looked like. Its head was like a strange fish, but its body was like a human. It had a lot of green-colored scales growing on its body, like fish scales. On top of that, fish fins could also be seen on its body. It was like a fish man from a fantasy novel, a new second-order magical creature. Lu Xian was astonished. Could it be that the mutated zombie was looking for this monster? At this time, many zombies heard the commotion and wandered over as well. The commotion just now wasn't really that big, but this unlucky child's voice was a bit loud. It froze and attracted all the surrounding zombies. The monster fought with the zombies and both sides roared. Without saying a word, they set up a fight. However, the strength of these first-order zombies was obviously a billion points weaker than that fishman-shaped monster. The fishman monster just sprayed out a few water arrows, and the zombies fell one by one. With a cold snort, the fishman monster dragged the corpses and leapt, disappearing into the water. Lu Xian was surprised. Unexpectedly, there were even more powerful second-order magical creatures in this secret realm. Deep-sea beads. Could it be that they come from the deep sea? Lu Xian pondered. Another day passed. Wei Shang and the others arrived at the harbor. They had killed their way here, with 3 second-order Ultrans leading the way. The battle force could not be said to be too strong. All the zombies along the way were cleared out. He punged scared. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have thought that such a first-order mystic realm actually had the possibility of being promoted to a second-order mystic realm. It seems like it can't be called a zombie town in the future. Yi Yuqiu frowned tightly. Wei Shang, didn't you say that these zombies are manipulated by powerful demons? Wei Shang was also confused. They had killed several second-order zombies along the way, and he had also noticed that something was wrong. Keep moving. The group continued to advance and eventually arrived in front of the abandoned warehouse. The coral throne, the huge map, and the red cross on the map placed here all doubled as a surprise to the new Sprouts exalted. But what about the powerful zombie? Where was the corpse? At this moment, footsteps came from outside. The crowd subconsciously turned around, and they saw a handsome man. Lu Xian was first surprised, then rejoiced. It's too hard for me to be alone in the secret realm. You guys are finally here. Wei Shang was also surprised. Lu Xian, you're actually still alive. He Ping was puzzled. You're Lu Xian, the lucky one who was gnawed on by the zombies and still hasn't turned sick. Yi Yuqiu also looked Lu Xian up and down for a few moments, pondering. Among the First Order alien, Zhou Rou, Ma Wei, Nyosu and the others were even staring straight at Lu Xian with marvelous expressions. Mistakenly entering the harbor was equivalent to a sheep entering a tiger's herd. You can even survive this? Your luck is also too good. That's the situation. A monster shaped like a fishman appeared in that big river and fought with the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie died, and the fishman escaped back into the river with a hanging breath. Once the mutated zombie died, these ordinary zombies were leaderless, so I was able to survive. Lu Xian lied without blushing, then lamented. The organization has finally come. I've been waiting for you guys. Wei Shang gripped his hand tightly. Sprouts will not give up any of our brothers and sisters. Did that mutated zombie drop anything? Wei Shang and He Peng both stared intently into his eyes. Such a powerful demonic creature that could also command other zombies was clearly unusual. Normally, such a unique individual would have at least one piece of alien equipment. It might even drop relic treasures. Lu Xian pointed at the giant axe. That should be the exotic equipment, right? But it's too heavy. I can't make it work. Yi Yuxiu tried to pick up the giant axe and also felt the heavy weight. She nodded towards Wei Shang and He Peng. It can be injected with supernatural energy. It is indeed supernatural equipment. Nothing else? He Peng frowned. Chapter 16, 110 in a row. Wei Shang suddenly noticed the bone spear beside Lu Xian. The bone spear had been upgraded quite a bit from before, regardless of its length and thickness. Moreover, it was now as if it was made of jade. It was very different from before. A supernatural bone spear could never grow out of thin air. It must have encountered something. Your alien energy bone spear, he suddenly said. Lu Xian hurriedly covered his bone spear and smiled awkwardly. It took a while before he sighed. Alright, I'll say it. This mutated zombie also dropped a vertebra that was as white as jade, and I poked it with my bone spear, and it ended up absorbing itself. I'm not counting this as a personal possession, am I? Brother Wei, help me put in a good word with the chief. He spread his hands and looked at Wei Shang with a helpless expression. Wei Shang stared at his eyes for a while, and suddenly patted his shoulder and laughed. It's nothing, the new bud only needs your loyalty. With your performance within the secret territory, maybe the chief will even grant you a piece of alien equipment. Really? Lu Xian was pleasantly surprised. He Peng interjected from the sidelines. You've survived for so long in the secret realm all by yourself, and you've gotten such valuable information, so of course you deserve credit. That's good. Lu Xian sighed in relief. Wei Shang patted him on the shoulder. I'll escort you back to the base and report the situation to the chief on the way. He Peng, Yi Yuqiu, I'll trouble you two to stay here and observe the situation. After saying that, he signaled Lu Xian to follow. The two of them, one after the other, returned along the way they came and left the secret realm. A line of system information surfaced before Lu Xian's eyes. Your lies and attitude have successfully deceived the two demonic cultivators. Survival points plus 14. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. He had guessed early on that the fact that the alien bone spear had undergone enhancement could not be hidden from anyone. That was why he deliberately exposed it like this. It was better to admit it to himself than to be forced to ask about it in the coming days. Moreover, this also concealed the existence of the deep sea pearl, a relic. Sprout Base, top floor office. Lu Xian met the chief in person for the first time. This elegant-looking old man who always had a warm smile gave him a deep impression. It also made him secretly wary. Squinty-eyed old den. A bad thing at first glance. Child, you did a great job and provided valuable information for the new buds. On top of that, you proved your strength by surviving for so many days within the secret territory unharmed. The Sprout is not stingy with those who are loyal to the organization. The chief revealed a smile. As a reward, you can get a piece of alien equipment. Tell me what you need. Lu Xian revealed a look of surprise. How can this be? Good. Wei Shang spoke from the side. There's no need to be embarrassed. Lu Xian, can I have two? Wei Shang looked stunned. Lu Xian, how dare you speak to the chief like that? The chief also froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Greedy child. Alright child, given the contribution you made to the organization this time, I promise you, if you can keep up the good work, there will be more and better alien equipment. he casually signed a note. Take it and go find Master Tai tomorrow. He will give you the alien equipment. Lu Xian accepted the note and nodded heavily. Many thanks, Chief. Go back. You've been scared in the secret realm for so long. It's time to go back and rest. The chief was still full of warmth. Lu Xian nodded and left. It wasn't until he closed the door and his footsteps drifted away that Wei Sheng frowned. This kid is too greedy. The chief smiled. Greedy people are good to control, aren't they? The undercover agents dispatched by the authority are not always loyal to them. As long as enough value is given, the undercover agent will still defect. Wei Sheng nodded. He had heard a long time ago that one of the authority's undercover agents had gone rogue and actually joined New Sprout. Nowadays, he was already a powerful third-order alien. It was conquering the third-order secret realm for the organization. Keep an eye on him, but don't show your hand, the chief said calmly. As long as there is no evidence, he is not an authority undercover agent, but a brother or sister of the new shoots. Yes, I will carry out your will. Wei Sheng nodded respectfully. Lying on the soft mattress and looking at the white and clean ceiling, Lu Xian smacked his lips regretfully. The secret realm was slightly dangerous, but it was also a lot of money to earn. After returning to the single dormitory of the Sprout base, the survival points given by the system had become less again. There were only 2 points every so often, but within the secret realm, it directly doubled. Draw and draw. Make sure to draw out the storage bag. Lu Xian glanced at the survival points he had accumulated over the days. 10,086. It had already broken 10,000. 10 survival points for a chi refining stage treasure chest. That's 110 in a row. He just didn't believe that this could not be shipped. Opening the chi refining stage treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the ground stabbing talisman. Opening the chi refining stage treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the small cluster of spiritual liquid. Opening the chi refining chest. Congratulations on winning the white chicken. Congratulations on obtaining the white chicken. The chi refining chest is being opened. Enough 90-10 consecutive. Can't say it's a full harvest. At least it's nothing. Various kinds of talismans are quite a lot. This time belongs to the old nest of the talisman. Opening the chi refining stage treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining a lower grade storage bag. Lu Xian was first stunned, then revealed a joyful expression. It had finally shipped. He took it out and a small palm-sized pouch immediately appeared in his hand. The surface was embroidered with green mountains and flowing water with gold silk, and it was extraordinary at first glance. This is too flashy, but I can bump it into a similarly sized belt pouch so that it won't attract too much attention. He quickly thought of a solution. The text message of the storage bag also immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Lower grade storage bag, lower grade magic weapon. The internal capacity is 10 squares, and it cannot hold living things. Although it's only an inferior storage bag, it's still pretty good. Just ship it out. Lu Xian faintly sensed, and indeed found a space of about 10 cubic meters. He tried putting various things in and taking them out, quite happily. However, after accessing it dozens of times in a row, he immediately felt fatigue on the mental level, and immediately stopped such behavior. It seems that accessing items from the storage bag consumes the mind. Lu Xian made a note of this matter. As for the matter of refining the deep-sea pearl into it, before leaving the secret realm, he had hidden the deep-sea pearl in the small building where he had stayed before. He wouldn't bring such a precious relic with him. In case Wei Sheng didn't believe it and had to search his body, it would be over. With his current rank and status, re-entering the secret realm was not a difficult task. What's more, with the appearance of fishman monsters in the secret realm, there was an even greater need for manpower. After resting for a day, Lu Xian found an opportunity to re-enter the zombie town secret realm. Using the excuse of searching for fishman monsters, he quickly found the deep-sea pearl. The current heavenly material treasure fits extremely well with the lower storage bag. Will it be refined into the lower storage bag? Refining requires 100 survival points. Yes. Chapter 17, Chicken Legs? In the next moment, the shimmering light flickered. It enveloped the deep-sea bead and the inferior storage bag, making the changes invisible. After a minute, the shimmering light dispersed. Presented before Lu Xian's eyes was a thumb-sized deep blue bead. He was more than satisfied with this. The smaller it was, the better it was to hide. As long as it was stuffed into his pocket, he could access it at will. And who would know? He once again looked at the small bead. Cave treasure bead, extreme grade magic weapon. Comes with a cave and its own spiritual plants. It's really a necessary treasure for cultivators to travel at home and kill people in goods. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Bring your own cave? Meaning I can go in? He clutched the cave mansion treasure pearl and his consciousness communicated with the interior, and he saw a cave of about 300 cubic meters. The floor of the cave was paved with white sand, and the edges were filled with coral and seaweed, but there was no seawater to be seen. In the center of the cave was the crystal coral, which had grown a bit taller and had reached his knee height. Lu Xian's mind moved. His body flashed. and he actually entered the cave directly, and the cave mansion treasure pearl flickered and became extremely small, so that onlookers could not even notice it. Inside the cave mansion, Lu Xian looked around and was greatly surprised. The size of this place was about the same as a commercial room, enough to place quite a few things. However, it was portable. Walk wherever you go and bring it to wherever you are. From now on, this place can serve as my mobile base. Lu Xian revealed a knowing smile. It was truly worthy of being a relic-level treasure, and after refining it into the inferior storage bag, it immediately underwent a huge change. It seemed like I would have to try my best to find relic treasures in the future. Combining the common crystallization of the products of two worlds was truly extraordinary. The following days, Lu Xian's life became quite peaceful. From time to time, he patrolled the periphery of the base. From time to time, he hunted zombies and searched for fishman monsters in the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, it was a month later, he had opened another great qi-nourishing pill, and together with those ordinary qi-nourishing pills, he had raised his realm to the 5th level of qi refining in a watery manner. It was equivalent to a second-stage intermediate alien. Such strength was quite not bad amongst the second-order Xenos of the new sprouts. Moreover, after spending this period of time with the new buds Xenophants, he had already discovered the pattern of Xeno enhancement. Abnormal abilities were roughly categorized into 3 types: elemental, strengthening, and special. For example, He Pang, whose abnormal ability was lightning, was categorized as an elemental class. For example, Wei Shang and Zhou Rou, whose supernormal abilities were self-healing and all-round body strengthening respectively, were all categorized into the strengthening category. Another example is Yi Yuqiu, whose special ability is named Strange Book, which is categorized as special category. He claimed that his ability was a bone spear, which was also categorized as a special class. Generally speaking, the strengthening type of supernatural ability is strong in the early stage of battle and can be improved quickly, but the upper limit is low. Elemental class abilities were limited by the energy in their bodies and their own weakness, so their initial combat power was low and slow to improve, but their upper limit was high. As for the special type of special ability, it varies from person to person, but basically follow this self-consistent law: weak in the early stage, then strong in the late stage, high ceiling, then slow growth. If the early stage, middle stage and late stage are all strong, the growth is huge and fast, the upper limit is huge and high, then there must be a huge limitation. But his so-called supernormal ability Bone Spear is actually a product of the system, so he doesn't have any special ability at all, but rather a cultivator's growth system, so naturally he doesn't have such a limitation. At noon on this day, Lu Xian was drying his meal in the cafeteria. He had already winded up drying 3 single-set meals. The speed at which he dried his rice made the cafeteria auntie's heart ache as she watched. She thought that this kid was starving after not eating for a few days. She simply gave him another large spoonful of braised pork. At this time, Zhou Rou and Niu Su with their dinner plates also sat down next to him. Zhou Rou said seriously, "Lu Xian, a patrol squad was reunited last night. It is suspected to be an ambush by the Blood Ant Gang, so be careful." Lu Xian nodded. "Chicken leg to eat?" Zhou Rou froze for a moment and smiled gently. "You eat it, I don't eat." Lu Xian casually clipped the chicken leg away from her dinner plate and ate it in 3 bites and made 2. "Thank you, Zhou Rou." Niu Su frowned. "People are kind enough to remind you. Why don't you appreciate it and snatch other people's food? Are you polite?" Lu Xian was happy. "I've known about this matter for a long time, so I don't need to be reminded. Besides, didn't I just ask her if she would eat? Is that not polite enough on my part?" Niu Su's brows furrowed and his fists violently coalesced into metal. Zhou Rou hurriedly pulled him back. "They're all brothers and sisters. Don't hurt the peace." She looked towards Lu Xian and smiled helplessly. "I'm just kindly reminding. In the future, if you know anything, you also wish to share with us." Lu Xian smiled and nodded. "Of course, I'm a person who has always made a clear distinction between grudges. The favor of this leg is remembered." After saying that, he even raised the cleanly eaten chicken leg bone. Next, he quickly finished off the 4th single-set meal, before patting his stomach with a slight 8% fullness and turning to leave. Zhou Rou stared at his back and suddenly said, "You seem to dislike this person." Niu Su snorted coldly. This Lu Xian, with such a bad attitude towards others, who could like him? Zhou Rou shook her head. "We are brothers and sisters of the new sprouts. Words unfavorable to unity should not be said." Niu Su smiled awkwardly. Zhou Rou casually ate a few mouthfuls of food and suddenly said, "I remember Lu Xian seems to be patrolling in the middle of the night tonight." After saying that, she took her dinner plate and left. Niu Su froze for a moment, pondering. That night, Lu Xian patrolled around the base with 2 of his men, because there had already been a situation where the patrol squad had been completely wiped out. From this night onwards, the night patrols did not need to go to places farther outside the base, and only needed to patrol along the base walls. Moreover, He was in charge of the first half of the night, while Ma Wei was in charge of the second half of the night. At this moment, he was wearing a close-fitting leather armor. His feet stepped on a pair of leather boots, and he was carrying a white bone spear on his back, approaching the wall and slowly advancing. This leather armor and leather boots were the alien equipment promised by the Sprout leader. Unsurprisingly, it should be made from the peeled skin of a demonic creature taken from another secret realm. The skins of magical creatures generally possessed strong alien energy conductivity, and they were also tougher than the outer skins of ordinary beasts. That was what made it more valuable. He couldn't help but recall the system message that surfaced before his eyes when he obtained these two pieces of exotic equipment. You have obtained leather armor. Survival points plus 14. You have obtained leather boots. Survival points plus 10. And then there was no more. There were no hints of fit and refinement. Lu Xian pondered. The white jade corpse bones and deep sea pearls that he had previously obtained were all characterized by the system as heavenly treasures, and this was the only way to refine them. Perhaps the leather armor and leather boots are too low grade to be in the system's eyes? At this time, two of the men behind him called out in a low voice. That patrol was all wiped out in the second half of last night. We have to be careful. Brother Lu, why don't we find a place to hide and just turn in for the second half of the night? Lu Xian frowned and immediately rebuked. The more dangerous it is, the more you have to be jittery. If you slack off and I slack off and he slacks off, wouldn't it be that no one would know if the Blood Ant Gang rushed into the base? The two juniors lowered their heads in shame. Lu Xian said in a deep voice, just talk about this matter in front of me. Don't bring it up again or I'll punish you severely. Yes. Chapter 18, you can be brothers again in the next life. The clock was fast approaching midnight 0. In half an hour it would be shift turnover time. You patrol in the dark of night, always safe and sound. Survival points plus 4. You patrolled at night in the pitch black. Throughout the first half of the night, the system messages were set in stone. In disguise, it told Lu Xian that there were no abnormalities in the neighborhood. The Blood Ant Gang's not coming today? How can we bring down the new sprouts after 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing like this? Lu Xian couldn't help but be angry. It was also at this moment, the system message suddenly changed. You patrolled in the dark night of crisis, always safe and sound. Survival points plus 6. Lu Xian's gaze changed. The environment had suddenly become crisis-ridden. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A full 6 air-braking sound suddenly rang out. Cold rays of light were coming from the back of the night. Lu Xian sensed the chill behind him and subconsciously lunged to the side. Put! The cold light penetrated through his body, and the blood-stained arrow plunged deep into the rocks. Lu Xian turned around violently. Immediately, he realized that both of his juniors behind him had fallen to the ground with a plop, with bright red liquid continuously dripping out from underneath them. He took a deep look at the direction the arrow had come from, and without hesitation, he plunged into the night with a jerk, and then cast the concealment technique. In an instant, his body merged with the night. He circled around and stopped next to a boulder, then slowly removed the jade bone spear behind himself, and took the Xian iron shield from the cave heavenly treasure pearl as well. The Xian iron shield was a small round shield that wasn't too big, just enough to snap onto his hand. With the shield in his left hand and the spear in his right, he half-crouched down and observed the movements in all directions. If these ambushers were really from the Blood Ant clan, their aim was definitely to drive the patrol squad to extinction. The focus was to kill the patrol squad's leader, that is, him, an alien, not those two ordinary human minions. The ambushers, noticing that he had disappeared, would either go forward to check on him or would immediately retreat. Either way, movement would be spread. As long as movement was transmitted, he would be able to notice it immediately. As expected, after 10 seconds or so, the ambushers hiding in the shadows had already pressed on when they had never been able to discover Lu Xian's traces. The 3 ambushers slowly retreated at the same time. They understood that this ambush was considered a failure. Found you guys. Lu Xian looked over his shoulder to a place more than 20 meters away, a cold smile spreading in his heart. He fiercely stepped on the ground, his right leg erupting with power as his body rushed out as if he were a sturdy panther. Before the outbreak of the demonic plague, the fastest sprinter in the world would not be able to reach a place more than 20 meters away within a second. The general physique of a first-order upper-level exalt could almost be comparable to that of a human who possessed a top level of physical fitness. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was already at the 5th level of qi refining, which was equivalent to a second-order intermediate alien. His speed and acceleration was only faster but not slower. Before those 3 ambushers could react, the sharp jade bone spear was already at his feet. Plop! The jade bone spear pierced through his body, killing one of the ambushers on the spot. You have killed a hostile demon cultivator. Survival points plus 15. Another person was still trying to escape, but Lu Xian's left hand had already smashed straight into his face. The Xian iron shield was indeed a defense artifact, but no one said it couldn't be used to attack. Boom! The thick metal shield smashed directly into the man's face. Under the terrifying force, The bridge of his nose was shattered and his skull was shaken. He collapsed on the spot with a poof. You have critically wounded a hostile demon cultivator with a single strike. Survival points plus 11. Lu Xian's thunderous attack was said to be slow, but in reality, it only happened in just 2 seconds. By the time that third person reacted, both ambushers had already fallen. The third man's eyes widened in anger, and he didn't hesitate to raise his hand and shoot. Poof poof poof. 6 consecutive arrows broke through the air. They seemed to have a cold aura attached to them. Lu Xian could even see the air glowing with frost. Alien. He immediately reacted and raised his Xian iron shield to defend himself. Dang dang dang. The 6 arrows were resisted by the Xian iron shield as much as they could, and a lot of frost appeared on its surface, immediately weighing it down. His figure was also delayed by the power of these 6 arrows. The ambusher, on the other hand, used this strike to quickly pull away and try to flee. Without saying a word, Lu Xian immediately activated the earth thrust talisman hidden between his sleeves. Plop! Sharp earth thorns rose abruptly in front of the ambusher. The ambusher was unable to avoid it and hit it head-on. His body lost its balance and fell to the right. Lu Xian stomped on the ground and bullied his way forward again. The ambusher only had time to raise the small shield in his left hand to defend himself. The small shield glowed with a shimmering light, flowing with a cold aura. It was clearly an exotic equipment. As long as he could block this blow, he still had the hope of turning around and escaping. However, he was destined to be disappointed. The jade bone spear pierced through the small shield as easily as if it was piercing through tofu, and then it even went on, directly piercing through this person's chest. Lu Xian didn't give him any chance, pulling out the spear and stabbing again. This time, it was the heart. You have killed a hostile demon cultivator. Survival points plus 21. Seeing the system message refresh before his eyes, Lu Xian then lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. He pulled out the jade bone spear and flicked it. Blood flew out along the tip of the spear. The spear returned to its usual white jade-like appearance. He leaned over just to see what kind of weapon was the one that shot out the icy arrows. Instead, he realized that the person did not have a hand crossbow in his hand, but there were several crossbow arrows that were gradually dimming and dissipating in his palm. Exotic ability? He was somewhat surprised. Unsurprisingly, this person's awakened psychic ability was Cold Ice Arrow. He searched this person's body again, and apart from the dozen or so first-order abnormal ability stones he was carrying with him, there was nothing of value, so he could only shake his head helplessly. At this time, it just so happened that it was already time for the shift to be turned in. Ma Wei's patrol squad walked out of the base gate carrying flashlights. Where are Lu Xian and the others? Ma Wei wondered. A junior brother suddenly saw something and pointed not far away. Brother Ma, there seems to be someone lying on the ground there. The 3 of them moved over to take a look and were shocked. Dead. It was at this moment that dark shadows suddenly came from the front. Ma Wei immediately pressed his hand on the steel sword at his waist and shouted in a low voice. Who? It's me, Lu Xian. Lu Xian lifted the alien's feet and slowly appeared under the lights of the base's gate. Nah, an ambusher, or a shifter. Ma Wei was shocked when he saw the man's face and immediately said, this guy is Li Deng of the Blood Ant Gang. The strength is very strong. Lu Xian wondered, you recognize it? Ma Wei said with a complicated expression. He has a big mole on his left cheek, and he confronted me during the daytime patrol. Lu Xian looked at it, and it was true. Ma Wei continued. His awakened supernatural ability is the Cold Ice Crossbow, which allows him to fire crossbows from his hands out of thin air. He gritted his teeth and kicked on Li Deng's corpse. Those brothers who were taken out the other day were all killed by him. Those brothers who entered the secret realm with me in the same batch. The same batch of brothers who awakened their supernatural abilities. Saved my life. Lu Xian patted his shoulder and comforted. It's alright, you can be brothers again in the afterlife. Ma Wei. Lu Xian smacked his lips. No, I'm not saying that you're about to hang up too. Ma Wei, let's go. Let's go find Brother Wei and tell him what just happened originally. Lu Xian pointed behind him. No need to go. He's coming. Chapter 19 Sprouts is proud of you. At the gate of the base, Wei Shang walked out quickly, and Zhou Rou deliberately lagged behind Wei Shang by half a step. When Wei Shang saw Lu Xian and Ma Wei standing here in a good mood, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. Zhou Rou was also surprised, but it was more of a pretense. However, after noticing that Lu Xian was almost unharmed, a strange color suddenly flashed under her eyes. Wei Shang looked Lu Xian up and down several times before saying, "You're actually fine?" Lu Xian scratched his head. "You hope I'm not okay?" Wei Shang smiled awkwardly. "That's not true. I've gotten word that someone might ambush the patrol squad tonight." He immediately noticed the corpse behind Lu Xian. "This is," Lu Xian said smilingly, "the body of the ambusher." Wei Shang, dead? Under the bright light, he scrutinized the 3 corpses of the Blood Ant Gang, especially noticing the large mole on the face of the leader. He immediately revealed a look of satisfaction. "Good, very good, brother Lu Xian. you've made a great achievement this time. This Li Deng killed several of our new Sprout brothers, but he was really tricky and always acted at night. Now you've finally caught him. Wei Shang patted Lu Xian's shoulder, revealing a heartfelt smile. New Bud is proud of you. Lu Xian rubbed his hands together and smiled. Is there a reward? Wei Shang's smile stagnated. Of course there is. I'll apply to the chief and grant you another piece of alien equipment. You can make a request. There might be a possibility of customization. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Good. Ma Wei and a few other exalts who had come together revealed envy when they heard this. Lu Xian's luck was really good. First, he had made a mark in the zombie town secret realm, and now he had made another mark by taking out the Blood Ant Gang's ambushers. They, the first-ranked exalts, didn't even have a single piece of exalted equipment on them. Lu Xian, however, was on the verge of having his third piece. Ma Wei suddenly asked, Brother Wei, you seem to know something? Wei Shang nodded and said in a deep voice, there is a traitor among us. It was because this traitor leaked specific information about night patrols that we were ambushed again and again. I had thought that something would happen to Lu Xian as well, which is why I hurried over, but luckily I'm fine. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. Where did the news come from? Wei Shang inclined his head and glanced at Zhou Rou. Zhou Rou stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Nyosu was compelled by the Blood Ant Gang and has long since fallen to them. It was because of his leaks that led to the deaths of the brothers and sisters who were patrolling the night a few nights ago. I sensed that this person wasn't quite right and deliberately approached. And sure enough, I found a clue. This intelligence is what Brother Wei pried out of his mouth. Wei Shang nodded. Uncovering this traitor, Zhou Rou also took credit. When Ma Wei and the others heard this, they all looked at Zhou Rou in admiration. Lu Xian also couldn't help but look at Zhou Rou one more time. Noticing Lu Xian's gaze, the rather pretty, but not too leggy young woman immediately responded with a smile. Dangerous woman. Lu Xian thought to himself. Zhou Rou had probably discovered Nyosu's abnormality a long time ago, sensing his traitorous identity. However, she didn't pull it out in the first place, associating it with the identities of the few Xenos who had died earlier. He suddenly reacted. Those people all had some degree of beef with Zhou Rou. Zhou Rou had killed them by the hands of Nyosu and the Blood Ant Gang. Perhaps it also wanted to kill him, but after Zhou Rou's judgment, she perceived that there was a high probability that he wouldn't die, simply turned around and reported Nyosu. In this way, not only did she make a merit, but she could also sell a favor. It's really a double whammy. Wei Shang commanded, I'll leave the second half of the night to you, Ma Wei. The rest of you go back and have a good rest. He patted Lu Xian's shoulder and whispered, you killed someone from the Blood Ant Gang. This matter definitely cannot be settled. Lu Xian frowned. This Li Deng couldn't be the Blood Ant Gang leader's own son, right? Such a clicked plot? Wei Shang was dumbfounded. That's not true. How could the gang master's own son do such a risky job? He's just an ordinary member of the Blood Ant Gang. Lu Xian nodded. Thought it was some kind of glitch. Wei Shang whispered. The Blood Ant Gang has been in constant friction with us, and it's gradually escalating now. I guess a complete war is not far off. They act with no inhibitions. You should be careful when patrolling in the future. There might be a second-order alien who will lay hands on you. Lu Xian nodded. Inwardly, he was looking forward to it. A second-order alien? With his realm at the 5th level of chi refining, dealing with second-order lower and intermediate-level Alterans could not be said to be difficult, but at least it would be a handful. Even if he encountered an upper second-order alien, with the sharpness of the Jade Bone Spear, as long as he fought in close quarters, his chances of winning were quite high. The night was deepening. Lu Xian lay on the fluffy bed of his single dormitory, looking at the ceiling in thought. My shortcoming is obvious. That is, I don't have the means to further approach my opponent quickly. On top of that, long-range means are also more lacking. Can't rely on talismans for everything. His thoughts sank. It was dawn. 10 kilometers south of the first base of Sprout. This was a town that had only been established in recent years. Curling smoke rose at this time. Many people had already started cooking breakfast. The reason for establishing the town here was simple. There was a secret door here, leading to a secret realm called Blood Ant Nest. Back when the authority was first established, this secret realm had already been registered in the authority's secret realm register. However, after the internal turmoil 10 years ago, the authority's strength was far from what it used to be, so it had to shrink its sphere of influence and relocate the people from all over the world to the major base cities in the south. Smaller, more ordinary secret realms like the Blood Ant Nest were also abandoned. As time passed, it was occupied by a group of Alterans who were roaming around outside. These aberrants were either unwilling to accept the authority's jurisdiction, or they had committed crimes, or they had offended someone. All in all, the wandering aliens rebuilt the town, relying on the output of the Blood Ant Nest to even expand. They called themselves the Blood Ant Gang and called the first town Blood Town. In the center of Blood Town stood a large building. It was the largest building in the town. Everyone in the Blood Ant gang knew that it was where the gang leader, Li Hongyong, lived. The tall Li Hongyong was squatting on the balcony, feeding his little pet. His little pet was a huge ant that was longer than an adult's thigh. The sharp mouthparts were cutting the pork that its owner was feeding it in large gulps. To be precise, it was a soldier ant among the blood ants. A gang member knocked on the door outside. Li Hongyong faintly said, "Come in." The gang member quickly stepped in and respectfully said, "Gang master." The ambush squad that approached the first base of Sprout last night did not return. Unsurprisingly, it should be dead. Li Hongyong shook his head regretfully. Li Deng had good strength and took out 3 of New Bud's aberrations. And he died just like that? The gang member said in a deep voice. "Gang master, do we need to send more manpower to harass New Sprout?" Li Hongyong said indifferently. "No need. It's enough to maintain the conflict at this line. There's no need to continue escalating. Sprout's people are busy attacking another secret realm. We are also waiting for the fruit of the blood ant nest to blossom. It depends on which side is faster." He revealed a winning smile. Chapter 20 Steel Circle Shield of the Divine Weapon. It was noon. Lu Xian arrived at the base cafeteria on time. Behind the cafeteria window was still the chubby ant. "Yo, the youngster is here again." The cafeteria ant did not wait for Lu Xian to open his mouth before very skillfully serving him 4 dishes in 1 soup. Every day at noon, Lu Xian's tastes were fairly fixed. After a long time, without waiting for him to approach the window, the ant had already wielded a large spoon and typed up the dishes for him. All he had to do was just take away the dinner plate. Lu Xian smiled. "Thank you, Auntie." "You're welcome," the chubby auntie said smilingly. "My son is also as big as you and can eat so well." Lu Xian curiously said, "Your son?" Auntie raised her head to look at the skylight above the cafeteria and sighed. "Washed away by the demons. I was lucky enough to be discovered by the New Buds and came here, and my son never reappeared." Lu Xian sighed. In this era, many people faced such tragedies, including himself. He had also lost contact with the authority upline. How could he not be a piece of drifting flotsam? The small interlude before the meal did not affect his mood. As an emotionally stable optimist who could eat and sleep, Lu Xian sat down and ate without wasting any time. The spiritual food that was opened from the open blind box was delicious, but the food in the cafeteria wasn't bad either. The former contained spiritual qi, and a mouthful of it seemed to sublimate the soul. But the latter was all about technology and hard work. He had to admit that the latter sometimes catered more to the taste buds. At this moment, a white figure walked quickly and sat down in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was Yi Yuqiu. This woman still had the same indifferent look from before. However, this time, she was holding something in her hand. Yi Yuqiu calmly said, "Your customized alien equipment. The chief asked me to bring it to you on the way." Lu Xian's eyes lit up as he took this equipment. "You have obtained the divine weapon steel round shield. Survival points plus 21. This divine weapon has a high degree of fit with the Xian iron shield. Is it refined? Refining requires 100 survival points." Seeing these system messages, he was even more delighted. It was exactly as he expected. The reason why the leather armor and leather boots that he had previously obtained could not be refined was purely because the quality was not good. This steel round shield was the result of his predetermined request to Wei Shang, who in turn requested it from the chief. He now knew that New Sprout must have the means to steadily produce exotic equipment, and could even customize exotic equipment. In that case, it seemed that the customized exotic equipment must be of a higher class. Now it seemed that the guess was right. Yi Yuqiu glanced at him. "You seem happy," Lu Xian cheerfully said. "Customized equipment, hey, can one not be happy?" Yi Yuqiu suddenly said slowly, "As far as I know, Li Deng is a first-order upper-level alien with the ability Cold Ice Arrow, but he is also considered a minor leader within the Blood Ant Gang, and has quite a lot of combat experience, especially good at night attacks. It hasn't been more than 2 months since you were promoted to a first-order alien, right? Isn't it too easy to take out Li Deng so easily and without many injuries on your body?" Lu Xian had guessed that someone would be skeptical and was about to speak. Yi Yuqiu, however, got up and left. Lu Xian frowned. What did this woman mean? A warning? Or a test? He didn't know. Instead of thinking about these useless things, he should go open the blind box. Opening the Qi Refining Stage treasure box. Congratulations on obtaining the small cluster spiritual liquid. Cam. It was a month later. The friction between the New Sprouts and the Blood Ant Gang occurred almost every day. Only, both sides were restrained. The ones who died were all first-order aberrants, and there were never any second-order aberrants who lost their lives. Many smart people smelled the flavor of a storm coming from this. Both sides seemed to be waiting for the right moment. On this day, Lu Xian got up early and came to the base cafeteria to forage for food. This was because at noon, he was going to join a few people and go to the secret realm of Zombie Town to replace the few first-order aberrations that were guarding there. I heard that quite a few fishman monsters had already appeared there. "Yo, you're here too," a voice came from behind him. Lu Xian turned around and a young man with a Mohican hairstyle walked over. It was none other than Ma Wei. "Why did you change your hairstyle?" he said in confusion. Ma Wei said seriously, "I've heard that changing your hairstyle gives you fortune. After serious arguments, I chose this hairstyle." Lu Xian was curious. "How serious?" Zhang Hong walked over and bristled. He found a hairstyle chart, and whoever he draws is who. Ma Wei was dissatisfied. Drawing any hairstyle is an arrangement from the heavens, and naturally, there will be fortune as well. Zhang Hong shook his head helplessly. The fat auntie behind the window saw Lu Xian from a long distance away, and had prepared a meal early and waited. When Lu Xian came over, she could just take it and go. No need to waste time queuing up. When it was Ma Wei and Zhang Heng's turn, they had to queue for a long time. Ma Wei was puzzled. "How does she know what you want to eat?" Zhang Heng silently said, "If you can eat the same dishes for a month in a row, she also knows what you want to eat." The cafeteria was a place where the vast majority of altered beings came every day. Those of them who were first-ranked Alterans were even lower to the ground. He naturally saw some of Lu Xian's details. Ma Wei was stunned as he looked at the still overcrowded cafeteria and solemnly said, "I'll do the same in the future to save time." A few moments later, the three of them hit breakfast and sat down at a table. While Ma Wei and Zhang Hong talked and ate, Lu Xian bored himself with dry rice. Ever since he had raised his realm, he realized that his meal size had risen along with it. Although it was common for other exalted to have their meal volume rise as well, it was obviously a bit rare for them to quadruple their breakfast, lunch, and dinner like he did. At the end of his speech, Ma Wei rubbed his hands and said, "Right, do the brothers have any spare money? I'm still 5 small stones short of enough to exchange for an alien equipment." Small stone, a verbal term used by Xenos, referred to a first-order Xeno stone, medium stone and large stone. On the other hand, referred to second-order and third-order alien energy stones respectively. Zhang Hong immediately revealed a difficult look. "It's not that I won't help you, I'm really shy." When Ma Wei heard this, he looked at Lu Xian with anticipation. "Brother Lu, there are still 5 small stones missing." Lu Xian finished drying the last bite of his meal and looked up. "I do have some spare money, but I'm worried about it." Ma Wei immediately patted his chest. "Don't worry, it's only half a month. I'll definitely pay it back after half a month." Lu Xian shook his head. "I'm not worried that you can't pay it back. I'm worried about you, Callie." Ma Wei. Lu Xian wiped his mouth and got up. "Finish eating, I'll go wait for you at the entrance of the secret realm." When he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, there were only 2 Alterans guarding the door here. These 2 were not familiar with him, so they just nodded at him. Without saying much, he found a place to sit down and began to silently open the blind box. This month never opened anything good. It's also time for a change of fortune. Opening the Chi Refining Stage Treasure Box. Congratulations on obtaining the Green Vine Talisman. Opening Chi Refining Stage Treasure Chest. Congratulations on obtaining the Bone Penetrating Nail. The Chi Refining Chest is opening. Congratulations on obtaining the Bone Spike. Congratulations on acquiring the Een Wind Crow. Lu Xian's unperturbed expression suddenly changed slightly. New things? And it's 2 at once. Bone Penetrating Nail, lower grade magic weapon. Refined from skeleton. Inch-long short nails, driven by spiritual sense. Severe and tricky. Een Feng Crow, a demonic beast in the Chi refining stage, often inhabited in the barren graves. Addicted to eating Een Chi. Stealthy means strong. Needs to be hatched. Chapter 21, Pretend you're second-ranked when you're third-ranked. Lu Xian was puzzled. This bone-penetrating nail, he could see it. Cultivators had a sea of consciousness, and in the sea of consciousness was divine sense. However, Chi refining stage cultivators still only had spiritual sense, which could only extend out to a range of 10 meters. One must go further and enter the pulse condensation stage before one's spiritual sense can spread out to 100 meters. Obviously, the bone-penetrating nail was a long-range magic weapon. It was just enough to make up for his shortcomings in the lack of long-range means. And looking at this appearance, it seems that more bone-penetrating nails can be condensed through the skeleton. As for the Een Feng Crow, as he looked carefully again, another line of system message popped up in front of him. Demonic beast egg found. Is it invested in a small mass of spirit liquid to incubate? Current time required for incubation, 32 days. Note, small clusters of spiritual liquid can accelerate the hatching of demonic beast eggs, and can also slightly raise the realm of demonic beasts. He looked at the thousands of small group spiritual liquid in his consciousness space, and immediately waved his hand. Vote. All of them can be cast. With the large amount of spiritual liquid thrown into it, the incubation time of the demonic beast egg immediately plummeted from 32 days. The speed slowly slowed down when it dropped below 10 days. It eventually settled at 3 days. Obviously, putting in any more spiritual liquid would be a bit of a waste. Only then did Lu Xian stop. At this time, footsteps came from his ears. Wei Shang and Zhou Ro walked side by side. The duo were talking and laughing, obviously talking about happy things. Lu Xian blinked. Zhou Rou had been with Niu Su before. After reporting Niu Su, she had mingled with Wei Shang so quickly, and the relationship was still so good. It seemed that this woman with not so long legs was very good at finding a backer for herself. Even better, she is good at kicking it away after utilizing the backer. Zhou Rou saw Lu Xian crouching in the corner and was first stunned, then laughed. Lu Xian, you came early. Lu Xian smiled. I'm just a hard worker. I'm born with it. No need to praise me. Zhou Rou's subsequent words were immediately choked in her throat. Not a single word could pop out. It took a while before she gave an awkward smile. Then you're awesome. Wei Shang glanced at Lu Xian. Brother Lu Xian, you need to hurry up and level up. What rank is it now? It's important to reach the middle level of the first rank as soon as possible. Lu Xian, upper first order. Wei Shang, what? First rank upper level now? His face revealed an uncontrollable surprise. If he remembered correctly, it had only been 3 months since Lu Xian had awakened his supernormal abilities. This was a first order upper level? Zhou Rou reminded from the sidelines. He discovered a vein of ectoplasmic stones in the secret realm before. Only then did Wei Shang's expression slow down a little. That's right, an entire vein of alien energy stones? Even though it was of the first order, it was quite good for a first order alien. Coupled with Lu Xian's gains in the secret realm during this period of time, it didn't seem so surprising to be elevated to the upper first rank. Wei Shang lightly coughed a few times. Alright, cough. Then you can't slack off and impact the second rank as soon as possible. Lu Xian nodded and didn't say anything more. It was still too early now. Let's wait until the third rank before pretending that he was at the second rank. Afterwards, Ma Wei, Zhang Heng and the others also rushed over from the cafeteria. However, just as the group was ready and about to enter the secret realm, an urgent and sharp alarm suddenly sounded. Attack! Demon attack! Free altered beings, please immediately mount the base walls to defend against the demons. Repeat. Idle alter egoists, please immediately mount the base walls to defend against the demons. This sudden alarm sound caught everyone, including Lu Xian, off guard. A demonic creature attack? It couldn't be. No matter if it was day or night, there were patrols out there, especially during the day. The patrols would patrol within 3 kilometers of the base. Whenever they found groups of demons, they would immediately report it to the base and send more adepts to eradicate them, to ensure that large-scale clusters of demonic creatures would not be formed. This was the experience of many people over the past 50 years. Those demons that came from the secret realm to roam around the Earthstar would not be a big deal if they were just a few heads alone. However, once they formed a large-scale cluster, it would cause an extremely terrifying disaster. Among them, powerful individuals would rapidly evolve. The king. Under the leadership of the king, they will immediately begin to attack nearby human gatherings, even destroying all humans within their sensory range. This was how the 5 southern base cities of Taisha were destroyed. Wei Shang was experienced after all and immediately ordered, hold off on the shift change, go on into the secret realm and tell them the situation. Yes. The alien who guarded the doorway nodded and immediately entered the secret realm. Wei Shang droned lowly. The rest of you immediately follow me to the base walls. With those words, he was the first to rush towards the outside. The rest of them also followed immediately without saying a word. Since the base had been alerted, the number of demons would definitely not be small. Once the base was lost, none of them would survive. As soon as Lu Xian arrived on the ground, he immediately heard a dense rustling sound coming from outside. It was like the sound of insect feet scratching across the soil and rocks. It was also like the sound of an insect's mouthparts opening and closing. He quickly came to the top of the 3-meter-high wall and looked towards the distance. Swarms of gigantic ants appeared within view and were rushing towards the base. These ants were all at least the size of an adult's small arm. Their bodies were bright red like blood, and their sharp mouthparts flashed with a cold light under the autumn sun. The sound he heard was obviously from these ants. At this moment, they were less than 500 meters away from the base walls. When Wei Shang saw these demons, he immediately reacted. It's the blood ants from the blood ant nest. Damn it, is the blood ant gang overthrown? How could so many blood ants have rushed out of the secret realm? Zhou Rou, Ma Wei, Zhang Heng, and the others, their eyelids also jumped wildly. Dealing with incoming demons was most troublesome. The gains were small and the dangers were great, and not everyone had long-range means. For example, Zhou Rou, who had awakened her enhanced class abilities, could only stare dryly in this kind of city defense battle. A line of text immediately floated before Lu Xian's eyes. You have been besieged by a large number of parasites and are temporarily unharmed. Survival points +7. He couldn't help but see a bright light before his eyes. This adds up to a lot. Not far away, Ma Wei couldn't help but say, are we just going to watch from the city walls? His awakened ability was shield. Using his ability to form a shield out of thin air, the means of attack was to hammer people with the shield. However, I'm afraid that it would be a little difficult for him to utilize this ability on this occasion. Zhang Heng heatedly smiled, reached out and grabbed a ball of wind blades appearing in his palm. You're just dry watching. We're not. After saying that, he casually threw out the wind blade. Ma Wei just stared at him quietly. After watching the wind blade slice out 7 or 8 meters, it dissipated. It didn't even touch half of the blood ant's hair. As a colleague, he certainly knew that the other party's awakened ability was wind, and at this stage, he could condense the wind into a wind blade and slice it out. He also knew that this guy was very short. Zhang Heng smiled awkwardly. Accident. Accident. Wei Sheng bellowed. Brothers and sisters, don't waste energy. Most of your supernatural abilities are not suitable for defending the enemy on the city walls. Even with long-range means, this distance is not enough. New Sprout will issue long-range weapons for each of you. Soon, there were people carrying several large boxes of things to the city's head. Inside were a handful of iron longbows, as well as a large number of steel arrows. Lu Xian then nodded slightly. His spiritual sense could only extend out 10 meters, but now that he had to defend the enemy on the city walls, 10 meters was obviously not enough. It couldn't be better that the new buds could provide long-range weapons. Chapter 22. Didn't you say that bows and arrows are enough? Lu Xian casually picked up an iron longbow and tried it out. It was easily pulled into a full moon. He glanced at the rest of the longbows in the case, and they were almost all identical. Clearly it was a standardized equipment printed from a single mold. You have obtained the standardized iron bow. Survival points plus 17. Wei Sheng exclaimed. Don't worry about consumption. The bow is enough. This iron longbow originally required 20 small stones to redeem, but the chief ordered a discount and made it directly free. The only requirement is that you finish off at least 20 blood ants. His voice spread throughout this section of the city wall. Ma Wei, Zhang Heng, and the others burst into cheers. Lu Xian looked into the distance. Yi Yuqiu and He Peng, the 2 second-stage exalts, had also ascended the city wall, presumably saying the same words as Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng stared at the ever-approaching blood ants until they came within 10 meters, which was when he shouted, "Attack freely!" Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and drew his bow and arrows from the arrow pot on the side, strung the bow and drew the longbow full. After a short period of aiming, it was violently loosened. Whoosh! The bow and arrow left the string. It drew a beautiful arc and nailed a blood ant that had rushed the furthest forward to death on the ground. Your first use of a bow and arrow kills a parasitic insect in seconds. This amazing bow talent is shocking. Survival points plus 22. Lu Xian scratched his head. Strange. Why is my bow skill so skillful? It's like I've practiced it countless times. Could it be that I'm a bow art genius? He swept a glance at Ma Wei and Zhang Heng next to him. The former shot 5 rounds in a row, and all 5 rounds swept past the same blood ant. He was a master of ant tracing. The latter was a bit better, with a 100% bow and arrow hit rate, but the hits were all blood ants that were lying on the ground and no longer moving. However, the unique battle techniques of these two were in the minority after all. The rest of the exalts were fairly normal. In particular, an alien with binocular enhancement was almost routine. Every bow and arrow was plunged dead center into the body of the blood ants. If not for the slightly weaker force, a single bow and arrow would have eliminated a blood ant. Wei Sheng also noticed Ma Wei and Zhang Heng's situation and patted their shoulders, saying in a serious tone, "You two stop shooting and save your bows and arrows." Ma Wei couldn't help but say, "Didn't you say that the bows and arrows are enough?" Wei Sheng let out a long sigh. "Even if it's enough, it won't stand up to you guys making it like this." Ma Wei and Zhang Heng, Wei Sheng waved his hand. "Go carry the arrow pots. They're in the storehouse over there." Ma Wei, Zhang Heng, yes. As it turned out, with these two people missing, the firepower on this section of the city wall did not change at all. It was even a little stronger. Lu Xian continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. Other than a few arrows that were deliberately missed, almost all of them hit. You have used your bow and arrow to kill a companion. Survival points plus 13. You have used 2 bow and arrows to kill a compulsion. Survival points plus 11. In this way, outsiders would only think that he had a not-so-low bow talent, but would not think that he had a problem. At this moment, a cry of alarm came from the eastern city wall. Lu Xian looked over and immediately realized that an extraordinarily huge blood ant had actually charged up the wall with 3 bow arrows stuck in its torso. A man panicked and didn't know how to react. His neck was cut off by the blood ant's huge mouthpiece with a click. In a flash, blood welled up. The headless corpse fell down. The people next to it instantly kept retreating in terror. The bow and arrow fire weakened at this moment. A large number of blood ants took advantage of this moment to rush up to the city. Wei Sheng cursed and rushed over with an arrow step. He Peng's reaction was even faster as he shouted, "All back off!" Seeing that most of the people had already backed off, he spread his hands to the maximum without saying a word, then slammed them. Boom! Lightning burst out with him at the center, blowing away all those blood ants that had just rushed up to the top of the city. The extraordinarily huge blood ant was also shaken to its core. Before it could react, He Peng pulled out the lightning staff at his waist and pointed it violently. Ka-ching! A lightning bolt as thick as a small arm shot out, directly hitting its head. Boom! The giant blood ant struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground. The smell of burnt protein emanated from its body. He Peng snapped. This is a soldier ant, extra huge and harder to kill. Once we find soldier ants, immediately set fire to them. Continue to defend the enemy. Someone carry the corpses down. Seeing that this side was under control, Wei Sheng was relieved and returned to the section of the city wall he was responsible for, continuing to act as a firefighter. This day's battle lasted until night. It was only then that those blood ants that kept coming in shrunk dramatically. By nightfall, dozens of blood ants were surging in every so often. With such a level of incoming demons, there was no longer a need for a large number of exalts to defend. Wei Sheng ordered a few people and said in a deep voice, "A few of you continue to stand guard, the rest of you go back to rest. It's hard for you guys to guard the first half of the night. I'll have someone else guard the second half of the night." Lu Xian volunteered. "I'll stay." Wei Sheng froze for a moment and nodded. "Alright, then you stay. The cafeteria will send up meals later." Lu Xian swept a glance. Only himself and two other young men he didn't recognize were left on this section of the city wall. There was also an alarm bell next to them. Once the blood ants came again in large numbers, just by ringing the alarm bell, the exalts would be out in force once again. He sat down with his back against the wall and poured a dollop of spirit liquid into his mouth while no one was looking. As the spirit liquid entered his body, his fatigue was immediately swept away, and his body was revitalized. He swept a glance at the survival points, and they had broken 10,000 again. The environment where the blood ants were coming, as well as the iron bow provided by the new buds with a constant stream of bows and arrows, allowed him to accumulate survival points at a much faster rate, even faster than in the secret realm. In no time, there was a man carrying a box and carefully ascending the city wall. Lu Xian took a look and was delighted. Wasn't it the fat auntie from the cafeteria? When the fat ant saw Lu Xian, she also laughed in a low voice and said, "I heard that you were guarding the last half of the night, so I brought your favorite food for you. Here, 4 servings, is it enough?" With that, she stuffed 4 single set meals to Lu Xian. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. "Enough is enough. Thank you, auntie." Auntie Fatty laughed. "It's fine, I'll go deliver it to someone else." With that, she bent down to deliver meals to the rest of the people on the city walls. Lu Xian opened the lid and feasted. It was full of the dishes he loved to eat, because he often went to the cafeteria to play the same dishes. Even the other people's fat ants had memorized them. While eating, he didn't forget to open the blind box. Anyway, it's over 10,000, so if you don't have anything to do, you'll just do 10 in a row. It can always be shipped. Opening the Qi Refining Stage Treasure Box. Congratulations on obtaining the Qi Nourishing Pill. Opening Qi Refining Chest. Congratulations, you've won the Small Cluster Spirit Liquid. The Qi Refining Chest is being opened. Congratulations on obtaining the Great Qi Nourishing Pill. Congratulations on obtaining the Great Qi Nourishing Pill. Lu Xian's eyes lit up and he instantly smiled. Good. There's another Great Qi Nourishing Dan. Chapter 23, in a few days, it's time to break the ice. While opening the blind box, Lu Xian didn't forget to think. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this demonic attack. The blood ants came from the blood ant nest, and the blood ant nest had always been under the control of the blood ant gang. And yet, the blood ants had now appeared near the sprout base. Either that, or the blood ant gang had lost control of the blood ant nest, causing the blood ants to multiply crazily to the point of breaking out of the secret realm. Either that, or the blood ant gang had mastered some sort of method to drive these demonic creatures. The latter was not without precedent. Hailan, which was far away from Taixia and was also one of the 3 major countries of mankind, had seen an extremely powerful alien 20 years ago. This person could manipulate magical creatures for his own use. Almost a quarter of Sealand was swept away at that time. Wherever he passed, all sorts of organizations, forces, and individuals surrendered to the wind. The army of magical creatures under his command was like a snowball growing bigger and bigger. But then one day, he disappeared. In addition to that, there had also been aliens who could tame demonic creatures, but all of them could only tame 1 or 2. There has never been anyone who can tame thousands of demons. That blood ant gang leader Li Hongyong's awakened ability was to tame demons, and not only did he know that, but quite a few people from the new buds had heard about it. At this moment, Lu Xian's mind flashed with a sudden reaction. Demonic creatures like blood ants were different from other demonic creatures. Ordinary blood ants didn't have much of a mind and were completely manipulated by the ant queen. If Li Hongyong had tamed the ant queen, he would likewise be able to drive these ordinary blood ants. If that's really the case, I'm afraid that the new sprout is going to encounter a crisis. Depends on the situation. If we can't stay any longer, we'll leave. I can't hang myself on this rope. Lu Xian didn't belong here in the first place. The reason why he stayed here for the time being was because it was still wool gathering. Moreover, that zombie town secret realm was hiding a lot of big secrets. But if he encountered a huge crisis that couldn't be solved, he wouldn't hesitate and leave immediately. If he really couldn't, he could even directly hide in the cave Heavenly Treasure Pearl. He had already prepared a lot of food and water in it, plus the spiritual food and liquid that he opened in the blind box. It would be effortless to hide for a decade or 8 years. However, he felt that the always smiling chief was also not an oil-saving dang. Since he could think that Li Honyong might have tamed the Ant Queen, that squinting leader must have thought of it as well. He might have already had a way to deal with the Blood Ant Gang. Now it was better to wait for the time being. Anyway, there wasn't much danger yet, and there were still so many survival points coming in every day. Sprout Base, Chief's Office, Wei Shang, Yi Yuqiu and He Peng were gathered here. The chief was feeding fish food into the fish tank. There was no trace of anxiety on his face. The chief casually said, "What do you guys think about this blood ant attack?" Wei Shang respectfully said, "I think that it is possible that the blood ant gang has lost control of the blood ant nest, and it is even possible that the entire army has been wiped out." He Peng snorted, "Don't tease. People's blood ant gang has been operating the blood ant nest for so long, it's impossible for them to lose control easily. However, deliberately releasing an opening for the overpopulated blood ants to attack our base is possible. Demonic creatures like ants themselves had the instinct to constantly reproduce and expand. As long as there was enough food, they would keep trying to storm the secret realm door until they broke out of the secret realm." The chief glanced at Yi Yuqiu, who had never said anything. "Little Yi, what do you think?" Yi Yuqiu calmly said, "I suspect that Li Honyong might have tamed the Ant Queen." Wei Shang shook his head. "The Ant Queen is the secret king of the Blood Ant Nest secret realm. It's impossible for her to be tamed." He Peng also chimed in. "Yes, this is common sense." The chief smiled with interest. "Little Yi, tell us your reason." Yi Yuqiu's tone remained calm. "Normally of course it's impossible, but it can be done in a different way. When the previous Ant Queen has not yet died and the new queen has not yet appeared, take control of all the princess ants and tame them in advance. In this way, when the previous Ant Queen dies, this princess ant that he tamed will directly become the new Ant Queen, the king of the secret realm." Wei Shang frowned. "There are so many princess ants," Yi Yuqiu said indifferently. "Kill the rest of the princess ants and leave only one." Wei Shang He Peng's eyes widened at once. He Peng muttered, "He's not afraid of any mistakes. What if the princess ants die halfway through? Then this blood ant nest secret realm would be finished." The chief smiled approvingly. "Little Yi, you're very good." Yi Yuqiu slightly bowed his head. "A little brain thinking is nothing." Wei Shang rounded his eyes. "Are you implying that I don't have a brain?" Yi Yuqiu faintly said. "This is what you said yourself." Wei Shang, "You," the chief faintly chided. "All right." The room was quiet again. With his hands behind his back, the chief slowly paced and casually said, "Li Honyong has always coveted our Steel City mystic realm, but he has been unable to find the second base. It's not just him, several small organizations nearby, and even the authority, are all thinking about the Steel City secret realm both explicitly and implicitly. This time, Li Honyong appears to be attacking the first base, but he's actually still thinking about the second base. Next, he will continue to drive more blood ants to attack the first base, and he hopes that we will draw manpower from the second base to help. In that case, the location of the other base will be exposed. Once it's exposed, what we're facing might not be a single blood ant gang. It's highly likely that it'll be a joint siege from at least 5 organizations." Yi Yuqiu pondered. The secret realm Steel City. This was the most important secret realm of the new sprout. It had been completely grasped by the new sprout, and it also produced a steady stream of food and minerals. Even most of their psychic equipment came from Iron City. Whoever could take Iron City was equivalent to holding a piece of fertile land and a mine with extremely high abundance. However, this secret realm had always been held tightly by New Sprout. Not even its location had been leaked. Even the few second-order aberrants among them knew very little about it. Wei Shang and He Peng both looked stunned at the words. What a young plot. But it was impossible to crack. Wei Shang worriedly said, "Then what are we going to do? Fight hard with the manpower in the base?" "Chief, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Moreover, don't those bows and arrows need to be transported from the second base as well? This supply route will definitely be watched by the Blood Ant Gang once." The chief smiled warmly. "This is the way." Wei Shang froze, somewhat puzzled. Yi Yuqiu was puzzled. What the chief means is, pretending to transport supplies, but actually counter-ambush the Blood Ant Gang with one hand? The chief smiled and nodded. "Little Wei, you should learn from Little Yi. She understood what I meant before I even said it." Wei Shang lowered his eyes. "You are right." The chief waved his hand. "Go down and get ready. Pick some shrewd and strong first order. In a few days, it will be the moment to break the game." Chapter 24, False Rescue. but counter-ambush. 3 days passed by in a flash. The blood ants were still constantly impacting the first base of the new buds. It never stopped for a few days. At best, the number was a little less during the night, and this was only temporary. Just when everyone thought that the number of blood ants attacking at night would become less, on the third night, the number of blood ants suddenly increased, catching many people off guard. Lu Xian reacted quickly, sounding the alarm at the first opportunity, and also joined forces with Ma Wei and Zhang Hong to drive a second-ranked soldier ant off the city wall. Only then did he not let too many blood ants rush up the city wall. As a reward for sounding the alarm in time, all 3 of them were given a full day of rest. At this moment, lying on the soft bed of the single dormitory, Lu Xian was staring intently inside the cave heavenly treasure pearl. The hatching of that demonic beast egg had reached its final hurdle. Incubation time, 180 seconds. Incubation time, 170 seconds. Incubation time. After a short wait, the hatching time completely returned to 0. The surface of that grayish-brown demonic beast egg suddenly resounded with a clicking sound, followed by a crack. Just when Lu Xian thought that this wind crow would crack the eggshell little by little like a chick breaking its shell, only a crisp cracking sound was heard. The eggshell was actually torn in half with a click. A robust bird walked out with its head held high. The eggshell was swallowed by it in a few mouthfuls. Although its eyes were still open and it didn't have a few hairs on its body, the aura on its body was full of invincibility. It was as if it was saying Lao Zi was born. With a thought, Lu Xian took it out of the consciousness space. The unfamiliar environment made it a bit puzzled, but it didn't cower like an ordinary fledgling. Instead, it opened its arms to welcome the new world's environment. A moment later, it opened its eyes and met Lu Xian's eyes. The eyes seemed to be saying, "Are you the master of my old man?" Lu Xian sked. This little bird had quite a personality. He took a closer look and saw a text panel from the little bird. Species, Wind Crow. Realm, first level of Qi refining. Spells, Wind Escape, Wind Stab. He nodded slightly. This Wind Crow was very good. Properly cultivated, it could completely exist as a base card. At this time, the fledgling bird suddenly opened its mouth and quacked. "Hungry huh? I have enough food here." Lu Xian revealed a smile and took out a ball of spiritual liquid and stuffed it over. The fledgling drank a few mouthfuls. Still squawking. Puzzled, Lu Xian simply took out a bit of everything he could eat. There was the white chopped chicken and marinated beef that came out of the blind box, as well as the steamed buns and rice that were shunted from the cafeteria. There were also potato chips, broadloom, melon seeds, and so on that were shunted from the zombie town's secret realm. What surprised him was that after the fledglings all ate a few bites, they actually hugged the melons and just knocked. In the blink of an eye, the packet of melons was eaten up. After eating it, it also quacked a few times. Lu Xian helplessly said, "You'd better raise your realm first. The first level of Qi refining is too low." Seemingly understanding his master's meaning, the fledgling bird stumbled to its feet, walked to the edge of the table, and threw in a confident look. Then it jumped straight down. Lu Xian froze and rushed to grab it. However, the floor was empty. The sight he had imagined did not appear. Just then, he suddenly felt a breeze cross his cheek. The left shoulder seemed to be heavier. He glanced sideways to see that the little guy had stood on his shoulder proudly combing his feathers. Although there weren't many feathers on his entire body, Lu Xian revealed a look of surprise. What a fast speed! What strong concealment! With his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refining, he actually didn't even notice this little guy's wind escape. Sure enough, the spells that demonic beasts were born with were awesome. "It's almost like it's in your bones," Lu Xian added. "Show me the power of your wind thorn again." With that, he took out the Xian Iron Shield from the cave heavenly treasure pearl. He had already refined the steel circle shield into the Xian Iron Shield, and after the two were merged into one, the Xian Iron Shield's grade was raised to a mid-grade artifact, and its defensive power increased greatly. Gah! The little guy nodded confidently and spewed out a yin chi with his mouth. The yin chi quickly coalesced and took shape in midair, transforming into a spike the size of an adult's arm, and shot out explosively. When the spike blasted against the surface of the Xian Iron Shield, resounding with a sound of gold and iron, Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. The power is not bad. If you cultivate it properly in the future, it will surely become a great weapon. He turned around with a smile and saw, this fellow was bouncing around the room, bouncing from here to there, from there to here. Every single jump could be more than 2 meters high, which was amazing. But the only thing he couldn't do was fly. He cackled in his heart. Later, you fly one for me to see. Don't use the wind escape. The little guy tilted his head and looked at him, half squatted with force, and leaped. Miso. In a flash, he jumped onto the lampshade. Smug. Lu Xian held his forehead. I told you to fly, not jump. The little guy froze for a moment, as if to say, isn't this flying? Looking at this little guy who could only jump but not fly, Lu Xian was helpless. The bird that can't fly. This is not a pure walking chicken. He now began to reflect on whether he had too much nutrition when he hatched. At this time, a knock came from outside. Lu Xian's face was solemn, and he immediately put the little guy into the cave heavenly treasure pearl before asking, "Who is it?" The person outside said in a deep voice, "It's me, Wei Shang. There's a task for you. Come out and talk." Lu Xian opened the door and saw a serious-faced Wei Shang. Wei Shang said in a deep voice, "Bring the necessary things and follow me." Lu Xian nodded. Good. He picked up the backpack that was placed beside his bed and immediately followed. Inside the backpack were his leather armor and boots, as well as a few days' worth of dry food, which had been prepared long ago. Once there was any unexpected mission, bring the backpack and go. A few moments later, Wei Shang led Lu Xian to a room. Lu Xian pushed the door and found that there were already quite a few people waiting inside. Yi Yuqiu, a second-order alien, was clearly present. Apart from them, there were also Zhou Rou, Ma Wei, and Zhang Heng, all of whom were slightly stronger amongst the first-order Alterans. Lu Xian quickly realized that there must be a major mission. Take a seat. Wei Shang signaled with his eyes and sat down himself. Yi Yuqiu, seeing that everyone had arrived, immediately got up, came to the forefront, and calmly said, "The blood ants that have been attacking in recent days are all deliberate acts of the blood ant gang. Their real purpose is to force us to move help from the second base so that we can find the exact location of the second base. So we're going to move our rescuers now. Of course, it's a fake move to get rescuers, but in reality, it's a counter-ambush." Yi Yuqiu calmly said. Next, a second-order alien is needed to lead the team, with 4 first-order alien following to act as bait. The rest of the Ultrans will ambush nearby and wait for the blood ant gang to take the bait. As soon as we discover their traces, immediately strike and annihilate them. Yi Yuqiu continued. The bait team will be led by me. Who is willing to sign up? The chief promised that the decoy team will receive 2 pieces of customized alien ability equipment and 10 pieces of medium stones just for signing up. Chapter 25, You just said no talking. Yi Yuqiu's words fell, and a pin dropped in the room. Being bait? Everyone knew that this kind of thing was very dangerous. Moreover, what if people just ate the bait and didn't take the bait? Lu Xian likewise didn't volunteer. The things that he had volunteered for before were all things that seemed dangerous to others, but not to him. After all, his true strength was far from what it appeared to be. But this matter, he also felt that it was dangerous. Wei Shang felt embarrassed when he saw that no one spoke up. He said in a deep voice, "If no one speaks, I'll specify." Yi Yuqiu calmly said, "I'll choose." Wei Shang nodded at his words. It was just as well. Doing this would be treated as evil. Since Yi Yuqiu took the initiative to ask her to do it, he was happy to do so. Yi Yuqiu's eyes skimmed over the crowd and finally selected 4 people. Lu Xian always felt that this person's eyes seemed to linger on him for a long time. But in the end, it still swept past him. Yi Yuqiu calmly said, "Just the 4 of you. Although you didn't apply on your own initiative, you'll still be able to obtain the rewards promised by the chief. These things, I will give them to you now. As for the customized equipment, you will have to wait until the mission is completed. However, you guys can each pick a piece of normal alien equipment right now." Yi Yuqiu signaled with his eyes, and Wei Shang nodded, immediately opening the crate next to him. Among them were precisely a few pieces of alien energy equipment. Ma Wei lamented and picked a full body armor. The remaining 3 almost all picked armor as well, instead of weapons. Yi Yuqiu calmly said, "The 4 of you will join me in taking advantage of the night to head to the agreed location to meet up with the personnel from the second base. The rest of you will follow Wei Shang and move subsequently with the help of the effect of the concealment potion." Yes. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. A concealment potion? New Sprout was still hiding such a treasure? I haven't heard of it before. He looked around and Zhang Hong and the others had the same look, obviously hearing about it for the first time. Wei Shang calmly said, "The chief is very powerful. The potion was gotten by his old man. Now distribute the concealment potion. Remember, the potion lasts for 3 hours. Drink it later when you act." After saying that, he opened the second crate next to him. In it were indeed bottles of potions that had been prepared long ago. Lu Xian obtained a bottle. A system message immediately surfaced before his eyes. "You have obtained the elixir Concealment Spirit Liquid. Survival points plus 19. This elixir fits extremely well with the concealment technique. Is it refined? Refining requires 100 survival points." Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. In that case, the concealment technique could still be improved, which was a bit of a surprise. The night remained the same. The doorway of the first base slowly opened, and the squad led by Yi Yuqiu drove a modified Wuling Divine vehicle straight to the agreed location. In the darkness in the distance, the rustling sound of mouthpieces being sharpened was heard. Half an hour later, Wei Shang led Lu Xian and the others which quietly set off. Each of the rest of them had consumed a bottle of concealment potion, and with the help of the night, almost no one could see their figures. At most, they could only feel a gust of wind blowing past in front of them. Lu Xian, on the other hand, had already refined the concealment elixir into the concealment technique. Now, it had become the invisible breath convergence technique. Invisible breath convergence, Qi refining stage spell. Maximum duration, 10 hours. 10% mana consumption per hour. Can be interrupted at any time. Compared to the concealment technique, the duration was greatly increased, while the mana consumption was greatly reduced. Moreover, the concealment effect was clearly much better than the concealment potion distributed by Sprouts. This was because Zhang Hong was in a daze as to how Lu Shen, who was standing next to him just a moment ago, had suddenly disappeared. Drinking the concealment potion was just a matter of the body fading to the point where it was almost invisible, and with the help of the night color it was indeed equivalent to invisibility, but it could still be detected if one was close. However, Lu Shen really was just as if he had disappeared. Zhang Hong called out in a low voice, Lu Xian, are you still there? Holy, have you guys seen Lu Xian? Where is he? Several faint figures around them shook their heads. Didn't see. Wasn't he by your side just now? Maybe fell off to the back. Wei Shang chided in dissatisfaction. No loud talking. In case you're discovered, which one of you can take responsibility? Zhang Hong scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Brother Wei, Lu Xian has disappeared. Wei Shang took a look and was also startled. Where is Lu Xian? Stop. Find where Lu Xian is. The team immediately stopped. Lu Xian's cheerful voice then came from beside them. I'm still here. Haven't moved. Zhang Hong stared round, but there was only air as far as the eye could see. Holy, you're really still here? But how come I can't see anything? Wei Shang was also shocked. How come Lu Xian's bottle of concealment potion was so effective? Lu Xian shrugged. I don't know. Maybe the potion ingredients are a bit thicker. Wei Shang breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that we didn't fall behind. Lu Xian, you stay close to the group. From now on, talking is forbidden. Do you hear me? Everyone was silent. Wei Shang frowned. Hear that? Zhang Hang's voice slowly drifted in. You just said that talking is prohibited. Wei Shang was speechless. Just hear it. Keep going. Blood Town. Blood Ant Gang leader Li Hongyong gently caressed the small pet in his arms, and in front of him were two old acquaintances. Wood Town, Dong Chang, Gale Corps, Feng Shi, Wood City and Gale Regiment, were precisely the other two alien forces in the neighborhood. These two were the leaders of Wood City and Gale Corps. Like Li Hongyong, they were both powerful third-order adepts. Dong Chang lightly knocked on the desktop and said in a deep voice, How much longer do we have to wait? Li Hongyong smiled. Don't be in a hurry. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. Immediately after, a Blood Ant Gang member then walked quickly and reported in a low voice by Li Hongyong's ear. After hearing this, Li Hongyong laughed. Both of you, just as we expected. The first base of the new Sprouts can't take it anymore. Whether they are lacking arrows or food, they have reached the point where they have to ask for help from the second base. Just an hour ago, the first base of the Sprouts took advantage of the night to send out a small team that quietly left the base and headed south. Dong Chang and Feng Shi instantly became interested. Feng Shi said in a deep voice, Are you sure it's only one squad? There won't be any ambushes, right? Li Hongyong smiled. Of course there are ambushes, although these little cuties of mine did not discover any traces of them, but with my understanding of the new Sprout leader, he will definitely not reveal his cracks easily. For such a simple squad to leave while the night is still young, it must be a decoy. Dong Chang frowned. Didn't you say before that you would follow them closely to find the second base of the new shoots? Li Hongyong smiled. I only said that before because I didn't trust you guys. I can pull you all in. And of course, New Sprout can pull you all in as well. Dong Chang and Feng Shi both had cold faces. Li Hongyong smiled. Relax, the two of you. Now I can tell you the real plan. In order to counter-ambush us, the new Sprout leader must have laid quite a few ambushes around that squad. Then the first base will naturally have an empty defense. Feng Shi then reacted. Our real target is the first base of the new Sprout? Li Hongyong smiled. Precisely. Chapter 26, A Toast to a New Future. Dong Chang's eyes lit up, taking advantage of the first base's emptiness and going to attack the second base instead. Good plan. Feng Shi nodded in deep thought, but then asked, But what about those budding Xenos outside? They are also a scourge. How do you plan to deal with them? Li Hongyong smiled. That's even simpler. There are more than just our few alien powers in this area. Have you forgotten? There's also a huge one in Tiannan province. This piece of theirs belonged to Tai Xia's Tiannan-ro province. It was once an area under the actual control of the authority. However, with that civil unrest 20 years ago, that is, in the 32nd year of the new calendar, the Directorate General of the Authority withdrew its branch in Tiannan-ro province. Tiannan province also entered a chaotic phase of gangs until today. Organizations such as the New Sprouts, the Blood Ant Gang, the Wood City, and the Wild Wind Regiment were all established during this process. On top of that, There was another powerful organization that was one of the most powerful in this place until the arrival of the Sprouts in the Tiannan province. Dongchang and Fengshi couldn't help but both have that name floating in their minds. The Great River Society. That was a great power that possessed multiple third-order aberrations. The leader of the Great River Society was nicknamed Boat Boss, and it was said that he was already at the fourth order. However, none of them had ever dealt with him, so they were not sure of his true strength. However, two things were clear to them. The Great River Society had long been displeased with the organization that challenged it, and it had also long been thinking about that secret realm of new sprouts that constantly produced resources. As expected, Li Hongyong smiled and said, I asked the Great River Society to make a move, and the boat captain promised to send a small team. They are stationed in the ruins south of Bloodtown. The one in the lead is a third-rank alien who is trusted by the boat boss. You may have heard of his nickname. Many people call him Bomb. Fengshi's color changed violently. Dongchang was even more violently startled. Bomb? The bomb that can turn items it touches into explosives? He actually came in person. He subconsciously touched his right arm. Fengshi said in a deep voice. I remember that he seemed to have fought with the ship's captain for the position of chief back then, and then was defeated. But even so, he is still considered the second in command of the Great River Society. Li Hongyong's eyes skimmed over Dongchang's right arm. You fought him? Dongchang sighed. 3 years ago, I think, when his men reported that someone was destroying our woods. After I rushed over, I fought with him. The entire right arm was nearly ruined, but he also had his left leg smashed by me. Sort of indistinguishable. Li Hongyong smiled and nodded. Since the two of you have heard of him, you should understand that this battle is no longer in doubt. This will be our first step in dismembering New Sprout. That outsider should have perished a long time ago. Fengshi nodded with a smile. Yes, I remember that New Sprout only came to the Tiannan province 6 years ago. And in 6 years' time, it has become a giant that can rival the Great River Society. It's really unbelievable. Dongchang also nodded his head solemnly. Destroy New Sprout so that we can have a good time. The gang members poured glasses of wine for the three of them from the side. Li Hongyong smiled and raised his glass. To a brand new future. Cheers! Cheers! Dongchang and Fengshi all had knowing smiles on their faces. Beneath the night, Lu Xian and his group followed the Wuling divine vehicle in front from afar, advancing through the dimly lit wilderness. If it wasn't for the sparse moonlight that still illuminated the way forward, they were afraid that the road wouldn't be too easy to travel. Along the way, Lu Xian had already heard a lot of conversations such as, you stepped on my foot, how the hell do I know where you are, and so on, and such dialogues. At this moment, the Wuling divine vehicle stopped. Zhang Hong whispered, Hey, Lu Xian, it seems to have arrived at the agreed location. The next step is to wait for the people from the second base to meet up with us. I'm a bit nervous. When do you think the people from the Blood Ant gang will show up? If there's a fight later, can I hide behind you? Lu Xian, what do you think? Lu Xian, are you still there? He looked to his right, but could only see air. This feeling of talking to the air was quite embarrassing. Lu Xian was happy. I was trying to hide behind you. Rest assured, no one from the Blood Ant gang will be able to show up until the people from the second base show up. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find our second base. Zhang Hong scratched his head. That's true. Hey, Lu Xian, I heard that you're from South 5th Base City? We're from the same place. I'm also from South 5. Lu Xian looked up and down at this middle-aged man with a full beard and unkempt face and casually said, You're not from South 5. Zhang Hong froze. How did you tell? Lu Xian smiled. The old South 5 people never said they were from South 5. There are districts in the city, and there are streets in the districts. I'm from Willow Street. Zhang Hong was instantly embarrassed. Well, I'm actually a new resident who moved from South 4 to South 5. Brother Chatterbox was about to continue, when a jeep filled with goods suddenly appeared in front of him. It wasn't hard to surmise from the sound of metal clashing inside that most of them were arrows. The jeep stopped in front of the Wuling divine car. 3 figures jumped down from it and greeted Yi Yuqiu and the others. Obviously, the people from the second base had come. It was also at this moment that the Wuling divine car suddenly flew, given that it was unlikely for the Wuling divine vehicle to grow wings. Therefore, the only possibility for it to fly was that it had been blown up. A shocking roar resounded beneath the night. Lu Xian and the others looked over and saw a blazing fire. Yi Yuqiu and the others were also affected and fell out. At the same time, several figures emerged from the night and covered up towards the Wuling divine vehicle. Wei Sheng's face changed drastically as he shouted lowly, All of you, attack! He clenched his steel gloves and ran over without hesitation to kill. Although he was not on good terms with Yi Yuqiu, right now he was all on a mission for the new buds. Lu Xian and the others also followed suit by slamming on the ground and running over furiously. In order not to be discovered by the enemy, they had always maintained a distance of more than 500 meters from the Wuling divine vehicle in front of them. Fortunately, the concealment potion was still working. Most of the people's forms were still hidden and had not been discovered by the enemy. Boom! Another explosion sounded. The firelight was particularly conspicuous under the night. It drew the sight of some wandering night demons. Lu Xian's group had finally crossed a distance of 500 meters. It was at this time that Lu Xian finally got a good look at the situation. 6 men wearing blue and white undershirts were looking for survivors. There was also a man with a somewhat thin figure standing in the center, casually tossing a rock up and down. The footsteps of Lu Xian's group approaching at high speed immediately caught the attention of these men. They all jerked their eyes towards the area. The skinny man raised his eyebrows and without saying a word, he slammed the stone in his hand directly over. Lu Xian sensed something strange and reminded Zhang Heng, "Dodge!" Then he immediately lunged towards an open space to the side. The stone landed in the middle of the crowd. After a second of silence, it actually exploded immediately. Chapter 27, there's a lot of good stuff in the new sprouts. Those few guys who didn't react collapsed on the spot with a miserable howl. Lu Xian turned around and saw that their arms, legs, and torsos all showed large explosion and burn marks. It was obviously impossible for the stone to explode. It wasn't hard to guess that this should be that skinny man's supernatural ability. You dodged a powerful attack. Survival points plus 13. Wei Shang sucked in a breath of cool air and immediately reacted to who this person was. He was a third-ranked alien of the Great River Society, nicknamed Bomb, Wang Likun. Wang Likun, on the other hand, looked this way and said thoughtfully, there really is a counter-ambush team, but it's actually invisible? New Sprout really has a lot of good stuff, he bellowed, pointing at the location of the square explosion. Brothers, that direction, plunge and fight for me. The 6 men wearing blue and white undershirts immediately removed the alien equipment behind one. Their equipment was all identical, a weapon shaped like an assault rifle. When the muzzle of the gun lit up, it sprayed out harsh water arrows. Although they couldn't see where the enemy was, they could hear the screams. Wherever the sound came from, set fire to it. It couldn't be simpler. A man next to Lu Xian was unable to dodge and was instantly hit by dozens of water arrows. These charging water cannons were clearly not as simple as the water cannons that children used to play around with. These water arrows all possessed extremely strong penetrating power. The man was almost instantly reduced to a hornet's nest. Crimson blood mixed with the water arrows that had turned back into clear water flowed down together, quickly coloring the ground red. Lu Xian's brows furrowed as he immediately detoured to the side. For the rest of them, although the concealment potion was still taking effect, the situation was no longer optimistic. One should definitely not stand in the middle of the crowd now. 6 members of the Great River Society held water guns and swept their shots without stopping for a moment. After continuously sweeping dozens of shots, they only stopped to take out the exotic energy stones to recover their energy. Wang Likun listened sideways and could hear the wailing of many people on the verge of death. He let out a strange laugh and casually picked up a stone by his feet and threw it towards where the sound came from. Boom! An explosion sounded. The wailing disappeared. Only a corpse was left on the spot. The concealment potion relied on the energy in the body to remain effective. Once dead, the energy quickly escaped and the concealment potion naturally became ineffective. Lu Xian looked around. Many of the exalts who had come with him had already died. He roughly estimated that at least 6 were dead. However, Zhou Rou and Zhang Heng, who were stronger and had quicker reactions, did not die. Instead, they hid into the night, trying not to make a sound. The effect of the concealment potion was still there. As long as they didn't actively make noise, they wouldn't be discovered. Wang Likun faintly said, there are still people surviving. Perk up your ears. Once you hear a sound, immediately set fire. Yes. The men in blue and white undershirts nodded heavily. Wang Likun picked up another small stone from the ground and tossed it up and down in his hand. Turning his head, he looked at the middle-aged man who had already been tied up. This man was none other than the second-order alien who had come over from the second base in a jeep to deliver supplies. At this time, he had already woken up from his unconscious state. Wang Likun said indifferently, speak up, where is the second base of your new buds? I don't have much patience. There's no need to be lucky. 1 or 2 of these people who came from the first base are hiding. I don't know how they're invisible, but right now they have to die if they dare to make a sound. The middle-aged man was trembling, obviously going through a violent mental struggle. I said, don't kill me. Wang Likun laughed strangely. Say it, I will definitely keep you alive. The middle-aged man pointed to the east, just east of here. Wang Likun was attracted to look over there. It was also at this moment, Wei Shang, who was hiding in the shadow of the jeep, rushed out with an arrow step. He was not far from Wang Likun here. His casserole-sized fist slammed down, pointing straight at this person's chest. The sharp cracking sound made Wang Likun suddenly react. Without saying a word, he dodged with a donkey roll. At the same time, he threw the small stone in his hand directly. Wei Shang missed a strike and immediately crossed his arms to block. The small stone exploded on his arm, blowing up a shower of fire and blood mist. His body was also violently blown back. He stifled a grunt and immediately hid without saying a word. Those few men raised their guns and shot without saying a word. However, one of them had only just raised his gun when a huge force suddenly appeared on his neck. Only a click was heard. He then had his neck broken. The Great River Society members next to him were shocked and hurriedly turned their guns to fire water arrows. However, these water arrows only left quite a few wounds on the bodies of their companions. Yet they did not hit the murderer. He yelled lowly, "Be careful, body strengthener, very fast and strong." The remaining 5 members of the Great River Society immediately acted back to back without hesitation, holding their submachine water pistols and keeping a close eye on the neighborhood. With the help of the firelight, they could see vaguely visible forms. Lu Xian glanced in that direction. It seemed to be Zhou Rou. This woman had a lot of power. It wasn't like an ordinary first-order alien. Wang Likun reached into his pocket and grabbed a handful of small stones, clutching them in his palm. He looked around and spoke with a cold smile. The strength and weakness of an alter egoist is not entirely expressed in rank. It is also closely related to the alter energies. The attack power of most xenophiles far exceeds their defense power. A third-rank alien like me may also be seriously injured or even die once a second-ranked reinforcement-type alien gets close to me. That's why I had prepared a countermeasure long ago. You can try, whether you kill me first or I kill you first. His words were clearly addressed to Wei Shang, who had re-hidden himself. Lu Xian took it all in. His eyes couldn't help but gaze up. The explosion power of this person's supernatural ability was really great. With his current ability, if he was hit by a rock without protection, he would definitely be injured as well. However, if he were to use the Xian Iron Shield to resist it, coupled with a defensive talisman such as the Stone Skin Talisman, it should be possible to minimize the power of the explosion. Taking advantage of the fact that Wei Shang had attracted the attention of this skinny man, he began to move slowly, circling around to the back of this person. In addition, his eyes were on the newly sprouted exalts. Zheng Hong and the others survived. They covered their mouths and tiptoed around to spread out, afraid of revealing the slightest movement. However, the concealment potion had lasted for quite a long time. It was now starting to wear off. Lu Xian realized that Zheng Hong, Zhou Rou, and the others had all taken visible shape under the moonlight. He also noticed the color of the night further away. Ever since there had been movement here, it seemed that more and more demons had been attracted to the area. This was not a good thing. The atmosphere was saber-rattling. Some were in the light and some in the dark, but no one dared to take the lead, because once the voice was exposed, it would definitely be attacked by the group. Time passed by minute. Unconsciously, the effect of the concealment potion was fading at an accelerated rate. Chapter 28, I am 18 years old. Wang Likun glanced out of the corner of his eye and laughed strangely. Found you. Without hesitation, he scattered a handful of small stones in his hand. Wei Shang was shocked and hastily dodged. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out violently. Those 5 Great River Society members immediately turned their guns and shot together. Wei Shang stifled a grunt as his body fell towards the distance. Good opportunity. It was at this moment, Lu Xian, who had been in ambush for a long time, suddenly made his move. The jade bone spear stabbed out. It was aimed straight at this person's chest. This sudden thrust of the spear was clearly unexpected by this person. He was stabbed on the spot. However, Lu Xian did not feel the sensation of the spear piercing into flesh and blood. Instead, it was as if it had stabbed into hard steel. Thump! Wang Likun quickly pulled away by covering his chest with the force of the thrust's recoil. At the same time, he subconsciously threw out the last small stone in his hand. The small stone was blocked by the Xian Iron Shield and exploded in the air. However, there was no semblance of a figure in place. His counterattack hit empty. Wang Likun cursed and uncovered his clothes. The close-fitting soft armor underneath had been stabbed out with a deep depression. Without this alien equipment, he would have died just now. He grabbed another handful of small stones from his pocket and said seriously, "There are still a lot of experts in New Bud. Fortunately I wore an extra outfit before I left." Before the words fell, he suddenly sneezed tremendously. It was also at this moment that a narrow nail broke out of his skull, bringing out a shower of turbid liquid mixed with brain matter and blood. Wang Likun's last word was blocked in his mouth. How could he not say it? He froze in place for several seconds before falling to the ground with a plop. Lu Xian lightly exhaled. Just now, when Wei Shang was exposed and Wang Likun attacked, it was indeed the perfect time for him to strike. The other party's exotic equipment was really tough. With the sharpness of the jade bone spear, it was actually only able to pierce a deep indentation without being able to penetrate. Obviously it was at least a third-order equipment. Fortunately, he had more than one means of attack. The bone-penetrating spike, which was manipulated by his spiritual sense, currently had a maximum attack distance of 10 meters. As early as the moment the jade bone spear stabbed out, he simultaneously maneuvered the bone-penetrating nail to shoot over. Sure enough, there was no danger of being surprised. You have killed a strong enemy. Survival points plus 29. However, why did this person suddenly sneeze just now? This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. The 5 Great River Society members were dumbfounded. How did Big Brother suddenly die violently? Wei Shang and the others were also startled. However, they still recognized that the person who made the move was Lu Xian through their means of attack in the first instance. Wei Shang shouted, "Do it!" Without saying a word, he killed and ran. Zhang Hong immediately condensed a wind blade to slash away. Zhou Ro was like a sturdy female leopard as she rushed off in an arrow step, even faster than Wei Shang. The 5 Great River Club members looked at each other and immediately retreated. The water pistols in their hands shot out water arrows moment by moment. They froze and forced Wei Shang and Zhou Ro back again. It prevented them from getting too close. Zhang Hong cursed. "What kind of equipment is that? Such fierce firepower." Wei Shang said in a deep voice, "Chase, we can't let them go." The words just fell. A long nail shot out, directly piercing through one person's head. Without waiting for the rest to react, it turned around and shot out again, piercing the head of the second person. The other 3 were terrified, shooting around, their bodies' alien energy rapidly depleting, until at a certain moment, the water gun suddenly malfunctioned. Wei Shang and Zhou Ro saw the opportunity and pounced on them, knocking them to the ground. The last person was cut across his neck by a wind blade from Zhang Hong and fell to the ground. Within a short span of 10 seconds or so, these 5 members of the Great River Society collapsed to the ground, falling into a baby-like sound sleep. Wei Xing and the others were finally relieved. However, they also knew that if that long nail hadn't killed 2 people first, causing the remaining 3 to fall into a state of panic, it would have been really difficult for them to make a move. Zhang Heng couldn't help but shout, "Lu Xian, is that nail yours? So fierce." Lu Xian laughed, "It was me." Wei Shang was puzzled. "The effect of the concealment potion on you actually hasn't worn off yet?" Lu Xian pretended to be puzzled. "I'm not sure. It seems like the potion will last longer on me." Zhou Ro looked at the air around her and suddenly asked, "Isn't your ability a bone spear? How come another bone nail has popped up?" Lu Xian smiled and said, "Isn't your ability body strengthening? How come there's no sound when you walk?" Zhou Ro instantly stopped talking. Wei Shang, on the other hand, looked deeply at Lu Xian, coughing. A figure covered his chest and walked out from behind the rocks next to him. The changes after each enhancement of the abilities are greater than we thought. For example, Zhang Heng's awakened ability is Wind Blade, but if he ascends to the second rank, his form might turn into a pure storm. It's also possible to turn into a wind wolf in animal form, or he could condense the wind in his legs to enhance his forward speed. The speaker was none other than Yi Yuqiu. The white coat on her body was already stained red with blood, and her face didn't have much blood on it. Lu Xian reacted instantly. Wang Likun had sneezed violently at that moment, and it was most likely Yi Yuqiu's doing. Wei Shang was also a bit surprised when he realized that Yi Yuqiu was still alive. After hearing this, Zhang Heng said happily, "That means I'll be even more powerful in the future?" Yi Yuqiu calmly said, "It's also possible that it will always be a wind blade, only a bigger and faster one." Zhang Heng, Yi Yuqiu calmly said, "There are no weak powers, only weak people." The middle-aged man who was tied up with 5 flowers nodded his head at once. "Well said. Now can you help me loosen my bonds? I can also heal you all in the meantime." Only then did the crowd cast their eyes. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man was currently wearing a smile and was full of redness. Wei Shang frowned. "You were just about to divulge the location of the second base." The middle-aged man smiled. "If I didn't say that, how would you have the chance to do it?" Wei Shang froze and glanced at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng understood and immediately nimbly ran forward and cut the rope. Only then did the middle-aged man smile. "Nice to meet you for the first time." "Nice to meet you. I, Ji Bo Chang, am 18 this year." Lu Xian walked out from the shadow of the jeep. He had already lifted his invisibility convergence technique. Seeing this, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. 18? This is 18 for you? Ji Bo let out a long sigh. "Growing old, can't I? I'm really 18. Wei Shang said in a deep voice. "There are more and more demons surrounding the neighborhood. First get on the car and go back to the first base." The Wuling divine vehicle had been scrapped and obviously could not be driven anymore. The crowd quickly cleaned up the battlefield and collected the alien equipment from those Great River Society members. And seeing that Ma Wei was still gasping for breath, they carried him along and threw him onto the jeep. Zhang Heng drove and returned to the first base the same way. Yi Yuqiu asked, "Your psychic ability is healing?" "Yes." Ji Bo Chang grinned. 20 small stones at a time for the standard package. 20 medium stones at a time for the deluxe package. Yi Yuqiu, what's it all about? Ji Bo Chang revealed a money-grubbing grin and rattled off the contents of the packages. Chapter 29, After all my hard work. Yi Yuqiu's brows furrowed as he listened. Only after a while did she say, "Standard package it. You find the chief to ask for money. I'm considered a work injury." "Alright." Ji Bo Chang hemmed and hawed. Emerald green energy surged out of his hands and didn't enter Yi Yucho's body. In the blink of an eye, the injuries on the latter's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Yucho, Lu Xian and the others looked surprised. Such a fierce healing speed? This guy was a rare talent. Ji Bo-chang coughed lightly. My supernatural ability has side effects. Yi Yucho, what side effects? Ji Bo-chang shook his head. I'm not sure. It manifests differently to everyone. Some people itch. Some people cough. Some people sneeze. Some people faint. Thud. Yi Yucho collapsed in response, a light snore coming from his mouth. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Zhang Heng, not buddy. This is a side effect? This killing power is very huge alright. Lu Xian pondered. Throw one on the enemy. Wouldn't they also fall to the ground in response? Ji Bo-chang smiled awkwardly. It could be that she was extremely tired herself, and with the side effects of my supernatural ability, that's why she collapsed and fell asleep. Zhang Heng pointed at the unconscious Ma Wei. Give this kid the whole standard package as well. He has money. He just saved up Xiao Shi to prepare to buy alien ability equipment. If you really can't do it, take the equipment to offset the debt. Ji Bo-chang heatedly smiled. Got it. At this time, the rustling sound of footsteps cutting through the soil came from the back. Lu Xian turned around and saw that a large number of blood ants had swarmed over. Their hard armor was glistening under the moonlight, making them look particularly ominous. Wei Sheng immediately said, I'll drive. You guys make your attacks. Don't let them damage the vehicle. Zhang Heng nodded and immediately condensed his wind blades to slash towards the back of the vehicle. Lu Xian also maneuvered the bone-penetrating nails with his spiritual sense, constantly attacking the blood ants that were trying to climb up the jeep. Zhou Ro, on the other hand, picked up the submachine water gun and tried to fire water arrows. However, it was unusable. Lu Xian glanced at it. It should require an elemental system ability to use it. Zhou Ro smiled faintly. Then I have the will but not the power. Lu Xian casually said. You can also get off and go beat them up. Zhou Ro, are you that incapable of pitying women? Lu Xian snorted. The jeep raced through the dimly lit wilderness. When it was almost dawn, the outline of the first base finally appeared on the distant horizon. What made everyone suck in a breath of cold air was that underneath the base's walls were actually full of corpses. There were both blood ants and humans. This place had obviously experienced a great battle overnight. Above the enclosure wall stood the tall figure of a silver-haired old man. He was still standing with his arms folded, as if everything was under control. Beside him stood a puppet with a strange smile on its face, and its body was still stained with stars of dried blood. He Pang stood respectfully and solemnly. After last night's battle, his awe for the chief had risen to a point of no return. Who would have thought that the real target of the Blood Ant Gang, Wood City, and the Gale Corps would actually be the first base? Who would have thought that the 3 third-ranked exalts would actually come to attack in person? Who would have thought that they would all actually die at the hands of a puppet? The chief didn't even move a bit. Standing beside the chief at this moment, his legs and stomach were even a bit soft. The chief suddenly smiled and said, They're back. It seems that the squad sent by the Great River Society has also been executed. He Pang, what do you think of them? He Pang said in a deep voice. Well done. The chief smiled. Open the door and let them in. After this battle, you're all the backbone of the Sprouts. He Pang nodded respectfully. Yes. Lu Xian and the others had already arrived under the fence by now. The air near here was filled with a pungent and unpleasant odor. It was the strange odor of insect body fluids mixed with human blood. With the sound of the bolt turning, the gate coated with meat slime and armor fragments slowly opened. The chief and the puppet walked over. He Pang followed closely behind. This stocky white-haired old man revealed a smile. I heard that the Great River Society sent the third-rank alien bomb over to besiege them, and also brought 5 first-ranked upper-level alien with notable strength. I had thought that this battle would be very grueling, and even prepared for your entire army to be wiped out. But now that you have returned alive, both your strength and loyalty have been recognized by the new buds. Welcome back. You guys have done a great job. He Pang, immediately go and prepare hot water and food for new buds meritocracy. Yes. He Pang nodded respectfully. Wei Sheng couldn't help but say, Chief, what happened at the first base? The chief smiled. They thought the first base was empty, turned to attack this place, and then they were all buried here. It's as simple as that. Even though I'm old, it's still not too difficult to deal with such a few bold and daring juniors. Wei Sheng sucked in a breath of cool air. The eyes that looked at the chief became extraordinarily reverent. It wasn't just him, the rest of the people were like that as well. Lu Xian, on the other hand, even felt that this person was unfathomable. Sure enough, was a very difficult old deng to deal with. The water vapor was dense in the bathhouse. Lu Xian, Zhang Heng, Ma Wei, Ji Bo-chang and the others were gathered together, facing each other frankly and enjoying the baptism of the hot water. Ma Wei had already awakened from his unconscious state, but he was now filled with dishevelment. Until now his mouth still muttered, my money ah. Zheng Heng couldn't help but say, think on the bright side. The money at least wasn't lost to someone else because of playing cards. Ma Wei wanted to cry. It's even more difficult. I took it to play poker and maybe even win money. Now it's all used to buy the standard package. Bull asterisk 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 you. Never won at cards. Zheng Hong was speechless. Ji Bochang coughed lightly. That can't be helped. I consume a lot every time I use my supernatural energy. And the chief also agreed with the content of my package. And even said it was very reasonable. Zheng Hong waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. Lu Xian, this time you take the credit. If it wasn't for your sudden strike and taking out that third-order bomb brother from the Great River Society, we would all be dead. Ma Wei also slowed down at this time. At that time, the Wuling divine vehicle suddenly blew up. I fainted on the spot. What exactly happened? Zheng Heng swept a glance at him with an odd expression. You kid, your luck is also too good. He then detailed the intense battle that happened last night. Hearing this, Ma Wei's heart thumped. Turtle, it's a good thing I fainted. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd be the first to burp. Thinking of this, he also couldn't help but say, Lu Xian, you're so fierce, aren't you already at the second stage? Lu Xian wiped the beads of sweat on his body and lamented. It feels like it's getting close. After all, I've worked so hard and diligently. Ma Wei and Zheng Hong thought about it and both nodded. They had the impression that Lu Xian basically soaked in the secret realm every day except for patrol missions. There really weren't many people who worked so hard and diligently. Chapter 30, there are so many masters in Sunbud. Lu Xian glanced at them and added slowly, moreover, it seems that my supernatural ability isn't as simple as just a bone spear. I can also condense bone nails. That last blow that broke through the skull was the bone spike that did it. Chief Ji Bo was surprised. Then it seems that your supernatural ability might be to manipulate bones. Once you truly advance to the second rank, your supernormal ability will definitely be further enhanced. A person's perception of an alien ability was still limited to the surface in most cases. The appearance of the alien ability when it was first awakened was most likely just the tip of the iceberg of the true alien ability. Many people were able to make their supernormal abilities even stronger through their acquired efforts. Ma Wei said enviously, the chief must be estimating what to reward you for right now. I'm guessing that the center stone won't be missing, and there might even be second-order alien ability equipment. We should also have small stones and first-order equipment as rewards. Most of what they had gotten nowadays were first-order equipment. That is, equipment embedded with first-order alien energy stones. Second-rank equipment was naturally well understood as well. That is, equipment embedded with second-rank alien energy stones. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Perhaps. He rather felt that the chief was afraid that he was now pondering why he could burst out with such a powerful battle force. On the top floor of the first base, the chief's office, Wei Shang, Yi Yuqiu, and He Peng all arrived here. Puppet came to stand behind the chief and didn't move a muscle. The chief smiled. No need to be nervous. Sit down. Little Yi, you've been injured. You need to recuperate even more. I'm just asking you guys a few questions. The three people then sat down. The chief smiled. Little Wei, tell me the entirety of your battle with Wang Likun. Don't spare a single detail. Wei Shang nodded his head and told me everything. It was only after a moment that the chief said thoughtfully, in that case, it was Lu Xian who played a major role this time? Wei Shang nodded. Exactly. But at that time, Wang Likun suddenly coughed, causing his body to pause for an instant. So I guess that it should be Yi Yuqiu's supernormal ability that also played a role. Yi Yuqiu didn't hide it and nodded his head in acknowledgement. The chief smiled. Very well, you guys did a good job. However, that Lu Xian, after he drank the concealment potion, he was actually able to stay hidden for such a long time. It is indeed a bit confusing. Yi Yuqiu lowered her head. Draw some blood for a test. Maybe we can tell something. The chief nodded. Well, I'll leave it to you then. He lightly knocked on the desktop a few times and smiled. Lu Xian's supernatural ability is not as simple as a bone spear on the surface. Perhaps it's the ability to coalesce bones into any shape and even attack offhand. There is a lot of room for development of his supernormal ability. A buildable talent. I reckon it will soon be time to advance to the second rank. At that time, he will also be able to stand alone. Wei Shang was shocked in his heart. He understood that the chief was trying to cultivate Lu Xian as a seed player. His heart could not help but feel a little jealous of Lu Xian. The chief had wanted to train him like this before. Unfortunately, his supernormal ability was just self-healing, and there was no room for further expansion and development. On the contrary, Lu Xian's supernatural ability, which allowed him to attack and defend, really exceeded his potential by a large margin. The chief suddenly looked at Yi Yuqiu. Little Yi, what do you think of this person? Yi Yuqiu shook his head expressionlessly. I think he doesn't have enough experience. It's better to observe and watch him again. And don't you think that he might be connected to the authority? Since he's going to serve as the backbone of the new buds, he must be 100% loyal. The chief smiled. Good, let's watch again. After pausing for a few seconds, he smiled. I decided to give Lu Xian a reward of 30 medium stones and 2 pieces of second-rank equipment. He Pang, I'll leave this matter to you. Little Wei and Little Yi, your injuries are not light. Go rest first. The power vacuum left behind after the destruction of Wood City and the Gale Core. The people from the second base will go forward to receive it. The Blood Ant Gang's Blood Town is close by, so in a few days, when you guys are rested, you can go and receive it. Yes, the 3 nodded in unison. After the 3 of them left, the chief slowly got up, carrying his hands behind his back as he looked out of the window and smiled faintly. Even if this Lu Xian's identity is slightly questionable, it won't hurt. It's just as a tool to use. A mere tool. How can it escape from a person's hands? He looked to the puppet. You think so? The puppet didn't say anything, but the expression on his face turned into a smile. The Tsang River originates from the lofty and continuous mountains in western Taisha, all the way from the northwest to the southeast, bisecting the entire Tiannan province, and eventually rushing into the sea. In the middle section of the Tsang River, where the water flowed gently, there was a dock that relied on chains and anchors. Large and small boats crisscrossed the river. Old boats decayed under the current, and new boats were stacked on top of each other. This was the chaotic scene. This was the base camp of the Great River Society. The people in the neighborhood called it Big River Dock. At the highest point of the Big River Dock, a middle-aged man wearing a blue and white undershirt and brown shorts with flip-flops was looking in the direction of the Sprout first base from afar. The muscles on his body were bulging like mountain rocks. The rather loose undershirt froze into a close-fitting undershirt. Behind him, a young man came with quick steps. Shipmaster, our people have received news. The leaders of the Wood City and Gale Regiment have died in front of the first base. New Sprout sent people into Wood City overnight, and with little resistance, Wood City's remaining aberrants fled to us? Unsurprisingly, New Sprout will be moving into the Gale Core next. The bosun snorted. That fool Li Hongyong, plotting this and that, and ended up plotting himself in. He also doesn't think about it. The leader of the new shoots came to Tiannan 6 years ago single-handedly, and earned such a large foundation of new shoots all by himself. Is he not a good person to deal with? The young man nodded repeatedly. You are right. The boat boss casually asked. How many of Wood City's aberrations have come over? The young man replied. 4 of the second rank, 9 of the first rank, and over 30 ordinary people. The boat boss smiled. Very well, distribute food to them and arrange them on shore for the time being. He pondered for a moment, then asked, Wang Likun and the others, have they not returned yet? The young man shook his head. Not yet. We haven't found any trace of them either. The bosun frowned. Then it seems to be inauspicious. Find out who took out Wang Likun and the others. We know too little about the new buds. Yes. The young man nodded. Only after the young man left did the boat boss curse. There are so many experts in new bud. However, it's not bad to have fished out some altered beings over this time. It's a pity that we still haven't found the exact location of the second base. If we give the Sprouts some more time, relying on that Steel City mystic realm, I'm afraid that their overall strength will soon surpass the Great River Society. God knows what they'll do next. I'm afraid it's unlikely that they'll coexist peacefully. I have to think of a way. Chapter 31 Tough Greedy Lab Funding. Within 3 or 2 days, Lu Xian's exploits in the anti-ambush battle had spread throughout the entire first base. No matter if it was an alien or an ordinary person, they had all heard of his name. Everyone who saw him revealed looks of awe and admiration. Even the aunties in the cafeteria with shaky hands would give him a few extra pieces of braised meat. On this day, having rested enough, Lu Xian was about to head to the Zombie Town secret realm for his training. Along the way, many people came and went, but when they saw him, they would all stop and respectfully shout out Brother Lu. After all, in many people's opinion, he was able to take out even a third-order alien, so I'm afraid that he wasn't far from being promoted to the second order. According to the practice within the base, once promoted to the second rank, he was the true backbone of the Sprouts. Once promoted to the second stage, he will be the true backbone of the Sprouts, and can lead a squad of altered beings on his own to carry out a variety of tasks. Lu Xian arrived in front of the door to the Zombie Town secret realm and was about to enter. Yi Yuchou's voice suddenly came from the back. Lu Xian, wait. Lu Xian turned around and saw the short-haired woman in a white lab coat walking quickly. Your injuries, they healed so quickly? He was a little surprised. Yi Yuchou nodded. I'm distributing your rewards on behalf of the chief. 30 medium stones, 2 pieces of second-rank equipment. With that, she handed over the items. Lu Xian smiled and accepted it. You have obtained the Divine Weapon Fine Steel Armor. Survival points plus 31. You have obtained the Divine Weapon 100 Forged Blade. Survival points plus 30. Seeing that Yi Yuchou hadn't left yet, he asked, Is there anything else? Yi Yuchou said in a deep voice. The concealment potion is very effective on you. It has to draw blood for a test. I hope you'll cooperate. Lu Xian casually asked. Is this the chief's intention? Yi Yuqiu nodded. Lu Xian shrugged. Alright. It didn't take long to draw blood. Looking at Lu Xian's departing back, Yi Yuqiu held these few milliliters of blood in her hand, pondering. After pondering for a moment, she closed the door of the lab and hung a sign that read "Do not disturb during experimentation." After confirming that no one would come to disturb her, an ancient book and a fountain pen appeared in front of her. She called her supernormal ability Book of Strange. Externally, as long as she used the pen to write, she could target her opponent's injuries and expand them to achieve the effect of killing them. But in reality, only she herself knew that her supernormal ability was far more than that. After advancing to the second stage of alien ability, her pen suddenly one day could transform between a fountain pen and a quill pen. Fountain pen writing could expand injuries in order to kill the enemy. Writing with a quill pen, on the other hand, would allow for long-distance messaging. The written words would ignore the distance and appear on another piece of paper within seconds. The prerequisite was that that piece of paper had to come from the Book of Strange. Yi Yuqiu looked at the pen, which quickly transformed into a brush. This quill was now dipped in ink out of thin air. She lifted the quill and wrote down a crooked line. Heavy rain to authority. Is Lu Xian an undercover agent dispatched by the authority to New Sprout? There was no response. There was no response for a long time. Yi Yuqiu let out a light sigh, tore off this page, and burned it to ashes by lighting it with a lighter. It had been a long time. It had been a long time since she had received a response to her transmission with the authority. The situation was very complicated. Perhaps the paper she had left behind had been lost in the chaos. Perhaps her upline had died unexpectedly. Or perhaps, it was the upline that had defected to the authority. Anything was possible. Still, she would make a transmission every few days. Ding! A crisp sound from a machine not far away pulled her mind back. The machine spat out a report. She picked it up and read it, and there were only a few fairly simple lines on it. Lu Xian blood sample. Sample capacity 5 milliliters. The blood contains a higher concentration of supernatural energy, consistent with the concentration of supernatural energy of a second-order lower-level supernaturalist. The blood fits extremely well with the concealment potion. Presumed to be a highly adaptable person for the concealment potion, the blood possesses unknown energy. Insufficient data for further verification. Yi Yuqiu looked at this report and pondered. The content of this report was within her expectations. It was in line with the blood alien energy concentration of a second-order lower-level alien, but it wasn't necessarily a formal second-order lower-level alien anymore. After all, blood alien energy concentration was in dynamic equilibrium and would constantly rise and fall. If one used their psychic abilities drastically in a short period of time, it would also cause the blood psychic energy concentration to drop drastically. As for this machine, it also came from the Iron City mystic realm. When Yi Yuqiu first saw it, he only felt that it was very amazing, but now it was no longer strange. Unsurprisingly, it should be the manufacturing product of a special lineage alien. They, the first base's Alterans, had survived the anti-ambush battle and should soon come into contact with the second base's Alterans. At that time, they would naturally know who had created this machine. Thinking of this, she lightly opened the back cover of the machine, which had a fist-sized third-order alien energy stone embedded in it. The light was now half-dimmed, meaning that the energy was roughly 50% depleted. She gingerly pocketed the alien energy stone, then quickly wrote a note. The note read, "Stone energy depleted. Requesting a replacement stone." As an undercover agent disconnected from the authority and behind enemy lines, this was the only thing she could do. Damn it, ruthlessly coveting lab funds. The entrance to the zombie town's secret realm. Lu Xian came here once again. Ma Wei and Ji Bo Chang were already waiting here. Lu Xian looked at Ji Bo Chang and said suspiciously, "An exalt like you who can heal doesn't have to take part in battles. So why are you here?" Exalts who knew how to heal were few and far between, and were generally very golden. Ji Bo Chang excitedly said, "I took the initiative to apply to the chief. I'm eager to see the zombies with my own eyes. I've been watching zombie movies since my mother's womb. Please let me go in and fight zombies." "Brother Lu, do you have to do any preparations before fighting zombies?" Lu Xian casually said. "Exercise less, sleep more, and eat well." Ji Bo Chang froze. "Why?" Lu Xian said smilingly, "The meat is fatty and tender without firewood, suitable for zombies as a dish." Ji Bo Chang. Lu Xian noticed the greenish hair on top of Ma Wei's head. "Why did you change your hair color again? Lost money again?" Ma Wei had been quite happy, but when he heard this, he immediately said sadly, "The small stones rewarded by this counter-ambush, all of them have been exported to. That's why I wanted to change my hair color, hoping to bring in fortune." Lu Xian, the god of fortune sees you a green-haired Mohawk spirit boy. I'm afraid he will spread his legs and run away. Ma de Great grinned. No, 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 the god of fortune is universal. will never be prejudiced against me, and he might even favor me. Favor. Only the green ones can be favored. Lu Xian shook his head and casually asked, why isn't Zhang Heng here? Ma Wei raised his hand. I know, he went to take care of his daughter. Lu Xian was surprised. He has a daughter? Chapter 32, who gave you that name? Ma Wei nodded. Yeah, we all escaped from South 5th Bay City. I knew them well on the road. His daughter had her leg broken by a falling beam. If he hadn't been carrying her, she would have died on the road. And then? Lu Xian asked. Ma Wei shrugged. And then it came here. He and I were both lucky enough to survive the trial and awakened our powers, becoming part of the new buds. He didn't say it explicitly, but Lu Xian knew that the so-called trial referred to throwing ordinary people into the zombie town, and whoever awakened their psychic abilities would become a member of the new sprouts. As for those who died, they can only recognize their own bad luck. Ma Wei continued. He also dipped his credit for this counter-ambush and was rewarded with a lot of small stones, so he must have gone back to brag with his daughter. Anyway, there's still 1 day of merit leave. Let him rest more. Old men of age. You know, bad health still like to brag. Lu Xian nodded and didn't say anything more. Let's go. Let's go in and replace He Pang and the others. He Pang and the others had been stationed in this secret territory for a long time. Every day they either fought zombies or ate fish people. There was either the smell of blood or fish in their noses. The people could barely hold it together. It was only when Li Hongyong and the others sneaked into the first base that they came out to get some air. Now Lu Xian's trio was going in to replace He Pang. At this moment, footsteps came from the back. Lu Xian turned around to see that it was Wei Shang and Zhou Rou. Wei Shang looked at Lu Xian with complicated eyes and spoke. You don't need to go in to replace He Pang. Lu Xian was puzzled. Why? Wei Shang, the chief just gave the order for me to go in and replace He Pang. Lu Xian, you'll be traveling to Blood Town with He Pang, and you have 2 tasks. First, take over Blood Town. Second, establish a stronghold within the Blood Ant Nest. He Pang is already waiting at the entrance of the base. Lu Xian couldn't help but be interested. After traveling here, he had only entered one secret realm so far, and it was this zombie town. Of course, to still call it zombie town now was obviously a bit inappropriate. However, the chief had not yet changed its name, so they continued to call it zombie town. He was looking forward to what kind of surprise the system would give him if he could enter another secret realm. Lu Xian nodded. Alright, I'll go now. Ma Wei and Ji Bochang froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. Wei Sheng swept a glance at them. You guys follow Lu Xian as well? Yes. Ma Wei nodded at once. Ji Bochang squirmed. But I want to see the zombies. This is the chief's order. Wei Sheng faintly said. Okay, I'll come back to see it next time. Ji Bochang said helplessly. Wei Sheng looked at Lu Xian's back and suddenly said, by the way, there is a batch of second base's alien energy practitioners heading to support you guys. They will go directly from the second base to Blood Town. The chief said that the third order alien who was leading the group is a bit arrogant, so you guys get along well with him and don't annoy them. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. Good. At the gate of the first base, a Wuling divine vehicle was already waiting here. This Wuling divine vehicle was all modified, with blood-stained crash corners in the front, barbed wire on the front window, and steel baffles on the left and right sides. Although it had undergone a washout, one could still see the dead center filled with dried blood. Lu Xian brought Ma Wei and Ji Bochang into the car. As soon as they got into the car, Ma Wei pinched his nose and said, I'll go, brother He, the smell of fish on you is a bit strong. He Pang's face, which was still smiling happily just now, suddenly turned black. Cut the damn crap and drive. The gate of the first base slowly opened, and the engine of the Wuling divine vehicle issued a lion-like roar, then sped out at a turtle-like high speed. He Pang smiled awkwardly. This car is too old. It's a bit slow, but it's okay. The chief said that the second base will send the new car over in a few days. Ji Bochang stretched out his little chubby hand, smilingly said, He brother. Hello. In the next Ji Bochang, He Pang also nodded. I know, healing alien right, very rare, just hide behind us later. But I have a question. Who gave you this name? Ji Bochang instantly said melancholically. My mom. She wants me to study hard and learn from all, so that I can take my middle school degree early. You know, older women don't really understand this. He Pang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this highway god car finally arrived at its not-so-loyal Bloodtown after a bumpy ride. Bloodtown was now in ruins, though it was no better than a ruin to begin with. The remains of humans and blood ants could be seen everywhere. It was obvious that this place had experienced a massive chaos. Lu Xian didn't need to think about it to know that it was because of Li Hongyong's death. Li Hongyong had established a connection with the queen of the blood ant nest, which allowed him to drive the blood ants to attack the first base. After Li Hongyong's violent death, the ant queen might have been affected in some way. That's what led to the riot of the blood ants. Many of the people living in Bloodtown are ordinary people, and most of them were ordinary people who had wandered over from the South Fifth Bay City. Lu Xian shook his head as he looked at the dead and mutilated corpses. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Ma Wei squatting in front of a corpse without saying a word. He walked over and casually asked, "What's wrong?" Ma Wei raised his head, the expression on his face wanting to cry and trying to hold back tears. Only after a while did he point to the corpse on the ground and whispered, "This is my dead friend. We escaped together from South Fifth Bay City, and we were separated halfway through when we encountered a demonic creature. I didn't expect him to be in Blood Town. I was thinking of waiting to become stronger before going to look for him, but it turned out that I'm still alive when we meet again, and he's already gone." Lu Xian didn't know what to say and could only sigh. Ma Wei wiped the tears that were about to seep out of his eyes. "This dead friend of mine worships the supernaturals the most, and since he was a child, he has always felt that he too could awaken his supernatural abilities." Lao Zi awakened. "You haven't awakened yet, you stupid sculptor." Lu Xian patted his shoulder. "Take his body back for burial as well." Ma Wei sniffled and nodded, then found a broken quilt from the house next to him and carefully wrapped the corpse of a former dead friend and placed it next to the Wuling Shankar. He Pang and the others saw it and didn't say much. They all came from ordinary people. Even if they became a psychic, they are still people after all. He Pang took a deep breath, feeling the smell of blood in his chest, and said in a deep voice, "Be careful, there might still be residual blood ants in Bloodtown." As soon as the words fell, the rustling sound of footsteps scratching through the dirt came from the dead ends in all directions. Lu Xian's expression was solemn as he immediately backhanded his jade bone spear and stared around vigilantly. Chapter 33 Congratulations on obtaining the 5 poison bag. Whoosh! A blood ant swooped out. Before it could pounce, it was pierced through by Lu Xian's spear. "You have killed a low-level parasite in seconds. Survival points +8. He frowned slightly. After his strength had increased, the survival points rewarded for killing these low-level demons had indeed become less. On the other side, He Peng picked up his lightning staff and fiercely struck a bolt of lightning. It instantly electrocuted the few blood ants that lunged over. The smell of burnt protein filled the air. Under the steady advancement of Lu Xian and the others, most of the blood ants in Bloodtown were cleared. A moment later, a dark entrance appeared before them. As the crowd stared at this hole, they only felt as if their sight had been swallowed up. This cave entrance was located in the central position of Bloodtown, with a whole circle steeped in red bricks around it. He Peng said in a deep voice, "This should be the entrance to the blood ant nest. The mold of each secret realm's door is different, but the probability is that it will match the style of that secret realm. The situation over there is unknown. Who will be first? In advance, the first one to enter and explore will get 40 small stones, which I will personally reimburse." He looked around the circle. Eventually Ma Wei raised his hand. He solemnly said, "My special ability is a shield. I'll go in first, at least I won't die." He Pong nodded. "Alright, I'll pay you 20 small stones in advance." After saying that, he pulled out 20 finger-sized first-rank alien energy stones from his pocket and handed them over to Ma Wei's arms. Ma Wei grinned. "The wallet is finally bulging again. He. Lu Xian shook his head. "Isn't it simple to think of a bulging wallet?" Ma Wei's eyes lit up. "Brother Lu, you have a solution?" Lu Xian casually said. "Blow a breath into it, and it will soon bulge." "Ma Wei, what's the use of this?" Lu Xian said seriously. "At least you can pretend to have a bulging wallet, and feel better in your heart." "Ma Wei, not to talk about all this nonsense. Guys, I'm going in first. If I have anything long or short, help me take care of my unborn 80-year-old mother and 2-year-old daughter." After saying that, a 1-meter-tall shield coalesced out of thin air in front of him, and he took a big stride through the cave entrance. In an instant, his figure was swallowed by the hole and disappeared without a trace. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed by minute. A full 3 minutes later, a head with a green mohawk stuck out of the hole. The scene looked very frightening. Ji Bo Chang almost swung the hammer in his hand and smashed it. Fortunately, Ma Wei shrank quickly, which prevented him from being opened by his own people. Ma Wei said with a resentful face, "It's me, your good brother Ma Wei." Ji Bo Chang smiled awkwardly. "I thought you only had a head left." Ma Wei hurriedly said, "It's safe inside. Everyone come in." Lu Xian and He Peng glanced at each other and immediately fishtailed in. Crossing over the dark cave entrance, their feet stepped on the hard ground. The light around them dimmed to the extreme all of a sudden. Only the few oil lamps on the walls were still emitting a dim light, but it looked like they were about to run out of oil as well. Lu Xian stood still for a while before he could adapt to the environment. As he looked around, there were a few ironclad wooden beams standing here, and there were quite a few tables, chairs and benches around. There were also a few bags of rice and canned goods piled up in the corner next to them. Clearly this was the stronghold that the Blood Ant Gang had arranged within the Blood Ant Nest. "You have entered the compulsion-infested dark nest and are temporarily safe and sound. Survival points +8. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. It was true. The danger level of this place was higher than Zombie Town. Even if one did nothing but just stand here, the survival points given would be quite a bit more. At this moment, the door of this stronghold was open, revealing the dark cave outside. The oil lamp hanging on the doorframe could only barely illuminate the space within a few meters. Two forked paths, one to the left and one to the right, could barely be discerned. Ma Wei clutched the handle of his shield and leapt into action. Charge! Charge! The demons! Save the small stones! Marry a rich white woman and walk to the peak of your life. He Peng pulled him back and spoke in a deep voice amidst his confused eyes. Everyone, we only have two tasks. The first is to take over Bloodtown, but as everyone can see, there are almost no living people left in Bloodtown. There is no need to take over. The second is to build a stronghold within the Blood Ant Nest. This stronghold is too average. It can't even be compared to the stronghold of the Zombie Town. Expanding it isn't our job either. All we have to do nowadays is to scout the neighborhood. We're small in number now, and the team from the second base hasn't arrived yet, so I think we should rendezvous with them before we move. After saying this, he looked at Lu Xian. Although Lu Xian wasn't yet a second-order alien, he froze the night and dry-humped the third-order alien of the Great River Society, turning the situation around with a single blow. This one thing alone had already won the recognition of them, the second-order Alterans. Therefore, what he said needed to be affirmed by Lu Xian as well. Lu Xian casually found a chair and sat down. I don't think it's a problem. Let's wait for them to come. He was pretty indifferent anyway. Even if he stood here and did nothing, he could still save survival points. No, another one popped up. Seeing that the two expert brothers were planning to stay put, Ma Wei, Jibo Chang and the others simply all sat down as well. Lu Xian saw that he had saved quite a few survival points this time, and with nothing else to do, he simply started drawing 10 in a row again. Opening the Qi Refining Stage Treasure Chest. Congratulations on obtaining the Qi Recovery Pill. Opening the Qi Refining Stage Treasure Chest. Congratulations on obtaining the 5 Poison Bag. Congratulations on obtaining the 5 Poison Pouch. Congratulations on obtaining the 5 Poison Pouch. Lu Xian was originally went to see a ring, heard the unexpected system message, suddenly came to interest, so much so that he didn't even look closely at what was opened at the back. 5 Poison Sac, a top-grade artifact, can tame and collect parasites, currently contains second-order and lower parasites. The parasites in the bag will sleep and increase their growth rate by 10%, while the poisonous parasites can increase their growth rate by 20%. The description of this magic weapon lit up Lu Xian's eyes. Good stuff. The blood ants in the blood ant nest were all treated as companions by the system without exception. Wouldn't he be able to take these blood ants into his pocket and then domesticate them into his own compulsion? As expected, coming to a new place brought new things. Even the shipments were very different. At this time, Ma Wei couldn't help but ask, aren't you from the second base? Do you recognize the people who are coming later? Ji Bo Chang thought for a moment. Probably recognize them. I've already guessed who the third-order alien at the head is. He Pang, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, also became interested at this time. Who is it? What kind of alien ability? Ji Bo Chang said in a deep voice. His name is Song Xinghe, a very fierce one. Not long after he was promoted to the third rank, he defeated a very powerful veteran third rank in the second base with his bare hands. The alien ability should be high-speed movement. When he fought that veteran third order, we onlookers barely saw anything before the other party collapsed. The only thing we could see was just a faint residual shadow. He Ping sucked in a breath of cool air. That was indeed fierce awe. At this moment, a figure suddenly stepped out of the dark cave entrance. Lu Xian looked up and a tall youth came into view. The other party didn't look more than 23 years old, similar to Ma Wei. However, an aura of I am strong, stronger than all of you was lingering around him. Unsurprisingly, this person was Song Xinghe. Chapter 34. You don't even know how strong you are until you push yourself. Song Xinghe sized up Lu Xian and the others and frowned. I thought you guys had started exploring the blood ant nest, and it turns out that you're just pressing on here? He Pang stood up and calmly said, my name is He Pang, and as you can see, we are few in number, so if we explore hastily, we will most likely lose manpower. Therefore, it is most appropriate to explore together when you all arrive. Song Xinghe said indifferently, I'm here, so I don't need you guys. After saying that, the two exalts showed up right behind him. He Pang's brows furrowed. This is called being a bit arrogant? It was clearly hard to get along with people. He took a deep breath. Lu Xian, let's combine our two teams into one and go out and explore to the left. As for the right side, I'll leave it to you guys. After saying that, he didn't bother to continue talking with Song Xinghe and brought his own people with him to leave. Wait. Song Xinghe glanced at Lu Xian, who was getting up slowly and methodically. You're Lu Xian, the one who took out the bomb in the counter-ambush battle? He looked Lu Xian up and down. Your psychic ability is manipulating bones? A very strange ability, but the power seems to be good. It's a pity that you're still at the first rank. It's really low. Lu Xian glanced at him. What are you trying to say? Song Xinghe pointed at He Pang and shook his head regretfully. I had thought that you would be a sharp person and would start exploring the blood ant nest without waiting for me to arrive. I didn't expect that you would cower here with him and not move a muscle. It really disappoints me. Surname Su said that you would surpass me in the future. I think he's looking the other way. Song Xinghe snorted and brought along the two exalts behind himself before striding into the dark cave. He Pang looked at the distant figure of Song Xinghe and the others, and couldn't help but spit on the ground. Bah! What the hell? Coming up here and sneering. Ji Bo Chang came up and whispered. Surname Su, should be Su Mo, a third-order alien. The one I just said was defeated by Song Xinghe. The strength is perennially ranked in the top few in the second base. An expert. Lu Xian casually said. Don't mind them. Let's go and start exploring. He Pang nodded. Only then did the group actually step into the cave. With a thought, Lu Xian called out the Yin Wind Crow from the cave Heavenly Treasure Pearl. Quite a long period of time had passed since the little guy was hatched. It was full of feathers and had long since jumped into action. Moreover, in this dimly lit environment, it almost blended in with the environment. As long as it wasn't an adept with specialized eyes, it could barely be detected. Lu Xian had released the gloomy wind crow so that it could act as a scout, scouting the surrounding area. The little guy was smart enough to avoid the bright flashlights in the hands of the Ultrans, only advancing in the dim corners. Looking at the movements of the Yin Phone Crow jumping forward at high speed, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of toothache. This guy still can't fly ah. The good old crow froze and turned into a walking chicken. Strange, why is there a wind blowing past my ears? Ma Wei muttered. Illusion, right? He Pang froze. I didn't feel it. Lu Xian coughed lightly. Don't worry about it. Keep moving. The group moved forward cautiously. Ji Bo Chang, on the other hand, was responsible for drawing the map. In no time, they found some blood ant remains. He Pang squatted down to inspect them for a moment and said in a deep voice, cutting them off with a single slash. It should be the work of an alien. Perhaps, some blood ant gang's Ultrans escaped into the blood ant nest. Lu Xian nodded. It's possible. At this moment, the Yin Wind Crow sent back a trace of a strange emotion through the bloodline contract. Enemy attack. Lu Xian pulled Ma Wei back while throwing it violently, the bone-penetrating nail stabbing violently. In the next moment, a piece of dark green venom landed right in front of Ma Wei. A pungent odor immediately came. Looking down, even the compacted cave floor was corroded by a large piece. The bone-penetrating nail had also nailed the thing in place. Ma Wei's heart was so shocked that he almost gave a weak leg. Holy! Lu Xian took a closer look and said in a deep voice, be careful. It's a blood ant that can spray poison. I haven't seen it before. He Pang took a deep breath. Prepare to attack. I'll hit the lights. Lu Xian was stunned. He hadn't reacted to what He Pang meant by strike the light. When he saw this middle-aged man in his 30s let out a low gulp, powerful thunderbolts erupted from his lightning staff, striking the cave directly in front of him. The lightning continuously rotated around a point, spreading out endless light. It's so bright, Chief Ji Bo exclaimed. And under that light, the crowd could also see the situation below. It was clearly a dense mass of blood ants. Each one was far larger than the ones that attacked the first base that day. And in the center of these blood ants was a huge dark green cocoon. The blood ants were carefully sticking their jaws into the giant cocoon, seemingly drawing something. It wasn't hard to guess that they were drawing venom from it. The sudden lightning of the thunderbolt immediately caused the blood ants to stir, and they all cast their eyes towards the place where the thunderbolt came from. Being stared at by so many blood ants at once immediately made He Pang and the others' scalps numb. He Pang turned around and ran. Retreat! It was also at this moment, countless blood ants rushed towards this side in unison. The footsteps scratched across the ground, emitting a rustling rustle. This moment was particularly ear-piercing and terrifying to their ears. If they had encountered these blood ants outside, they could have maneuvered with them or relied on the building to resist. But this was the blood ant nest. It was someone else's territory. It was better to hurry up and get out of the way. Whoosh! Fist-sized dark green venom continuously broke through the air. When it landed on the cave floor, it would corrode a large area. An alien brought by He Pang was unable to dodge and was hit in the back by a cloud of venom, and he wailed on the spot, lost his balance and tripped to the ground. Before he could get up, more venom slammed into him, drowning his entire body. He Pang originally wanted to pull a hand, but when he saw this, he could only curse and use all his strength to escape. Ma Wei was horrified in his heart, and without saying a word, he put the shield condensed from his supernatural energy on his back. This way, he could at least fend off one or two. Lu Xian reached out and activated the divine walking talisman that had long been affixed to his leg. With the movement speed brought about by the talisman, he quickly dodged these venomous liquids that kept flying. You dodged under the venomous spew of the swarms of parasites without even damaging the corners of your clothes. Survival points plus 35. At this time, a large swarm of blood ants suddenly appeared in front of them as well. They were large in size and grinding their teeth. They were certainly soldier ants. He Peng immediately cursed. The back road is being encircled. Damn it, these blood ants still know tactics? Lu Xian couldn't help but frown as his right hand vainly pressed the earth thorn talisman between his sleeves. The earth-stabbing talisman had a large range, and as long as there were a few more of them, it was very suitable for dealing with this kind of demonic creature that appeared in groups. But in doing so, the talisman would have to be exposed. He suddenly called out, "Old He, use your strongest lightning to open the way." He Peng, "Ha, me?" Lu Xian drank lowly, "Yes, use your lightning storm move." He Peng, "But my move only has a big range. It's not very powerful, and it can't kill the soldier ants." Lu Xian, "Use it if you're told to. As the saying goes, if you don't push yourself, you won't know how strong you are." Chapter 35. You are the big fierce one of our new buds. He Peng took a deep breath. All right, protect me," he roared. An even more powerful lightning immediately accumulated in his lightning staff. Lu Xian saw this and appeared behind him in a flash, raising the Xian iron shield in his left hand to ward off the venom from behind him. At the same time, he didn't forget to cast the earth-stabbing talisman. After 5 long seconds of storing power, the thunderbolt finally roared out. Wherever it passed, the soldier ants that came running wildly fell down in pieces, not moving on the spot. It was like straw blown down in the middle of a gale. "Hey, am I that fierce?" He Peng froze for a moment. He didn't expect to be so fierce. Lu Xian pulled him on. "You are that fierce. You're the big fierce one of our new buds." Things were urgent, and He Peng was completely unable to be distracted, and could only quickly skim over the remains of these soldier ants. No one realized that a large portion of these soldier ants had actually been pierced through by the ground thorn talismans that had suddenly appeared. You severely injured 23 powerful parasites and assisted your fellow Daoist in killing them. Survival points plus 211. After rushing through the blockade of these soldier ants, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Jibo Chang looked at the dim point of light ahead and said happily, "The stronghold is up ahead." Lu Xian's heart, however, was flooded with a strange feeling. "No, that's not there." He hadn't even finished his words. The scene in front of him began to change rapidly. The rock wall stretched on and on towards the infinite distance. The blood ants in hot pursuit behind him seemed to have suddenly disappeared. The dark green venom that fell from the sky also turned into a beautiful flower falling from the sky. One could not help but reach out and touch it. Fortunately, such an illusion didn't last long and didn't confuse Lu Xian's cognition. With a sharp shake of his head, he broke free from that strange illusion. However, when he looked around, He Peng, Ma Wei and the others had obviously fallen into the hallucination and were unable to extricate themselves. It was only then that he reacted to the fact that the dim light in the distance was not the oil lamp of the stronghold at all, but another new breed of blood ant. It puckered its stomach and was emitting an illusion-creating glow. Seeing that the other result brought by He Peng had already walked towards the ever-attacking venom with a smile on his face of his own accord, he was instantly about to wake up these few people. However, it was also at this moment, the rock wall on the left side suddenly exploded. An extraordinarily huge soldier ant suddenly rushed out. The sharp giant jaws came straight towards him with an open mouth. This sudden loud noise also caused He Peng and the others to break free from their illusions. It was only that the sight of waking up to find giant soldier ants more than a meter tall and 3 meters long with their mouths open and biting was obviously not very calming. Lu Xian's spiritual sense hooked up, and the Xian iron shield immediately floated in front of his body to block the giant jaws, while the jade bone spear in his right hand immediately stabbed down violently. Plop plop plop. The hard armor was as fragile as tofu under the jade bone spear. Only a few times, a large amount of body fluid flowed out from it. Under the pain, the giant soldier ant threw itself violently, throwing Lu Xian behind it and crashing directly into the rock wall. The huge body continued to twitch and eventually fell towards the left side of the rock wall. The rock wall had already been corroded by the venom and was already fragile. Now it finally couldn't withstand it and collapsed violently. He Peng and Ji Bo Chang were creeped out and hastily dodged. Ma Wei was close by and gritted his teeth as he rushed over, trying to pull Lu Xian over. Lu Xian was dizzy for a moment and was about to get up when his feet suddenly cracked open. Before Ma Wei's outstretched hand could touch Lu Xian, the latter immediately plummeted towards the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Grass! He cursed out loud. He Peng also frowned as he looked at where Lu Xian had disappeared. After a short period of weighing his options, he immediately said, "We can't let Lu Xian down. Let's go." The three of them could only grit their teeth and flee. Fortunately, the corpses of the giant soldier ants after their deaths blocked their pursuers, or else they would have to be accounted for here as well. Lu Xian felt something arch over him. He woke up leisurely, with only a faint shimmering light in his eyes. He looked to his side. A good-sized phone crow was cocking its head to survey him. When they saw him wake up, they jumped around on him with excitement. One on his stomach, one on his chest, and one on his head. These kicks almost made him pass out again. Lu Xian stopped this little Deng's unintentional murder by grabbing its head. At this time, he noticed the system message remaining in front of him. You have killed a powerful parasite against the attack of swarms of parasites. Survival points plus 39. He could not help but ponder. The description given by the system message was roughly clear to him already. The system would describe the opponent's strength based on his own strength and thus the opponent's strength. The opponent's strength would then have several levels such as weak, ordinary, powerful, and extremely powerful. The system's evaluation of the giant blood ant was powerful. In other words, it was at least a third-ranked demonic creature. Lu Xian lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, looked around, and curiously said, "Why are there so many eggs? I've fallen into a breeding chamber?" He was instantly creeped out. This place was densely packed with ant eggs, each one the size of a fist. Looking around, the slowly wriggling black shadows of blood ants could even be seen among some of the ant eggs, which were clearly on the verge of hatching. Without saying a word, Lu Xian immediately sent their favorite food, the bone-penetrating nail, in order to help them break out of their eggs as soon as possible. That said, isn't it possible to take away a few ant eggs to tame them? Lu Xian rubbed his chin, suddenly thinking. He picked and chose amongst the crowd of ant eggs, eventually choosing a few extraordinarily different ones. It wasn't hard to guess that these ant eggs would differentiate into a variety of different blood ants. There were ordinary worker ants, as well as larger soldier ants. There were also poison ants that spewed venom, and illusion ants that released illusionary light. Lu Xian couldn't tell from the ant eggs exactly what would hatch. Simply pick the big ones. After all, there was a saying that when something like this, big is beautiful, strong is good. He took out the 5 poison pouch from his consciousness space and branded it with his spiritual sense, so that he could be considered to have mastered it. And then he threw these few ant eggs in. Soon he felt that these few ant eggs were hatching in it at a fairly rapid rate. Obviously the 5 poison sac was just going to be more suitable for blood ants to hatch than the normal environment in the blood ant nest. It wasn't long before the first blood ant broke out of the egg. Lu Xian fixed his eyes on it. It was a rather large soldier ant. Not bad, not bad, good luck. He nodded in satisfaction and continued to wait. A few moments later, these ant eggs all broke out. In total, there were 4 soldier ants and 1 poison ant. It's a pity that there are no princess ants. My judgment is indeed fine. These ant eggs that just look different hatched out to be at least soldier ants. Lu Xian nodded his head in satisfaction, and with a thought, he took out a soldier ant from the 5 poison pouch. This soldier ant was as big as an adult's thigh, and its sharp giant jaws reflected a cold light under the dim light. The antennae on top of the soldier ant's head trembled and slowly approached him, releasing a loyal and affectionate emotion. Chapter 36, that's a sure sign that you're not going to make it. Lu Xian saw this and called out the other 4 as well. As expected, they had all recognized their masters. Even if Lu Xian told them to destroy the ant eggs, they would immediately carry out the task without saying a word. Lu Xian hefted the 5 poison pouch and became more and more satisfied. It was truly worthy of being a magic weapon used by cultivators. It directly seized control by force and transformed the enemy into a henchman. Thinking of this, he was suddenly thoughtful. That said, does this count as NTR in the eyes of the ant queen? The Yin Crow also circled around these 5 blood ants a few times, seemingly curious. However, its size nowadays wasn't much bigger than the blood ants. Just when Lu Xian thought that it was going to make out with the blood ants, this good big child actually opened its beak and gnawed down towards the head of one of the soldier ants. When the Yin Crow fluttered its wings with a strange cry as it retreated towards the back and was gone in a flash. Lu Xian felt a cool breeze appear on his shoulder, and when he looked up, this fellow had indeed stood on his shoulder, casting a pitiful look at him. Too hard. Lu Xian instantly held his forehead. Are you a pelican? Eating everything? He grabbed this little den's wings with one hand and threw it out on the spot. Go go go. Go scout the neighborhood for me. The Yin Crow quacked and quickly performed the Yin Wind escape and disappeared into the cave passage. Lu Xian thought about it and picked 5 more ant eggs and stuffed them into the 5 poison pouch. 10 parasites. This was the current upper limit of the 5 poison bag. Of course, if the grade could be upgraded, the upper limit could be further increased. But that was something for later. A few moments later, the Yin Crow hopped back to Lu Xian's side, bringing with it the situation nearby. Interesting, the neighborhood is actually full of blood ant mushroom fields? Lu Xian came to be interested. He was worried about what to feed these blood ants with, so it was just the right time to gather some high-quality mushrooms from the mushroom fields and bring them back to the cave heavenly treasure pearl for planting. The 3 of them, Pang, got rid of the pursuing blood ants and barely made it back to the stronghold, dragging their injured bodies. The atmosphere inside the stronghold was incomparably heavy, and no one spoke. Ma Wei clenched his teeth and blamed himself. If I had been faster, I might have been able to pull him. Seeing him blaming himself so much, Ji Bo Chang comforted him. Don't worry, maybe Lu could have survived. He's so fiercely strong, he'll be fine. He Pang let out a sigh. Not to mention, falling from such a high place, there really isn't much chance of survival. And the deeper levels of the blood ant nest, there are definitely more blood ants. Once he falls into the blood ant swarm, he didn't go on to say the latter words, but both Ma Wei and Ji Bo Chang understood that it was a sight of 10 deaths. It was simply impossible to escape alive. He Pang said in a deep voice, grab some time to rest and recover. Wait for Song Xinghe and the others to come back, and see what the situation is like elsewhere. Ma Wei and Ji Bo Chang both nodded. After another hour, Song Xinghe's trio appeared at the entrance of the stronghold. Song Xinghe walked into the stronghold and saw that He Pang had gone out for 6 people but came back with only 3, all of them with injuries, and instantly understood what had happened. What did you encounter? He casually asked. Lu Xian didn't come back either? He Pang was about to speak when he saw those 2 behind Song Xinghe carrying a giant soldier ant and throwing it on the ground. His eyes instantly widened. That's how we came across such a giant soldier ant. Lu Xian killed the soldier ant but was also hit by it and landed on the lower level of the blood ant nest. They didn't know much about the blood ant nest, and roughly only knew that this secret realm was divided into the upper and lower levels. Song Xinghe shook his head. This thing isn't hard to kill. I'm not surprised that Lu Xian was able to kill one, but if he was flung to the lower level of the blood ant nest, then he definitely won't survive. Ma Wei froze. Why? Song Xinghe gave him a sidelong glance. Because the lower levels are all filled with such soldier ants. He Pang and the 3 of them stuttered. Song Xinghe shook his head regretfully. It's a pity. It looks like a pretty strong one. Just gone. Let's go. He Pang subconsciously said. Where to? Song Xinghe said indifferently. Of course, to report this matter to the chief. The ant queen of the blood ant nest is probably crazy. The lower level is full of giant soldier ants like this, and it's impossible to explore without a sufficient number of exalts. Get ready. The next will be a step-by-step attack. He Pang took a deep breath. Good, but we need to keep someone here as well, so we can report any situation at any time. Ma Wei volunteered. I'm willing to stay. Is there a small stone reward? He Pang, there is. I'll give it to you. Remember, once you encounter any problems, immediately go out of the secret realm and use the communicator to contact. In the secret realm, this thing can't be used. Saying that, he handed over his own communicator to Ma Wei. This was an object that could only be held by the new bud backbone. It was a palm-sized, 4-square, pitch-black square. As long as one spoke into it, it would be relayed to the target. After the demon plague, all kinds of communication devices were almost paralyzed. For any power organization to grow and develop, it had to have its own means of communication. Song Xinghe casually said, it's not impossible to use it in the secret realm, as long as there is a communication base station. Just wait. After a while the second base will send people over to build a communication base station. A few moments later, Song Xinghe, He Pang and the others withdrew from the blood ant nest stronghold and returned to the first base in the Wuling divine vehicle with an engine that roared like a lion. Ma Wei, on the other hand, was left alone in the blood ant nest. God, you have to bless Brother Lu to be alright. As long as Brother Lu can be fine, Shinman would like to never play poker for the rest of his life. After saying that, he immediately regretted it. A lifetime seems a bit long, a year, right? A year seems long too. I can go a month without playing cards. Can it be lower? The Wuling divine vehicle arrived at the first base in time before night fell. The people inside the first base almost didn't scare their legs when they saw the giant soldier ant that He Pang and Ji Bo Chang moved down from the car. A few moments later, He Pang and Song Xinghe reported the situation inside the blood ant nest. He also brought up the giant soldier ant to give the chief a look as well. Only then did Song Xinghe say, Chief, according to my reconnaissance, the lower levels of the blood ant nest are filled with such giant soldier ants in extremely large numbers. He Pang continued. On top of that, there are also poison ants that can spray poison, and illusion ants that can release illusory light. We need a considerable number of exalts to advance steadily. Wanting to capture the blood ant nest is by no means an overnight task. The chief remained unperturbed by the situation, and just nodded at the words. Advancing steadily and step by step should be the case. The Iron City side has stabilized. We can invest quite a few Xenos in the blood ant nest. Speaking of this, he casually asked, what about Lu Xian? Is there no whereabouts? He Pang clenched his fists. He fell to the lower levels. Probably. Song Xinghe calmly said, probably not alive. The chief let out a sigh. Too bad. In any case, collect his bones as much as possible. After all, he is a member of our new sprouts. I had planned to promote him as a backbone when he was promoted to the second rank. After saying that, he waved his hand. Go back and get some rest. Especially you, He Pang. Your injuries are a bit serious. Let Chao Ji treat you and I'll reimburse you. He Pang and Song Xinghe understood and bowed to leave. Chapter 37, I am and I die. Lu Xian is dead? Hearing this news, Wei Sheng and Zhou Rou were both a little stunned. He Pang let out a bitter smile. Yes, I personally watched him fall to the lower level of the blood ant nest. Songxing has said that there were many giant soldier ants there, the kind that you guys just saw. Songxing has such a strong one chose to retreat. Lu Xian, he's almost unlikely to survive. Wei Shang's eyes flashed with a glint of essence, while his mouth lamented, too bad. Lu Xian's alien potential is very strong. Once he grows up, he can surely become a backbone force even stronger than us. Yeah, I feel the same way. He Pang let out a sigh of emotion. He also told me that people don't know how strong they are until they push themselves. Then I used that lightning storm move and hard chopped more than 20 soldier ants to death, opening up a path. At that time, I thought, damn it, that statement is simply the truth. Wei Shang froze for a moment, thinking that He Pang had already become so strong. He Pang smacked his lips. No more. I'm going back to rest. My injuries are a bit heavy. Wei Shang nodded and watched him leave. Lu Xian is dead. He revealed a hint of joy. Zhou Rou, however, shook her head. I don't feel that way. This person can't be touched or seen. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who dies easily. Wei Shang was about to say that it was simply impossible to survive falling into a situation like that. Zhou Rou casually said, don't forget, before in the zombie town secret realm, such a situation also occurred. In the end, wasn't Lu Xian still alive and waiting for you guys? Wei Shang was instantly speechless. You don't say. You really don't say. This kind of thing could really happen again. However, he still subconsciously felt that there was no chance of Lu Xian surviving. Are you going to apply to go to the blood ant nest? Zhou Rou asked. Wei Shang nodded. I'm going. That place should be able to produce quite a lot of things. I feel like I'm about to advance to the second rank intermediate. Zhou Rou nodded. I'm going too. I might be about to advance to the upper first rank. Early morning of the 10th day, a fleet of vehicles set off from the second base of New Sprout and headed straight for Bloodtown. On the way, it also stopped at the first base for a few moments, bringing along Wei Shang, Yi Yuqiu, and some other exalts. At noon, the convoy arrived at Bloodtown. All of the First Order Ultrans immediately began to build a campsite. The Second Order and Third Order Aberrants surveyed the surroundings, wary of any possible threats. A young girl came to Yi Yuqiu with a big grin and extended her hand to her. Yi Yuqiu, is it? I've heard of your name a long time ago. Yi Yuqiu sized up the young girl in front of her. She looked to be 16 or 17 years old, slightly petite at about 1.6 meters, topped with a head of long, dark, thick hair, and inside was a whitewashed short sleeve, while outside was a set of azure-colored work uniform jumpsuit, on which quite a few obvious grease stains and sweat stains could be seen. She also had a huge wrench on her waist, but it was open with a blood slot, and there were still unwashed dried bloodstains inside. Yi Yuqiu had no doubt that this thing could not only screw in screws, but could also screw in heads. On top of that, there was a hiking bag behind her that could be considered huge. It was truly amazing that such a petite body could carry such a huge mountaineering bag. You are? Yi Yuqiu said doubtfully. The young girl happily said, I'm an I die. Yi Yuqiu frowned. It's not good to come up here and curse, right? The young girl froze for a moment and hurriedly explained. No, I'm an I die. Yi Yuqiu was about to have a fit. Wei Shang hurriedly came over to reconcile. You misunderstood. Her last name is N I Die. N I Die nodded her head repeatedly. Yes. Many people misunderstand, but I'm really N I Die. Yi Yuqiu's forehead veins jumped a few times. His complexion then slightly slowed down. Although she understood that N I Die was really the name of the young girl in front of her, the other party's straight brain still left her somewhat helpless. You're the mechanic of the second base? These vehicles, as well as the communication base station, and the blood analyzer in my lab, were all made by you? Ni Dai nodded happily. Yes, my psychic ability can create machinery, but currently I can only create more rudimentary things. The more advanced things, I'm still learning. Saying this, she smiled with some embarrassment. Yi Yuqiu froze for a moment. Still learning? Ni Dai patted the large backpack behind herself. The books are all inside. The chief specially got them for me. Right now, I'm reading temporary motorcycle repair. We've always lacked a single carrier. Having a motorcycle is much better. Yi Yuqiu nodded in surprise. This other party's psychic ability was quite scientific. Ni Dai admired. Sister Yi, I admire you. I heard that you have supported the lab of the first base all by yourself. All kinds of alien ability expansion and blood analysis are piled up on you alone, and you have to follow the battle in your spare time. It's just too awesome. Yi Yuqiu smiled awkwardly. She was really embarrassed to say that mixing in the lab every day was actually to cheat funds. The item of cheating funds alone was almost piling her up to the third rank. Ni Dai suddenly said, I heard that there's a pretty powerful alien trapped down there? Yi Yuqiu sighed softly, perhaps already dead. She also already knew that Lu Xian had been flung by the giant soldier ant to the lower level of the blood ant nest. The probability was that he was dead. Originally, she had thought that he would be a rising star, but she hadn't expected an accident so soon. At this time, a voice came from the side. "Mechanic, the campsite and communication base station are built." Ni nodded. "Let's go. It's time for us to enter the blood ant nest to establish the communication base station. Once the communication base station is established, we can explore the blood ant nest step by step." Yi Yuchio nodded and quickly followed. Blood ant nest stronghold. Ma Wei was so excited that he burst into tears when he saw Song Xinghe, Wei Shang, and the other exalted appear. "You guys are finally here. I was dying of loneliness here alone with no one to play cards with. I bravely went out for a spin these days, and it's extra strange that there are almost no blood ants left on the upper levels. It's a pity that I still can't find Brother Lu. He might really be gone." Song Xinghe skimmed his mouth. "Still looking for. 10 days have passed. People have been eaten up even if they are alive." Wei Shang patted Ma Wei's shoulder. "It's been hard on you these days. You stay in the stronghold and take a rest first." As for Lu Xian, who would have thought that he could fall into the lower levels? Alas. At this time, Ni happily said, "Alright, the small communication base station has been completed. Let's start everyone. I'll be here to provide logistical support for you guys." She held up the large wrench in her hand with the blood slot opened. "Of course, if any demons come to attack, I can also protect myself." When the crowd looked over, they saw a 1-meter tall, dark machine standing high above them. Yi Yuchio tried to use the communicator and found that it had indeed been able to communicate normally. Song Xinghe calmly said, "Each second rank with 2 first ranks. Explore freely." After saying that, he walked out of the stronghold outside on his own and disappeared in a flash. His speed was incredibly fast. Wei Shang, Yi Yuchio, and the others also quickly assigned their teams, each choosing a fork in the road to start exploring. Chapter 38. Welcome, Honorable Commander. The lower level of the blood ant nest, a field of mushrooms. Lucian looked at the remains of the giant soldier ants on the ground and lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. "You have killed 12 powerful compulsions by being outnumbered. Survival points plus 241. He nodded with instant satisfaction. These blood ants had an extremely strong obsession with guarding the mushroom fields. Perhaps this was a replica of the man for food, ants for mushrooms? On top of that, the things inlaid on the walls of the cave also struck him as odd. It was a multitude of rusted metalwork. Most of them were so tattered that it was almost impossible to tell what they originally looked like. However, some of them could still be barely discerned, and seemed to be cold weapons like swords and knives. They had been completely embedded in the walls of the blood ant nest's cave, difficult to separate, and it was unknown how many years they had been immersed in it. He had not seen these things in the upper levels of the blood ant nest, and they were obviously only found in the lower levels. He reached out and touched them, feeling the cold metallic feel and ancient age. 1 or 2 badly worn and incomprehensible words or symbols could occasionally be seen on it. It made him ponder. What exactly was the secret realm? Was it just a fragment of time and space with no beginning or end? A few giant soldier ants attributed to him quickly cleared out a clean place for him, and he casually sat down against the wall. While taking out the spiritual liquid and drinking it to recover his strength, he looked at the situation within the cave heavenly treasure pearl in the meantime. The cave heavenly treasure pearl was originally empty, but now a not-so-small mushroom field had been opened up by him. The mushroom spores had already been buried and were waiting to grow next. Open the blind box, open the blind box. Lu Xian rubbed his fists. In these 10 days, he had been advancing and fighting in the lower levels of the blood ant nest, and the survival points he had accumulated had been skyrocketing every single day. Today, it had even surpassed the 50,000 point mark. How many blind boxes does this open? Let's start with 10 links to hear a sound. Opening the Chi Refining Stage Treasure Box. Congratulations on obtaining a large mass of spiritual liquid. Opening a treasure box of Chi Refining Stage. Congratulations on obtaining the Chi Nourishing Pill. The Chi Refining Chest is being opened. Congratulations on obtaining the Great Chi Nourishing Pill. Congratulations on obtaining the Great Chi Nourishing Elixir. A total of 10 Great Chi Nurturing Pills have been extracted, and new items have been added to the shelves. Lu Xian froze for a moment and hastily cast his eyes, and sure enough, he realized that an additional treasure chest had appeared in the system store in front of him. Elixir Treasure Chest, 30 survival points. Upon closer inspection, another line of more detailed text surfaced. Elixir Treasure Chest, each time you open it, you can obtain elixirs from the Chi Refining Stage, including but not limited to Chi Nourishing Dan, Disease Dispelling Dan, Rejuvenation Dan, and Great Chi Nourishing Dan. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. This was good. Although the Chi Refining Stage treasure chest was cheap, the items inside were too diverse, so if he was in urgent need of something, he might not be able to get what he wanted even if he drew it thousands of times. But when it comes to the Elixir treasure chest, it's obviously much better. For example, he is now in urgent need of Chi Nourishing Dan and Great Chi Nourishing Dan, which are the most suitable for Chi Refining Stage cultivators to accelerate their realm enhancement. although the elixir treasure chest is a bit more expensive. The speed at which I am now accumulating survival points has also far exceeded what it used to be. 110 links. Open them for me. Lu Xian's eyes glowed with golden light as he smashed 10,000 survival points directly into it. A full 1,000 elixir treasure chests opened at the same time, and layers of golden light continued to flash, and the summarized text message was eventually presented in front of him. Congratulations on obtaining the Great Chi Nourishing Elixir *23. He didn't even look at the latter. Just saw this Great Chi Nourishing Dan *23 alone. 23 Great Chi Nourishing Dan. It should be enough for my cultivation, right? Lu Xian blinked and revealed a smile. Unsurprisingly, it would definitely be enough to cultivate to the pulse passage stage. He had the Wind crows and the blood ants escort him around, while he himself swallowed a Great Chi nurturing pill as if he were eating beans and quickly began to refine it. His realm had already reached the 5th level of Chi refining, and was on the verge of breaking through at any moment. Now that he had obtained the Great Chi nourishing pill, it was instantly like throwing a stone to break the sky in the water. All of a sudden, the aura boiled and the mana surged wildly. Within a day, he had actually broken through 2 layers in a row and entered the 7th layer of Chi refining. Lu Xian stood up, feeling the amazing vigor coming from all parts of his body, and instantly revealed a huge surprise. The 7th level of Chi refinement was already equivalent to a 3rd order lower level exalt. Of course, with all the means he had, not to mention the 3rd order lower level. Even the 4th order lower level wasn't necessarily a match for him. The reason why he said not necessarily was because the supernormal abilities of a xenophile were all sorts of strange. Some aberrant's powers were incredibly powerful, and of course, their limitations were even more terrifying. If one met such an exalt, one negligence would also cost one's life. He did get the immortal realm survival system, and each of the magic weapons, pills, and talismans possessed the ability to strike a descending blow. However, it did not make light of the supernormal abilities and wisdom of the supernormal abilities. At this time, the phone crow jumped and came to his side, quacking and cawing. Such a cawing sound, of course, others could not understand, but he already had a bloodline contract with the Wind crow, so he could still roughly understand it. You said you found the place where the Ant Queen lives? Lu Xian's eyes lit up. The Ant Queen was obviously the lord of the Blood Ant Nest's secret realm. It might also have powerful relics on its body. Relics that were enough to rival the deep-sea pearls obtained from the mutated zombies in Zombie Town. Under the guidance of the Wind crow, Lu Xian quickly found the Queen's palace with ease. This palace was located at the bottom of the Blood Ant Nest, and the surrounding caves were so well connected that it would be easy to get lost without the Wind crow leading the way. From a long distance away, Lu Xian saw the mountain-like figure. That fat belly was clearly the standard form of the Ant Queen. There were more than 30 giant soldier ants arching beside her, and on the surrounding rock walls, he also found many human remains. Some of them had already turned into ghastly white bones. Some were in the midst of rotting, but there were no gnawing marks on any of them. The Ant Queen also discovered him, but did not attack at first. Those tiny compound eyes stared at him intently. Lu Xian was in a trance and actually heard a deadpan female voice from his mind. Are you the creator? He froze for a moment and looked at the Ant Queen. It was you who spoke? The deadpan female voice came again. Are you the creator? Lu Xian frowned. Creator? The creator of these blood ants? He shook his head. I am not. The deadpan female voice paused for a moment before she said, non-creator individuals entering the biochemical weapon nest. Execute the first type of command. Command content. Obliterate. Those giant soldier ants arching around the Ant Queen immediately cast a morose gaze. Countless step feet moved stupidly. Countless giant jaws kept opening and closing. The next moment, they were about to pounce. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly said, I can also be a creator. These giant soldier ants came in force, but their numbers were not large. If it was before the promotion, these giant soldier ants were really some threat to him. Now it was clearly not enough, but he still wanted to try. This so-called creator and biochemical weapon had aroused his strong interest. The stilted female voice paused again for a moment, like an aging machine in disrepair. Strange individual attempting to acquire creator permissions. Information comparison in progress. Comparison failed. All creator individuals have lost vital signs. Creator commands in effect. Class creator individual automatically acquires secondary command authority. Welcome, honorable commander. Chapter 39. You don't carve everything into your head. Lu Xian's eyes widened slightly when he heard these voices. I said I am. I am? This so-called biochemical weapon of yours kinda knows its place. He asked. Am I currently the only second-level authority owner? Deadpan female voice. Yes. Lu Xian. Is there any other secondary authority owner before me? Deadpan female voice. No. Lu Xian was puzzled. Then how was Li Hongyong, the leader of the Blood Ant Gang, able to manipulate the blood ants to attack the first base? He tried to ask, and only after a while did the deadpan female voice respond. A creator-like individual stole some of the permissions. Lu Xian then nodded in realization, and at the same time, he was curious about his own state. Why was it that he could directly obtain second-level permissions that were second only to creator permissions, while Li Honyong could only drill through the loopholes and steal some of the permissions after going through all the trouble? He talked to the Ant Queen for a long time more before he finally roughly understood where he was special. Soul, the call of the Ant Queen, a biochemical weapon, was directly resounding at the soul level. For it to command so many blood ants, its soul was naturally quite powerful. The Ant Queen's call sounded like a huge cacophony of noise to other people, but he was different. Given that he was 2 lifetimes old and had formally stepped into the immortal Tao, all aspects of him had improved tremendously. This naturally included the soul as well. After all, a cultivator's soul was called a divine soul, but amongst the aberrants, with the exception of those who had specialized their brains, their souls had hardly changed at all. This was the essential difference. Lu Xian looked around at the skeletons and suddenly understood. He asked, "You've been looking for a new creator all along?" The deadpan female voice came. "Yes, Lu Xian. So these people, deadpan female voice, they are creator-like individuals, but they refuse to accept permission. I invited them to stay here." Lu Xian, this invitation is quite hardcore. Luckily, his divine soul was strong enough to understand the Ant Queen's meaning. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to be invited as well. Lu Xian, what happened to your creator? The deadpan female voice was silent for longer this time. Records are lost. Unable to query, Lu Xian shook his head regretfully. What are you going to do then? The deadpan female voice. The last instruction left by the creator was to let me live like them, but I can't understand it. Lu Xian smacked his lips. I can't understand it either. This creator is quite the Riddler. The deadpan female voice was silent for a long time. Can I leave with you? Lu Xian sized up its huge body. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. He would have liked to bring along the Ant Queen as well. This was a fully automated explosive soldier mother nest. With it, it would be able to walk sideways completely, but it was just too big, and although the cave heavenly treasure pearl had a bit of space, putting her in it also seemed narrow. The deadpan female voice. I can shrink the size. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. That's a good feeling. A strange movement suddenly resounded within the Ant Queen's hill-like body. A moment later, the location of its head actually cracked open on its own, revealing a smooth brain. A giant soldier ant crawled over and carefully took out the brain, putting it into the long-prepared tank of transparent electrolyte solution. The brain rose and fell within it. Lu Xian's eyes widened. This stuff was really a bit hard for ordinary people to accept. The deadpan female voice once again sounded at the soul level. As a biochemical weapon, my mind unit can be disassembled and filled into another biochemical weapon at any time. If there is an additional need, a second mind unit can be loaded in the chest cavity, abdominal cavity, and other locations to boost arithmetic power. It is a necessity of war. However, after the creator completely lost his vitals, the lair has lost the ability to mass-produce mind units. I am the last mind unit. Lu Xian nodded. A mind unit was a brain. On second thought, it did make quite a bit of sense. Then your stomach? The deadpan female voice. That's also a removable unit, but it's cheap. While the brain is difficult to replace, you seem to have become fluent in conversation. Deadpan female voice. Yes, controlling the production unit takes a lot of my arithmetic power. Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Very well, then you will follow me from now on. Yes, the deadpan female voice was vaguely happy. As a biochemical weapon, it was born to be used. Now it had finally found its worth. Lu Xian, on the other hand, thought of something more long-term. This brain, it seemed to be well suited for commanding parasites, especially swarming parasites like the blood ants. In this way, he would be able to maneuver more magic weapons with a distraction. Knowing that a cultivator's spiritual sense was quite limited, he can only manipulate a maximum of 2 magic weapons at the same time right now. Jade Bone Spear, Xian Iron Shield, and Bone Penetrating Nail. One had to be discarded. If he had to distract himself from driving the blood ants and have them attack a certain enemy with precision, he would only be able to manipulate 1 magic weapon. The appearance of this brain had greatly liberated his spiritual sense, allowing him to be distracted to do more. Lu Xian put the brain into the cave heavenly treasure pearl. Before leaving, Lu Xian glanced at the giant soldier ants that were in a daze. What will happen to them next? The brain responded. A new mother will hatch and they will have a new queen. Lu Xian nodded and turned to leave. You escaped in one piece in front of the extremely powerful bug mother. Survival points plus 52. You have successfully convinced the bug mother to give up the fight through your 3-inch tongue. Survival points plus 44. You discovered the body of a powerful man inside the mother and made her submit. Plus 59 survival points. You have caused a powerful parasite to retreat without a fight. Plus 31 survival points. You made a powerful poisonous parasite retreat without a fight. Plus 35 survival points. You have made a powerful. A series of text messages continued to refresh before his eyes. Lu Xian couldn't help but be happy. The system really did have a set of self-consistent logic. Goddamn powerful remnants. He took a few steps and suddenly stopped. If he was right, I'm afraid that the Ant Queen's brain was the blood ant nest's precious relics. The secret realm of the blood ant nest was impossible for ordinary aberrants to raid, and once they were caught by the queen, they would be invited to the bottom. Only those who have specialized their brains, or those who can talk to demons, are qualified to break through the situation. And he, as a cultivator of the alien world, was clearly a unique variable. It was unexpected and reasonable for him to obtain this relic. When he thought of this, the scene he saw the last time he touched the deep sea pearl suddenly appeared in his mind. That giant creature of the deep sea that looked half dead had left a deep impression on him. He guessed that this brain should also be a relic. Since that was the case, wasn't it possible to see something as well? But, he looked up and down, and there didn't seem to be any means of touching this brain directly. Brain, Commander, what are you looking at? Lu Xian thought for a moment. Do you have anything for me to look at? For example, the data images left behind by the creator? Brain, retrieval in progress. Found images left behind by the creator. Opening in progress. Insufficient authority to open. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Insufficient permissions? Brain, yes Commander. This image is sealed in the depths of my mind, and the conditions must be met before it can be opened. What conditions? The creator didn't say. Lu Xian, since it didn't say, it'll be treated as if it can't be opened. One day in the future perhaps, when the destiny arrives, it will be opened. He shook his head, putting the matter behind him. Now those people from New Sprout have started to gradually explore the blood ant nest, right? He smiled faintly. Unfortunately, the most precious thing in this secret realm has already been taken by me first. Hey, find a place to shrink for a few days first. It's best to get some more injuries and look miserable. Brain, Commander, according to my projections, you should be a member of the nearby alien organization Sprout. Why did you deliberately get injured? Lu Xian smiled. It's called Go. Brain, what is Go? My subordinate cannot understand. Lu Xian smacked his lips, demonstrating the enemy's weakness. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. Brain, understood. Have entered Go into the command entry. Lu Xian, don't you carve everything into your brain. Brain, subordinate cannot understand. Lu Xian, don't understand if you can't. Brain, this sentence is also incomprehensible to my subordinate. Lu Xian, Chapter 40, the picture style is getting more and more wrong. A few days later, inside the cave Heavenly Treasure Pearl, the treasure bead space now had quite a few more things. At the center, was a crystal coral. The second order exotic stone on it was nearing maturity and could be acquired right away. A mushroom field had been reclaimed in the southeastern corner, and the mushrooms in it were growing happily. After all, they were watered directly with spiritual liquid to water. At first, Lu Xian took the spirit liquid and watered it directly, and found that the mushrooms grew wildly at an extremely fast rate, and even began to mutate. It was only after many attempts that a roughly 1:10 ratio of spiritual liquid to water was established. Such a ratio could drastically speed up the growth of the mushrooms, yet keep them from mutating. In the northwestern corner, there was a soft mattress and snacks such as potato chips Kuolu. Lu Xian was sitting cross-legged on the mattress cultivating, with the drowsy wind crow standing on his shoulder. In front of him was the brain floating in a tank of electrolyte solution. Several tentacles surrounded the brain. That appeared to be tentacles, but were actually auxiliary units for the brain to control other units. Both had muscles and contained a large number of neurons. Commander, what is this place? Commander, are you sleeping? Commander. Lu Xian opened his eyes and said helplessly, now, be quiet, I'm practicing. He wanted to give his brain a name. Originally, he wanted to call it brain, but under the other party's argument, he eventually changed it to Now. Now, Commander, what is cultivation? Lu Xian smiled helplessly and could only say, it's becoming stronger. Brain let out a deadpan voice. Subordinate understands. Cultivation makes you stronger. Subordinate will also cultivate. After saying that, it swam up and down in the solution tank at an extremely fast speed. Lu Xian was happy. Did you cultivate anything? Brain solemnly said, this will allow me to exercise my auxiliary unit. The records show that when previous mind units were being selected, the auxiliary unit's record of lifting iron was also quite an important part of the process. Lu Xian, lifting iron? His mind whirled to the sight of several tentacles beside a brain lifting a barbell up and down for exercise. Damn yeah, that picture was just too beautiful. The Gale Raven seemed to snap out of its sleep, quacked a few times, and came over to the open lid of the chips and just ate them. After eating, it sat on its butt on the solution jar. It seemed completely unafraid of the up and down brain. A crow that can't fly but only jumps and loves to eat potato chips. A brain that lifts iron with its tentacles and can still talk. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth twitched. The picture is really getting out of place. He pondered, counting the time. It's been some days since the new buds explored the blood ant nest. Shouldn't I show myself? 2 more days passed. The lower level of the blood ant nest. Wei Shang gave a low shout and lured a giant soldier ant closer. The robust fists were crossed and blocked in front of his body. The latter's sharp jaws bit violently, landing on the steel gloves and immediately bursting into flames. Wei Shang was also jolted back a few steps by this huge force. At this very moment, a sturdy figure swept out from the shadows beside him. Both arms erupted, and the thunderous strike smashed straight into the back of the giant soldier ant's head. The terrifying force shattered the armor, instantly churning the giant soldier ant's already small brain into mush. Wei Shang revealed a smile. Your power is getting bigger and bigger. It's almost catching up to me. Zhou Rou smiled faintly and walked to Wei Shang's side, chirping her breath. It's not because of you, leaving all the exotic stones for me. You're so good to me. Wei Shang smoothly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Then how are you going to repay me? Zhou Rou gently caressed his robust back, her cheek pressed against his chest. Give you my heart. Where Wei Shang could not see, a faint sneer surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Relying on this combination, they had already taken out quite a few fallen giant soldier ants. These giant soldier ants didn't know what was wrong with them. Each one of them was wandering around aimlessly, very confused, and they were also very lucky. A few giant soldier ants even burst out second-order alien energy stones rather rarely. However, all of these second-order alien energy stones were now in her hands. As soon as he saw that the atmosphere had arrived, Wei Shang was planning to have a mouthful. The ground not far away suddenly shook. It seemed as if there were quite a few magical creatures that were scurrying. Wei Shang's gaze was solemn. Quickly hide. There might be a lot of giant soldier ants. After saying that, he hurriedly pulled Zhou Rou to hide behind the shadows of the nearby rocks. Not long after, the two of them saw a familiar figure dashing past, and behind it, there were at least 6 giant soldier ants. Wei Shang violently rounded his eyes. Did I see it right? That's Lu Xian? Zhou Rou took a deep breath. You didn't see it wrong. That is indeed Lu Xian. He is still alive. Wei Shang subconsciously said. How can that be? How many giant soldier ants have we encountered since we came to the lower level of the blood ant nest? Every time, it took 2 people to work together to take down one. His tone was filled with disbelief. He landed on the lower level of the blood ant nest by himself, surely attracting a large number of giant soldier ants to gather. How could he have survived? Zhou Rou, he survived that time in Zombie Town. Wei Shang thoughtfully, is there any secret on him? Perhaps a relic? Otherwise it's not enough to explain how he could survive in this place. Zhou Rou lowered her eyes. Her eyes flashed with a different color. Maybe there really is. Right now we should be the only ones who have discovered him, and we can just take this opportunity. The bottom of Wei Shang's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Yeah, as long as he killed Lu Xian without God realizing it, wouldn't the relics on this person be his? At that time, he would be able to regain the chief's reuse and become a core member of the new bud. Wei Shang said in a deep voice. Let's pretend to save him and take advantage of his inattention. He made a motion of cutting his throat. Zhou Rou sucked in a breath of cool air. You want to kill him? I just think that maybe we can force him to hand over the treasure on his body. Wei Shang patted her shoulder. Xiao Rou, don't be silly. If we force him to hand over the item now, when we get out of the blood ant nest he'll backhandedly go to the chief to complain. We must kill him. Only the dead can't talk. Zhou Rou took half a step back. No, I think this is too cruel. Wei Shang let out a long sigh. This is how it is now. The weak are the strongest and the fittest survive. Since the heavens have allowed us to be the first to discover Lu Xian, they are giving us a chance. If I can really obtain the treasures on Lu Xian's body, I will most likely become a core member of the new Sprouts. At that time, won't you be able to get more exotic stones by following me? This matter is a great thing for both you and me. Zhou Rou seemed to be very hesitant, never able to come to a conclusion. Then what if you leave me alone later and run away? Maybe Lu Xian is very strong. Both of us can't beat him. Wei Shang smiled helplessly and simply handed her the backpack. The demonic materials and precious minerals that we got from entering the blood ant nest this time are all inside. Don't worry, I will never leave you behind. As for Lu Xian being strong, you are afraid that you have underestimated me. My strength is not as simple as it seems. Only then did Zhou Rou raise her head and spread a smile. Good, I promise you. Chapter 41, You don't eat people, but you kill them. A few moments later, after turning through a cave passage, Wei Shang and Zhou Rou stumbled upon Lu Xian, who was retreating while fighting. Wei Shang looked at Lu Xian, whose body was covered in dried blood, and said in shock, Lu Xian, is that you? Zhou Rou was also shocked. You're still alive? Lu Xian was also in tears when he saw them. Finally, I see you all. The excitement and elation in his eyes was completely unconcealable. and was not faked at all. He was indeed not faking it. After stepping out from the cave Heavenly Treasure Pearl, he lured a few giant soldier ants to chase after him, searching for the new sprouts as he ran. However, the lower levels of the blood ant nest were crisscrossed in all directions. The sprouts people looked numerous, but scattering them into the blood ant nest was like throwing a handful of sand into a pool of water. Not a single silhouette could be found for a long time. However, these giant soldier ants behind him were still a bit of a small threat. He had to maintain a distance if any from the giant soldier ants to ensure that he didn't get attacked too severely, and at the same time, he had to look for the new buds. That was a lot more difficult. Now that he had finally found someone, he was sort of relieved. These two people were his witnesses, proof that he had been struggling for survival within the blood ant nest. Lucian looked as if he had been surviving in the blood ant nest for a long time and was covered in injuries that urgently needed help and salvation, and shouted at them, "Help!" Wei Shang and Zhou Rou exchanged a glance, and the two of them rushed up, one on the left and one on the right, pointing directly at the giant soldier ants that were chasing Lucian. With the help of these two, Lucian soon killed these giant soldier ants with great difficulty. It was as if the process had also touched the injury on his leg, and the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. Blood even oozed out. In this condition, it was obvious that the injury was not light and was in dire need of medical attention. Wei Shang held Lucian as he eagerly said, "Your condition is very serious. Don't move for now. Let's bring you back to the upper levels for medical treatment." Lucian revealed a look of gratitude. "Many thanks." Wei Shang revealed an odd smile. "You're welcome." After saying that, his right arm suddenly clamped down on Lucian's neck violently as if it was an iron vice, continuously breaking it towards the back. His left arm, on the other hand, immediately grabbed Lucian's right hand that was clutching the jade bone spear in death. Lucian's eyes widened as his veins rippled. "You," Wei Shang laughed coldly, "you have a lot of secrets on you. Did you get the legacy treasure? Hand over the relic treasures and I will spare your life." Despite his words, his robust arms further exerted force. Muscles that bulged like rocks stuck in the throat, making it impossible to breathe. However, in the next moment, a pitch-black spike the length of an adult's arm appeared abruptly from behind him and plunged straight into the back of his neck. Plop! In an instant, Wei Shang's face stiffened and a ho-ho sound came out of his mouth. He looked at Lucian incredulously. He wanted to speak, but couldn't. Lucian's face was calm as he raised his arms and slowly broke Wei Shang's muscular arms. He turned to look at Wei Shang, regretfully shaking his head. "Why do you have to force me? If you didn't force me, how would I kill you? You and I could have gotten along." Plop! Wei Shang's stiff body fell backward. Vitality was rapidly withdrawn from this sturdy body. Before he died, he saw Zhou Rou standing in the distance with her hands clasped around her bladder, with no intention of coming over to help. It wasn't until this moment that his consciousness was completely consumed by darkness. The Yin Crow appeared hopping from the shadows and landed on Lucian's shoulder, and even quacked a few times as if inviting credit. Although it was hard to hear, it was very genuine. Lucian cheerfully pulled out a piece of beef jerky from his arms and stuffed it into its mouth. "Well done." Only then did he look at Zhou Rou who was standing not far away. Seemingly smiling, he said, "Why don't you come with him to kill me? If the two of you come together, I might not be an opponent. You can't even grasp such an opportunity. You're really stupid." Zhou Rou guffawed. "I would be truly foolish if I believed you. Wei Shang has long felt that you have a problem, but has been suffering from the lack of opportunity to strike. I amplified the greed within him, and that's when he made his move. I helped you remove a future hidden danger. You should probably even thank me." Lucian snorted. How could he not see that Zhou Rou just felt that Wei Shang had no more use for him and wanted to kick him out? Only, now it was just the right time to lend him a hand. Even if this woman spoke to him now, she was still far away from him, a distance that was just outside the bone-penetrating nail the talisman would be able to hit. But he was worried that Zhou Rou also had the means to block the talisman. This would instead expose his bottom card. Zhou Rou raised the backpack in her hand and said sentimentally, "Wei Shang and I fell into the siege of the giant soldier ants together, and in the end, he died tragically in the mouth of the giant soldier ants, and I barely escaped, but there were still two more giant soldier ants chasing after me. At the critical moment, you killed from the side, dragging all your injuries to finish off a giant soldier ant, and we teamed up to kill the last giant soldier ant, finally safe. This is Wei Shang's backpack. It has most of his fortune. 1/3 goes to you and 2/3 goes to me." Lucian raised his eyebrows. 50-50. Zhou Rou seemed to smile. "You need me as a witness." Lucian similarly smiled. "Don't you similarly need me as a witness?" Zhou Rou sighed. All right, there's really nothing I can do about you, so it'll be a 50-50 split." The two quickly reached a consensus and split Wei Shang's inheritance. Zhou Rou swept a glance at the crow on Lucian's shoulder and curiously said, "This little bird of yours is very interesting. Where did you get it? Don't say you found it in the blood ant nest." Lucian casually said, I picked up a nest of bird eggs in the wilderness. I wanted to make a scrambled bird egg, but it actually hatched. However, it's just a silly bird that can't fly but only bounces. The Wind Crow quacked and argued unhappily. Zhou smiled and didn't say anything more. Then let's travel in pairs next. Lu Xian, why are you so far away from me? It's not like I'm going to eat anyone. Zhou ruffled her sagging hair and smiled. You don't eat people, but you can kill. Lu Xian shrugged, so he didn't say much. The duo just traveled a dozen meters apart, one behind the other. After walking for more than an hour, Zhou suddenly said, there are footsteps ahead. Lu Xian nodded and moved a little closer to her. Not a moment later, after walking around the corner of a cave, he indeed met someone. It wasn't someone else, but Song Xinghe, who had a previous encounter. It's you, Lu Xian, you're still alive? Song Xinghe first saw Zhou and took a few more glances at the beautiful woman. Following that, when he saw Lu Xian, he immediately revealed a look of extreme surprise. Obviously, he also did not expect that Lu Xian had actually escaped from death. Lu Xian let out a sigh of emotion. Then, he and Zhou told the whole story. Afterwards, he lamented Wei Shang's death for a while. He said, he has done credit for the organization. He has shed blood for all of us. He should be posthumously awarded the title of Hero of the New Shoots and other nonsense. Chapter 42, The Power of My Search. Song Xinghe instinctively frowned. He felt that this person's death was too easy. He was still alive and kicking when he first came to the blood ant nest, and seemed to be quite an ambitious person. As a result, in this duo's description, it was as if he had died with a crunch. He knew that Wei Shang's supernatural ability was self-healing, so it was reasonable that he could carry it for a long time. However, he wasn't really familiar with Wei Shang, so he didn't mean to feel sorry for Wei Shang, nor was he too lazy to think much about a dead man. He waved his hand. Then you guys go back to the upper level to heal. The mechanic will stay there with his men. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Zhou's soft words were suddenly stuck in her mouth and she could only smile helplessly. Lu Xian smiled. You want to utilize him? Zhou also revealed a smile. Don't you think he's very valuable to utilize? Powerful and simple-minded. In my experience, this kind of person can be easily coaxed. Lu Xian gave a thumbs up. You're still great in this aspect. Zhou smiled. Each other. You're not bad either. The blood ant nest's upper-level stronghold. Ma Wei looked at the small communication base station that was in operation and was curious. He looked towards Ni Dai, who was holding motorcycle maintenance, and couldn't help but ask, Hey, mechanic, what's the principle of this communication base station? Radio? Ni Dai looked up. I don't know. Ma Wei froze. Ha, didn't you make this thing? You don't know the principle? Ni Dai shook her head. I don't know. I just think it works. It works. Ma Wei, I seek to be able to use it and it works? Is there even such a thing in the world? At this time he suddenly noticed that the motorcycle repair in Ni Dai's hand was held upside down. But even so, read very vigorously. He silently averted his eyes, because he suddenly felt that Ni Dai's supernatural ability was not as simple as mechanical engineering. I'm afraid, this made him unable to stop his heart from wailing. Everyone else's alien ability is so strong. Why am I just a shield? At this time, footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the stronghold. Both Ma Wei and Ni Dai looked up and saw two figures, a man and a woman. When Ma Wei saw Lu Xian, he first froze, then rejoiced. Brother Lu, you actually didn't die. I was all set to give you a whole mound of clothes, still thinking about whether to pour beer or coke on your grave. You know I've always been broke, and both of these things are very expensive. By the way, Brother Lu, do you prefer Pepsi or Coca? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth tugged. Why don't I die one on the spot and show you? Ma Wei hemmed and hawed. Don't. It's great that you're still alive. Ni Dai was curious. You're Lu Xian? Everyone thought you were dead. Hello, I'm Ni Dai. This petite teenage mechanic extended her hand graciously. Lu Xian, Ma Wei hurriedly said. Her name is Ni Dai. Lu Xian was then relieved. Even if this was considered the end of the world, it wasn't so bad that etiquette would break down to the point of coming up and telling a stranger that I'm your father, right? Hello, I'm Lu Xian. The two shook hands. Where's Brother Wei? He's not with you guys? Ma Wei looked behind them and wondered. Lu Xian and Zhou glanced at each other. Lu Xian's eyes signaled and Zhou understood, revealing a mournful look. Alas, it's a long story. A few minutes later, Ma Wei and Ni Dai both showed sadness on their faces. I didn't expect that it was actually Wei who died. Alas, it's too tragic. Next time I will pour a cup of beer to his grave. Alas, or forget it, pour a cup of cool white. Lu Xian smiled. You and Wei Shang are not familiar? Ma Wei shrugged. My first trial, it was him who forced me to send me in. Later on, when I awakened my supernormal abilities, the relationship did become cordial, but it always felt as if it wasn't that cordial either. Lu Xian nodded. In that situation, being forced into a secret realm full of zombies. It was indeed hard to be kind to Wei Shang. Dai looked Lu Xian up and down for a few moments. You have quite a few injuries on you. I'll send a message to Chief Jibo so that he can come back and treat you. Lu Xian nodded, and likewise noticed the 3-meter-tall, constantly rotating communication base station, and couldn't help but rise in interest. Before he could open his mouth to inquire, Ma Wei attached his ear and whispered, "Don't ask, she doesn't know anything." Lu Xian, Ma Wei once again whispered. She said, "She seeks that this thing works." "It works. I suspect that those cars are the same." He scratched his head of green hair. "It's like a black box. Lu, you know about black boxes, right?" Lu Xian nodded. "I probably understand. This should be Dai's supernatural ability." There were all kinds of supernormal abilities, and it was normal to have such a supernormal ability similar to the power of my thoughts. Dai's supernormal ability was obviously very powerful. Was there no limit to it? He cast another glance and saw that Dai and Zhou Rou were already sitting together like good sisters, talking in low voices and occasionally letting out silver bell-like laughter. They appeared to be very much in tune with each other. When they were talking, Dai even had an expression that said, "Butterfly drifting half a lifetime without meeting a friend. If you don't give up, I would like to worship as a close friend." Lu Xian may be a bit limited to the brain. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Ma Wei. The level of the mind of this green-haired Mohican hairstyle mental boy seemed to be a bit worrisome as well. Could its psychic ability also have some doorways? Lu Xian rested in the blood ant nest stronghold for a few days, during which he left the secret realm to take a few glances outside. He found that the ruins outside were being rebuilt in full swing. Relying on the Black Butterfly 3 land cruiser made by Dai, New Sprout was able to transport dozens of ordinary people from the first base to Blood Town. This was something that many organizations and forces would find difficult to do. After all, in today's era, high intelligence, road transportation is thriving. There is a lot of room for development. In a low EQ statement, it was full of holes and was simply impassable. In such an atmosphere, good news also came back from the lower levels of the blood ant nest. Song Xingha had found the ant queen and killed her. On this day, Ma Wei cooked a large pot of broth and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, try it." Lu Xian nodded. "Just give me a whole small bowl." Ma Wei shook his head. "This can't be done. A man is iron and rice is steel. A meal not eaten will make you hungry." Lu Xian thought to himself, "I secretly ate a large piece of soy sauce beef a long time ago, and now I'm bracing myself." But he could only accept the broth that Ma Wei had kindly cooked. "You don't say." It was quite tasty. Dai, Zhou Rou, Ji Bo Chang and the others also took over a big bowl of broth and drank it. Not long after, footsteps came from outside. Song Xingha, Yi Yuqiu and the others returned. Yi Yuqiu was surprised to see Lu Xian. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Lu Xian glanced at the rest of them. Ma Weikai said awkwardly, "I forgot to tell Sister Yi." Chapter 43, I'm just asking. I'm not a money person. A few moments later, Yi Yuqiu finished listening to the description before she shocked. "You can survive this 9 deaths and 1 life situation." Lu Xian smiled and said, lucky, after all, promoted to the second stage." The way he said it to the public was that he had been promoted to the second stage, and that's how he was able to barely survive. Yi Yuqiu nodded. "You guys take a rest first. I'll first resume my orders to the chief and report the situation this time." With those words, he quickly walked towards the secret realm's door and quickly disappeared. Lu Xian looked at Song Xingha and cheerfully said, "Wasn't the harvest from finishing off the ant queen not small?" Song Xingha glanced at him and frowned. "The ant queen is very small, and the harvest is also very little." It was really difficult for him to understand why the ant queen was only a meter long. In theory, a secret realm as huge as the blood ant nest, its secret lord should be as huge as a small mountain. But the truth was that the ant queen looked pitifully small and not much stronger. In less than a few minutes, she was taken out by him in 3 tries. If it wasn't for the giant soldier ants and poison ants guarding nearby, this battle process could have been shortened even further. The harvest from finishing off the ant queen wasn't as great as he had imagined. He had expected there to be extremely rare relics. This was precisely the reason why he rushed towards the deepest part of the blood ant nest. However, he searched the nest where the ant queen lived and only found 1 piece of 3rd-rank equipment. It was a natural dagger formed from the jaws of a poisonous ant. It was rather sharp and came with its own hardened poison. At this moment, footsteps came. Yi Yuqiu walked in and smiled. "The chief praised our performance this time." Song Xingha, the chief said that you really lived up to his expectations and successfully killed the ant queen. Song Xingha casually waved the poison jaw dagger in his hand and just nodded without saying much. Yi Yuqiu looked at Lu Xian again. "Lu Xian, the chief didn't expect you to survive at all. He said that a talent like you should be vigorously cultivated." Lu Xian smiled and said, "Thank you for the chief's cultivation. Someone should be left to guard this place, right? Otherwise, once the demons overpopulate, they will definitely impact the blood town outside. Yi Yuqiu nodded. Lu Xian solemnly said, I intend to garrison here. There's no need to thank me. It's incumbent on me to work for the Sprouts. Yi Yuqiu nodded in surprise. But before that you have to make a trip back to the first base with us first. The chief wants to meet you personally. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and nodded. At the gate of the first base, Lu Xian jumped down from the Black Butterfly 3 Land Cruiser and glanced back at the large steel vehicle filled with a rugged style, still feeling some emotions, especially after he saw Nidai carrying an oversized wrench with a blood groove on it and going straight to the engine to beat it up so that the car could start again. His knowledge of psychic abilities was once again refreshed. The guards at the door, seeing Lu Xian, Yi Yuqiu and the others return, immediately revealed a look of surprise and hurriedly opened the door. A few moments later, Lu Xian, Yi Yuqiu, and Song Xingha arrived inside the chief's room. At this moment, the chief was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his hands behind his back as he gazed into the distance. This room stood at the highest point of the first base, and on a good day, one could directly see the extremely distant East Sea. Coming? The chief turned around and revealed a warm smile. This smile made people feel like spring breeze. Even Song Xingha, who had always been smelly, couldn't help but lower his head towards the chief and show respect. I know all the things that Xiaoyi reported. You all did a great job this time. I'm very satisfied. The three of you as leaders, each of you will be rewarded. He turned his words around and regretfully said, It's just a pity that Wei Shang, who was so good, is gone. As he said this, his eyes seemingly landed on Lu Xian, as if he was looking at his reaction. Lu Xian, on the other hand, had an innocent look on his face. The chief retracted his gaze and sighed softly. All of you go back and rest. You must be tired from exploring the blood ant nest this time. Lu Xian, you stay for a while. Lu Xian and the chief were soon the only ones left in the room. The chief pointed to the sofa on the side. Sit, no need to be too formal. Lu Xian nodded and sat down on his butt. The chief smiled and said, Congratulations on your promotion to second-order alien. From now on, you are a backbone member of the new Sprouts. Your alien ability is outstanding. You can advance to attack and retreat to defend. You were able to kill the third rank back when you were in the first rank, and now that you have become a second rank, you are even more completely able to compete with the third rank, completely able to stand alone. Lu Xian said in a deep voice, but at the chief's command. The chief suddenly asked, What do you think of this secret realm in Zombie Town? Lu Xian pondered for a few seconds. I think the name doesn't quite fit. The chieftain froze, dumbfounded. Indeed, today's name is no longer suitable for this secret realm. As a matter of fact, I've already thought of a new name. From now on, I'll call it Mermaid Harbor. Lu Xian chewed on the name in his mind. Pondering, the chief continued, There are secret realms that will always be as big as they were when they first appeared, while there are secret realms that are born with the potential to constantly advance. Mermaid Harbor is the latter. I think that there are definitely bigger areas to explore below the surface. He smiled and looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, would you be willing to take on this mission? Lu Xian nodded solemnly and asked seriously, Is the pay much? Of course, I'm just asking. I'm a person who doesn't love money. The chieftain froze, once again dumbfounded. Of course it's much. Mermaid Harbor isn't the zombie town it used to be. The level of danger will be raised quite a bit. Let's put it this way. For every day you guard at Mermaid Harbor, you will receive a medium stone as salary. For every month of town guarding, you will additionally receive a large stone. What do you think? Lu Xian solemnly said, To be born is a new Sprout man. To die is a new Sprout soul. It is incumbent upon me to guard the Mermaid Harbor. The chief laughed. Very good. Very spirited. Go, I'll give you 2 days of vacation. You must be tired from coming back from the blood ant nest in death. Have a good rest for 2 days. Lu Xian nodded and turned to leave. After the door to the room closed, the smile on the chief's face gradually withdrew. What do you think of this person? The puppet calmly said. There must be secrets in his body, but he is indeed a usable talent. The chief smirked. Who doesn't have secrets on them? We have more secrets on us, but even if he has more secrets on him, I can still control him firmly. The puppet also showed a funny face. Indeed, it boils down to nothing more than a slightly cautious scion. How much stronger can he be? The chief tapped on the desk. On the authorities' side, any news of the mermaids come through? The puppet smiled faintly. You overestimate the current authority. With the authority's strength today, it is simply unable to explore the ocean, much less make contact with mermaids. The chief nodded. That's good. He clenched his fists and looked exhilarated. The heavens sent the mermaid port to me, obviously to help me accomplish this. The puppet also revealed a smile. Yes, that day can't be too far away. Chapter 44, Three-Eyed Ink Crow Bloodline. Lu Xian walked out of the chief's room, his face expressionless. The chief was ostensibly letting him guard the Mermaid Harbor and giving him more pay. In reality, He was putting him under his nose and not allowing him to stray too far away. This old dang. His heart was really deep. It seems like the blood ant nest can't be visited anymore. It's a shame that we can't brush survival points there. However, since the chief is paying so much attention to the mermaid harbor, it means that it is perhaps more important than the blood ant nest. Moreover, where did the name Mermaid Harbor come from? Aren't the newly appeared fishmen monsters in the secret realm with the upper half of a fish and the lower half of a human? Lu Xian pondered. If one could gain more survival points in the mermaid harbor than in the blood ant nest, then it was fine to stay here. People came and went around him, but many would respectfully bow their heads when they saw him. Some who had seen him before would even address him as Brother Lu. The fact that he had walked out alive from the lower level of the blood ant nest had spread quickly. Someone who many people had perceived to be dead had reappeared alive. Such a battle record was most admirable. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the side. Lu Xian, Lu Xian. As he followed his line of sight, he saw a bearded middle-aged man walking quickly. Next to him was a 12 or 13-year-old girl. The girl had a delicate and cute little round face and wore a long pink dress. On her side was a wooden chipped walking stick. Perhaps due to frequent use, the stick appeared unusually smooth. It's you. Lu Xian lightly laughed. The visitor was none other than Zhang Hong and his daughter. Zhang Hong looked Lu Xian up and down a few times and lamented. I heard Ma Wei talk about the blood ant nest. It really gave me a thrill. You were able to survive such a 9 deaths in 1 life situation. Plus you survived alone that time in the zombie town as well. No wonder they call you the king of endurance. Lu Xian smacked his lips. Endurance king. Zhang Hong laughed. Just a nickname. I heard that you've even promoted to the 2nd rank. That's awesome. Worthy of being the man I fancy. Lu Xian smiled and looked to the little girl blinking her big eyes to the side. Your daughter? What's her name? Only then did Zhang Hong react, rubbing his hands together and smilingly said, Ziyu, Zhang Ziyu, Ziyu, call someone, this is your little Uncle Lu. Zhang Ziyu nodded his head, limped and jumped over, tilted his face and said happily, Little brother Lu, Dad, what are you talking about? It's obviously brother. The little girl was very lively and could not see half of the depression that could occur due to her physical disability. She circled around Lu Xian, curious about this young big brother. Lu Xian patted her little head. The chief asked me to guard the mermaid harbor, so I will still be here in the future. Wei Sheng is dead. You all have no superiors. How about it? Are you willing to come under my command? Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. Sure, I'll call Ma Wei over as well. That kid is probably off playing cards again. Lu Xian nodded. Pick a few more shrewd and strong ones. It's fine if they don't have awakened psychic abilities. Zhang Hong nodded. You can rest assured that I'll do my job. Zhang Ziyu said crisply. Little brother Lu, don't trust my dad. He always screws things up. And don't let him go looking for brother Xiao Ma and the others alone. He'll definitely look for them and drink along the way. And. My dad always brags that the supernatural wind blade can slice up to 50 meters away. But in reality the longest one was only 5 meters and 7. And. Looking at his chattering daughter, Zhang Hong smiled awkwardly. My daughter is just like that. Don't you mind? Lu Xian waved his hand. It's fine. After experiencing the demonic plague, many people who want to have a father-daughter relationship like yours don't even have it. I'm going back to the dormitory to rest. The chief granted me 2 days of vacation. Fine. See you later. Zhang Hong nodded with a smile. The dormitory bed. Lu Xian crossed his arms behind his head and looked at the clean white ceiling, idly opening blind boxes. The Yin Wind Crow was lying in his arms, falling asleep with its eyes closed. Opening the Qi Refining Stage treasure box. Congratulations on obtaining the Small Thunder Talisman. The Qi Refining Stage treasure box is being opened. Congratulations on obtaining the Deng Yun Cure. A total of 10 magic weapons have been extracted, and new items have been put on the shelves. Lu Xian happily took a look at the store, and sure enough, there was a new treasure chest on the shelves. It was the magic weapon treasure chest. The price is slightly more expensive than the elixir treasure chest, requiring 50 survival points to purchase one. This was reasonable. Spells were durable goods, while elixirs were consumables. There was no such thing as a consumable being more expensive than a durable item. Lu Xian did not stop and continued to open the blind box. Congratulations on obtaining the large cluster spiritual liquid. Congratulations on obtaining the divine walking talisman. Congratulations on obtaining the three-eyed murky crow bloodline. Congratulations on obtaining the... Lu Xian's gaze froze and he immediately looked into the space of consciousness. An ink-black bloodline that took on the shape of a crow quietly hovered there. Three-eyed ink crow bloodline, the pure bloodline within the ancient face species three-eyed ink crow, which can be integrated into birds to help them metamorphose. 30% probability of metamorphosing into an ink crow. 30% probability of metamorphosing into a three-eyed ink crow. 40% probability of realm raising by 2 levels. 20% probability of remaining unchanged. 10% probability of realm slipping by 1 level. Lu Xian's heart immediately rose with great interest. Put in an immortal cultivation novel. This could be the bloodline of an ancient divine bird. Good stuff. And he happened to have a wind crow here. Although it couldn't fly, its sneaking and assassination skills were nothing to sneeze at. If it could be further transformed, it could obviously become a strong base card for him. Lu Xian patted the wind crow lying on his belly. Hey, I have something delicious. Do you want to eat? The good elder's sleepy eyes rolled away from his hand. Eyes closed and still wanting to continue sleeping, Lu Xian immediately took out the three-eyed crow bloodline from his consciousness space. A strange blood odor filled the air. The inky crow bounced up with a whoosh. The little cranium almost missed hitting the ceiling. Lu Xian's quick eyes and hands dodged away instantly with a flash. Or else he was afraid that he would be seriously injured by this good elder child. Foam Crow came over to Lu Xian's front, surrounding the three-eyed Murray Crow bloodline to look left and right. The already small black bean eyes froze open. Eat it, it was meant for you. Lu Xian smiled and handed the bloodline over. The wind crow quacked happily and swallowed the three-eyed crow bloodline in one gulp. It then went crazy and bounced around the dormitory. Lu Xian hurriedly grabbed it and threw it into the cave heavenly treasure pearl. Refining the bloodline should take a short period of time, so the next step is just to wait. He sighed in relief. With a bright vision for the future, he entered Dreamland, Mermaid Harbor. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xian had been stationed here with Ma Wei, Zhang Hong and the others for more than a month. On this day, Lu Xian casually walked on the riverbank, and with a spear in the air, he pierced through a fishman monster that was trying to come ashore on the spot. Ma Wei and the others who followed him came forward and dissected the fishman monster on the spot in 3 tries. Chapter 45, The Fishman Inverted. The skins of fishman monsters are quite soft and cool, and are good for making inner armor. For every piece of fishman's skin turned in, one could get at least 5 small stones. If the completeness was high, the price could rise even further. On top of that, the fat of the fishman monster could be refined into fish oil, which could enhance the ability to breathe underwater when consumed over a long period of time. This was an unintentional discovery by Ma Wei. This guy once lost all of his exotic stones in a poker game, and had no choice but to hit on the idea of fishman fat. He didn't expect to find a unique and wonderful use for it. Under the chief's authorization, the alien energy users in the Mermaid Harbor were now required to consume fish oil on a regular basis, in preparation for large-scale underwater exploration in the future. At this moment, Lu Xian's footsteps suddenly stopped. Ma Wei was puzzled. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Lu Xian shook his head. I'm tired. I'll go back to rest and relax. You guys go on with your patrols. Call me if anything happens. Because just now, the system brushed out a new message. Your wind crow has successfully metamorphosed into a three-eyed crow. Survival points plus 55. He quickly returned to the stronghold residence, unlocked the door, and entered the cave heavenly treasure pearl. As expected, the good elder had changed drastically. The size was a bit smaller, but the feathers on its body were even more black and shiny, just like the night. Even more amazing is its third eye on the forehead. At this moment, although tightly closed, but also can let a person feel a few silk from the soul level of the suppression of the feeling. Upon seeing Lu Xian's appearance, the good dare immediately happily jumped in front of him, baring his shoulders. Lu Xian's smile froze. Good fellow. Still can't fly but only jumps. Species, three-eyed crow. Realm, 6th level of chi refining. Spells, shadow escape, shadow needle, deterring God's eyes. Seeing the details of the good elder, he couldn't help but nod slightly. Sure enough, fusing the bloodline of an ancient fey species was just a lot more powerful. Not only did the realm directly soar by 2 levels, but there was also an additional natural spell that could shock the soul and see through illusions. Lu Xian gently stroked the good dare's small head. It's about time you had a name. Since you also have a third eye, why don't we just call you Crow Erlang? He said smilingly, hoping that Yang Erlang wouldn't be offended. Gah! Crow Erlang was very happy to have a name and immediately bounced around inside the treasure pearl space. The brain in the electrolyte solution tank rose and fell, and asked curiously, Commander, I have questions. I've wanted to ask you for a long time. Where is this exactly? Lu Xian laughed. This is the inner space of the cave heavenly treasure pearl, the interdimensional dimension that belongs solely to me. Why are you talking slowly? Different from before? Now, maybe it's because the electrolytes are out of nutrition. Right. Lu Xian slapped his head and forgot to change the solution. He immediately took out a now and poured out the discarded solution, replacing it with a watered-down spiritual solution before putting a now back in. In no time, a now became lively again. Commander, what a strong sense of pushing back. What is this solution? The energy contained in it is more than 100 times higher than the electrolyte I had before. Commander, how did you get the cave pearl? Why is there a space hidden here? Commander, this little crow seems to have mutated, but according to the objective laws of biology it shouldn't be able to mutate so quickly. Commander, A series of words without breaks flew out of Arnaud's mouth as if it were a series of cannonballs. Of course here it was just an anthropomorphization. A mind unit used as a biochemical weapon did not have a mouth. Her voice also sounded directly in Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian was dumbfounded. He had planned to replace the solution used to Sokanao with a water-tuned spiritual liquid before, only that he had been searching for the optimal ratio. His guess was indeed correct. The spirit liquid contained far more energy than the electrolyte solution, which was very favorable to the Inao. Only, the ratio still seemed to be a bit too high. So much so that Arnaud had now started lifting iron with his tentacles. Commander, I feel full of power all over my body with inexhaustible strength. This feeling is fantastic. Lu Xian revealed a smile. By the way, I asked you to drill those 10 blood ants. How are the drills going? Arnaud lifted the barbell hundreds of times in a row before that excitement slowed down slightly. Upon hearing this, she immediately said, Commander, the effect is very good. Do you need me to drill and show you now? Needed. Lu Xian nodded his head and immediately took out the 5 poison pouch and took out the 10 blood ants. Among the 10 blood ants, there were a total of 6 soldier ants, 2 poison ants, and 2 illusion ants. They were no strangers to the treasure pearl space, as they all practiced here on weekdays. Arnaud sent out an invisible and silent brainwave. In that instant, the 10 blood ants immediately stood in a row. Even their tentacles didn't carry a tremor. Immediately after that, they sometimes formed a long serpentine formation, sometimes a triangular formation, and sometimes they surrounded towards the center from all sides. In the end, they even formed a pyramid. Even Lu Xian couldn't do such a delicate maneuver. But Arnaud, as a biochemical weapon, did it with ease. Lu Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Very good, I'm satisfied. Arnaud humbly said, Commander, this is my duty. I will be on standby to fight for you. Lu Xian was about to say something else when a sharp knock came from outside. He immediately went back inside his residence and heard Ma Wei call out in a loud voice. Brother Lu, something big has happened. Lu Xian opened the door. What is it? Did you lose money playing cards again? Ma Wei hurriedly said. No. I went to the warehouse to get jerky to prepare dinner for the guys, but it turned out that there was actually a sitting in the warehouse. Lu Xian was puzzled. A what? Ma Wei opened his mouth and tried his best to use his poor words to describe it, but in the end, he could only say, it was like an upside-down fishman. Lu Xian frowned as he grabbed the jade bone spear and rushed towards the warehouse. An upside-down fishman? That was still a fishman. Drying it would be the end of it. The Mermaid Harbor secret realm was far more massive than before, so 2 strongholds had been established within the secret realm. One was the Zombie Town stronghold on the other side of the secret realm's gate, and the other was the Mermaid Harbor stronghold near the big river where Lu Xian was. A safe and reliable route had been opened up between the 2 strongholds, and all sorts of supplies were transported through the Black Butterfly 3 buggies manufactured by Ni Dai. Since it was a stronghold that was permanently stationed, it naturally had a warehouse. A large amount of fresh water, salted meat, and vegetables were stored in the warehouse. There would also be special people who would send the supplies over from the Zombie Town stronghold every once in a while. The warehouse was not far from Lu Xian's residence and was at the center of the Mermaid Harbor stronghold. Lu Xian and Ma Wei took 3 steps and quickly arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. There were already several people surrounding the place. Among them was Zhang Heng. Make way. Brother Lu is here. Ma Wei shouted loudly. Chapter 46, Local gangs are not very polite. Zhang Heng and the others immediately stepped aside. The jade bone spear that Lu Xian was carrying was almost about to fall out of his hand. Then it paused. It was because there was a strange creature coiled in the warehouse. Her upper body was a beautiful woman with long sea blue hair, while her lower body was a scaly fishtail that shone with blue light. At this moment, her long fishtail was coiled together in a circle with a piece of beef jerky stuffed in her mouth. It didn't care about the crowd that was watching the spectacle. Lu Xian also froze for a moment and glared back at Ma Wei. This is a upside-down fishman? This is a mermaid. Ma Wei smiled awkwardly. Fishman written backwards. Isn't it a mermaid? Lu Xian. It seems to make a few points. At this moment, the mermaid seemed to have smelled something and suddenly put down her beef jerky and turned her sight. Her eyes traveled through the crowd and finally settled on Lu Xian. The mermaid suddenly spoke, her voice clear and lively, like a rushing wave. There is something about you that makes me feel so much respect and affection. I seem to remember, but I can't recall it all at once. Lu Xian was puzzled. Me? Yes, that's you. The mermaid nodded. Curious, did you collect something from us mermaids? Lu Xian immediately thought of the deep sea pearl that had been refined, but he shook his head. We've never seen mermaids before, only fishmen. You are of the same kind? The mermaid instantly shook his head. Who is of the same kind as them? Lu Xian. Is it because it's too ugly? The mermaid shook her head again, tilting her head in thought before saying, they don't understand human language. We do. It's as simple as that. Lu Xian nodded slightly. He had sensed something was wrong when Chief Sprout had abruptly renamed the secret realm as Mermaid Harbor. There were no mermaids in the secret realm, so how could it be renamed Mermaid Harbor out of thin air? Now the real mermaids had finally appeared. This also confirmed what Lu Xian had been guessing all along. There really was intelligent life in the secret realm. Lu Xian asked, "Why are you in our warehouse?" The mermaid shook her head. "I don't know. I just finished the battle with my sisters and was about to return to the Sea King's court when I somehow came here. I was too hungry. There was food here, so I came in to eat. Don't worry, I don't eat for free. I pay. I think you land people all need this, right?" Saying that, she took out a few exotic stones from somewhere and instantly placed them on the ground. Lu Xian's eyes stared, estimating from the size. It should be of the third rank. However, it was rare to see such pure exotic energy stones, which had almost no impurities in them and were crystal clear. Ma Wei, Zhang Hong and the others also looked dumbfounded. There were several large stones in one shot. Lu Xian asked, "What is the Sea King's court? And what did you mean when you said you finished the combat?" The mermaid picked up another beef jerky and gnawed on it, chewing on it before saying, "The Sea King's court is our mermaid's royal court. It's in the depths of the sea. Oh, but it's not here. Finish the combat. Well, this thing can't be told to outsiders. Anyway, it's just fighting with other local gangs. You know, local gangs aren't very polite no matter where they are." Lu Xian nodded thoughtfully, wanting to ask again. The mermaid waved her hand and said, "Don't ask. I'm hungry and sleepy now. Ask me again next time." With that she snapped and slammed down on the ground. Her eyes closed tightly as if she was asleep, but the mouth is still squirming for a moment, eating all the beef jerky, chicken jerky, and rice around her. This kind of bizarre sleeping and eating posture, not to mention Ma Wei, Zhang Hong and the others, even Lu Xian had never seen it in his life. Lu Xian pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Ma Wei, Zhang Hong, the two of you guard this place, and don't let any of you go in until I return. Also, keep an eye on this mermaid. Make a note of any unusual moves she makes. I'll go report to the chief." Ma Wei Zhang Hong nodded at once. They also knew the importance of the matter and didn't dare to mess around. A few moments later, Lu Xian appeared in the chief's office. "Mermaid? You said, mermaids?" The chief, who had always had a calm demeanor, suddenly breathed sharply for a split second at this moment. He hid it well, but Lu Xian still detected the flash of disorientation. Lu Xian nodded solemnly. "Yes, a mermaid." She said that she came from the Sea King's court and was on her way back after completing the battle when she somehow came to the Mermaid Harbor. My guess is that the Sea King's court is also a secret realm, and there might be some kind of connection between the secret realm and the secret realm. That's how she came here by mistake. The chief exhaled lightly and laughed out loud. Lu Xian's heart rippled. In his impression, the chief had always been unperturbed, always with that squinty-eyed old den look as if he was trying to calculate everyone. This time, the mermaid suddenly appeared, but even laughed so freely? The chief's smile slightly converged. "Your guess is correct. Many secret realms are actually one in nature. That's why the phenomenon of teleportation out of thin air like this occurs. Once the secret realms continue to advance, these secret realms with the same root and origin will also likely connect together, turning into a mega-secret realm." A mega-secret realm? Lu Xian couldn't help but ponder at the words. If there were no borders within the secret realm, and there were intelligent races that had formed kingdoms or civilizations, with a logical and self-consistent ecological cycle, would the secret realm still be a secret realm? The chief straightened his collar and smiled. "Let's go. Go to the Mermaid Harbor stronghold and meet that mermaid lady." Mermaid Harbor stronghold. The green-haired, mohawked, spiritual guy was betting with the bearded, middle-aged uncle next to him. "I'll bet a small stone. Believe it or not, that bag of potatoes is definitely what she's going to eat next. I think it's the flour next to it. That potato is all sprouted and poisonous. She definitely won't eat it, but she's asleep. How can she see that the potatoes are sprouting?" A calm voice came. "It's not polite to point at an honored guest like that." Ma Wei and Zhang Han followed the voice and saw a well-dressed old man walking quickly. Their superior, Lu Xian, was following behind the old man. Even if they hadn't seen the chief before, at this moment, they snapped to the realization that this was the new Sprout's wordsmith. The duo hurriedly bowed their heads respectfully. "Chief," the chief waved his hand. "Leave this place 100 meters away. I want to talk to her alone." "Lu Xian, you go rest and relax as well." Lu Xian nodded and turned away with some regret. It seemed that the chief was going to talk to the mermaid about something that could not be known by outsiders. However, he hadn't waited long before the chief walked towards him with an odd expression on his face, looking deeply at him for several moments before speaking calmly. "The mermaid is willing to cooperate with us, but she says she wants to communicate with you." "You had contact with the mermaid before?" Lu Xian pondered for a few seconds. "When I was young and ignorant, I saw a movie about mermaids with dark skin and wide-eye spacing with dirty braids. Does that count?" Chapter 47, you meet and form a friendship with a powerful deep-sea siren. Chief, it's okay, you go over there. From now on, you'll be the representative of the communication between the new buds and the mermaids. This mermaid lady is our honored guest. Make sure you take care of her. Lu Xian nodded. I'll take care of it. He was also curious as to what the mermaid actually represented in the eyes of the chief, causing him to place such importance on it. After the chief left, Lu Xian once again entered the warehouse. This mermaid lady was lying on the ground in an unfathomable manner, snoring lightly while chewing her cud. This gesture really took Lu Xian by surprise. The chief had only left a short while ago and this guy was sleeping again? Lu Xian poked the mermaid's long tail, feeling very bouncy. Hey, the chief said that you want to communicate with me? The mermaid lady then woke up leisurely and said happily, you're back? Right, I remembered. You have deep sea beads on you, right? That's a gift we give to friendly landers. As long as one holds the deep sea pearl, they are a guest of our Sea King's court. Lu Xian was a little surprised. So it's about that bead? But that was just something I got after I finished off a zombie. I'm afraid that wasn't the intention of the Sea King's court. The mermaid shook her head. No, 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 no. We mermaids believe in destiny. The deep sea bead wasn't much. As long as you can get it, that's a guest of our Sea King's court. Lu Xian nodded in understanding and suddenly asked, what did the chief say to you? The mermaid shook her head. You mean that squinty-eyed elderly landman? Nothing was said. Just an agreement was made. I got lost and couldn't get in touch with the Sea King's court, so now I have to stay here temporarily. During the temporary stay, you guys provide me with food and shelter, and I'll help you explore the secret realm. Of course, it has to be a secret realm with an ocean, like this one. Lu Xian was puzzled. You guys also call this a secret realm? The mermaid laughed. Yes, before you land people had ever seen a secret realm. We had seen many secret realms and explored them in depth. Lu Xian's heart jumped. That sentence could be quite informative. By the way, I still don't know your name. Miss Mermaid copied a sprouted potato sub and stuffed it into her mouth. This tastes good. Lu Xian hurriedly stopped it. Sprouted potatoes. Poisonous. The mermaid waved her hand. It doesn't bother me. I can't be poisoned. My name is Hai Shi. What's yours? Lu Xian. Hai Shi nodded. I remember. After saying that, she yawned. No, I'm almost at my limit. Can you find me a place to sleep? By the way, give me 2 more bags of sprouted potatoes. I love eating this. Lu Xian nodded his head, thinking that he loved eating sprouted potatoes. What kind of quirk was this? Wouldn't it really kill you to eat it? He asked. What are the requirements for a place to sleep? Hai Shi waved his hand carelessly. Just add more salt. Good. I'll go make arrangements. Snap. Hai Shi immediately fell asleep in an extremely frightening position, head down tail up with his belly rolled over. This characteristic of being able to fall asleep anytime, anywhere made Lu Xian quite sweaty. What kind of bizarre species was this? Are the rest of the mermaids like this too? At nighttime, the buggy pulled a 4-meter-long ornamental fish tank back. Ma Wei heatedly laughed. Old Zhang and I searched for a long time and finally found a food market and pulled back this large fish tank. Lu Xian nodded his head in satisfaction, and quickly gave Hai Shi a full residence. Miss Mermaid tasted the bed a few times, and spoke highly of the saltiness of the bedding. Okay, I'll sleep here. Find me if you need anything. After saying that, she laid in and went back to sleep. Lu Xian was dumbfounded and turned to leave. You have befriended and established a friendship with a powerful deep-sea water demon. Many friends, many roads, survival points plus 23. Did the system treat her like a deep-sea water demon in the immortal realm? Lu Xian let out a light laugh. The news of the mermaid appearing at the mermaid harbor and also becoming a new Bud's valued guest quickly spread. Many people took the opportunity of being stationed at the mermaid harbor to specially come and take a look. Originally, they were still curious about such an intelligent alien. But when they saw that this mermaid lady slept like a dead salted fish every day, they were all speechless. The chief never came to see Hai Shi again, and Lu Xian didn't bother her when he saw that she had been sleeping. On this day, Lu Xian returned from the water as usual. After eating quite a bit of fish oil refined from the fish's fat, the time he spent breathing underwater was greatly lengthened. He also vaguely realized that even his speed of swimming in and under the water had accelerated quite a bit. He had just come out of the water when he saw Hai Shi sitting on the shore, his long fishtail flicking in and out of the water with a hard look on his face. As soon as Hai Shi saw him, she was instantly happy. Lu Xian, you're finally back. Lu Xian laughed. What is it? Hai Shi said happily. I've slept enough. I can go the next 10 days without sleeping. What's your problem? I can help solve it. Is it to find treasures or mineral veins? It's all easy for us mermaids. However, the water quality here is a bit poor, so I won't go into the water. I'll show you the way. Or are you guys going to manufacture equipment? Lu Xian was puzzled. You still know how to make equipment? Of course. Hai Shi patted her chest and proudly said, I'm the metallurgical master in the royal court. Lu Xian nodded slightly. I'll go ask the chief. A few moments later, he reappeared in front of Hai Shi, his face a little odd. The chief didn't ask for anything, only saying that he would let Hai Xia look for something of value in the Great River. Anything of value would do. If he could provide 1 or 2 pieces of high-level equipment from time to time, that would naturally be excellent as well. Hai Shi cocked his head and thought for a moment. I see. Lu Xian blinked, thinking, I don't even understand. What do you understand? Hai Shi casually grabbed her hand and the river water flew into her hand on its own, quickly forming a map. She breathed towards it and the river water map immediately froze. Here, this is the treasure at the bottom of the river that I've discovered so far. Lu Xian took it. Why does it smell like potato seeds? Hai Shi froze and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I ate too many potatoes. It's only natural to have a bit of bad breath, right? Lu Xian let out a light laugh and pawed at this strange map, but did not feel too strong a chill. Hai Shi seemed to understand what he meant and laughed. Don't worry, it won't melt, and it won't freeze so much that your hands hurt. Lu Xian pondered. Is this the mermaid skill? Hai Shi nodded. Yeah, we mermaids all know this. Controlling water energy. It's the most basic skill, she proudly said. The more powerful ones like me can also serve as master metallurgist. Lu Xian nodded his head and immediately handed over Ma Wei and Zhang Heng, asking them to lead the men to split up and search for the treasures buried in these locations. He himself selected the more dangerous places and prepared to go into the water to explore. Of course, these so-called more dangerous places were only relative to Ma Wei and the others. To him, who was at the 7th level of qi refining, equivalent to a 3rd level lower level abnormalist, there was no danger to speak of. Hai Shi was puzzled. You're just going to go down like this, without using the deep sea pearl? Chapter 48, this is a fork. It can beat and eat. Lu Xian was puzzled. Deep sea pearl? Hai Shi scratched his head. Don't you know that the deep sea pearl allows you to breathe and move quickly underwater? That's not a pose. Lu Xian nodded. How do I have to use it? Hai Shi smiled. Simple. All you have to do is chant the words breathe underwater and move quickly in your mind. Lu Xian was dumbfounded. That's simple? Hai Shi nodded. Right. After all, it's something we created for outsiders to use. It's not good to make it too complicated. Lu Xian nodded his head and leapt into the great river. His palm pressed on the small cloth bag at his waist. Inside that was the cave heavenly treasure pearl. Although the storage bag was made by refining into the deep sea pearl, it still had the qualities of the deep sea pearl. As expected, after he silently recited the words underwater breathing and rapid movement, the water environment, which was still heavy with resistance, immediately became as light as air. At this moment, he suddenly felt the joy of a fish. With a jerk, he zipped to a place dozens of meters away. You have learned water escape with the help of an external object without a teacher and are able to perform it with ease. Survival points plus 33. Hai Shi slapped the fishtail happily. Mastered it so quickly. You really do have a great affinity with us mermaids. By the way, remember to give me the underwater equipment if you find it. I can help you guys make equipment. Lu Xian gave an okay gesture and immediately began to hunt for the treasure. It was nighttime. A small mountain of harvest was then piled up in the open space of the mermaid harbor stronghold. To be honest, with Hai Shi this kind of unreliable dead salted fish appearance, Lu Xian was really worried that the so-called treasure would be broken boots, old umbrellas and other garbage. Unexpectedly, it was really full of rewards. Now in front of their eyes, there are several large boxes of foreign energy stones, several large boxes of precious ores, as well as a lot of old-time weapons and equipment. The green-haired Mohican spirit guy looked at it with straight eyes. If I have so many alien energy stones, wouldn't I be able to go to the cafeteria and drink a bowl of Huji soup and pour a bowl of Huji soup? Zhang Heng, this is all you have. If I had so many alien energy stones, I would directly buy the cafeteria. Ma Wei was stunned. Buy the cafeteria for what? Zhang Heng joyfully said. Then I make bread every day in different ways. Z likes to eat freshly baked bread the most. Ma Wei cut out. You've got it made, daughter slave. Lu Xian didn't care about this pair of living treasures' daily comic relief, but noticed Hai Shi's eyes. Hai Shi didn't care about the exotic stones and ores. Instead, she kept looking at the weapons and equipment that were mostly rusted. The sight in his eyes was quite complicated. This is something from your Sea King's court? Lu Xian opened his mouth and asked. Hai Shi nodded. To be precise, it is the Sea King's court from several eras ago. She casually picked up a steel fork that was nearly 2 meters long. This style of steel fork is quite ancient, and it's not even popular now. What kind is popular now? Lu Xian asked casually. Hai Shi casually drew out a 2-meter-long fork from his tail. Its grip was a bit short, only 1 meter. The fork head part, on the other hand, was generally curved towards the top. How does it look like? Ma Wei said with a straight face. Isn't this a dinner fork? Hai Shi nodded. Yes, this is a dinner fork, and it can fight and eat. The crowd. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, couldn't help but say, "How did you pull this out of your tail?" Haishur casually forked it back again. "We mermaids can manipulate the water element. This is congealed from the water element, only mixed with some metal particles to increase the toughness." Lu Xian was instantly silenced. This foreign race really couldn't be speculated with common sense. Haishur happily flapped his fishtail, as if he was very happy because he had seen the ancient Sea King's court equipment again. All of these standardized equipment are too old, and are no longer adapted to the Sea King's court's current combat environment. Nowadays, the weaponry is much more portable as it is condensed directly from water. However, these equipments are still quite good for you guys. Please prepare the smelting table for me. I'm going to start working. Lu Xian smacked his lips. Smelting table? Haishur nodded. Right. After saying that, she slapped her head. Took you for a kindred spirit. Our mermaid smelting table is actually quite simple. It's still water, but it takes water with a lot of salt and sugar. I see that your kind of refined salt is good, and the sugar is best replaced with brown sugar. If you don't have brown sugar, icing sugar isn't bad either. Speaking of this, she scratched her head. Other than that, some sprouted potatoes. Lu Xian nodded. This will be arranged soon. Haishur began her work as the Sprout external metallurgical master. Lu Xian watched silently from the side. It didn't take long to understand Haishur's workflow. It was nothing more than the two processes of removing rust and opening the edge. Only, Haishur was utilizing water with salt and sugar to complete these two processes. While working, he didn't forget to nibble on the potato seeds. Lu Xian estimated it. On average, for every piece of equipment he processed, he had to nibble on 6 potato seeds. That sack of sprouted potatoes was almost at the bottom before an hour had passed. She once again reached out to touch it and realized that there was already none left, and smacked her lips regretfully. Lu Xian also said helplessly, "There's no more for now. We have to wait for the first base to send the potatoes over, and we still have to put them away for a while to wait for them to sprout." Haishur waved her hand carelessly. "It's fine. I didn't care too much." Lu Xian laughed. "Really? I see that you can't stop looking at the sack containing the potatoes." Haishur smiled awkwardly. Habit. After saying that, the one person and one fish were quiet again. After a while, Haishur finished solving the last piece of old era equipment. Then he said, "Lu Xian, you are our guest in the Sea King court. I'll keep the best few pieces in this batch of equipment for you. Here, you pick." Lu Xian went up and took a look. These pieces were all third-order exotic equipment. However, what he needed the most nowadays was actually equipment that fit quite well with his mage weapon. In this way, the mage weapon could be further enhanced, and it would also be able to fuse the special features of the alien ability equipment. His eyes skimmed over all the third-ranked alien ability equipment, and multiple lines of system messages floated before his eyes. Eventually, his eyes settled on a pair of flippers. This divine weapon has an extremely high degree of fit with the Dengyun treads. Is it refined? Refining requires 100 survival points. Lu Xian laughed. "Don't you guys have fishtails? Why do you still need flippers?" Haishur waved his hand. "So this isn't for us. Last era the Sea King's court once rescued a group of fleeing land people. These flippers are for them. However, these flippers are obviously not very good either, and the speed of enhancement is limited." Lu Xian nodded. "I'll take this one." Haishur nodded and yawned. "I'm going to take a nap then. I've been working for too long this time." After saying that, she twisted her long fishtail and returned to her large water tank. Lu Xian also returned to his room after arranging the candidates for the night patrol and sentry. Chapter 49, Is the system afraid I'll starve to death? Refining completed. Lu Xian nodded his head slightly as he looked at the Dangyun tread that had several azure-colored patterns appearing in front of him. After putting on the Dangyun cure, his movement speed was already rapid, exceeding that of an ordinary alien by a large margin. Now that he had incorporated the flippers of the Sea King's court, his speed could be increased by a lot even when advancing underwater. Nothing to do. Continue to open the flippers. Lu Xian's mind moved as he continued to open the blind box. Congratulations on obtaining soy sauce beef. Congratulations on obtaining white chicken. Congratulations on obtaining the small thunder talisman. Emulative extraction of 10 magic weapons. New goods have been put on the shelves? Lu Xian fixed his eyes on the talisman treasure chest. The small thunder talisman was considered to be one of the most powerful of the chi refining stage talismans. However, it took a certain amount of time to cast. It was best to cast it when the other party had not realized it. Enough to kill with a single strike. Previously, he had used up one in order to deal with that mutated zombie, and now he had saved 9 of them in his consciousness space. Congratulations on obtaining the chi nourishing pill. Congratulations on obtaining the spirit liquid. Congratulations on acquiring the withered bone technique. Congratulations on obtaining the underworld flame bomb. Lu Xian's eyes lit up, drawing 2 spells in a row. Good luck. So far, he had only had one spell, originally the convergence spell. which was later upgraded to the invisible convergence spell by refining the concealment potion. Then it never drew a spell again. In the withered bone scripture, there were only pure cultivation techniques, no spells. Even the jade bone spear's absorption of white bones was also absorbed on its own when it was inserted into the corpse, and did not require him to cast it through spells. He immediately looked into the space of consciousness. Two ancient scrolls that glowed with an eerie aura were floating here. Withered bone technique, chi refining stage spell, cast with the help of corpses. The more corpses there are, the more powerful the withered bone technique will be. The more corpses there are, the more powerful it will be. This spell will hurt you as well as yourself, so you need to protect yourself. Underworld Firebomb, chi refining stage spell, sacrificing underworld flame within the body, and using the underworld flame to fuse the mana to strike out when defending against the enemy. Powerful, but the speed of the missile is slower. Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. As long as these two spells were grasped properly, their power would definitely be enormous, enough to kill a third-ranked aberration in a single strike. In fact, many exalts were like this as well. Their attacks were enough to ensure mutual destruction, but their defense was much weaker compared to their attacks. If only I could get powerful defense spells. Lu Xian had some regrets, but the system wouldn't think of anything. He opened more than 100 chi refining stage treasure chests in a row and didn't open any more spells. Instead, it was the white chopped chicken and beef and sauce that piled up more and more. Is the system afraid that I'll starve to death? The corner of his mouth twitched. Great River Society. Great River Dock. The boat boss listened to his men's report and instead revealed a look of surprise. The Whitewater River reincarnation time becoming longer is obviously a good thing for us. Compared to this, the appearance of some fishman monsters is simply not enough to worry about. The Whitewater River was none other than the secret realm under the control of the Great River Society. There was a large, rushing and roaring river within this third-order secret realm, and on both sides of the river, there were a large number of abandoned houses and good, deserted fields. The secret realm would reincarnate every 1 year, reverting back to the deserted state it was in at the beginning. This time of reincarnation was just right. It was entirely possible to sow and harvest. Relying on the Whitewater River secret realm, the Great River Society was able to absorb stragglers and develop rapidly. But now the reincarnation time of the secret realm had changed from 1 year to 1 year and 3 months. Some crops that could only be planted at the end of the year could be planted. The appearance of some slightly stronger fishman monsters was really nothing. The boat boss said in a deep voice, "Order down and send more men to the Whitewater River. Ensure that there are at least 3 second-order aberrants stationed at every moment." Understood, the subordinate whispered. "Boss, should we talk to the authority about this?" The ship's boss thought about it and immediately shook his head. The authority has long since withdrawn to the Tiannan branch. As long as you don't go and actively provoke them, there's no such thing. In the past, they had to be notified whenever there was a change in the secret realm, but that's not necessary now. This matter is a private matter of our Great River Society. No need for outsiders to interfere. Yes, Heavenly West Province. This province was adjacent to the Heavenly South Province, Westland City. This was where the capital of the Heavenly West Row Province was located before the demonic plague descended. Nowadays, it was the location of the Heavenly West branch of the authority. Its current official name was South First Bay City, but the locals still preferred to call it Westland City. Westland City is now surrounded by a tall city wall, and there are aliens patrolling the wall at all times to prevent magical creatures from tumbling into the city and attacking the civilians. And in the center part of Westland City, there stood a tall and majestic building. This was the headquarters of the Tianxi branch. 20 years ago, in the 32nd year of the new calendar, the Tiannan branch withdrew from the Tiannan province, but it was not revoked and came to the Tianxi branch. With the support of the Tianxi branch, the Tiannan branch was gradually opening up the Tiannan Row province. They had already jointly dispatched squads consisting of dozens of shrewd and capable xenophiles to penetrate into the Tiannan Row province, and through these squads, they were collecting intelligence on the Tiannan Row province. At this moment, a large number of Alterans were already active, summarizing the intelligence from all over the place. The 13th Action Squad reports that a large number of fishman monsters have appeared in the Third Order secret realm, Lake Bibbo, and the original controlling force is suspected to have abandoned this place. The 19th Action Squad reports, the Second Order secret realm Crab River, currently controlled by the Crab Gang, has seen sporadic fishman monsters. The 8th Action Squad reports, the Third Order secret realm, Whitewater River, is currently controlled by the Great River Club, and sporadic fishman monsters have appeared. The 2nd Action Squad reports, not yet arrived at the zombie town, no contact with the new buds for the time being. 5th, a middle-aged man with graying temples hugged his bladder as he listened to this information within his ears, his gaze deep. He was the director of the Tiannan Authority, Lu Jingxiong. Footsteps came from behind him. A young man walked quickly with his hands in his pockets. It looks like the situation is quite optimistic. Lu Jingxiong, Where do you see that the situation is optimistic? The young man laughingly said. Isn't this all just a smattering of fish people? Lu Jingxiong shook his head. These demons are just the tip of the iceberg. There are more hiding in the shadows. The young man shook his head. I don't understand. Why don't they all pop up together? Lu Jingxiong, have you heard of the saying? When you find a cockroach, there must be a cockroach nest in your house. The young man looked solemn. I get it when you describe it like this, which is not very optimistic. It is very optimistic. Lu Jingxiong said seriously. We need to set up our manpower as soon as possible. With the alien powers in Tiannan province today, they can't resist these fishman monsters at all. Chao Yincheng, Director Chao, you are the director of the Tianxi branch. You provide me with manpower. The young man was happy. Bureau Lu, have you ever begged like this? He coughed lightly. Besides, since your old man brought people to withdraw to Westland City, I have been cooperating with you all along. I don't have enough manpower on my own side. And this batch of alien energy practitioners going to Tiannan province to investigate are all hard squeezed out of. Lu Jingxiong frowned deeply. Tell the truth. Chao Yincheng, there has to be additional money. Lu Jingxiong, Chao Yincheng whispered. Are you worried about that sealed profit treasure trove in Tiannan? Lu Jingxiong nodded. Even though it was completely sealed before we pulled out of Tiannan province, I always have the feeling that these fish monsters that suddenly appeared have something to do with the profit treasure vault. We can borrow people. Chao Yincheng suddenly whispered. Or maybe recruit them. I guess there must be local Tiannan exalted who are willing. Lu Jingxiong let out a bitter smile. I'll try. Chao Yincheng suddenly said. Hey, in that case, that so-called prophet prophecy is going to be fulfilled? He whispered as if singing a poem. The turbid ocean rises from the cracks. The ancient royal court reappears on earth. The god of misrule casts a glance. Punishment and salvation descend in the water. Lu Jingxiong said seriously. The prophet's previous predictions have all been more or less fulfilled. And this is also very likely. We have to be prepared to take over a devastated Tiannan province. Chao Yincheng was thoughtful. Speaking of which, that time 20 years ago when you withdrew from Tiannan, it was also because of the prophet prophecy? Lu Jingxiong was even more silent, a struggling color surfacing on his face. Chao Yincheng coughed lightly. It seems I shouldn't have asked. Lu Jingxiong waved his hand for a while before he said, with your ability, you will soon be able to obtain this part of the authority, so there is no harm in telling you. He raised his head and looked straight into the other party's eyes. If we didn't pull out of Tiannan at that time, the top management of the Tiannan authority would have to go into a seizure and all hell would break loose. Because we ran into something we shouldn't have touched. To be precise, it was me who ran into something I shouldn't have touched. At that time, I was still a young lad the same age as you, and my curiosity was too much. It was only after we, the top brass, withdrew from Tiannan that we returned to normal. Chao Yincheng was puzzled. What did you run into? Lu Jingxiong gave him a deep look. The god of misrule. To be precise, it was a portion of the messages he left behind. But even just these messages have already made me half crazy. If it wasn't for my family's old man carrying me and running away, I'm afraid I would have gone crazy on the spot. Chao Yincheng was instantly shocked. Your family's old man is quite old and runs quite fast. In a puff of smoke, he ran out of Tiannan. Lu Jingxiong, your focus has not been skewed a bit too far. Chao Yincheng coughed lightly. So, what was the message you saw? Lu Jingxiong rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, I saw countless sights in that instant. Some of them were from this world's past, while some of them did not belong to this world at all. That's not something that humans should touch, at least before the soul is not strong enough. It's completely unworthy to touch. Chao Yincheng nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 50, the big one is coming. Time rushes by. Each day was calm and quiet. The chief never came to look for this mermaid lady who had arrived at the secret realm of Mermaid Harbor because she had gotten lost. But Lu Xian always felt that there was something wrong here. The calmer the waves, the more likely it was that a storm was coming. Perhaps in places he didn't know about, dark tides were raging, just like that half-dead deep-sea giant that looked like it was just violently compared to the other, but didn't know where it was dying. It even turned toward him for help. This day, Lu Xian, as usual, was patrolling the riverbank. Ma Wei and Zhang Hong followed behind him, walking in step, alerting the surroundings. They didn't dare to be careless. Previously, some people had thought that following Lu Xian would be foolproof and had let their guard down. As a result, he had his head smashed on the spot by the fish monster that suddenly came out. As for the other lower-ranked and weaker exalts, they were all guarding the industries near the Mermaid Harbor stronghold, such as the mines and fields. They wouldn't often come to the riverbank. After all, with their strength, encountering a mermaid would be a send-off, so they might as well go elsewhere to work as guards. At this time, the sound of water flowing suddenly came from the rear. He turned around and saw that it was Hai Shi who was twisting his fish tail and rapidly rushing over. The speed at which this fellow advanced on land was actually no less than a human running bipedally. Lu Xian laughed. What's wrong with this? Apart from nibbling potatoes, I haven't seen you go out on your own initiative. Haishir said in a deep voice. The water is very wrong. I feel a disturbing force brewing. Lu Xian frowned. Speak human. Haishir nodded. The big one is coming. How big? Very big. Lu Xian was even more thoughtful. Ma Wei suddenly pointed at the river next to him and said in horror. Brother Lu, the water is opening up. Zheng Hong swept a glance and was speechless. Open my ass. That's bubbling. Lu Xian also cast his eyes and immediately saw a large number of bubbles appearing on the river surface. Immediately afterward, quite a few fish and shrimp surfaced, but they were all dead. The stench of rotting river food immediately filled the air, making it sickening. Twisted water plants, however, were growing uncontrollably and even began to climb the riverbank. The river that was clear and clean just a moment ago became foul-smelling and filthy in no time. It was like garbage that had been dumped for countless years. Lu Xian frowned deeply. You mermaids have always lived in the water. Do you have any clue? Haishir hesitated. Yes, but I'm not sure. I need to contact the royal court to be sure. But with the current conditions, it's really impossible to contact it. Lu Xian, then tell me what you guessed. Haishir, it might be a deep-sea monster that was suppressed by the Sea King's court in the last previous era. It calls itself the Lord of Evil Waves, and the fish monsters are all its subordinates. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Lord of the Evil Waves? The deep-sea giant eye that he had seen when he obtained the deep-sea pearl earlier. Could it be the Lord of Evil Waves? If that was the case, why would the Lord of Evil Waves ask him for help? At this moment, groups of fishmen suddenly burrowed out of the foul-smelling and filthy river. They held all sorts of weapons in their hands, some of which were coral sharpened into knives and axes, some were hard fish bones, and some held staffs inlaid with precious stones. They were clad in ragged garments, some crudely sewn from watercress, seaweed, shells, and the like, while others could clearly be seen to have been taken from those unlucky enough to have drowned. Without exception, these fishmen monsters were shouting wah 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 from their mouths, rushing towards the riverbank with incomparable excitement. Holy, so many kinds of fish monsters. Even Miss Mermaid, who was always sleepy and delicious, didn't hold back her foul mouth. Lu Xian said seriously, you recognize them? What is the strength of all of them? Haishir nodded. I recognize all of their types. Their strength isn't too strong. Each one is equivalent to a second-order alien. Zheng Hong was anxious. Then we can't beat them either. Ma Wei asked, Brother Lu, what should we do? Lu Xian immediately said, notify the others to withdraw immediately. The Mermaid Harbor stronghold can't be defended by us alone. First withdraw to the side of the Zombie Town stronghold. I'll buy you guys a little time. Yes. Ma Wei and Zhang Heng immediately rushed to the various mines and fields, informing the guards to hurry up and withdraw. Haishir was curious. You're going to break the back for them? This is very dangerous. Lu Xian smiled and said, I'm not that weak. It's you. Can you fight? I won't necessarily be able to take care of you later. Haishir casually pulled a harpoon out of his tail. I was also a wave-splitting vanguard before I switched to master metallurgist. My battle power was ranked among all the wave-splitting pioneers. The higher-ups are even planning to promote me to the position of wave-splitting general. Lu Xian casually grabbed it and the jade bone spear appeared in his palm. He looked at the fishman monsters that were charging in with strange shrieks and flailing claws, revealing an excited smile. That's good. The more intense the battle was, the more survival points could be accumulated. Survival points were everything to him. What's more, with his current strength, it wasn't difficult to deal with a large number of second-ranked demons. The jade bone spear broke through the air, and on the spot, it pierced the head of a burly fishman monster that had rushed the fastest. Haishir yelled, this kind of stupid big guy is called a barbarian fish vanguard, charging the furthest ahead every time, with a lot of strength. Lu Xian nodded his head as three bone-penetrating nails soared away, piercing through the three nearby singular fishmen who were preparing to sneak attack him on the spot as well. Haishir called out, this kind of fishman with blackened skin is called a fish hunting scout, and is especially fond of sneak attacks, so you have to be careful. Crow Erlang quacked, his figure weaving in and out of the shadows. Every time he appeared, the shadow needle would pierce through a fish hunting scout that was attempting to sneak attack Lu Xian. At this moment, a ghostly blue light suddenly lit up in the distance, as if some kind of energy was converging. Haishir was surprised. That's a Tide recruitment mage, an alien amongst the fish monsters, capable of releasing long-range spells. I'll take care of it. After saying that, her fish tail was actually instantly compressed like a spring. With just a whoosh sound, she instantly swept through mid-air, her harpoon bursting through the air, zapping the Tide recruitment mage who was chanting. Lu Xian took the three bone-penetrating nails back with a shot through the air and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw the scene. What a bizarre attack. But don't say it, it was quite useful. A large number of system messages also refreshed in front of his eyes immediately afterward. You killed a large group of demonic beasts in a big way, but you are unharmed. Survival points plus 10. You killed a demonic beast in a second. Survival points plus 28. You killed 3 demonic beasts in a flash. Plus 77 survival points. You killed 9 demonic beasts in a row. Survival points plus 120. You, Zombie Town Stronghold. 2 hours later, Ma Wei, Zhang Heng, and the others gathered here with palpitations. Zhang Heng took an inventory and sighed in relief. Fortunately, none of them are in trouble. Ma Wei froze. No, where's Lu? The rest of them were also startled. Yeah, where's Brother Lu? Snap. A silhouette pushed the door in. Don't howl. I'm still alive. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. It was none other than Lu Xian. Only, there was a lot of blood on his body, and the smell of fish was quite strong. Ma Wei was shocked. Brother Lu, you're so badly injured? Fish monster's blood. Lu Xian glared at them. Just watch. Hurry up and report to the chief. Chapter 51. Enjoy my thunder and lightning wild dance. Yes. Brother Lu. I'll go. Ma Wei rushed towards the base without saying a word. Lu Xian commanded. The rest of you prepare immediately. The fish monster will come sooner or later. Yes. Haishir slapped the tail of the fish and casually condensed a ball of purifying water to hit Lu Xian's body, cleansing away the smell of blood from his body. She curiously said, "What are you guys going to do about it? We can still handle this number of fish monsters. It is indeed a bit difficult for you guys to deal with this number of fish monsters." Lu Xian shook his head. "That will depend on the chief's arrangements." Haishir nodded. "That squinty-eyed old man? He always gave me a very mysterious feeling." Lu Xian didn't speak again. He was also pondering in his mind. What exactly was the chieftain calculating? An hour later, a fast-moving figure had already appeared under the night curtain in the distance. It was none other than the fish monsters that were running towards the Zombie Town stronghold. The people inside the stronghold subconsciously gripped the weapons in their hands. Lu Xian stood at the highest point, 3 bone-penetrating nails hovering at his side, ready to strike at any time. It was also at this moment that a group of figures appeared from the secret realm gate and appeared in this stronghold. At the head of the group was the leader, who had never shown himself in a suit with a calm appearance. Behind him were Song Xinghe, Ni Dai, Zhou Rou, Yi Yuqiu, He Pang, and others. All of the second-order aberrations that ranked high were here. Zhou Rou had not long been promoted to the second rank since the last battle of the Blood Ant Nest, and had likewise become the backbone of the New Buds. However, looking at the way she was now intimate with Song Xinghe, it was obvious that she had found another backer. "What's the situation?" The chief immediately opened his mouth to inquire as soon as he appeared. Lu Xian didn't waste any time and immediately briefly explained the situation. He saw the chief's eyes suddenly explode with a brilliant light. It was as if something long awaited had finally arrived. However, such a look only flickered and was skillfully concealed by the chief. This old man with gray sideburns and meticulous attention to detail ordered in a deep voice, "All of you set out immediately to eliminate the fish monsters. Those with long range means go up to the second floor. Those without long range means stand outside the door and defend the enemy with the help of sandbags." Yes. He Peng came to Lu Xian's side and gave a thumbs up. "Hey, I heard that you broke the back alone and bought them time to retreat? Awesome, Lu Xian. Enough of that. I'm going upstairs to discharge. Enjoy my thunderbolt wild dance." After saying that, he ran towards the second floor in a smug manner. Lu Xian smiled. It seemed that he had electrocuted a lot of soldier ants at once in the Blood Ant Nest last time, giving He Peng a whole lot of confidence. He lifted his jade bone spear upside down and immediately pushed out the door, standing side by side with Song Xinghe, Zhou Rou and the others. "Both of you, long time no see." He smiled faintly. Zhou Rou also revealed a charming smile. "Yes." Song Xinghe glanced at Haishir, who was boredly slapping the tail of a fish at the back. "That mermaid. What's so strange about it? An alien that can talk and think like that just looks weird." Lu Xian pondered for a few seconds. Being especially able to sleep, especially able to eat, and especially fond of sprouted potatoes, is that considered bizarre? Song Xinghe, that's fine. At this time, the swarms of fish monsters had already approached the Zombie Town stronghold. The night wind sent a strong fishy odor that nearly called out to people who couldn't help but vomit. Thunderbolt frenzy! An excited roar came from the second floor. Immediately after, heavy thunder came crashing down, spreading out with a barbarian fish vanguard at the center. Wherever it passed, a large number of barbarian fish vanguards froze, and blue smoke rose from their bodies. However, it was only a stiffening. After a short pause, they whimpered and screamed as they continued to charge. Lu Xian and the 3 of them coincidentally looked towards the second floor. The smile on He Peng's face froze. The power doesn't seem too good. Ni Dai consoled. "It's fine. Super normal abilities. There will always be a few days when it's not too good. It'll be fine if you slow down for a while. Here, the bow and arrow I built. Take it first." He Peng smiled helplessly and could only take the bow and arrow. With so many exalts standing firm, The surging demons were quickly held back. It didn't take long for the ground outside the stronghold to be covered in a layer of bloody mud, and the air was filled with a fishy odor so strong that it was uncomfortable. The ugly eyes of the fish monsters glowed with a red light of hatred in the night. Instead of recklessly continuing forward, they began to retreat under the leadership of a few tide-invoking mages. However, they left behind a large amount of coral and shells on the ground, sludge that made it difficult to move. These things would take a lot of time just to clean up, and there was no telling if this was just the first wave of attack. There might be a second and third wave to follow. The chief smiled kindly. Keep someone on watch. The rest of you go rest. You are all good sons and daughters of the new sprout. After the final deliberation, it was left to the Songxingha Zhou Ro duo to keep watch for the night, and Lu Xian and the others all returned to rest within the base. Haishir was also curious as she passed through the secret realm gate and arrived at the first base of New Sprout. She closed her eyes and quickly felt the deserted modern cities nearby through the vapor in the air. It's been a while since I've been ashore. Has the land become like this? Lu Xian nodded. After experiencing the demonic plague, many cities have been deserted. Instead, these places with secret cracks have established new villages, towns and cities because of the special resource output. Haishir nodded and suddenly said, I feel that muddy smell again. There are other secret realms near your place? Lu Xian shook his head. There are indeed secret realms nearby, but there are no rivers, lakes or oceans. There were only two secret realms nearby, Iron City and Blood Ant Nest, and although he had never been to Iron City, he had also poked around to find out that within it were just mountains and plains. There were no rivers, but there were underground rivers. The Blood Ant Nest was even more so. It should be impossible for these fishmen monsters to crawl out of such two secret realms. However, the more distant secret realms did have rivers. For example, the Whitewater River secret realm under the control of the Great River Society. He told Haishir what he knew, and Haishir nodded. In addition to that, perhaps there are some secret realms under the control of small forces, or some secret realms that appeared not long ago and are not known, in which there could be waters. As long as the secret realm that possesses waters, they are almost all connected, and all of them have the possibility of drilling out fish monsters. Haishir looked out of the base and into the wilderness beneath the endless blackness. Perhaps, there are already fish monsters that have rushed out of the secret realm in places that you have not realized. Lu Xian's heart was solemn. He was now at the 7th level of qi refining, and he was still contemplating on smoothly stepping into the vein passing stage here in New Bud. After all, he was familiar with all the secret realms here in New Bud, except for Steel City. It was possible to quickly accumulate survival points on a fairly safe premise. If there was a large-scale wave of magical creatures, he would have to find another place, which would be troublesome. Chapter 52, Have I stalled long enough? Crab Town. It was a town built from scratch. Originally, it was just a small deserted town, just like the thousands of cities that disappeared in the demonic disaster. However, after a secret realm called Crab River appeared here, wandering aberrants who were unwilling to live under the order of the authority flocked here and established the Crab Gang. Over time, some traders or stragglers who had difficulty surviving in the wilderness gathered here. Crabtown gradually took shape, but in general, it was far inferior to the Blood Town under the control of the Blood Ant Gang. Nowadays, this tiny town had been occupied by fish monsters. The corpses of humans and fish monsters could be seen everywhere on the roads, walls, tables, chairs and benches. The smell of blood and fish hung in the air. Carrying weapons of various shapes, the fish monsters walked between the streets and ruins, looking for those humans who were still lingering, and once found, stabbed them to death on the spot. The fall of Crab River was completely beyond the expectations of the Crab Gangs exalted. The sturdy fortress they were so proud of did not last more than an hour under the onslaught of hundreds of fish monsters. A few moments later, a large number of corpses were piled up in the center of the town, building a small mountain. Many of the corpses were mutilated, and obvious teeth marks could be seen. Apparently there were quite a few fish monsters that had failed to control their appetites on their way to carry the corpses. The barbarian fish vanguards and fish hunting scouts stood sparsely together. Several hunched and aged-tide recruitment mages stepped out from among the fish monsters and came in front of the mountain of corpses. They coincidentally raised the tattered staffs in their hands, in which blood-red light surged. The light brewed for a long time, converged, and finally struck into the mountain of corpses. Flesh, blood, and bones melted away at an extremely fast speed. It eventually coalesced into a body that was over 3 meters tall. Its body was clad in black and purple hard fish scales. The fish scales on the elbows and knees and other parts of the body were even more metallic in color, apparently even harder. Its arms and legs also had fins that hadn't completely deteriorated. This was also a feature that most fishmen had. Its head was rather miniature compared to its huge body. At this moment, an emerald green light began to surge from the staff of the oldest tide-invoking mage. A moment later, this light violently entered the huge fish monster's brain. The next moment, the huge fish monster opened its blood-red eyes. which were filled with ferocity and brutality. All the fish monsters screamed excitedly at this moment. Unexplainable fish monster howls resounded in the sky above this town that was filled with the smell of death. Great River Dock, Whitewater River's secret realm. The boat boss swung his huge anchor and smashed the three-headed barbarian fish vanguard that was charging towards him into meat paste on the spot. Beside him, several strong exalts each utilized their own means to kill the fish hunting scouts that attempted to sneak up on them one by one. The vast majority of these fish monsters were second-rank magical creatures, and as they were all at least third-rank or higher Alterans, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. But the fish monsters that kept dying around them didn't make the boat captain feel at ease, because as he looked up, there were more fish monsters crawling out of the Whitewater River ahead, screaming strangely as they headed towards the stronghold that the Great River Society had established beside the Whitewater River. A roaring sound came from not far away. Chief, the eastern line has collapsed. Old 3, Old 4, they're all dead. The boat chief's heart was like a knife. These could be his old crew, but right now they were all buried in the hands of these crazy demons. What about the western front? What about the west line? He yelled towards the west. The response there was an almost earth-shattering howl of fishmen. The ship's captain's heart sank to the bottom all of a sudden. He hadn't expected at all that it had become like this overnight. Just a short while ago, he had been elated for some time when he learned that the rotation time of the Whitewater River Mystic Realm had become longer. This was because it meant more food output and more Xenon stones output. At some point in the future, he might not be able to defeat New Sprout and become the most powerful Xenos organization in the Tiannan province. At that time, even if the authority wanted to re-enter the Tiannan-ro province, they might have to look at his face. However, these demonic creatures that crawled out from the bottom of the Whitewater River instantly pierced through his illusory dream. He snapped to the realization that demons were the most terrifying things in this world. He hadn't experienced the plague of demons back then, but at this moment, he did feel the fear that those ancestors had felt. This leader of the Great River Society yelled, "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" He grabbed the two young men beside him who had already killed his eyes, shook them with force, and commanded, "You guys immediately go and unchain the fleet, abandon the large dock, and go downstream, go to the Tianchi province. I'll give you guys a delay." The two young men were his son and nephew respectively. The two settled down, looked at each other, nodded heavily, and immediately flew off. This was the scenario set by the boat boss at the beginning of the Great River Society's establishment. Once they encountered a terrifying disaster that they could not resist, they would immediately abandon the Great River dock and travel against the Tsong River to the Tianchi-ro province. The entire Tianchi province was under the jurisdiction of the authority. There might still be a chance to rise again when we get there. If they were all buried in the mouths of the demons now, everything would be all gone. Damn demons, come on, I'm not afraid of you. The shipmaster roared furiously. The air mixed with the smell of blood and fish rushed into his double lungs, but it was fiery. He looked down, and it turned out that his left lung had been pierced by a sharp fishbone dagger. The only two remaining third-order aberrants beside him had fallen into a pool of blood. They had all died under the sneak attack of the fish hunting scouts. The ship's captain took a deep breath, his heart beating rapidly, and his blood vessels immediately widened, transporting blood to all parts of his body. He was originally as tall as 1 meter 8, and at this moment, he actually surged to 2 meters 2, like a small giant. His entire body began to steam with water vapor, and his nostrils were able to spew out white dragon like hot air with every breath. He felt as if endless power was rushing through his limbs and bones. Go to hell! The ship's captain broke the fish bone dagger with one hand, and with the other hand, he swung up the anchor and violently slammed it backward. The fish hunting scout was already smashed into a pulp in midair before it even hit the ground. He casually picked up the corpse of a nearby barbarian fish vanguard and threw it as a weapon towards the fish monster used in the distance. Boom! A dozen or so barbarian fish vanguards were smashed out on the spot. A few of them were instantly smashed into two, and the remaining few had broken arms and legs, making it difficult to fight. The boat boss stood in front of the secret realm door and laughed strangely. Demons are still demons after all, and will never be a pair of humans. Before the words were finished, a huge body stepped out from the bottom of the river and reflected in his eyes. Its body was over 3 meters, covered in purple and black fish scales. It was also holding a giant axe made from a vertebrae and a block of hard stone plate. That giant axe was even taller than a door. The shipmaster instantly rounded his eyes. He felt an extremely terrifying pressure from the other party. There was still such a terrifying demonic creature in the secret realm? Boom boom boom. The huge fish monster began to run, and wherever it passed, the fish monsters that couldn't avoid it were stomped into mush on the spot. Wah! An incomprehensible howl came out of the huge fish monster's mouth as it swung its two-handed giant axe and violently chopped at it. The ship's captain also swung up his anchor and slammed it. When the anchor was chopped away by the giant axe on the spot, the giant axe did not reduce its momentum and directly cut off the upper half of the boat boss's body. Boom! The last scene the boat boss saw before he died was the huge fish monster leading hordes of demonic creatures rushing through the secret realm gate into the present world. Did I delay long enough? This was his last thought. Chapter 53. The fish monster is coming. Get ready. Early in the morning, Lu Xian woke up leisurely and stretched. Although he could sleep in the secret realm of Mermaid Harbor, it was an uneasy sleep, and it was only when he left the secret realm and was in the dormitory of the first base that he could truly sleep peacefully. He pushed the door and went to the cafeteria. Auntie Fatty had stood behind the window early, and as soon as she saw Lu Xian, she nodded happily. In no time, Lu Xian got his favorite breakfast, 20 soy sauce meat buns, a large bowl of hoisin soup, and 2 large donuts. Although the white chicken and soy sauce beef that came out of the open system blind box were also delicious, there were only those 2 flavors. He still preferred to come to the cafeteria to eat. As if he was winding down, he ate the breakfast in front of him. He was also about to hit another bowl of hoisin soup when he suddenly heard a commotion coming from outside. He quickly stepped out of the cafeteria and casually grabbed a commoner who looked in a hurry. What happened? The man saw that it was Lu Xian and hurriedly said, Captain Lu, the fish monster. The fish monster is coming. Lu Xian's heart sank as he rushed to the top of the city wall in 3 steps and looked out. Sure enough, he found a dozen or so fish monsters rushing towards the first base. Looking at their heights of over 1.7 meters and their muscular bodies, one could tell that they were the savage fish pioneers among the fish monsters. However, for this number of fish monsters, even if they didn't need a psychic, an ordinary person would be able to shoot them to death with a bow and arrow. In a short while, more than a dozen savage fish pioneers fell to the ground and were shot into hedgehogs. Lu Xian shook his head, only thinking that it was just a sporadic fish monster offense. He did not delay his efforts, calling Ma Wei and Zheng Heng, and immediately entered the Mermaid Harbor. Song Xingha and Zhou Rou were currently resting with their eyes closed, and looking at the dried blood on their bodies. It was clear that they must have experienced several incoming fish monsters last night. Zhou Rou heard footsteps, looked up and swept a glance, and smiled bitterly. You guys are finally here. Song Xingha also breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but spit out. The fish monsters simply keep coming. It's a good thing there's an arrow tower made by a mechanic. Lu Xian glanced over and saw the 2 arrow towers placed on the second floor. They weren't that tall, less than 3 meters. Once they detected a demonic creature approaching, they would fire arrows. The principle of this thing, not to mention them, even Ni Dai couldn't figure it out. Anyway, if it works, it works. This was still something Ni Dai had learned from reading books unexpectedly in the past few days. I just don't know what books she read. The things Ni Dai built were always the simpler the better to repair, and they could be repaired by outsiders as well. Once the structure became complicated, only Ni Dai herself could fix it. Previously, when the Black Butterfly 3 buggy broke down in the middle of the road, Ni Dai carried the blood-slotted wrench herself to find the engine and fix it. Song Xingha patted Lu Xian's shoulder. Let's go rest first. I'll leave this place to you. Although he was usually arrogant, Lu Xian was the one who came to take over his shift, so naturally, he had to give a good face. Lu Xian nodded his head and led Ma Wei, Zheng Heng and the others to take over the weapons in this place. Check the arrow towers and bowstrings. Replenish the arrows. Get ready. There might be a vicious battle. He swept a glance and realized that Ma Wei was feeding a poisonous ant. He was instantly amused. You bought one? Ma Wei nodded. Yeah, I found out earlier that this thing could be redeemed, so I simply redeemed one. Now it's finally hatched. Brother Lu, you don't say. This little gadget is really quite obedient, and its combat power isn't weak. And since my special ability is a shield, the part of my attacking ability that I'm missing is just filled by it. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. Some people possessed the ability to tame magical creatures and could quickly tame them. However, most people were unable to tame demonic creatures. Even so, they could be tamed by bringing them with them even when they were in their pup or egg state. It's like raising a puppy or a kitten. As long as it's around long enough, it can be tamed over time. Not long ago, someone succeeded. Under the chief's authorization, the ant egg exchange was simply opened. Ordinary worker ant eggs, 1-3 small stones. Soldier ant eggs, 1-10 small stones. For poison ant eggs and phantom ant eggs, the price was even higher. This kind was usually only exchanged by first-order exalts, who had difficulty penetrating deep into the location of the blood ant nest's brooder. Those like Lu Xian could take away hundreds of ant eggs in a single trip to the insect nursery. Lu Xian came to the second floor and tapped the 5 poison pouch, releasing the 10 blood ants to patrol outside as well. The cave heavenly treasure pearl was on him, and Aneo didn't need to leave the cave heavenly treasure pearl to manipulate these blood ants. As for the death or life of the blood ants, he didn't really care. He had taken quite a few ant eggs in his hand when he left the blood ant nest. Once they died, they could be filled immediately. Ma Wei's actions inspired him. He didn't need to hide it. He could completely light up these blood ants. Let's just say he was lucky and tamed several blood ants. he was now powerful, and although he was still a second-order alien externally, his battle power was already able to compete with third-order aliens. Inside the entire new sprout, he was also among the top batch of Alterans. Even if there were people who were skeptical, they wouldn't dare to say anything more. As for the chief, even if the chief suspected in his heart, he wouldn't say anything on his lips. That squinty-eyed Olden now needed him to do things instead. About half an hour later, a now suddenly whispered, "Commander, a soldier ant has discovered a river disturbance, and a fish monster has already ventured out." Lu Xian nodded. After a few more moments, a now continued, "Commander, 12 fish monsters have disembarked and are heading towards the zombie town stronghold, and there are quite a few more fish monsters showing up in the rear." Lu Xian nodded his head and shouted towards the side, "The fish monsters are coming. Get ready." Zhang Heng, Ma Wei, and the others looked solemn and gripped the bows and arrows in their hands. The rest of the ordinary people who hadn't been able to awaken their supernormal abilities had already done so, with equally resolute looks. Some of them had already started families here, and behind them were their wives or children. One must not take a step back. Accompanied by the indescribable fish monster's shrill whistling, a dozen or so barbarian fish vanguards took large strides, swinging stone axes, stone spears, and other weapons, and headed straight for the stronghold of the zombie town. There were still a few clueless zombies on the road, and they were knocked out on the spot by these barbarian fish vanguards. Lu Xian leapt forward and killed the fish monsters with a jade bone spear. A few times, white spears went in and red spears came out. In less than 3 seconds of effort, this first batch of barbarian fish vanguards all fell to the ground. You have killed 12 demonic beasts in 3 seconds. Survival points plus 270. This scene left Ma Wei, Zhang Hong and the others dumbfounded. They knew Lu Xian was fierce, but a single person had taken out 12 fish monsters with a single spear. Each of these fish monsters was equivalent to a second-stage exalt. Lu Xian hadn't been too outrageously fierce. Ma Wei gulped. Following Brother Lu is probably the best decision I've ever made in my life. Zhang Hong nodded. I think so too. By the way, you asked me earlier to borrow 50 small stones to buy ant eggs. It's already overdue for interest. Now it's 52 small stones. Ma Wei, interest is so high? Don't worry, when I go back after this fight, I'll be able to save up quite a few more small stones and I'll definitely pay you back. Zhang Heng sneered. Then be careful, don't die. While the two were gagging, another batch of barbarian fish vanguard appeared in the sight of the crowd. This time, there were hundreds of them. Chapter 54 Holy, we have it here too. Instead of choosing to fight hard, Lu Xian retreated back to the stronghold and utilized the bone-penetrating nail to defend his enemy. He was confident in his own strength, but this was, after all, hundreds of barbarian fish vanguards, and no one would be able to save him once he fell deep into them. However, the good thing was that these barbarian fish vanguards were also quite brainless, and would only wail and charge upwards, with no tactics to speak of. The barbarian fish vanguard that rushed the furthest forward would soon be instantly penetrated by the 3 bone-penetrating nails and die violently on the spot. As his realm increased, his spiritual awareness range also increased, and it had now reached 20 meters. As long as the barbarian fish vanguard entered 20 meters, it would be penetrated by the bone-penetrating nails on the spot. Of course, such a battle consumed his spiritual sense and mana every moment, so he didn't go all out either. Instead, he used the bone-penetrating nail from time to time and the bow and arrow from time to time, always keeping his spiritual sense and mana at more than half. Ma Wei, Zhang Heng, and the others didn't slow down either, picking up their bows and arrows and shooting towards the front. They were no longer beginners who couldn't understand archery. 9 out of 10 arrows was a bit of an exaggeration, but 6 out of 10 arrows was still no problem. What's more, there had been a large number of arrows stockpiled in the stronghold, enough to consume for a long time. Behind the barbarian fish vanguard, fish hunting scouts gradually began to appear. These diminutive fish monsters were natural assassins, and they quickly blended into the air. Only some plausible outlines could be seen. They were very fast, dodging arrows with the cover of the large savage fish pioneers and flying close to the stronghold. Ma Wei's complexion began to become a bit flustered, shooting several arrows in a row with the human body tracing the edges. Instead, the poison ant beside him opened its mouth and sprayed out a cloud of venom, hitting one of the fish hunter scouts, forcing the latter out of his stealthy state. Even so, there was still a fish hunting scout who broke through the fire network at a tricky angle, and the fish bone dagger slashed through his throat, and an ordinary person who was caught off guard immediately fell down with a miserable howl. The rest of the Xenos and ordinary people panicked for a while, and although they still managed to kill this fish hunting scout, the instantaneous stoppage of the fire net immediately gave more fish hunting scouts a chance to approach the stronghold. Lu Xian shook his head. Let the blood ants move out. A respectful voice came from a now in his mind. Following your orders, Commander. 6 soldier ants emerged simultaneously from the shadows of the building, killing the fish hunting scouts that approached the stronghold. As a biochemical weapons mind unit, A now naturally didn't have the ability to directly recognize stealthy enemies if it wasn't loaded with special units, but Lu Xian could. With his amazing eyesight, he could spot the traces of most of the fish hunting scouts. After informing Anao of these traces immediately, Anao would maneuver the blood ants to attack. The soldier ants swooped over, their giant jaws opening and closing, and immediately, several fish hunting scouts had their necks instantly clamped off, falling to the ground and dying violently. The 2 poison ants and 2 illusion ants occupied the high ground, with the former spewing venom and the latter creating illusions. The acid-etching venom landed and doused the 2 fish hunting scouts all over their heads, immediately collapsing amidst wailing sounds. The illusionary light mass filled the air, and many of the fish hunting scouts and barbarian fish vanguards that were advancing at high speeds froze in place. Some were spinning in circles, while others immediately swung their swords at the fish monsters beside them. The barbarian fish vanguards were particularly affected. After all, they had the smallest brain capacity of all the fish monsters. The coordination between the 10 blood ants and its ingenuity. Once a soldier ant was about to be attacked by multiple fish monsters, there would definitely be other soldier ants next to it to rescue them. Even if the nearby soldier ants were unable to rescue them, a ball of venom that broke through the air would appear at the right time, opening up an escape route for the trapped soldier ant. Seeing this sudden scene, Ma Wei, Zheng Hong and the others were shocked. Oh my god, where did this blood ant come from? Why is the coordination so awesome? Lu Xian casually said, "It's my blood ants." Ma Wei and the others immediately gave a thumbs up. "Brother Lu, you are my god." The worker ants among the blood ants possessed the level of a first-order demon. As for the higher-ranked blood ants like the soldier ants, poison ants, and phantom ants, they were naturally at least at the second rank, especially the poison ants. They grew even faster within the 5 poison sacs, and were on the verge of touching the threshold of the 3rd rank. Coupled with the command of Arnaud, the biochemical weapon mind unit, the battle formation formed by the 10 blood ants was like a heavenly moat across the front of the stronghold. The fish monsters could only fill it with their lives. Endless lives. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. There was also finally room to check the system message in front of him. You have killed hundreds of demonic beasts and are safe and sound. Survival points plus 399. The compulsion bugs you cultivated under the command of the strong remnants of your body have moved in and out in an orderly manner, killing many enemies and almost unharmed yourself. Survival points plus 321. The cultivators under your command have killed a large number of demonic beasts by virtue of their location. You as the commander have been instrumental in this. Survival points plus 222. You, Ma Wei called out. Brother Lu, the arrows from the archery tower have run out. We don't have too many arrows in our hands either. I'll write a note and go to the base to get them. Lu Xian quickly wrote a note and handed it to Ma Wei. Ma Wei responded and immediately opened the secret door to return to the base. This was the zombie town stronghold, and behind it was the secret realm gate. Receiving supplies could be very convenient. Lu Xian then instructed Zheng Hong, "You guys divide half of the remaining arrows and send them towards the arrow tower." Although the hit rate of the arrow tower was also touchy, it was after all automatic firing and did not consume physical strength. Yes. A few moments later, Lu Xian squinted his eyes and looked over. The 3rd troop type of the fish monsters had begun to appear in the distance. Those sparsely numbered tide recruitment mages. They were invariably surrounded by a large number of barbarian fish vanguards. Each tide recruitment mage was at least 300 meters away from him. With his current means of attack, he really couldn't kill the other party in seconds from such a distance. However, if he were to take the enemy's head in the middle of an army, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to come back. At this time, Ma Wei returned with a panicked expression, both hands empty. Where are the arrows? Lu Xian wondered. Ma Wei shouted in panic. Something bad has happened. The base was also attacked by fish monsters in large numbers. Even the chief has gone up to the walls. And there are also fish monsters with extraordinarily large blocks. I took a look at them and they almost didn't scare me to death. Lu Xian's heart sank. He had seen a dozen or so fish monsters appear outside the city walls when he went to eat in the morning. Now that it wasn't even noon, a large number of fish monsters had actually popped up. I'm afraid that there were already multiple secret realms that had been pierced by fish monsters. He immediately thought of the Great River Society in the distance. The power of the Great River Society could be compared to the New Sprout, and was considered one of the most powerful alien powers in the Tiannan province. And the place where the Great River Society started was the White Water River secret realm. In that case, I'm afraid that the Great River Society might even have been penetrated. Ma Wei added. Brother Lu, the chief said that he can't give you support because even the second base has been attacked. He told you to hold on for as long as you can. Just as he finished speaking, Ma Wei pointed to the distance and glared. Brother Lu, it's that fish monster. Holy, we have one here too. Lu Xian followed the sound and saw a huge fish monster that was more than 3 meters tall, clad in scale armor, and carrying a wolf's toothstick was charging towards the stronghold with great strides. Chapter 55 I've become a hollow water balloon. Boom boom boom. The stronghold shook violently under the huge fish monster's footsteps. Wherever the huge fish monster passed, the hard concrete ground immediately shattered, and huge footprints appeared one after another. The cracks even spread in all directions like spider webs. Such an oppressive figure immediately filled everyone's hearts with panic. More than 3 meters tall, it was literally as tall as a one-story building. This thing was rushing straight towards itself, but any normal person would be scared to death. All the fish monsters beside this huge fish monster were also wailing and screaming at this moment, incomparably excited. Even the ones that were missing arms and legs were charging upwards at this moment as if they were pumped with chicken blood. If it wasn't for the 10 blood ants commanded by an owl, the defense line would have almost been overrun. Lu Xian's voice rang out in his head. High-energy powerful individual detected, carrying an aura effect of its own that enhances the surrounding fish monsters. Mortality rate is being calculated. 99% mortality rate for first-order alien. 99% mortality rate for second-order alien. 45% mortality rate for third-order alien. And 59% mortality rate for fourth-order alien. After finishing, she said seriously, "Commander, I strongly suggest that you retreat." Lu Xian looked at the giant fish monster with a deep gaze, not speaking at first. At that moment, a surprised voice came from behind him. "Wow, there's an evil Finns general here too." He looked back and saw Miss Mermaid twisting her long fish tail and swimming over. "What brings you here?" Lu Xian asked. Haishur said seriously, "I saw that Ma Wei was in a hurry to find the chief to report on the situation in the secret realm, and guessed that there should be a big problem here as well, so I thought about it and simply came here. After all, you are a guest of our Sea King's court. I must at least protect your life." Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. With so many fish monsters and this so-called evil Finns general, "You're not afraid?" Haishur flapped his fish tail, puzzled. "Scared? Why should I be afraid? I'll just run away with you." Lu Xian was dumbfounded. "How to run?" Haishur patted his chest. "I'll turn into a hollow water ball. You hide inside it, and we dive headfirst into the water. Although the water here is stinky and dirty, but it's water anyways. As long as there's water I don't have to worry about these fish monsters. I can run if I want to, and fight if I want to." Lu Xian froze, chanting these words, "Turning into a hollow water ball?" He suddenly felt that he was somewhat unable to understand such language. Haishur nodded. "Yeah, I forgot and didn't exhibit this in front of you." Her fishtail slapped heavily on the ground. The next moment the body actually suddenly exploded into a cool mist of water. The water mist quickly gathered again, and in the blink of an eye it formed a hollow water ball, still bouncing on the ground. Haishur's voice came out from within the water ball. "See, this is us mermaids. We can change our forms at will. That's exactly why all mermaids can control water, because we are essentially the water element." Lu Xian's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly accepted the scene. After all, he had never seen a mermaid that could fall asleep and binge on sprouted potatoes at any time in his life. Now even how much more unreasonable it was, he felt it was reasonable. On the contrary, Ma Wei, Zheng Heng and the others were still full of shock at this moment. The look on their faces was almost as if the word grass was written on their faces. Zheng Heng took a deep breath, pinched the corner of his coat, and mustered up the courage to say, "Ms. Haishur, if you can take Captain Lu with you, can you also take my daughter with you? She's very young and doesn't take up much space." He had thought that Haishur would be difficult. After all, in movies and television, Haishur was the equivalent of an escape pod in times of crisis. This kind of thing was always a single room for a single person, and it was impossible to cram extra people into it. However, Haishur did not hesitate at all and directly nodded. "It's fine, as long as Lu Xian agrees, I can take all of you away." Now everyone was like they had grabbed a life-saving straw, commanding a look of surprise as they simultaneously looked at Lu Xian. In full view of everyone, Lu Xian smiled and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to leave. I can deal with this evil Finn general." Haishur was surprised. This evil Finn's general is a little weaker than the two that attacked the base outside, but it also has the strength of a fourth-order lower-level demon, and it also has 3 tied recruitment mages to recover for it at all times. Such an evil Finn general is even harder to fight than a single upper 4th-ranked demonic creature alone. "Are you sure you want to fight it hard?" Lu Xian smiled. "I'm quite capable of handling such an enemy." Haishur, you said that there are evil Finn generals out there as well, and that there are 2 of them? Haishur nodded. "Yes, the situation outside is also urgent. I see the possibility of the base being breached." Lu Xian said in a deep voice. "Then please go and bring Zhang Heng's daughter here. We have to be prepared for the base to be breached." Haishur nodded. "All right." After saying that, she turned around and left. Before leaving, She looked back and couldn't help but say, "No wonder you were able to get the deep-sea pearls recognition. You really are different from the ordinary land people." Lu Xian smiled and patted Ma Wei and Zhang Heng's shoulders. "I'll leave my rear to you." With those words, he lifted his jade bone spear upside down and went straight for the evil Fin's general. Ma Wei and Zhang Hong both took a deep breath, as if they also felt a strong confidence from Lu Xian's calm and composed demeanor. Little brother Ma, will also fight." Ma De roared as a round shield surfaced in front of him and rushed forward to fend off the fish hunting scouts who were attempting to sneak up on him. Zhang Han looked at Hai Shi's departing back, and his anxious mind settled down. He took a big step forward and condensed a green-colored wind blade in his palm, slashing at a lunging barbarian fish vanguard. Without knowing whether it was influenced by Lu Xian's confidence or the pressure of the critical situation, both of their supernatural abilities changed drastically all of a sudden. Ma Wei's round shield was originally only able to protect his chest, but it suddenly doubled in size and became like a tower shield, protecting his entire body with ease. The wind blade in Zhang Heng's hand has become even bigger, breaking through the air to slash, and even cut off the heads of two savage fish pioneers. Afterwards, the trend did not decrease and flew to a place 20 meters away before stopping. The two were coincidentally surprised. "I've risen to the second rank." Lu Xian laughed out loud when he heard the sound coming from behind him. The evil Fin's general had obviously spotted the human rushing towards it, and it didn't hesitate to swing its wolf-toothed club to smash it head-on. Lu Xian suddenly activated the divine walking talisman affixed to his leg, and his speed skyrocketed at this moment. He easily dodged this heavy blow and slammed his foot on the wolf-tooth rod, actually directly crossing over this huge fish monster like a small mountain, aiming straight at the three-headed Tide recruitment mage. Gah! Crow Erlang let out an excited caw. Its speed was even faster than Lu Xian. When it reappeared, it was already standing on the head of a Tide-inviting mage, while the latter was still in a daze. The dark shadow spikes had already stabbed through its skull from top to bottom. Chapter 56. By the way, are there any more potatoes? The first thing to do is to cut the back row. This was the same knowledge all over the world. Of course Lu Xian knew what to do, so he didn't hesitate to bypass this evil flipper general and go straight to the ing back. Crow Erlang, not to mention, was very good at stealth assassination himself. Before he even arrived, Crow Erlang had already taken out one. Roar! Sensing that one of the recruiting Tide mages had died, the evil Fin's general roared angrily and immediately turned his head, that huge wolf-tooth rod sweeping directly across. Lu Xian stepped violently. His speed was incredibly fast, easily dodging this sweep. With a thought, 3 bone-penetrating nails shot out. This distance was already enough. The surrounding barbarian fish vanguards saw this and immediately covered themselves with their bodies. 2 of the 3 bone-piercing nails were blocked. However, the third one still shot in at a tricky angle. Before that recruit Tide mage who was channeling healing energy could react, his head was directly pierced through by the bone-penetrating nail. Another recruit Tide mage fell. General Evilfin was even more furious. Tide recruitment mages belonged to the exalted among the fish monsters. Fish on fish, it also had a great need for the healing energy channeled by the Tide recruitment mage to recover from its injuries. This was the root cause of General Evilfin's invulnerability to everything. At that moment, Crow Erlang made another jump, darting away from the savage fish vanguards that were pouncing at it from all sides. When it reappeared, it was already standing on top of the head of that third Tide-invoking mage. The latter's head stiffened for a split second. In the next moment, the spikes formed by the shadows pierced right through it from top to bottom. All 3 Tide-invoking mages were dead. Lu Xian turned his head and faced the hill-like Evilfin general directly. "Now it's your turn." He smiled faintly, and while Ma Wei Zhang Hong and the other's sight was blocked by the evil flipper general's massive figure, strong mana suddenly surged out from his palm. As he looked around, a large number of fish monster corpses were spread out around him, and after several vacillations and dodges in the party, evil flipper general had already been led by him to the center of the massive corpses. Withered bone technique, he chanted silently, and nearly 50% of his entire body's mana was lost into those corpses. At the same time, his body wrapped around and retreated. A large shield propped up in front of him. General Evilfin was about to pursue, when he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura coming from the corpses of his compatriots beneath him. The instinct to avoid harm made it immediately give up the pursuit, and turn to quickly retreat. However, its large size also meant that its reaction was slightly slow. When it reacted that something was wrong, Lu Xian's mana had already detonated all the surrounding fish monster corpses. Boom! Terrifying explosions rang out unexpectedly. Endless bone shavings shot out in all directions, the force of which was so great that it could even penetrate deep into the concrete walls. The divine walking talisman on Lu Xian's legs was still in effect, and he had already retreated to a place 15 meters away. Crow Erlang jumped up and down, taking out all the barbarian fish vanguards and fish hunting scouts behind him, leaving him with no worries. But even so, he felt a large amount of bone shavings come blazing through. smashing into the surface of the Xian iron shield. The immense force made him unable to stand on his feet, and he was also retreating. It was evident just how terrifyingly powerful the evil flipper general who was in the center of the withered bone technique was facing. This sudden explosion stunned Ma Wei, Zheng Hong and the others. How many aerial bombs had this damn thing thrown? Is the power so fierce? Even from hundreds of meters away, they could see bone fragments passing by. There was an unlucky person who curiously stuck out his head to look, and his shoulder head was pierced through on the spot, baring his teeth in pain. Roar! The massive mountain-like figure let out a miserable howl of pain at the center of the explosion. Its body could no longer support itself and collapsed to the ground. Lu Xian casually flung his hand and the shield disappeared into thin air. Lifting the jade bone spear upside down in his hand, he headed towards the evil flipper general. Seeing this, the evil Finn's general immediately roared madly, but his roar was already strong and seemed to be mixed with unspeakable fear. It was as if he was calling out to the surrounding fish monsters to block this human. The surrounding barbarian fish vanguards and fish hunting scouts heard the sound and all pounced on Lu Xian as if they were crazy. However, the 10 soldier ants had also rushed over under Renau's command. They attacked and defended in a measured manner, and immediately tore a path through the massive fish monsters, a path straight towards General Evil Finn. Lu Xian's mind moved, and the jade bone spear came out of his hand under the effect of his spiritual awareness, and it was incredibly fast. Plop! The jade bone spear pierced through General Evil Finn's skull amidst his horrified eyes. By the way, it also stirred clockwise and counterclockwise. Lu Xian still felt that it wasn't enough. 3 bone-penetrating spikes shot out electrically and pierced through the Evil Finn general's heart as well. It was only when this mountainous figure's entire body was full of holes that he relaxed a little. The remaining fish monsters froze at this moment. General Evil Finn was dead, and so were the 3 tied recruitment mages. It was as if their backbone had been taken away in an instant, and they immediately lost their will. Snap! A fish hunting scout failed to grip the fishbone dagger in its hand and dropped it to the ground. It let out a terrified wah-wah-wah scream from its mouth and turned its head to run. It was followed by the second head, the third head, and even all of them. In the blink of an eye, the fish monster threw down hundreds of corpses and ran away. You killed a powerful demonic beast unharmed. Survival points plus 42. You have killed in and out of the demonic beasts without a single leaf touching your body. Survival points plus 199. Your spirit pet kills everything. Survival points plus 29. Your parasites have been killing the enemy. Plus 45 survival points. You have scared off all the remaining demonic beasts. Survival points plus 456. A series of system messages kept refreshing in front of his eyes. Lu Xian lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, revealing a smile. Ma Wei, Zhang Hong, and the others poked their heads out, only to see the Evil Finn's general's burly body collapsed on the ground. The rest of the fish monsters had all run away. They were equally shocked. This is winning? Ma Wei exclaimed. Zheng Hong smacked his lips. What else? Could it still be a loss? He shouted. Captain Lu. Lu Xian smiled faintly and walked towards them. At this moment, Haishir brought Zhang Ziyu through the secret realm gate to the zombie town stronghold. She was also surprised to see this scene. I'm just going to pick up someone. Finished fighting? Lu Xian had already walked up to the crowd by now, and he smiled at Haishir. See, I can still fight. Ma Wei gulped. Brother Lu, this is not being able to fight. You are simply strong and invincible. Haishir showed a hint of respect towards Lu Xian. To be able to defeat General Evil Finns in a single fight. In the Sea King's court you could be General Chopper, and you held up against the attacks of so many fish monsters. You're stronger than me. Zhang Ziyu's eyes widened. That big monster. Was it Brother Lu Xian who took it down? Zhang Hong rubbed her hair favorably. Yes. Lu Xian smiled. How is the situation outside? Haishir's face was serious as she quickly said. Not optimistic. I think I'd better take you guys and run. By the way, are there any potatoes left? I should be able to bring quite a few things. Since I'm running away, I can't eat potatoes for a short time, so it's better to bring more. What do you think? Lu Xian, you have a point. Haishir was about to speak again when he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his head and almost didn't stand still. Lu Xian hurriedly held on. What's wrong? The toxin finally kicked in after eating too many sprouted potatoes? Chapter 57 Evil Wave Incarnate. Haishir stared at him, incomparably serious. This was the first time Lu Xian had ever seen such a serious expression from this unreliable mermaid's face. Haishir, the evil wave. He has come. Lu Xian's heart was also solemn when he heard this. The Lord of Evil Waves? He has personally come? Impossible, right? Haishir shook his head. It's his incarnation. A water giant. I can feel it. Where? Lu Xian's heart sank. He had only just finished off General Evil Finn, and another water giant had popped up. According to Haishir, this thing was the incarnation of the Lord of Evil Waves, so I'm afraid he couldn't beat it. He was very self-aware of his own strength. If he could fight, he would fight, and if he couldn't, he would leave. There was absolutely no procrastination. Outside, Haishir pointed at the door of the secret realm. The first base. Only half of the city wall was left, and there were huge holes, burning flames, and fallen corpses everywhere. Even inside the base, many fish hunting scouts had infiltrated to go on a killing spree. Many ordinary people had died in the hands of these fish hunting scouts that had sneaked in. At this moment, Pang was grasping the last boulder and was desperately drawing the last of the alien energy in it to make up for his dried up body. Yi Yuchio was holding a book and pen, and was rescuing those injured Xenos together with Jibo Chang. She had been promoted to the 3rd rank during the vicious battle. The book and pen could expand the opponent's explicit injuries and hidden illnesses in order to inflict a killing blow. Naturally, they could also shrink their injuries for the purpose of healing. In contrast, the injured preferred to be saved by Yi Yuchio, as those who were saved by Jibo Chang would always experience some unexpected side effects. 5 out of 10 fell back to sleep, 2 sneezed, 2 coughed furiously, and 1 was livid, so livid that it was more like hyperthyroidism. Song Xingha relied on his supernatural powers to dart around the base, killing as many of those fast-moving, tricky, and cunning fish-hunting scouts as he could. Dai, on the other hand, was carrying a huge wrench and was violently smashing the arrow tower, which she called maintenance. If any fish monsters rushed nearby and attempted to sabotage her repairs, they would also be smashed to death with a wrench in her hand. The chief, on the other hand, stood in the gap in the wall, his hands behind his back, and the puppet, drenched in blood and carrying a long strip of white cloth wrapped around his back, stood loyally by his side. No fish monster could pass through the section he was in, not even the 2 evil fin generals. His expression was unusually exuberant. It was as if something long-awaited was about to appear. However, at a certain moment, those 2 tower-like evil fins generals outside the city wall were roaring and charging 1 second, but the next second, they suddenly quieted down and knelt down on one knee towards each other. All the barbarian fish vanguards, fish hunting scouts, and tide recruitment mages, whether they were inside or outside the city walls, all quieted down at this moment as well, and similarly knelt down on one knee. It was as if they were honoring the descent of a certain great being. Song Xingha froze and shouted hoarsely, "What happened?" Pang stood on the city wall and looked downward, equally bewildered. "I don't know what's going on. Why are all these fish monsters quiet? Chief, do you know what's happening?" he shouted. Yi Yushio looked far away and she saw the chief's body trembling. It wasn't like it was due to fear, but rather like he was so excited that he had trouble suppressing his disorientation. Doubts rose in her heart for no reason. She had always had a suspicion that the chief was up to something. His intentions must be great. Now, I am afraid that what the chief was hoping for has come. The chief suddenly laughed out loud. "He has come. Here." Pang followed his line of sight and suddenly saw a huge figure of sea blue color appear within sight. This huge figure was more than 10 meters tall, and General Evilfin was not even worthy of being a crutch in its eyes. The aquamarine figure's entire body seemed to be made up of water, and the water kept flowing, barely bounding into a humanoid outline. The moment he saw him, Pang felt as if he had fallen into an infinite deep sea, and some seeming murmurs and whispers began to appear in his ears. Dai slammed over with a wrench, and Pang stumbled and shifted his eyes. At the same time, all those indistinguishable whispers disappeared without a trace. "What are you hitting me for?" Pang said angrily. Dai had a concerned look on her face. "I see that you've already climbed to the edge of the city wall, and it looks like you're about to jump down. There's really no choice but to smash you." Pang then reacted that he had actually stood at the edge of the city wall without realizing it. As long as he took another step forward, he would fall straight down. Without dying, he would be injured. The point was, it would definitely be attacked by a group of these fish monsters. His heart palpitated and he didn't dare to look at the water giant again. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw the chief. The chief actually held his head high and stared at that water giant. The water giant seemed to have come for the chief as well, and its mouth wriggled a few times as if it was saying something. Of course he couldn't see anything, nor could he hear anything. The chief, however, could hear and understand. The water giant in front of him was the incarnation of the Lord of Evil Waves. His followers had sacrificed enough of their lives, so he came and sent a powerful incarnation to take back what was his. He heard a dull but clear whisper coming from the water giant's mouth. "Something, give it to me." The chieftain broke into a smile, wrapping his arms around his torso and bowing his head deeply in the devotional salute of a wicked wave devotee. He said meticulously, "I have your thing. I found it and maintained it for a long time during the years of your slumber. I will return it to you now, but may I ask you to grant me one small wish?" A loud noise emanated from within the water giant, barely discernible as one word. "May." The chieftain pointed to the north. "There is a treasure trove of prophets to the north from here, where all of the prophets' predictions for this world are sealed. Please fulfill a small wish of the believers." Open that treasury, can it? The water giant's body is like a huge roar of angry waves. Prophet. The chief smiled. The Lord of Wicked Waves must know the prophet, because that prophet had faced many gods directly and still survived. After a long time, the water giant murmured, "May." The chief revealed a smile. Although the Lord of Evil Waves was an evil god, he never went back on his word. When he promised, he would do it. This was exactly the information that the prophet had gotten. As a pursuer of the prophet, he had long since memorized all this information. The chief solemnly removed the long strip of white cloth behind the puppet and uncovered it, underneath which was a mottled and rusted trident. Its surface was covered with scratches, full of traces of age, but even so, one could still see the might and solemnity of the past. This is the Lord of the Wicked Wave's divine weapon, Wicked Wave Trident. Since the Lord of the Wicked Wave was defeated by the Sea King's court and fell into a long sleep, this trident was also lost. The chief had obtained it long ago, and used it as a base card to trade with the Lord of the Wicked Waves. Now, it was time to return it to its rightful owner. However, the water giant said in a low voice, "This one can be, but not this one." The chief froze. "Not this? You're not here for it?" The water giant seemed a little anxious. Pure water. Pure water. Time is running out. Time is running out. Before the chief could react, the water giant slapped him out of the way, taking the trident in the process. Chapter 58, Fighting but not fighting, Retreating but not retreating. The crowd watched as the chief was sent flying out as if he were a rag doll, smashing into the city wall. The body was almost embedded, his body was a bloody mess, and he was no longer human. Song Xinghe was shocked. An arrow step came next to the chief. "Chief, you." The chief didn't speak and had already swallowed his breath. Yi Yuqiu frowned. "The chief died just like that?" She suddenly noticed the puppet. The latter was still standing there and had not fallen. A sudden light flashed in her mind. What were the chief's powers? They never seemed to know. Wei Shang had once speculated in private that the chief's psychic ability was puppet making. The puppet that was always conveying the chief's orders in all parts of the base was the product of the chief's supernatural ability. It was just like those plausible mechanical creations made by Ni Dai. However, if the puppet was really the chief's supernatural creation, if the chief died, how could the puppet still survive? Yi Yuqiu stared at the puppet in death. The latter slowly moved its head, but did not look at anyone, instead looking in the direction the water giant had left. Yi Yuqiu also looked at the sound and saw the water giant turn into a hole, heading deeper into the interior of the base. Then it disappeared without a trace. When she retracted her sight and looked at the place where the puppet had just stood, the puppet was no longer in the same spot. It had disappeared as if it had vaporized. This, Yi Yuqiu couldn't understand. At this time, there were rising and falling cries of terror from outside. He Pang and Ni Dai were standing on the city wall, and when they looked out at this moment, they immediately saw these fish monsters screaming in panic and terror. It was as if their backbone had been taken away. The two evil thin generals were especially bad, holding their heads and rolling on the ground. Their bodies had bowed into two prawns, just short of being roasted in a frying pan. The rest of the barbarian fish vanguards, fish hunting scouts, and tide recruiting mages, were all the same, almost without fighting strength. Even though the archery towers on the city walls were still firing arrows and harvesting lives moment by moment, they did not see the slightest intention to resist. He Pang muttered, "Could it be?" Ni Dai was shocked. "Could it be hunger?" He Pang. Ni Dai said to herself, "Look they have been fighting for so long without stopping. There is nothing to eat. They must be fighting hungry. I'm usually like this when I'm hungry. I can roll on the ground with hunger." He Pang. I guess it should be because the water giants suddenly disappeared. They don't have a backbone, so they became like this. It shouldn't have much to do with hunger. Ni Dai regretted. It really doesn't matter? It really doesn't matter. Blood Town. A 3-member squad of authority exalts from the Tianqi province was taking a temporary rest here. The leader was a middle-aged man in his mid-30s, physically fit and tall. He had an inch hair and an angular face. At this moment, he was standing on a high place, looking out over the situation of the first base of New Sprout. Behind him, a man and a woman were grasping for time to replenish their physical strength. One similarly had an inch head, while the other had a thick ponytail, both looking to be in their 20s. The inch-headed youth asked, "Brother Gao, what's the situation over there?" The tall middle-aged man frowned tightly. "Strange." The inch-headed youth was puzzled. "What's strange? Aren't there just two situations? One is that the new buds were pushed flat by the fish monster. The other is that the fish monster was blocked by the new buds." The ponytailed woman nodded. Right. It can't be that the fish monster fights and doesn't retreat." The tall middle-aged man was silent for a while. "It's really this situation you're talking about. Those fish monsters are wailing in place. They're close to hugging and crying." The inch-headed youth and the ponytailed woman looked at each other. They couldn't help but look in that direction as well, but they couldn't see anything. This place was still far away. Their captain's supernatural ability was of the strengthening lineage, and it was the two eyes that were strengthened, which was why they were able to see extremely far, equivalent to a humanoid self-propelled telescope. The tall middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "I don't know what's happening, but now is obviously the right time. Let's set off immediately and arrive below the sprout base as soon as possible to take care of those demonic creatures." The three of them immediately jumped into the SUV and headed straight for the first base of New Bud. Inside the mermaid harbor, Lu Xian was about to pass through the secret realm gate. Haishur suddenly felt intense pain, and without saying a word, she stood in front of Lu Xian. In the next moment, hundreds of palm-sized water balls were seen rushing into the secret realm. These water spheres emitted a shrill whine from their mouths that was difficult for normal people to understand, and they coalesced together at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a 6-meter-tall water giant suddenly broke through the ceiling of the stronghold and stood straight, looking down on Lu Xian and the others. From it, Lu Xian felt an extremely powerful pressure. Just by looking at its height, General Evil Fin was far from being able to match it. Pure water. Original pure water. A roar like angry waves emanated from the water giant's body as it reached out and grabbed towards Lu Xian. Haishur's face was solemn, and his body suddenly exploded, transforming into a huge hollow water ball that contained Lu Xian out of thin air. Boom! The water giant's large hand fell, and the water sphere was directly slapped out, smashing a brick wall before coming to a stop. The water ball that enveloped Lu Xian's surroundings quickly dispersed and regrouped into the form of Haishur. Lu Xian noticed that she had shrunk by more than double, looking like a little girl of 8 or 9 years old. "Lu Xian, it's here again." The same shrill voice of a little girl came out of her mouth. Lu Xian cast his eyes, only to see that the terrifying water giant had already turned its head to run this way. His heart, however, rippled. Through the water giant's eyes, he seemed to see something familiar. Wait! He stopped Haishur from turning into a hollow ball of water again and turned to look straight into the water giant's eyes. This glare immediately brought about a remarkable effect. The water giant froze in place. "Disperse!" Lu Xian heard a dying voice coming from his mind. Immediately afterward, the water giant was transformed into a pure stream of water that abruptly dispersed, clattering and dripping all over the ground. "You have expelled the extremely powerful demon god minion without a fight. Survival points plus 666. Haishur froze. "Ha? Nothing? Ma Wei." Zhang Heng and the others peeked their heads out and were also shocked to see this scene. Brother Lu was also too good. Right, this demonic creature looked like it was strong to no end, but it was actually able to take it out as well? Lu Xian had a hidden guess in his heart. The voice that rang out just now was hardly much different from the one he heard when he first obtained the deep sea pearl. It was highly likely that it was the voice coming from the Lord of Evil Waves. This water giant, on the other hand, was the incarnation of the Lord of Evil Waves. A single word from the main body made the avatar crumble, which was quite explainable. But isn't the Lord of Evil Waves an evil god? Why would he help him? It couldn't be that he had washed his hands of being a good god, could it? Or was it that the Lord of Evil Waves had always possessed two sides, one positive and one negative? Since the beginning? He vaguely felt that this was the answer. Chapter 59. Can't it be that you've come over to defect? Haishur bounced over to Lu Xian's side, angling his face up and down as he looked the landman over carefully for a long time. "Just now that Evil Wave incarnation asked you for primordial pure water." Lu Xian was puzzled. "I was going to ask you, what is primordial pure water?" Haishur whispered. "That is the original power of the Lord of Evil Waves. Any water elemental being has primordial pure water in their body. It's just that some have more and some have less." Lu Xian suddenly realized, but was even more puzzled. How could the Lord of Evil Waves' primordial pure water be here with him? Haishur pondered seriously for a while before saying, "If I'm not wrong, it should be in that deep sea pearl. That deep sea bead you obtained is very special." Lu Xian frowned slightly. That deep sea pearl had already been refined by him into a cave heavenly treasure pearl, equivalent to a mobile cave, which couldn't be shaken off. Wouldn't that mean that the Lord of Evil Waves would continue to come for him in the future? Seeing his thoughts, Haishur nodded and said, "That's right." Lu Xian shook his head, shaking these mixed thoughts out of his mind. "The Evil Wave incarnation is only this one, right?" Haishur sensed it carefully. "Yes, it's gone outside. It seems that the fish monsters have ended this landfall invasion." Lu Xian sighed in relief. Let's go out and take a look." Ma Wei, Zhang Heng and the others also finally sighed in relief. "Is the fight over?" It was good that the fight was over. An off-road vehicle came out of nowhere and appeared underneath the walls of the first base of the new sprout. This sudden arrival of the SUV caused the hearts of all the people to tighten. He Pang subconsciously asked, "Mechanic, is that also your work?" "No," Ni Dai shook her head, but her eyes erupted with essence. "But it's quite handsome. I want to dismantle it. Maybe I can build a better car." He Pang looked at the three strangers who jumped down from the car and lowered his voice. "I suggest that it's best if you don't think like that. These three people are not to be messed with at a glance." The tall middle-aged man stood outside of the Arrow Tower's attack range and shouted loudly, "I am Tiannan Authority's Outpost 2nd Action Squad leader, Gao Tianfeng. Where is the Sprout leader?" He Pang and the others looked at each other. The chief? The chieftain was lying there. I'm afraid it's a bit tsunami difficult to get back up. Yi Yuchio's heart, however, was a little excited at the words. The authority came. Song Xinghe frowned and walked towards the tall middle-aged man, sneering, "We don't welcome the authority here. The entire Tiannan province doesn't welcome you. You withdrew so decisively in the beginning. Why are you coming back now?" The moment the inch-haired youth heard Song Xinghe speak so impulsively, he subconsciously wanted to go forward. Gao Tianfeng held him down inside. The withdrawal 20 years ago was a helpless move, but now we're back, to fend off the demons. Song Xinghe smiled coldly. As you can see, the strongest demons are gone. The remaining demons are routed. You guys came at the right time. Gao Tianfeng was patient. What you see now is just a prelude. The fish monsters will still launch attacks towards the land again and again to please their evil gods. I heard that the new Bud leader is an old man. Where is he? We need to speak with him. Song Xinghe frowned slightly and eventually pointed at the chief who had already swallowed his breath not far away. It's a bit difficult for you to talk to him. Gao Tianfeng. At this time, Lu Xian, Hai Shi, and the others also walked out of the secret realm gate and re-entered the first base. Yi Yuchio noticed them and was surprised. Lu Xian, I didn't expect you to still be in one piece. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth twitched. You're quite good at talking, Lu. Outside this is. He also noticed the tall middle-aged man. Yi Yuchio said in a deep voice. Someone from the Tiannan administration. Lu Xian instantly came to be interested. As night came, the inside and outside of the city walls presented two very different scenes. Inside the city walls, the new Sprouts exalts were cleaning up the ruins and counting the dead and wounded. Although the leader was dead, the Xenos were still there, and Song Xinghe, as a backbone member of the new Sprouts and also one of the several highest-ranked Xenos, took over the power of the new Sprouts and temporarily took over the position of the leader. At this, the few remaining third-ranked adepts did not raise any objections. Yi Yuchio did not want to be one. Lu Xian was too lazy to be one. Since Song Xinghe wanted to, then let him be the leader. Whether or not the new Sprout would still exist in the future was a question anyway. Outside the city walls, 3 tents were propped up. Gao Tianfeng and the other 3 gathered there around the campfire. Although the authority was the most powerful and representative of the official Xenos organization in this great land of Taisha, after all, their manpower had left the Tiannan province for 20 years. To re-establish it now, they had to unite all the forces they could. Sprout was one of them. From the very beginning of their departure, Gao Tianfeng and the other action squads had received orders from Director Lu Jingxiong to make sure to maintain good relations with the local Xenos, and not to break out into conflict as a last resort. Therefore, it was prudent for them not to enter the base. Instead they camped right outside of the new Sprout base. However, they had already sent messages to the nearby action squads, and within 3 days there should be at least 2 action squads arriving. By then the situation would naturally improve. The inch-headed youth whispered, "Brother Gao, the situation of this organization, the new Sprouts, is unknown, but there are quite a few evil deeds. They have captured stragglers and thrown them into the secret realm, forcing these people to awaken their supernormal abilities, killing an unknown number of ordinary people. Even if their leader is dead, the rest of them aren't necessarily good people. Like that Song Xinghe who talks very impulsively. I don't think he's a good person. I'm worried that on the surface they don't offend each other, but in reality, they sneak in while the night is still young." The ponytailed woman also said in a deep voice. "I'm in favor of it," Gao Tianfeng solemnly said. "That's why we have to arrange for someone to keep watch in case they sneak in during the night." After saying that, he was a bit helpless. When the Tiannan authority is re-established in the future, it's the right time to use people. But I don't know how many of Tiannan's local Xenos can be useful. It would be good if we could be clear about the bottom line of these Xenos from New Sprout. The inch-headed youth pointed at himself. "There's still me." Gao Tianfeng was speechless for a while. "You're seconded from Tianxi. Forget it?" The inch-headed youth froze for a moment, scratching his head. "Have been with you for too long, Gao. I almost forgot that I'm from Tianxi." At this time, movement suddenly came from outside, and it seemed that someone was approaching. The inch-headed youth looked solemn and lowered his voice. "Brother Gao, listen to you. Say it's coming." Gao Tianfeng thoughtfully. "Don't be reckless. Maybe it's not a sneak attack. I only heard one person's voice." The ponytailed woman hurriedly said. "It must be a sneak attack. It's hard to believe that it could still be someone who came over to throw in the towel." At this time, a woman's voice rang out from outside. "3 of you. My name is Yi Yuchio. I've come to defect to the authority." Chapter 60. I've never seen such an active and cooperative wild shifter. Gao Tianfeng and the inch-headed youth couldn't help but both look at the ponytailed woman. The latter scratched the back of her head and hemmed and hawed. Gao Tianfeng looked at the figure and saw the other party's face with the help of the firelight. It was the young woman who had used her supernatural ability to treat the injured during the daytime. He said in a deep voice, "You're defecting to the authority?" Yi Yuqiu nodded her head. She did not intend to immediately reveal her true identity, because the other party could not possibly listen to her one-sided words and recognize her as one of their own, and would have to go through a detailed vetting process subsequently. So, for now, it was better to show the attitude of cooperating with the authority first. She said in a deep voice, "The current situation of New Sprout, except for the second base, the rest of the members, the secret realm, I'm roughly familiar with it, I can tell you now." Gao Tianfeng's eyes lit up. "Good, thank you for being willing to cooperate with us. Zhang Wei, you take notes." The ponytailed woman nodded at once. "Yes." After saying that, she took out a pen and paper and started recording. Yi Yuqiu nodded and spoke. Song Xinghe, roughly third order intermediate, with the ability to move at high speeds, most likely needs preconditions to move. There are always needle marks on his arms, judging that he was injured before he could move at high speed. This person is difficult to pull together and is more dangerous. He Pang, second order upper level alien. His ability is thunder and lightning. I had contacted him and he has no objections to whoever manages the new buds, so he can be pulled in. Ni Dai, second order lower level psychic. Psychic ability is manufacturing machinery. She was saved by the chief, so she's willing to work at new buds. No blood debt on her hands. She can be drawn in. Zhou Rou, second order psychic. Psychic ability is total body strengthening. This person has a deep city and is good at utilizing others. Can be drawn in, but needs further observation. Ma Wei, second order lower level psychic. Psychic ability is shield. Zhang Heng, second order lower. Ability is wind blade. Ji Bo Chang, first order upper. Ability is healing, but has side effects. Only after finishing most of them did Ji Yuqiu say in a deep voice, "There's another alien. Lu Xian, ostensibly second ranked, but behaves like a third ranked warrior. Suspected of hiding his strength, his alien ability is bone manipulation, and he has stored a demonic creature shaped like a crow. He is very unusual. Please treat the authority with caution." Zhang Wei froze. How unusual? Yi Yuqiu, an intelligent creature, the mermaid, has appeared within the secret territory. She has shown a friendly and peaceful attitude, but it is difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with her. Or rather, she is willing to come into contact with Lu Xian. Ha! The three of them, Gao Tianfeng, froze. Intelligent creatures? A long 50 years had passed since the first secret realm gate descended. However, they had never heard of any intelligent creatures appearing either. Zhang Wei couldn't help but say, "Are you serious? Intelligent creatures other than us humans?" Yi Yuqiu gave them a description of Haisher's weekdays. The image of a mermaid who could eat, sleep and was addicted to sprouted potatoes immediately surfaced in the minds of the three of them. It had to be said that it was hard to imagine. Gao Tianfeng said in a deep voice, "Ms. Yi, the information you provided is valuable. On behalf of the Tiannan administration, I would like to express my gratitude to you." Yi Yuqiu smiled. "This is what I should do. You should have the means to contact the headquarters of the Tiannan authority, right? According to the normal process, the mermaid's situation should be immediately reported to the director and them to explore." Gao Tianfeng glanced at Yi Yuqiu with some surprise. This young Missy seemed a little too cooperative and proactive. Just like, Zhang Wei looked at Yi Yuqiu's departing figure and couldn't help but say, "She's simply like an officer of our authority. I've never seen such an active and cooperative wild alien." Gao Tianfeng first nodded his head deeply, then frowned. "What wild alien? Who taught you that word?" Zhang Wei exclaimed in shock and hastily covered her mouth, while immediately pointing at the inch-headed youth. "Dong Jia taught it." The latter thought that it was not good, and quickly snorted. "Gao, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep first, ha, good night," then flew as if fleeing back to his own tent, in which immediately came deafening snores. Gao Tianfeng snorted. "Next time no new words for others." Zhang Wei nodded repeatedly. Got it. Shidi City. Lu Jingxiong listened to Gao Tianfeng's report and frowned deeply. Chao Yanqing was also beside him and said in confusion, "Intelligent creatures? Still only willing to communicate with that Lu Xian? It can't be that the people you sent were deceived, right?" Lu Jingxiong gave him a deep look, but did not answer at first, instead asking in return, "Do you still remember the prophet's prophecy?" Chao Yanqing froze and muttered, "The turbid ocean rises from the cracks. The ancient royal court reappears on earth. The god of misrule casts a glance. Punishment and redemption descend in the water." He reacted furiously. "Ancient royal court?" Lu Jingxiong nodded. "Ever since we obtained this prophecy, we have been searching for that ancient king's court that exists in the deep sea, but in vain for decades. I didn't expect that it actually popped up in a small secret realm in the Tiannan province." Chao Yanqing was surprised. So the mermaid is important. Lu Jingxiang nodded. Very important. That Lu Xian is equally important. After saying that, he solemnly said, I'm worried that Gao Tianfeng and the others are mishandling it. I'm going to go over there myself. Chao Yanqing thought for a moment. Can you do it? Don't go to Tianan and go crazy again. The solemn atmosphere was immediately interrupted. Lu Jingxiang glared at him. I know in my heart. Besides, if I don't go, you go? Chao Yanqing hemmed and hawed. It's not impossible for me to go. You know, I'm a person who can't be idle. I don't want to be the director of this Tianxi authority. Lu Jingxiang thought about it and firmly shook his head. No, your character is too jumpy. It's better for me to go. I want to talk to that Lu Xian face to face as soon as possible. In addition, the Tiannan authority is about to be rebuilt. As the director, I should also personally go over there. It's impossible for me to still remotely issue orders in Tianxi. Chao Yanqing smiled and nodded. That's right. At this time, an urgent message suddenly came in. Lu Jingxiang looked at the screen with a solemn expression. It was a report from the First Action Squad. The First Action Squad. It's the squad that was sent directly to the Prophet Treasure Trove, right? Chao Yanqing was puzzled. Lu Jingxiang immediately connected to the squad leader's communication, in which a nervous voice immediately came. Director, we have arrived at the Prophet Treasure Trove, and observed huge footprints as well as traces of violence breaking through the walls of the treasure trove in the vicinity. The place has been severely damaged. All of the guards are dead and their bodies are in pieces, all killed instantly by a huge force. All of the prophecy tablets within the treasure vault have been damaged, and some of the prophecy tablets may have been taken away. Lu Jingxiang and Chao Yanqing glanced at each other, both seeing the alarm in the other's heart. The Prophet Treasure Vault had always been sealed for 20 years without anything happening, and something happened just when the fish monster erupted. The destruction of the Prophet Treasure Vault was feared to be the work of those fish monsters as well. Chapter 61. Who are you? 2 days later, early in the morning, the other two operation squads arrived outside the first base of Sprout and met up with the squad led by Gao Tianfeng. The authorities' cadres, especially the expatriate cadres, were almost all elites among elites, with high strength and tacit cooperation. Although Song Xinghe was very displeased with the authority, in front of such a huge gap in strength, he was not so stupid as to directly seek death. Instead, he accepted the authorities' reception. However, the expression was clearly not that frank. Just as Gao Tianfeng and the others were planning to call Song Xinghe and the others over one by one to inquire about the situation, an ear-piercing honking sound suddenly came from the distance. Everyone, including Lu Xian, subconsciously looked towards where the sound came from. A shadow that had grown extremely large at great speed had suddenly appeared at the horizon. Upon closer inspection, it was an old-fashioned steam train. White steam rose from the chimney at the top of the train, and the rails stretched from the bottom of the train towards the side, always one step ahead of the train. Such a huge steel monster rushed across the earth, as if the ground was trembling. Dong Jia and Zhang Wei were also surprised. They didn't know what the director's supernatural ability was after all, and were even a little nervous. This kind of train coming out of the flat ground was clearly the work of an alien ability. Such a huge steel monster must be terrifying. Gao Tianfeng, as an old man of the Tiannan Bureau, knew quite a bit, but he didn't expect the director to come in person. With a solemn expression, he said in a low voice, Bureau Chief Lu is here. Only then did Dong Jia and Zhang Wei look solemn and hurriedly stood up straight. However, the new Sprouts adepts were unaware of this, and they could only see a steam train like a roaring, angry beast speeding towards them. Every minute and every second, the train's size enlarged extremely fast in their eyes. It was as if it was going to run over them the next moment. Song Xinghe subconsciously moved. The rest of them also moved instinctively. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the train, which seemed to be the product of an alien ability. Moreover, looking at the movements of Gao Tianfeng's trio, it was highly likely that there were people from the authority in this train. There was no need to hide then. Squeak! The train came to a hard stop outside of Sprout City walls. The slightest bit of it lurched forward a distance due to the force of inertia. It was as if a large invisible hand had suddenly descended and rigidly restrained the train. Immediately afterward, a figure jumped straight down from the locomotive. This was a middle-aged man with a medium physique. His face was rigid, and he looked like a meticulous person. Gao Tianfeng immediately saluted. Director Lu, Dong Jia, Zhang Wei, and the other authority exalts followed suit and saluted. Lu Jingxiang nodded with a smile and was about to speak. Ni Dai was full of excitement and rushed over with an arrow step, still carrying the huge wrench with the blood slot opened in her hand. If not for Lu Jingxiang's gesture, Gao Tianfeng almost pounced out and pressed her to the ground. You. Hello, is that train your supernatural creation? Can you let me take a look at it? I want to learn how to build a train. Ni Dai's eyes were glowing. Lu Jingxiang smiled. What's your name? I'm Ni Dai. Lu Jingxiang froze for a moment. Ha! Gao Tianfeng hurriedly said. Bureau Lu. Her surname is Ni and her name is Dai. She didn't scold you. Lu Jingxiang instantly reacted and laughed. So that's how it is. Little Miss Ni. As long as you are willing to work for Taisha and not commit any crimes, I can completely agree to your conditions. Ni Dai sniffed even more with both eyes, waving that huge wrench. Can I take apart 2 pieces to see? Lu Jingxiang. This won't work. Ni Dai also realized that he was a bit out of line. Scratched his head. He. Lu Jingxiang looked around the circle, looked at Yi Yuqiu a few more times, and his eyes eventually settled on Lu Xian. It wasn't that he recognized Lu Xian at a glance. Rather, it was because there was a strange creature lying beside Lu Xian. The upper body was a little girl with pink makeup, while the lower body was a fishtail covered in fine scales. This was clearly a mermaid. It was then that he guessed Lu Xian's identity. You are Lu Xian, aren't you? This is a mermaid from the deep sea? Lu Jingxiang smiled. Lu Xian nodded. Yes, her name is Hai Shi. She patted Hai Shi, signaling the latter to say hello. Hai Shi rolled over, and her snoring became a little more muffled. The crowd. Yi Yuqiu coughed lightly. Director Lu, Miss Mermaid has always been like this, able to eat and sleep, and now is the time for her sleep clock to kick in. According to her own words, it's because she's on land and is not used to the water. Lu Jingxiang laughed. No harm, no foul. Lu Xian, can I talk to you somewhere else? Go to my train. After these words, the rest of the people were quite surprised, although they all guessed that Lu Xian would be deeply noticed by the authority because of his relationship with Hai Shi. However, they did not expect that even the director of the Tiannan authority would be this polite to Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded. The duo boarded the train. What met their eyes was the arrangement of the old-fashioned carriages. The train they entered was obviously a dining car. However, there was no food. Lu Jingxiang noticed his question and smiled. My supernatural ability has grown step by step so far. At first, I could only visualize a locomotive, unable to get on the train or move it. Then I visualized the tracks and could move it. It wasn't until now that I was able to form a train. But even so, it's still a bit too outrageous to try and make food appear in a dining car. Lu Xian nodded. It might be possible at a higher level. Sit. Lu Jingxiang gestured. And when he saw Lu Xian sit down, he also sat down in front of him. The smile on Lu Jingxiang's face slightly tightened as he gazed at Lu Xian. You said that you're from South 5th Bay City? Yes. You said that you wandered into New Sprout's territory after that demonic disaster early this year caused the destruction of South 5th Bay City? Yes. Lu Jingxiang said seriously. That's strange. What's strange? In the 33rd year of the new calendar, the second year after the Heavenly South administration withdrew from the Heavenly South province, the South 5th Bay City was attacked by a large number of demonic creatures, thus overthrowing it. This year is the 52nd year of the new calendar. It's almost the end of the year, and a full 19 years have passed since the South 5 Bay City fell into ruins. Lu Jingxiang said seriously. Where exactly did you come from? Lu Xian was stunned. At this moment, Lu Jingxiang brought a smooth mirror from the table, slightly maneuvered a few steps, and pushed it in front of Lu Xian. What came into view was a young, handsome youth with a light grin. It was precisely Lu Xian. However, the time of his birth and death had been marked out. Born in the first 10 years of the new calendar, died in the 15th year of the new calendar at the age of 25. Next to the portrait was a resounding title, Taisha Authority Honorary Senior Dryad. Lu Xian couldn't help but reveal a stunned look. Lu Jingxiang said in a deep voice, this is Lu Xian's file. To be precise, it is the file of a young man named Lu Xian during the heydays of the Taisha Authority. He held the position of Operation Team Leader back then, and his whereabouts were unknown in the middle of a mission against the evil Wave Order. The Taisha Authority posthumously named him an honorary senior officer in recognition of his outstanding achievements. Speaking here, Lu Jingxiang once again looked at Lu Xian and solemnly said, Who are you? Chapter 62, Do I get a pension? Lu Xian frowned. After listening to Lu Jingxiang's words, some of the memories that had settled in the depths of his mind began to ripple. These memories seemed to have been there for a long time, but they didn't spring up first when he crossed over to the Earth Star, and then they were left behind. Now after discovering some strongly relevant information, these long-ago memories bubbled up. He saw himself talking and laughing with some equally young people. He saw himself rescuing one victim after another from the ruins. He saw himself fighting fiercely amongst the demons, pushing back the demons that were used like a tidal wave. He saw himself wandering aimlessly around the South 5th Bay City after the destruction. He saw himself stumbling upon a new sprouted alien. A flash of light in his mind seemed to link many memories together. The original body seemed to have wandered aimlessly amidst the ruins of South 5th Bay City for more than a decade. It wasn't until this year that it was discovered and captured by the sprout alien to the first base. After being chewed by the zombies, the original body then died, and it was at the same moment that he traveled across the Earth Star and entered this body. Lu Jingxiang did not disturb him, but waited quietly. Only after a long time did Lu Xian raise his head and shrugged. To be honest, I don't know who I am either. However, I have the impression that I often drink and eat with two guys. There was a guy, tall and handsome, but always had a poker face, and I always teased him about not being able to find a date in the future. There is another guy, wearing a pair of old-fashioned glasses, looks Sven, but especially able to drink. Several times almost drink me down. Lu Jingxiong was first stunned, then reacted violently. These two people are now the number one big brother of the general administration. The former is the prairie guest Qing Yunyi, Earthstar recognized as one of the strongest combatants. The latter is Yi Zhishir, the Director General of the General Bureau, who can strategize and win. However, is the Director General a good drinker? How did he not know? After coughing lightly a few times, he hastily sidetracked the topic. What happened in those 19 years? Do you not know about it either? Lu Xian shook his head. A blank. It was as if I wandered aimlessly for 19 years. Lu Zhenxiong's frown deepened. Lu Xian, I always thought that I was an undercover agent sent from South 5th Base City to lurk in New Bud, and Yi Yuqiu even interrogated me before, suspecting that I was someone from the authority. Lu Jingxiong let out a light, non-committal laugh. Lu Xian suddenly said, I have a question. Ask, do I have a pension? Lu Xian spread out his hands and said seriously, look, I used to be a meritorious official during the heydays of the Taixia Authority, and I was given the additional title of honorary senior officer after my disappearance. It's not too much to ask for a pension for me as a meritorious official myself, right? Lu Zhenxiong's face was filled with questions. It took a while before he hesitantly said, there have only been 6 honorary agents of the authority so far, and only 1 honorary senior agent, you, and there has never been another case of crawling back from the grave to ask for a pension. Lu Xian spread his hands and grinned. Isn't that right? Lu Jingxiong, I'll make a report with the general administration and ask. Lu Xian grinned. Shouldn't we ask about the mermaids next? Lu Jingxiong nodded. Yes, the general directorate has discovered the whereabouts of mermaids, but hasn't actually seen them as a species. Can you please tell us in detail about the process of befriending the mermaid? Lu Xian nodded. Of course, I'm still waiting for your pension. The corner of Lu Jingxiong's mouth twitched. The pension will have to be reported before we can know if there is one. He now suddenly kind of hoped that Chao Yanqing would come. With that kid's jumpy personality, he must have gotten along well with Lu Xian. An hour later, Lu Xian and Lu Jingxiong got up one after another. Lu Jingxiong shook Lu Xian's hand and solemnly said, Lu Xian, thank you for your cooperation. Lu Xian nodded. It's all right. Who made me an honorary senior cadre of the authority? Lu Jingxiong. He watched Lu Xian get off the train, then immediately returned to the table and picked up that mirror. In the mirror, a man with old-fashioned glasses came into view. The looks were mediocre. A standard popular face. He looked to be in his 40s, but his temples were already mostly gray. Wrinkles also appeared on his face due to day and night labor. However, his eyes were still clear, as if he could see through people's hearts. Lu Jingxiong said in a deep voice, Director Yi, he's gone. When the two of them were conversing just now, Yi Zhishir had been listening in. When Lu Jingxiong saw that Yi Zhishir had been silent, he couldn't help but say, Director Yi, is what he said true? Yi Zhishir held his eyes. Other than saying that Qin Yan is handsome, the rest of it matches the Lu Xian I remember. Where is that guy half handsome? Qin Yan was the young man who had obtained the Divine Sword Prairie Plane from the 8 desolate plains back then. Nowadays, he was the deputy director of the authority. But everyone knew that this deputy director sometimes possessed power equal to that of the chief director, not because of anything else, but simply because he is strong, ridiculously strong. Then he, Lu Jingxiong hesitated, can be trusted for now, but needs further observation. Yi Zhishir calmly said, No, I mean should we give him a pension? Lu Jingxiong hurriedly said, Yi Zhishir, people are alive. What kind of pension to send? Give him a salary. According to the standard of the first-level senior cadre, the title of the authority was divided into 2 types, ordinary cadre and senior cadre, which were also divided into 3rd level, 2nd level, and 1st level, with the treatment rising in order. Lu Jingxiong was envious in the bottom of his heart. He, the branch chief, was only treated as a level 2 senior cadre member. However, he still immediately nodded. I understand. What's the situation over at the Prophet Treasure Trove? Yi Zhishir asked. Lu Jingxiong said in a deep voice, the treasury was violently broken open, and many of the prophetic tablets were damaged. Initial estimation is that it should be the work of that water giant, the evil wave giant of the evil wave order. Yi Zhishir nodded. Continue to pursue. There is a problem with the identity of the new sprout leader. This first wave of attack by the evil wave order is over, but the dark tide is still raging. Some of the demons are expected to land from the Tiannan province next. Lu Jingxiong was thoughtful. The remnants that swam from the Hailan side? Yi Zhishir nodded. The Hailan side shared a portion of the intelligence with us, The evil wave order has long been secretly holding a sacrifice ceremony that erupted overnight, causing at least 1 million fish monsters to land in Hailan, and 2 base cities collapsed as a result. Lu Jingxiong sighed. Nowadays, Earthstar only had 3 major powers, Taixia, Hailan, and Guangwei, although they all fought with each other openly and secretly. When all was said and done, the demons were the real threat that the 3 countries faced. Seeing Hailan suffer such a heavy blow, he was also a bit saddened. Yi Zhishir said in a deep voice, I'll send you the detailed documents through the mind network. Good. Lu Jingxiong nodded his head, and the exchange was broken. He pressed his palm on the mirror and closed his eyes to sense it, and soon felt a large number of documents being transmitted from afar. This was precisely the special means possessed by the authority. The mind network, a network system constructed through the power of each accessor's mind. Its creator, who possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate the power of the mind. It was none other than the Director General of the Taixia Authority, Yi Zhishir. Chapter 63 The Grand Finale. A stretch of coast. The murky tide laps against the reef, sending things from far away over this beach. Sometimes it sends lost whales, other times it sends huge swaths of plastic trash. Today it sends countless broken limbs. A puppet stands silently against the sea breeze, as if it has been waiting for a century. After a long time, a small black dot suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was a dolphin. On the back of the dolphin stood a woman. The woman had a skin that was tanned to a wheat color, and her upper body was an ordinary striped shirt that was not buttoned up, but tied above her navel, revealing a flat and firm belly. The lower half of her body, on the other hand, was dressed in a pair of floral beach pants, and her 2 long, powerful legs just stood on the back of the dolphin, not worried about the possibility of her falling off. Hey Mr. Puppet, how long have you been waiting here and no one's come to get you? The beach pants woman chuckled. The puppet calmly said, I've been here for 2 days with the sea air. My joints are rusty, but I can keep waiting. It's not so bad after all. The beach pants woman bristled. How boring. Chief, I came all the way over here to save you, and this is how you treat your rescuer? The puppet was silent. The beach pants woman shrugged and asked casually, how are you accomplishing your goals? The puppet calmly said, halfway done. What the water giant sought was not his weapons of yesteryear, but pure water, the original pure water. Still, he followed the agreement and broke the prophet's treasure house. And that one should have taken some of the prophecy tablets with it, right? The beach pants woman nodded. That Mr. Dragon has returned. The puppet added, I suspect the original pure water is in Mermaid Harbor. After the water giant slapped me to death, it went straight to the depths of the first base of Sprout, where there is nothing else but that secret place in Mermaid Harbor. Or even, the puppet couldn't help but see a young man's figure in his mind. Or even just someone. Even I looked away. That Lu Xian is by no means ordinary. The beach pants woman nodded. Very important information. Let's go. Your partners are waiting for your triumph. The Seers Guild can't afford to be without its leader. The puppet took a long leap and jumped onto the dolphin's back. The beach pants woman smiled. Take one more look at the land of Taixia. It will be hard to see it when you return. Puppet looked deeply at the earth behind him. I will return. For the sake of treading the path of the prophet. For the salvation of this world. A few days later, the nascent eastern sunlight descended upon the land. Lu Xian pushed the door open and felt a hint of coolness in the air. It's winter. Zhang Heng's emotional voice came from the side. Cough cough. So will our salary increase after we become authority cadres? Brother Lu? Ma Wei cast an excited look. Lu Xian smiled. I think it will. The authority won't deduct wages. And there's also 5 insurance and 1 gold. Ma Wei looked excited. Good, good. We can be considered to have an iron rice bowl. The Tiannan authority returned to the Tiannan province, and the Sprout first base was fully equipped. Plus there was also the Mermaid Harbor, a mysterious secret area with unlimited potential. Director Lu Jingxiong simply slapped the board and made this the headquarters of the Tiannan authority. All budding adepts would be allowed to join the authority, but would have to go through a vetting process. Although there was still a cloud of suspicion over Lu Xian, Lu Jingxiong did not scrutinize him for too long, but respectfully invited him into the authority, and also gave him the salary package of a first-class senior cadre. However, the exact position he held was not said. Lu Xian had already expected this. After all, his status as an honorary senior officer was right here, and more members of the authority would surely know about it in the future. If he were to become an ordinary operations captain, it would obviously be too much for him. But if he became a deputy director or something, it would inevitably cause other people to feel unhappy. Therefore, he simply had no position and was just moving around with the identity of an honorary senior cadre member. However, Lu Xian wasn't really interested in all this. He was only interested in the salary. In other words, interested in the redeemable props within the authority. The authority had a huge list of exchanges. There was nothing that could be exchanged for anything. As long as there was an exotic energy stone, it could be exchanged. At this time, the base gates slowly opened, and Lu Jingxiong, Gao Tianfeng, and the others boarded the SUV and left. Where is this going? Lu Xian asked casually. Zhang Hong whispered. To the second base. That side is still a faction of its own. The leader is called Su Mo, a third-order alien. Lu Xian nodded in understanding. The second base was also attacked by fish monsters, but after the leader died, it was disconnected from the first base. Lu Jingxiong was probably trying to recruit Su Mo and the others when he went there. After all, humanity's current enemies were the demons, and those crazy cultists. One more person was more power, and he understood Lu Jingxiong's thoughts. Footsteps came from behind him. Lu Xian turned around to see that it was the competent-looking authority cadre member Zhang Wei with a ponytail. Zhang Wei solemnly said, Lu, Captain, this is your mind mirror. The information that Lu Jingxiong had on Lu Xian was top secret. Currently only the top brass could know about it. Of course she didn't know about it. However, she still sensed something from the way Lu Jingxiong treated Lu Xian and knew that Lu Xian's identity was definitely not ordinary. But all of a sudden, she couldn't think of any good title. After thinking about it, it was better to follow the custom of the juniors and the authority to address their seniors, and address them with the honorific title of captain. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Good, I am in need of this. The mind mirror was the item that Lu Jingxiong had shown him earlier, and it also showed the profile of Lu Xian. This object was an exotic artifact that was connected through the psychic network, allowing even members of the authority who were far away in the mountains and forests to log into the psychic network with the help of the psychic mirror. Lu Xian needed it because the redemption list could be seen on it. Ma Wei and Zhang Hong all showed envy. It's really worthy of being Brother Lu. We're still going through the process, but Brother Lu has already gotten the mind mirror that only full members of the authority have. Zhang Hong whispered. What functions does the mind mirror have? Zhang Wei explained. Currently, two major functions have been opened up, which are the communication forum and the trial space. The former is where users of the mind mirror communicate and is also used for the authority to make announcements. The latter can be used to refine combat skills as well as mental strength. Ma Wei also came over. I heard that you can also play cards? Zhang Wei froze. Who said that? Ma Wei. That inchworm who came with you guys told me, saying that you have a private forum where you can play cards. Zhang Wei, spinning his teeth, he said, this guy just knows how to touch fish. Ma Wei was busy calling out, hey, can I play cards in the future? Not for anything else, just for the sake of exchanging card skills with my poker buddies. All that was left for him was Zhang Wei's back as she walked faster and faster. Ma Wei wondered, what's wrong with her? Zhang Hong smirked. I know, it's definitely not because someone spoke out of place. Lu Xian mused for a few seconds. I know too, it's definitely not from playing cards. There were many parallel worlds in the universe. The deep sea world was one of them. A world where the ocean to land ratio was 9-1, and in order to survive, humans evolved into a species that could breathe in the deep sea. The mermaids. The mermaids worshipped the goddess of the sea, who has split in two under the influence of foreign pollution, becoming the queen of the court of the sea on one side and the lord of the wicked waves on the other. The biochemical world is also one of these worlds, a world with never-ending wars, where the god of war is extremely revered, to the point of overpowering all the gods. One day, in order to win the war, a civilization in the biochemical world developed one of the mind units, the biochemical weapons, and relied on them to fight back and quickly win the war. The god of war, however, went mad because the god of war believed that war could only be a quenching of blood and fire, and that biochemical weapons were not within the scope of his thinking. Under the influence of the mad war god, the biochemical world thus collapsed into countless fragments, and the blood ant nest was one of those fragments. The Earthstar world had a golden era a long time ago, and three leading figures, the prophet, the general, and the scholar, appeared in that era. They all realized that the world would inevitably come to an end, and that such a great destruction had already occurred more than once. Each time a new parallel world emerges, the prophet wants to summon a stronger civilization to redeem humanity. The generals want to kill all the demons to end the world. The scholars hope to find the root cause of everything, so that mankind could jump out of this endless cycle, but they all failed. The Taisha authority inherited the general's legacy, while Highland and Cookie inherited the scholars. The prophet's prophecy was too crazy and thus positioned as a cult. Lu Xian's predecessor was the humanized form of the Earthstar's god of shelter, and had followed the general in his actions, vowing to kill all demons in order to shelter humanity. After the general's death, he followed the two founders of the authority to continue exterminating the demons. Afterwards, he wasted away for more than 10 years until he was bitten by a zombie and realized the existence of the Lord of Evil Waves. So he went straight to look for the Lord of Evil Waves to catch up with him and look for a way to commit suicide. And Lu Xian thus traveled into this body. Lu Xian then grows up along the way, deciphering the mysteries of the biochemical world and the deep sea world, winning the support of Taixia, Hylan, and Radiance, killing the evil dark side of the gods, destroying the prophet society that pursues the prophet, and finally becoming the strongest person in the Earth planet, and jumping out of the fate of the cycle of extinction again and again. Grand finale.